A year ago, Yi Chun encountered a striking beauty at a hotel. 1 year later, he unexpectedly received a phone call from a police officer, informing him that a pregnant woman was about to give birth and wished to meet him. To his astonishment, Yi Chun discovered that the pregnant woman was none other than the beauty he had met a year prior. What was even more shocking was that she was carrying his child. Faced with such an awkward predicament, Yi Chun, still a university student, found himself utterly flustered. Ding. Do not panic, host. The ultimate daddy system is at your service. Delight the little ones and be rewarded with a standalone villa. Protect the little ones and receive military boxing skills as a reward. Prepare formula for the little ones and gain divine culinary talents as a reward. Chapter 1. After being betrayed, the ultimate daddy system descends. Yi Chun, let's break up, a cold, indifferent voice echoed across the military training grounds, capturing the attention of all the students. Why? As he gazed at his girlfriend Wang Siyu's heartless expression, Yi Chun felt utterly blindsided. Is it true what they say, that you're with Instructor Huang? Wang Siyu candidly admitted, yes, I am with Instructor Huang. He is considerate, gentle, and a retired soldier. He provides me with an unparalleled sense of security. Ha! Security! Yi Chun chuckled. When someone wishes to end a relationship, the reasoning can be so absurd. Fine, if you have made up your mind, then let us part ways. Yi Chun did not attempt to retain her. Wang Siyu had already cheated on him with the instructor, leaving him with nothing more to say. After all, Yi Chun was not a champion of pure love. He had gained what he sought from his relationship with Wang Siyu. And since it was she who initiated the breakup, he felt no guilt whatsoever. What is wrong with girls these days? I mean, Instructor Huang isn't even that handsome. In middle school, they liked boys with long hair. In high school, they preferred athletes. And now, in university, it's all about instructors, and many girls are like this. Impressive university instructors are so sought after. Don't be disheartened. My friend, the next one will be even better. Yi Chun stood still as his friends came forward to console him. At that moment, his phone rang with an incoming call that IT was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi Chun? This is he. What is the matter? Yi Chun responded. The voice continued. We are police officers from Donghua District. There is a pregnant woman who collapsed on Changhua Avenue. She was holding a note with your identity information and may require your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. That a pregnant woman? He did not know any pregnant women. What sort of cooperation could he provide? The voice added, if you do not come, you will bear the consequences. After a few seconds of hesitation, curiosity overcame him. All right, I will be there shortly. Subsequently, Yi Chun exited the campus, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the location indicated by the police officer. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Chun encountered the female police officer. Without hesitation, she led him into a certain room in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. I would appreciate the assistance of both police officers, but I wish to speak with Yi Chun in private, the woman on the hospital bed said. The woman possessed an extraordinary beauty, and her voice was equally enchanting. The female officer glanced at her, nodded, and promptly closed the door behind her. At this moment, Yi Chun felt somewhat bewildered, staring at the woman before him in confusion. Noticing his apparent lack of recognition, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint, bittersweet smile. Do you truly not remember me? She asked, forcing a smile. Let me remind you last winter, at the Tianhua Hotel that in a flash. Memories surged back to Yi Chun, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at her. The Tianhua Hotel. It's you. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Vivid scenes from a year prior replaying in his mind. Last winter, Yi Chun was out barbecuing with friends when he encountered a drunken beauty being harassed on the way home. He stepped in to help, and in a haze afterward, found himself in a hotel room with her. The following morning, she had vanished, and he had not seen her since. Little did he expect to meet her again at this moment. Suddenly, a melodious electronic voice resonated in Yi Chun's mind. Alert. Multiple births detected. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ultimate dad system. Binding system. Binding complete. Detecting the imminent arrival of the host's multiple children, the main quest is to take responsibility for the unborn children and their mother. Completion reward. 300,000. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. Had he truly obtained a system akin to those in web novels? And a dad system at that. Glancing at her pronounced belly, He wondered, could it be that after that fateful night, she was indeed carrying his child? May I be so bold as to ask, do you have any hereditary diseases in your family? Jiang Baiwei suddenly spoke, pulling Yi Chun back to reality. Instinctively, he replied, "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Baiwei explained with concern, "The child in my womb is yours and is due to be born soon, and if you have any hereditary conditions, it would be best to discover them early to ensure a healthy life for our child." At her words, Yi Chun nearly burst into laughter out of frustration. "What are you thinking? My family has no hereditary diseases. We're all quite healthy." "That's good to hear." Jiang Baiwei sighed in relief. "Now I can rest easy. You may leave." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her wanting him to go. "No, I intend to stay." Jiang Baiwei looked puzzled. "Why would you want to stay?" "Of course, to take responsibility." Yi Chun's tone was resolute. "The child in your womb is mine, and I will see this through. You cannot send me away." With that declaration, the conversation hung in the air. Jiang Baiwei's expression subtly shifted. She had not anticipated that Yi Chun would be such a responsible young man. This revelation moved her deeply. Ding. Task completed. 300,000 has been transferred. Host, please check your account. No sooner had the system provided its feedback than Yi Chun's phone vibrated with a notification. Upon opening the message, he confirmed the arrival of the funds. This was simply exhilarating. 300,000. In that moment, Yi Chun felt as though he were in a dream. For a university student, such an amount was undoubtedly astronomical, and he had acquired it with such ease. One could not help but marvel at the capabilities of this system. Room 210. Have the family members arrived? At that moment, a nurse appeared at the doorway of the ward. Yi Chun hurried over. "What's the matter?" "I am a family member." The nurse looked at Yi Chun and said, "You have not yet settled the hospital fees since your admission. Please make the payment now. Otherwise, it may affect the delivery process for the expectant mother." Gazing at the payment slip in the nurse's hand, Yi Chun took it without hesitation. He swiftly made his way to the payment window and hurried back. "I will repay you for the hospital expenses," Jiang Baiwei said, lowering her head. Originally intending to confide in her parents without reservation, she ultimately could not resist seeking out the father of her child. Standing at the door, Yi Chun replied, "What are you saying?" "This is my obligation to you. Let me atone for my past mistakes in the time to come." Yi Chun looked at the woman seated on the hospital bed with a pained heart. The hope he had thought extinguished began to rekindle within him. "You haven't eaten anything all day, have you? Allow me to take you out for lunch," Yi Chun said as he approached her bedside. This prompted Jiang Baiwei, who had begun to feel a bit hungry, to shyly rise to her feet, ignoring Yi Chun's offer of assistance. Yi Chun remained cautious as he accompanied her to the hospital cafeteria. Younger generations truly possess a deep affection for one another. They tread lightly in their actions, unlike my clumsy partner, who lacks the ability to care for others. Indeed, those two young people are quite sweet together. How enviable. Chapter 2. Unexpected fatherhood. The campus Belle gave birth to quadruplets. After ordering some suitable food for pregnant women, Yi Chun attentively cared for Jiang Baiwei. "When is the baby due?" "I would like to prepare myself a little," he inquired gently. Jiang Baiwei, initially taken aback as she ate with her head bowed, quickly regained her composure. "Another week," she replied. In an instant, Yi Chun felt a surge of nervousness. In just 1 week, he would become a father. To be honest, he was far from mentally prepared for such a monumental transition. "I've finished eating," Jiang Baiwei announced, placing her utensils down and wiping her mouth. "I'll handle the discharge procedures shortly. I'm not particularly fond of the hospital environment," she stated as she rose to her feet. Observing the earnest expression on Jiang Baiwei's face, Yi Chun found it challenging to dissuade her. He pondered to himself. With a week remaining until the due date, it was the perfect opportunity to learn how to be a competent father. Yi Chun gazed at her sincerely and said, "Where are you staying?" "I will come and take care of you," Jiang Baiwei calmly replied. "I am currently residing in an apartment on Changhua Avenue. I can manage on my own." "You should prioritize your studies," she added. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun became anxious and insisted. "Education and family, certainly family comes first. I will move in with you." After the events involving Wang Xiyu, Yi Chun had gained clarity about what he truly desired. Who could resist the allure of a warm home filled with a wife and child? Jiang Baiwei's perception of Yi Chun shifted slightly upon hearing his words. "I'm quite fine on my own, you should." Suddenly, Jiang Baiwei collapsed to the ground, clutching her abdomen in distress. "What's wrong?" Yi Chen exclaimed, alarmed by the sudden turn of events. "Young man, your wife is likely in labor. Hurry and take her to the maternity ward," an elderly lady nearby advised. Beep. Host detected a severe lack of knowledge regarding maternal care. Side quest initiated. Quest requirement: urgently transport Jiang Baiwei to the maternity ward. Completion reward: a comprehensive parenting guide. Don't panic. Take deep breaths. It might just be the baby moving. We're less than 100 meters from the maternity ward. We will be there shortly. Yi Chen swiftly scooped Jiang Baiwei into his arms and rushed toward the maternity ward. With a sudden splash, a stream of fluid soaked Yi Chen's arm. Jiang Baiwei cried out in pain, her face flushed. "Doctor! Doctor!" Yi Chen shouted as he burst into the maternity ward, his voice filled with urgency. "My wife's water has broken." Even in his ignorance, he understood the gravity of the situation. Don't be afraid, just relax. "I am here with you," Yi Chen softly reassured Jiang Baiwei, cradling her in his arms. As the doctor wheeled in a stretcher and carefully transferred Jiang Baiwei onto it, Yi Chen caught sight of her gaze, filled with gratitude. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge surged into Yi Chen's mind, equipping him with various parenting methods. Once he managed to alleviate the discomfort in his head, he stepped into the restroom to clean himself up. At that moment, a hurried voice echoed from the hall. "Who is the family member of Jiang Baiwei?" "Greetings, I'm a relative of Jiang Baiwei." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hurried to the nurse's side. "Your wife is about to give birth prematurely. Based on experience, it appears to be at least a set of twins, and a cesarean section may be required." The nurse handed over a stack of documents. Due to the sudden nature of the event, Jiang Baiwei had not returned to the hospital where she was scheduled for her prenatal checkup. Thus, there were no relevant records at the hospital. This is the bill and the informed consent for the risks associated with the cesarean section. There are 3 specifications for the surgery. Please choose one. After a brief glance, Yi Chen declared, "I require the highest specification for the cesarean section." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen conveyed his choice to the nurse. Following her lead, he proceeded to the payment window. Watching the diminishing balance on his phone, Yi Chen felt a profound sense of contentment. Accompanying the nurse, he arrived at a ward. Beholding Jiang Baiwei, now calmed and resting on the hospital bed, he felt a wave of relief. The cesarean section will commence shortly. Family members must wait outside the operating room. Before Yi Chen could utter a word, the nurse unceremoniously ushered him out of the ward. As he sat anxiously in the corridor, Jiang Baiwei was wheeled out by a group of nurses. Gazing at her bewildered expression, Yi Chen's heart ached. Watching Jiang Baiwei disappear into the operating room, he hurriedly reassured her, "Baiwei, do not worry, trust the doctors." The lights in the operating room illuminated. Like most expectant fathers, Yi Chen paced back and forth anxiously. As dusk descended, 2 nurses emerged, each cradling 2 bundled infants. "Is a relative of Jiang Baiwei present?" "Yes." Yi Chen rushed to the nurses, his eyes filled with curiosity as he beheld the 4 swaddled children in their arms. "Congratulations. Quadruplets, 3 girls and 1 boy, all of normal weight, not malnourished due to premature birth." Upon hearing the nurse's words, Yi Chen's mind felt as if it had exploded. He had suddenly become a father, and to 4 children at that. The surreal nature of it all washed over him. Regaining his composure, he instinctively reached out to hold one of the children, but the nurse interrupted him. She informed him that the infants needed to undergo a full examination before being handed to an adult. While Yi Chen gazed at the 4 tiny faces, still delicate and unformed, yet captivating him profoundly, his entire being began to tremble involuntarily. Wow! Quadruplets! A rare occurrence indeed. This brother is truly blessed. That I do not seek for like this esteemed brother. I would be content with just 1 son and 1 daughter. Envy, let me experience the separation of essence and form. The Suntobe fathers on the same floor gazed at Yi Chen with palpable admiration. Still reeling from the earlier surprise, Yi Chen stared blankly at the operating room. The lights in the operating room dimmed. Jiang Baiwei was gently wheeled out by the doctors. Weakly opening her eyes on the hospital bed, Jiang Baiwei scanned the room for a familiar figure. Just as disappointment threatened to take hold and she began to withdraw her gaze, Yi Chen, having regained his composure, suddenly appeared at her bedside. He carefully took her hand in his, You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Upon seeing Yi Chen's silhouette and feeling the warmth of his hand, Jiang Baiwei could no longer contain her tears. Are you the family of Jiang Baiwei? The surgery was exceedingly successful. The mother should refrain from consuming spicy foods for the next week. The lead surgeon removed his mask and explained the subsequent procedures. Jiang Baiwei was then transferred to a VIP room, receiving the highest standard of postoperative care. Under the pretext of cleaning the new mother, the nurses once again asked Yi Chun to step outside. He glanced at his phone, which displayed a balance of less than 50,000. With a sardonic chuckle, he retrieved a brand new iPhone 18 from his pocket. Originally, he had intended to use the prize money from a basketball tournament to buy the phone that Wang Xiyu had long coveted. In the end, he found himself with nothing but a vast expanse of grassland above his head. This realization extinguished his enthusiasm to share his recent success in joining the school basketball team with her. At that moment, several nurses approached, cradling 4 infants swathed in blankets and carrying a large bag of baby supplies, arriving at the private room. It was then that Yi Chun snapped back to reality. Chapter 3. Instructor, I wish to request paternity leave, sir. All the children have completed their health assessments. Once the results are available, we will bring them to you. The nurse said as she approached Yi Chun. These baby supplies are included in the package. Should you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to our hospital staff. Yi Chun absorbed her words only superficially, his attention entirely captivated by the infants in the nurse's arms. 3 daughters lay peacefully with their eyes closed, their tiny hands fluttering. In stark contrast, the youngest son wailed inconsolably in the nurse's embrace. With urgency, Yi Chun stepped forward and took the crying child into his arms. Drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from parenting guides, he managed to soothe the baby, who fell silent almost immediately. The nurse beside him widened her eyes in astonishment. After years of comforting crying infants, she had yet to discover a truly effective method. To her surprise, Yi Chun's touch brought immediate tranquility. This gentleman is remarkably skilled. We can rest easy knowing the children are in your capable hands, she remarked. At that moment, the closed door of the hospital room swung open from within, and the nurse gestured to Yi Chun, indicating that everything had been prepared. She arranged the children and their belongings within the room before departing. Let me see the children, came Jiang Baiwei's faint voice from the hospital bed. Yi Chun hurriedly cradled the babies from the incubator and brought them to her. As she gazed at the 4 little ones swaddled in blankets, a radiant glow of maternal love illuminated Jiang Baiwei's face, her expression softening. They're truly adorable, she exclaimed. Indeed, they resemble you. How could they not be? Yi Chun replied, basking in the warmth of the moment, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. You certainly have a way with words. You've spent too much time charming the girls, she teased. By heaven's grace, I merely speak the truth, Yi Chun hurriedly clarified, anxious to dispel any misunderstanding. Observing the children and Jiang Baiwei in the hospital bed, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. Perhaps this was the purest form of love. Are you hungry? I'll go fetch some food for you, he offered, rising to prepare dinner for the mother and her children. As Yi Chun stepped out of the private room, he was struck by the surreal nature of it all. Just that morning, he had been seething with anger over betrayal, and now, by evening, he was preparing a meal for Jiang Baiwei and her daughters. After swiftly returning to the room with the packed food, his phone rang. It was his university instructor. Yi Chun, why didn't you attend your afternoon class? Did something happen? Came the instructor's melodious voice once the call connected. At that moment, Yi Chun recalled the university classes he had neglected, and he hastily replied, Instructor, I am currently at the hospital and have encountered some circumstances that require me to request a week's leave. The instructor replied earnestly, that will depend on the specific circumstances. There is a procedure for granting leave. Yi Chun, with a semblance of comprehension, inquired, May I ask, do university students receive maternity leave? University students? What maternity leave could there possibly be? The instructor replied incredulously, Wait a moment, you're not suggesting you're about to become a father, are you? From the office far away, the instructor questioned in disbelief. Indeed, I am about to become a father, Yi Chun responded. So, might you be so kind as to grant me a leave of absence? Yi Chun pleaded at the door of the private room. Which hospital? I must verify the authenticity of this claim, the instructor replied, promptly grabbing the car keys and inquiring about the specific location. I am at the 5th People's Hospital. Room 003. Once you arrive, just send me a message, Yi Chun said, tucking away his phone and immediately restoring a smile to his face. I'm back. Come and see what delicious treats I've brought you, he announced as he gently pushed open the door to the room. Upon entering, Yi-chun discovered 4 infants peacefully nestled in Jiang Baiwei's embrace. He swiftly set the food aside. If you cannot hold them, you can press the call button at the bedside. The nurses adore our little darlings, he remarked, taking 2 of the children from Jiang Baiwei. I cannot bear to entrust such tiny infants to the nurses. I become anxious the moment they are out of my sight, Jiang Baiwei responded, shaking her head. I merely worry about disturbing your rest, Yi-chun replied. Holding a baby is not the same as holding an adult. There are many intricacies involved. As Yi-chun held the children, demonstrating his technique, Jiang Baiwei observed the 2 infants lying quietly in his arms, devoid of cries or fuss. Curiously, she asked, "Where did you learn all of this? You appear quite adept." It was important to note that Yi-chun had only learned of the pregnancy at noon and had been by her side throughout, leaving no time to acquire such knowledge. Could it be that he had utilized the time spent purchasing dinner to thoroughly educate himself on paternal responsibilities? After carefully exchanging the soothed infants back to Jiang Baiwei, Yi-chun awkwardly commented, watching the serene children in her arms and the father diligently learning for her and their offspring. Jiang Baiwei felt that seeking out Yi-chun had been a most prudent decision. Baiwei, do eat something. I will take care of the children for now, Yi-chun offered. Settling comfortably on the family bed, he retrieved the packed millet porridge and nutritious meal, carefully unpacking each for Jiang Baiwei. Since we are in the hospital, I shall be the one to prepare our meals from now on. They will be both delectable and nourishing, he said confidently, gently brushing aside Jiang Baiwei's slightly disheveled hair. This gesture made Jiang Baiwei, holding her chopsticks and spoon, feel the warmth emanating from Yi-chun once more, prompting tears to involuntarily fall. Baiwei, what is the matter? Are you upset that I took so long to buy dinner? Next time, I shall hasten my return, ensuring I do not leave you and your daughter for such an extended period again. Sensing Jiang Baiwei's emotions, Yi-chun swiftly contemplated his own shortcomings and spoke. At the moment when the mother and daughter needed his companionship and reassurance the most, he had chosen to depart. Now, he regretted not being able to slap himself twice in frustration. No, it is not that. Rather, I truly appreciate having you here. Jiang Baiwei, overwhelmed with joy, grasped Yi-chun's hand. Silly child, everything I do is merely a matter of course. For the sake of you both, whatever I undertake brings me joy. With utmost care, he wiped Jiang Baiwei's face with a tissue. In such close proximity, they could feel each other's breath, drawing them even closer together. As he simply wiped away her tears, Jiang Baiwei's previously tense expression turned melancholic once more. She feared both his erratic behavior and his absence. Let us eat. Shortly, my instructor will come to confirm some details. This way, I will have ample time to accompany you both. Yi-chun teased the adorable little ones, speaking cheerfully. You should join us for a meal as well. I will call the nurses to assist. Jiang Baiwei promptly pressed the call button, not allowing Yi-chun the opportunity to decline. Before long, the nurses arrived at the room, inquiring about the situation. Reluctantly, Yi-chun handed the child over to the nurse's care. Is this what sweet romance feels like? When shall I ever experience such? This predicament leaves us ultimate singletons at a loss. Indeed, they are a handsome couple. While you all envy others' love, I genuinely envy these 4 delightful little ones. The nurses, each cradling a child, looked at the warm scene between Yi-chun and Jiang Baiwei with admiration. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was being fed by Yi-chun at the bedside, blush instantly. Taking the chopsticks, she said, I shall eat by myself. You should have some too. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the room was rapped upon. Immediately, a young woman entered, her face a picture of shock as she surveyed the crowded space. She hastened to Yi-chun's side. Your situation is indeed quite unique. Instructor, allow me to introduce my partner, Jiang Baiwei. As you can see, I genuinely need to request a leave of absence, Yi-chun stated candidly. Chapter 4. Loving the campus Belle, activating the hidden mission of the system. I have a general understanding of your situation. Are both sets of parents aware of this significant matter? The instructor asked sternly. I will certainly clarify the situation with my parents. I will also comply with all school procedures related to requesting leave, Yi-chun replied earnestly. The procedures themselves are not overly cumbersome. The real concern lies in your recent addition to the school basketball team. Is it truly acceptable to miss a week of training? The instructor spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I will personally explain the situation to the school. I kindly ask for your assistance as well. Yi-chun was well aware of the pros and cons involved. However, His thoughts were solely focused on the 4 women in his life, and he would not waver for any other matter. I came here in haste, and didn't have the chance to purchase a fruit basket. Please accept this red envelope. The instructor slowly retrieved a brand new red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Baiwei. Yi-chan is the finest student I have ever taught. He is both academically accomplished and genteel. I trust he will not disappoint you. Before leaving, the instructor's demeanor softened, and he praised Yi-chan's many virtues. Watching his instructor leave while still extolling his qualities, Yi-chan felt a surge of emotion. For the next few days, it seems we will be staying in the hospital, Yi-chan said, leaning against the door after seeing off the instructor and the nurses. But in my hurry, I didn't bring any change of clothes. Jiang Baiwei said with a hint of helplessness. This I shall resolve. My dear sons are always eager to assist us. Upon saying this, Yi-chan casually pulled out his phone and opened the chat interface. Chu-hee, are you in the dorm? Old Yi, you've really spread your wings. You dare to skip the professional class of the Bull Demon King? You'll get what's coming to you in the next session. A chorus of gleeful voices erupted from the phone. How audacious. Are you instructing me on what to do? I have a matter that requires your assistance. Yi-chan, eager to impress Jiang Baiwei, immediately scolded, how dare you speak to your 3 adoptive fathers like that? Do you still wish for us to bring you meals in the future? From the other end of the phone, a few voices expressed their indignation. It seems my 30,000 yuan for purchasing daily necessities may need to be assigned to someone else. Yi-chan lamented. Adoptive father, that is not how we speak. Whatever you need, just say the word. The 3 roommates in the dormitory immediately halted their activities, sitting up straight in front of the phone, awaiting Yi-chan's instructions. Buy some clothes for me and your adoptive mother, and Chu-hee, bring your partner along. Also, purchase the latest iPhone. The address is the 5th People's Hospital. I'll send you the details about the other phones once they arrive. This caused the roommates, still in the dormitory, to display expressions of astonishment. Wow. Didn't Wang see you just betray you this morning? How did you end up in the hospital by evening? Before his roommates could finish their chatter, Yi-chan glanced at Jiang Baiwei and quickly hung up the phone, fearing they would speak indiscreetly. The roommates hurriedly donned their clothing and didn't forget to put on a jacket. The temperature in the capital, nearing autumn, was quite chilly. Baiwei, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Sensing Jiang Baiwei's unusual demeanor, Yi-chan quickly approached the bedside and inquired. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Baiwei replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Haha, I didn't notice that. Let me assist you, Yi-chan said as he rose to help her. As she attempted to take a step, the movement tugged at her injury, eliciting a cry of pain from Jiang Baiwei. Observing her struggle, Yi-chan carefully lifted her into his arms. Jiang Baiwei gasped in surprise. You can set me down now, she shyly murmured, burying her face into Yi-chan's embrace as he carried her to the restroom. After gently placing her down, Yi-chan stood attentively at the restroom door. Through the door, his silhouette was cast, while Jiang Baiwei's heart raced tumultuously, unable to calm itself. In his arms, she felt an overwhelming sense of support and boundless affection, momentarily forgetting the hardships she had endured along the way. As the sound of flushing echoed, Yi-chan waited patiently. But Jiang Baiwei did not emerge. Out of curiosity, he called, Baiwei, is everything all right? May I come in? At that moment, the restroom door creaked open, revealing Jiang Baiwei with tear-streaked cheeks. Yi-chan's heart ached as he tenderly wiped her tears away, softly asking, Baiwei, please don't cry. Can you tell me what happened? After giving birth, my figure will change. I might become what others call a yellow-faced woman. Will you still love me? Jiang Baiwei's fragile voice resonated in front of him. How could that be? Silly girl, I love you now and will always cherish you in the future. Yi-chan replied, pained to see her lost in such thoughts. He embraced her tightly and gently kissed her forehead. There is something I almost forgot to ask you, Yi-chan said earnestly, gazing at Jiang Baiwei in his arms. Go ahead and ask, she replied. Baiwei, will you marry me? The sudden proposal left Jiang Baiwei flustered. Gazing into Yi-chan's sincere eyes, her heart raced, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Humph, I don't think so. You little rascal, you're not even of legal marrying age. Let us just take it one step at a time and be boyfriend and girlfriend for now, Jiang Baiwei said with a hint of playful arrogance, unwilling to let Yi-chan have his way so easily. Haha, then let us begin as a couple, Yi-chan exclaimed joyfully, planting another kiss on her forehead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of falling in love. Completion reward, a luxurious villa of 500 square meters located on the outskirts of the capital. The relevant paperwork and keys have been swiftly dispatched to the school. Please be vigilant in receiving them. Ding. The system voice echoed suddenly in my mind, indicating that the host has completely fallen in love with Jiang Baiwei, thus triggering a side quest for restoration. Task requirement. Jiang Baiwei must be able to walk independently within 5 days. Completion reward. Yuyong ointment. It can fully heal personal injuries. The unexpected voice nearly caused Yi Chun to lose his grip on the beloved Jiang Baiwei in his arms. One must understand how extraordinary it is to possess a 500 square meter villa in the capital, where every inch of land is precious. Moreover, the Yuyong ointment is renowned for its miraculous effects. Baiwei, my love for you knows no bounds. Yi Chun exclaimed, passionately kissing Jiang Baiwei once more, this time on her cheek. The sudden affection left Jiang Baiwei momentarily flustered. She clutched Yi Chun's clothing tightly, her head yearning to burrow deeper into his embrace. Just as their moment was about to escalate, the smallest of the 4 treasures let out a cry, interrupting them. Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei hurriedly retrieved the little one from the incubator. It appeared that this new father was about to embark on his parental duties. Upon noticing the damp swaddling, Yi Chun, whose mind was filled with an exhaustive parenting guide, skillfully changed the diaper. The hospital had thoughtfully prepared 4 sets of baby supplies for them, free of charge, wishing to share in their good fortune. After changing the swaddling of the 4 treasures, Yi Chun decided to tend to the other 3 as well. Just when he thought he could take a moment to breathe, a knock sounded at the door. Old Yi, are you in there? Came the mischievous voice of Chu He from outside. Come in, Yi Chun responded, glancing at the clock and realizing that his roommates had finally arrived. As the door creaked open, Chu He strode in, laden with items. Old Yi, what is going on here? After such a morning, how is it that you are at the hospital in the evening? Chu He began, only to be sharply interrupted by his girlfriend, who gave his arm a fierce twist. Halting his chatter, realizing the threat in her gaze, Chu He finally discerned that the woman in the hospital bed was not Wang Xiyu. That's just our brother Chu He, rambling after a few drinks. Chun Bin explained, trailing behind. Yi Chun, whose smile had previously graced his face, now wore a stiff expression, glaring at Chu He with disappointment before sheepishly turning to Jiang Baiwei. I apologize for calling you all over at this late hour to bring things. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Jiang Baiwei continues to greet everyone with exuberance, seemingly oblivious to the earlier conversation. This allows Yi Chun to breathe a sigh of relief as he begins to invite everyone to take their seats. However, the guests are drawn to the neatly arranged warming boxes within the private room. Chapter 5. The astonishment from university roommates Old Yi. Don't tell me you're really a father now. And quadruplets at that. Chu He stares blankly at the apple Yi Chun hands him, then turns to look at him in shock. The attention of the group shifts entirely to Yi Chun, who calmly washes an apple and nods. I initially wished to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but instead, I found myself with several adopted sons. No more pretense. I am indeed a father now. A collective howl of excitement erupts from his roommates, their curiosity ignited. Chu He grabs Yi Chun's hand, determined not to let go until everything is clarified. You don't need to know the process. The result is right before you. Hurry and greet your adoptive mother. Yi Chun slowly withdraws his hand, pride evident on his face as he declares, we bow to our adoptive mother. The group stands in unison, addressing Jiang Baiwei, who lies in the hospital bed. Ha ha ha. Please, no need for adoptive mother. Just call me Jiang Baiwei. It's a pleasure to meet you all, she giggles, covering her mouth to suppress laughter. Adoptive mother, may we see the children? Chu He asks nervously, rubbing his hands together. Of course, but try not to make the little ones cry, Jiang Baiwei replies, slowly moving to the bedside, attempting to rise. Yi Chun immediately rushes to assist her, but she merely glances at him, showing no intent to accept help. Yi Chun is left scratching his head in resignation, carefully standing behind her for support. Oh, they're so adorable. Chun Fangyu, Chu He's girlfriend, exclaims, her eyes sparkling as she gazes into the warming box. Indeed. Seeing this makes me feel like I could start lactating, Chun Bin adds, transfixed by the sight of the infants. Old Yi, this is outrageous. A quadruplet is one thing, but to have such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Yi, one of the 2 single men in the room, has lost count of how many times he has expressed his envy. Have you all brought the items? Yi Chun suddenly remembers the purpose of their visit. Yes. We got everything as per your request, 4 sets of clothes and a phone. Sister-in-law's clothes were all carefully picked by my girlfriend, Chu He replies, promptly presenting the items. Sister-in-law, have the children's names been decided? Chen Fengyu inquires, peering over the warming box. Not yet. Naming is a significant matter. Jiang Baiwei responds with a smile, resting her hand on her waist. After a prolonged moment of parting, the crowd reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Chun and his companions. As the door closed, Yi Chun cautiously approached the bedside and said to Jiang Baiwei, "Baiwei, please allow me to explain. I did have a girlfriend previously, but today, she betrayed me." A bittersweet smile crossed Yi Chun's face as he reflected on his own misfortune. He had once reveled in the pursuit of Wang Xiyu, only to witness her now seek the affections of another in the same manner. All I can say is, Wang Xiyu is unworthy. I shall not pry into your past actions. I only consider the present. Should I discover any further indiscretions, Jiang Baiwei remarked coldly, crossing her arms. "Baiwei, I assure you, my heart is wholly devoted to you," Yi Chun hastily affirmed. "Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. However, should I uncover any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." Jiang Baiwei retorted fiercely. "You needn't worry, for I am a law-abiding citizen," Yi Chun replied, reaching into a bag containing his phone. At that moment, his fingers brushed against a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, an unmistakable sum of 30,000 yuan he had given them. Yi Chun's hand froze in shock. Regaining his composure, he slowly retrieved a new phone from the bag, unwrapped it, and placed it into Jiang Baiwei's hands. "Baiwei, use this phone from now on. The old one has served its time." With that, he picked up the well-worn Xiaomi phone from the bedside table, carefully extracted the SIM card, and transferred it to the new device. Why replace a perfectly functional phone? Moreover, iPhones are quite expensive. It's far more crucial to save money for our children's milk powder. Return it, Jiang Baiwei protested, examining the battered phone encased in a cover. At this sight, Yi Chun's eyes brimmed with tears. Although he had purchased the phone with money awarded from the system, he had not anticipated the sacrifices Jiang Baiwei made to provide for their children. He enveloped her in a warm embrace as she sat on the edge of the bed. "There is no need to return it. I will take care of the children's milk and our living expenses from now on." Taken aback by Yi Chun's sudden embrace, Jiang Baiwei's eyes glistened with tears. She clung tightly to his back, weeping as if to release all the grievances she had endured. "Everything will be all right. Let us focus on regaining our strength. Greater surprises await you," Yi Chun gently reassured her, softly patting her back and tenderly wiping away her tears. Once Jiang Baiwei had composed herself, she cautiously accepted the Apple phone Yi Chun had handed her. "In the future, should you wish to purchase such expensive items, do consult with me, understood?" Jiang Baiwei, toying with her new phone, felt both joy and pain. "Henceforth, the financial reins of the household shall be entrusted to you," Yi Chun vowed while sitting beside the bed, embracing Jiang Baiwei. "Once you are discharged from the hospital, do come live with me." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Baiwei assumed he intended to rent a separate apartment. She shook her head and replied, "You are still living in the university dormitory. Besides, the place I am renting is quite cost-effective. There is no need to change locations." Yi Chun, however, ruffled Jiang Baiwei's hair and remarked, "You yourself have mentioned that the rented accommodation is suitable for a single person. Even if not for my sake, we must consider the children's welfare. I have already made arrangements for our residence." Gently, Yi Chun enveloped Jiang Baiwei in his embrace, and she shyly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Once you recover, there is no need for you to seek employment. I shall provide for you and our daughter." Jiang Baiwei touched Yi Chun's forehead and then her own, saying, "This does not indicate a lapse in judgment. Why are you speaking such nonsense?" At that moment, Jiang Baiwei confidently tilted her head and asserted, "After all, I am a recent graduate from Capital University. Finding a job in the capital should not pose a challenge. I do not doubt your capabilities. Rather, I mean to say that with me around, you need not worry about living expenses." Yi Chun gazed at Jiang Baiwei with a hint of melancholy and replied, "Were it not for the trivialities of life, I would wholeheartedly accompany our children in their growth. Yet, we are bound by circumstances." Jiang Baiwei, too, became somewhat sentimental at that moment. "Do not fret about these matters. I will gradually demonstrate how blissful it is to be my wife." Confidence sparkled in Yi Chun's eyes. Just then, there was a knock at the door from the nurse. Upon learning that the children would be able to leave the incubator the following day, both Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei rejoiced, dancing with delight. The nurse also informed them that arrangements would be made for Jiang Baiwei to express milk the next day, and subsequently, the children would be breastfed. She advised that the children would require multiple feedings tonight, with the food prepared by the hospital, and all that was necessary was for the adults to assist with the feeding. Chapter 6. finding a professional nurse for the baby after bidding farewell to the nurse who had come to observe the children's condition. Yichun recalled the night feedings mentioned by the nurse. He retrieved a set of women's clothing from the items he had purchased. By the way, allow me to assist you in cleaning up. The incision on your abdomen should not come into contact with water. He placed the clothing on the bed for family members. I will manage on my own. Zhang Baiwei quickly interrupted Yichun, her cheeks flushed as she attempted to rise. We are parents now. There is no need for embarrassment. Yichun, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, replied, This is not acceptable. Could you please ask the nurse to assist me with a wash? Zhang Baiwei, feeling utterly incapable of managing independently, cast a pleading glance towards Yichun. All right, you stay put while I fetch the nurse. Observing the resolute expression on Zhang Baiwei's face, Yichun reluctantly made his way to find the nurse. Upon reaching the nurse's station, he discovered it was deserted. Just as he contemplated calling the on-duty doctor, he noticed two ladies seated on the staircase, enjoying their packed dinner while engaging in light-hearted conversation. The work of caregivers has become increasingly challenging, one lamented. In the past, we could secure long-term positions, but now, simply getting any work is a stroke of luck. Indeed, the other replied. Nowadays, young people prefer to work in confinement centers, leaving us uneducated caregivers from the countryside without any prospects. Today, I was fortunate enough to land a job taking care of a child, the first lady continued. However, the client was rather difficult, constantly deducting wages. By the end of the day, I was left with a mere 100. It seems our decades of caregiving skills may have to be returned to the countryside. Listening to the two ladies share their hardships resonated deeply with Yichun, who also hailed from a rural background. Ladies, I have a caregiving job available. Would you be interested? He inquired, retrieving 2 bottles of water from a nearby vending machine and offering them to the ladies. You're looking for caregivers, young man? With our 30-plus years of experience, we can work for a modest $200 a day, one of the ladies remarked, hastily closing her worn lunchbox. I'll hire you for a day, with payment settled on the same day. If the work is satisfactory, I will consider long-term employment, Yichun stated, noting that the two ladies hesitated to accept the bottles of water he was offering, which elevated his regard for them. That sounds perfect. We've known each other for years and work well together. What room number should we head to? We can start immediately, the more outgoing Aunt Lu said, swiftly tidying up the remnants of their meal and smoothing out her wrinkled clothing. She then carefully accepted the bottle of water from Yichun and placed it in her backpack. I have quadruplets, so the workload may be considerable. I can offer you $300 a day. Does that sound agreeable? Yichun inquired. You are indeed fortunate. In all our years as caregivers, this is the first time we've heard of quadruplets. We can take this job. Concerned that Zhang Baiwei might be waiting anxiously, Yichun led the ladies to the private room. Upon entering, he found Zhang Baiwei grinning at her phone, resembling a child who had just discovered a new toy. It was evident that women often feign disdain for expensive gadgets while secretly reveling in their joy. Baiwei, I'm back. The nurse may have become preoccupied with other tasks. So I sought the assistance of 2 caregivers. Gently tapping on the door to garner Zhang Baiwei's attention, Yichun smiled and said, this is also good. The little ones will receive better care. Zhang Baiwei, engrossed in her phone, was startled by Yichun's voice, and after a brief moment, her cheeks flushed as she replied, This beautiful lady, are you here to assist with the cleansing? Allow me to guide you to the restroom. Aunt Lu, wearing a broad smile, approached Zhang Baiwei, while the more reserved Aunt Chun moved closer to the incubator to check on the children. Observing the little ones peacefully resting in their incubator, she couldn't resist pulling out her phone to capture the moment. These 4 children are truly well-behaved, not crying or making a fuss. She marveled as she slowly lowered her phone, as the caregivers took over the care of the little ones. Yichun finally found the time to switch to the Apple phone that had yet to be delivered. Once all the data was successfully transferred, he opened his messaging app. The money I provided you is meant for purchasing items. Why are you returning it to me in full? Yichun remarked. Oh, you're already a father. Consider these purchases as gifts for the little ones, Lin Yi responded. Indeed, although we may not always be reliable, when it truly matters, we will offer our unwavering support. Chu, he added, do not feel burdened. We have contributed what we can. The money we spent on foot massages these past few months could have gone to better use. So treat your wife and children well, Chun Bin interjected. Thank you all in advance. Once I resolve matters here, I will express my gratitude properly. Yichun replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. His friends truly knew how to come through in times of need. Yichun, your leave request is already being processed. The school still requires confirmation from your parents. Please arrange for them to call me at their convenience, Director Wang communicated. Understood. Yichen replied, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern upon receiving this message. He decided to discuss this with Jiang Baiwei once she had completed her cleansing. As Yichen pondered his next steps, Jiang Baiwei, with the help of the caregiver, finished her washing while clad in a fitted outfit. Yichen couldn't help but admire Chun Fengyu's keen eye. To have procured clothing so perfectly suited to Jiang Baiwei based solely on his brief descriptions was indeed impressive. The style and design harmonized beautifully with her. Noticing Yichen's gaze fixed on her, Jiang Baiwei's face reddened once more. Her unique physique had led to Chun Fengyu's misjudgment in sizing, resulting in her awkward situation of lacking undergarments. Thus, she cautiously shielded her chest. Avoiding eye contact with Yichen. You should also take a shower. The babies are well looked after by the caregivers, Jiang Baiwei urged, eager to retreat under the covers. However, in her haste, the steps taken were too large, inadvertently aggravating the wound on her abdomen. Jiang Baiwei immediately crouched down in agony, prompting an ant nearby to hastily bring over a stool. Yichen rushed to her side as well. Due to her newly purchased attire, the collar was rather loose. And with Yichen standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a spring scene. You should take a shower first. It's just that my steps were too large. I'll be fine after a moment. Noticing Yichen's gaze directed towards a particular spot, Jiang Baiwei's face flushed even deeper. Yichen, feeling somewhat awkward, picked up some clothes left on the family bed and made his way to the bathroom. As he gazed at his reddened cheeks in the mirror, he quickly turned on the cold water on this nearly autumn night. The icy water cascading over him made him shiver involuntarily, swiftly suppressing the inappropriate thoughts flooding his mind. After quickly dressing and adjusting himself, Yichen slowly emerged from the bathroom. Chapter 7. Mom and Dad, you've become grandparents. Rest early tonight. It's been a long day. Yichen said softly as he approached the bedside, gently touching Jiang Baiwei's half-exposed head. You should sleep quickly, came her faint voice from beneath the covers. Ladies, how will you manage tonight? Let me see if I can arrange for 2 more beds, Yichen inquired, observing the diligent aunts caring for the children. Young man, there's no need. This room is spacious enough. We brought our own folding beds, the aunts replied, waving their hands dismissively. Seeing that the aunts could manage on their own, Yichen refrained from further questioning. He turned off the extra lights and leaned against the family bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, clutching her new phone, hesitated over whether to inform her parents. After some contemplation, she deemed it best to refrain, knowing that contacting them would only lead to endless complications. Soon, fatigue washed over her, and before long, the sound of even breathing filled the room. A beam of morning sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the bedside. Yichen lazily stretched, turning to see the aunts already busy changing the children's diapers. Good morning, young man, they greeted him naturally as he stood. Thank you both for your help last night. I was so exhausted that I only vaguely heard the cries while I fell into a deep sleep. Please be gentle. The children's mother is still asleep, Yichen remarked, smiling at Jiang Baiwei, who lay peacefully in a proper sleeping position. He quietly made his way to the bathroom to wash up before leaving the room. Once downstairs, he stretched his limbs before heading to the hospital cafeteria, selecting a few nutritious meals recommended by the hospital to bring back to the room. He found Jiang Baiwei sitting up, already awake. Yichen gently set down his breakfast, just as the nurse entered with the carefully prepared meals for the children. This beautiful lady, we will arrange for someone to assist you with lactation shortly. From the 3rd day onwards, the children will need to be breastfed, ideally until they reach 3 months of age. The nurse handed Yichen a notice from her folder. During this period, it is essential to maintain a balanced diet. After imparting her instructions, the nurse turned and departed. Yichen cautiously helped Jiang Baiwei to her feet, guiding her to the bathroom to freshen up. Are you feeling any better today? Yichen inquired with genuine concern. Much improved. The wound no longer feels like it's burning, Jiang Baiwei replied while washing up. After a moment, she signaled with her eyes for Yichen to step outside. Alone, she donned the clean undergarments she had washed and hung out to dry the previous night. The two then began to check on each of the little ones, while an aunt nearby leisurely fed them. Watching the children grow day by day is my greatest wish, Jiang Baiwei said, leaning against Yichen with a gentle tone. Indeed, we will witness our children grow step by step. But first, let us have something to eat. He carefully scooped up a spoonful of warm millet porridge, blowing on it gently before testing the temperature with his lips. then bringing it to her mouth. Be careful, it's hot. Gazing at the man who tenderly watched over her, Jiang Baiwei felt as if she were living in a dream. Just yesterday, she had been utterly alone. Yet now she sat calmly in her hospital bed, relishing the attentive care of her partner. I'm so grateful to have you in my life, she said, sipping the porridge. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Yi-chun. You're rambling again. I've always been here, and I will continue to be. Yi-chun replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. The two aunts looked on with envy, reminiscing about their own experiences. Back when I had my children, I had to do everything myself. I hope my daughter meets someone as wonderful as this young man. That would bring me great joy. By the way, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Yi-chun began. Since we have our own child now, I think it's time to inform my parents. What do you think? He looked at Jiang Baiwei with eager anticipation. I'm not sure if we should tell both sets of parents, she replied, suddenly collapsing into his embrace. Tears welling in her eyes. You can tell your uncle and aunt. My parents have a unique situation, which I will explain later. After a brief moment, Jiang Baiwei wiped her tears and gazed at Yi-chun resolutely. With her silent consent, Yi-chun promptly retrieved his phone and began dialing from the bedside. Good fortune be upon you. Early in the morning, a robust male voice resonated through the phone. Dad, is it not permissible to call just to check in on you? Where's Mom? She has something important to discuss with you both. Your mother is tending to the chickens. Come here, child's mother. Has he indeed been selected for the school basketball team? Jiang Baiwei gazed at Yi-chun in astonishment, as if he were merely a burgeoning sophomore. How could he possibly have joined the school basketball team? Noticing Jiang Baiwei's incredulous expression, Yi-chun proudly lifted his chin. I have indeed joined the school basketball team. But that is not the topic at hand today. Xiao-chun, what a surprise to receive your call so early. Has the temperature dropped in the capital? Be sure to dress warmly and avoid catching a cold. A voice filled with joy came through the phone. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles, and her first inquiry was about Yi-chun's well-being. Mom, I'm perfectly fine, well-fed and warmly dressed. You and Dad should take care of your health back home. Avoid unnecessary toil. Once I graduate, I will bring you both to the capital to enjoy a life of ease. Yi-chun felt a slight sting in his nose. Sensing this, Jiang Baiwei silently comforted him by holding his hand. I called today to share some wonderful news with you. Is it that you found a girlfriend? Otherwise, why would you call so early? Is your living allowance sufficient? I will send you another 5,000 shortly. We can't let you go without proper sustenance. After hearing Yi-chun's words, Yi-father began to speak for himself. Dad, I still have enough living expenses. My scholarship and competition winnings are quite substantial. I called to inform you that you are about to become grandparents. Yi-chun held Jiang Baiwei's hand, his face beaming with happiness. What? We are to become grandparents. We are heading to the capital immediately. If I find out that you've bullied someone's daughter, I shall break your legs. With that, Yi-father abruptly ended the call, leaving Yi-chun and Jiang Baiwei exchanging bemused glances. Chapter 8. The milk crisis of the children. My parents are indeed fiery and spirited. Their concern often leads to chaos. Yi-chun helplessly continued to feed Jiang Baiwei her millet porridge, while also passing her the breakfast that Annie had packed for them. Once everyone had finished their breakfast, two nurses pushed open the door to the room. Ladies, we are here to assist you with the lactation process. Everyone else, please step aside. The nurses began to set up various instruments in the room, ushering the others out before commencing their work. Outside the room, Yi-chun received a call. Hello, Yi-chun. Why didn't you attend training today? Is something amiss? A voice, tinged with a British accent, emanated from the mobile phone. It was unmistakably the voice of the foreign basketball coach hired by the school. I apologize, coach. I am currently at the hospital and may not be able to return in time for practice. Yi-chun explained patiently as he approached a nearby window. What? Are you injured? The coach exclaimed, his tone laced with concern. You are the most gifted player I have ever encountered. Do not let a mere accident jeopardize your future. The foreign coach, visibly agitated, abruptly left the scene to tend to his other players who were warming up. Yi-chun braced himself for a stern reprimand. Just yesterday afternoon, they had been covering for him, but today, it seemed he would face the consequences. A playful wager emerged among the teammates. They speculated that Yi-chun's tardiness was likely due to matters of the heart. I bet it's because of a girl, one quipped, while others nodded in agreement. After all, it was only that vexatious romance that could sway him into such exceptional circumstances. Before long, Coach Peter approached the group, his earlier stern demeanor replaced with a beaming smile. Continue warming up. One you will start in place of Yi Chun for today as practice match. And all other positions remain unchanged. Yi Chun will need to attend to personal matters for the next week and will temporarily be excused from training, he stated. Once again adopting his previous authoritative tone, causing the players to question whether the earlier smile had been but an illusion. Upon learning the details of Yi Chun's situation, Coach Peter, adhering to his Western beliefs, recognized the primacy of family above all else. He readily approved Yi Chun's week-long leave request. As Yi Chun ended the call, the nurses emerged from the room. From now on, the expectant mother needs to consume more foods that promote lactation. Your attentive care will be essential, one nurse advised him before departing. Noticing Zhang Baiwei, who was beginning to attempt breastfeeding her child, Yi Chun quickly turned away, pretending not to see. Yi Chun, could you wait outside for a moment? Zhang Baiwei's gentle voice called from behind. He promptly agreed and made his way outside. Upon returning to the spot where he had made the call, he found it occupied by two older gentlemen who were indulging in smoke. As Yi Chun approached, one of them, seemingly friendly, offered him a cigarette. Here, have one, young man. Thank you, but I don't partake in that, Yi Chun replied, which led him to abandon his initial intention of moving elsewhere and instead join the two older gentlemen for a casual chat. After exchanging pleasantries about their respective situations, one of the gentlemen remarked, becoming a father at such a young age, your future is indeed promising, Yi Chun sincerely responded. Becoming a father at such a young age is both a blessing and a curse. Judging by your age, it seems you are still a student. How will you manage the expenses for your child's formula and your partner's living costs? Another gentleman, exhaling a puff of smoke, remarked nonchalantly. I am confident in my decision, so there is no need for your concern, my friend, Yi Chun replied, furrowing his brow. You are still too young to comprehend the daunting financial burdens of raising a child, the older man retorted. I have taken up a courier business. If you have time after class, you could consider taking a part-time job to earn some extra money for household expenses. The man, still smoking, spoke in a condescending tone as he produced a business card from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun merely glanced at it without accepting the card. Another gentleman hastily interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. It is fate that we met here in the hospital. I run several online stores myself. If you don't mind, you could work part-time from home and earn a little extra cash. Thank you, but I truly do not need it, Yi Chun replied, just as he was about to excuse himself and seek a quiet corner. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chun? This is Zheng Express. I have a document pouch containing important materials that requires your signature. Are you at Tsinghua University? A man's voice inquired over the phone. I am currently at the hospital. Could you deliver it to the 5th People's Hospital's inpatient department? Yi Chun asked slowly. Certainly, my next stop is your location. And I will call you when I arrive, the voice responded. As the corridor was bustling with people, Yi Chun switched the call to speaker mode. The conversation was clearly overheard by the nearby gentlemen, who were taken aback by the revelation. The previously arrogant man approached, a look of astonishment on his face. Realizing he had just mocked a student from a prestigious university despite not having graduated high school himself, he felt a flush of embarrassment. So, you are a distinguished student from Tsinghua University? I was mistaken, he admitted. Since you are a prodigy from Tsinghua University, we needn't worry. Your intellect surely surpasses ours. The kind-hearted gentleman echoed, staring at Yi Chun in surprise. I must return to my room now, gentlemen. We shall continue our conversation later, Yi Chun said, still feeling uneasy about the sudden change in their demeanor. He hurriedly took his leave, pondering the villa documents and keys that the system had mentioned. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, a nurse emerged from the private room, scanning the crowd for Yi Chun. Is there something wrong, nurse? Yi Chun, who had been wandering nearby, promptly approached her. The young man found himself in a predicament. Although the young woman possessed an ample supply of breast milk, it was impossible for her to nourish 4 children simultaneously. The alternative of formula feeding raised concerns about potential digestive issues, leaving him with no choice but to resort to rural methods. Thus, he sought to procure milk from others. The nursing attendant candidly relayed the situation to Yi Chun. At that moment, a notification pinged, detected that the host's offspring are not receiving adequate maternal nourishment. A limited-time mission has been issued to find fresh breast milk. Mission requirements: for 3 uninterrupted months. Provide all necessary fresh breast milk for the children, from production to consumption within 1 hour. Completion reward: for each day the mission is fulfilled. A reward of 100,000 Huagua currency will be granted, limited to 3 months. Yi Chun was filled with excitement. He had inadvertently triggered a mission. He promptly informed the nursing attendant that he would find a solution. Subsequently, he approached each maternity ward in the hospital, knocking on doors one by one. In Chapter 9, The Mysterious Nanny of the Babies, Yi Chun commenced his inquiries from the leftmost private room. He observed a middle-aged couple nestled together, engrossed in their phones. Their surprise at his visit was palpable. "Excuse me, I apologize for the intrusion. My wife is experiencing a deficiency in milk supply, and I wanted to inquire if you might have any surplus fresh breast milk available. I am willing to purchase it," Yi Chun said earnestly. The couple, slowly lowering their phones, replied nonchalantly, "Young man, we wish to assist, but as you can see, given your aunt's age, her milk supply is only sufficient for her own child. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere." Recognizing the situation, Yi Chun politely closed the door without dwelling on disappointment. He hastened to the hospital's convenience store, purchasing a few packs of fine cigarettes and beverages, nearly forgetting the nuances of social etiquette. With cigarettes tucked in his pocket, he approached the next room with renewed determination. "I apologize for the disturbance. May I ask?" Yi Chun cheerfully knocked on the next door. But before he could finish his sentence, a plump woman with a vibrant red, frizzy hairstyle flung the door open, glaring at him in anger. "Are you done? If you come here to harass me again, I will call the police." Upon recognizing Yi Chun's face, her demeanor softened. "I apologize. I mistook you for a persistent tabloid journalist." She cautiously closed the door, then inquired about the reason for his visit. "Ma'am, my wife is experiencing a deficiency in milk supply. Do you have any surplus fresh breast milk?" Yi Chun offered the beverages he had just purchased. "Wait a moment. I will check for you," the woman said, accepting the drinks and asking Yi Chun to wait at the door. Yi Chun pondered. Who could possibly be followed by paparazzi to a hospital? Moments later, he awaited her return. The woman with the voluminous hair emerged, holding 2 bottles of warm milk. "Take them. We won't bother with money. Consider it a good deed," she said. "Thank you so much, sister. Do you happen to have surplus fresh breast milk every day? If so, I would like to purchase it all. I assure you the price will be satisfactory." Yi Chun exclaimed with delight as he accepted the offered bottles, eagerly gazing at the woman with the extravagant hair. Since she was speaking to him from a partially open door, those inside could overhear their conversation. "What do you need breast milk for every day? Just take good care of your wife, and she'll produce enough milk," a melodious voice from inside the room chimed in. Yi Chun quickly clarified, "Sister, I want to hide it from you. My wife just gave birth to quadruplets, and no matter how well we care for her, she cannot produce enough milk for 4. Quadruplets? How rare," came a surprised voice from within. "Which private room are you in? I will bring over any surplus milk I have later. There's no need for payment. It's just a small favor." She calmly agreed to the arrangement. "I am immensely grateful, sisters. I will take these bottles and head back now," Yi Chun said hurriedly, expressing his thanks as he rushed towards the private room. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Baiwei carefully feeding the little ones with a bottle. Upon seeing Yi Chun, she beckoned him over. He placed the bottles down gently. Watching the triplets eagerly gulping the milk from the spoon, melting his heart instantly, Zhang Baiwei tenderly wiped the milk stains from the corner of the triplets' mouths. "Did you manage to get the milk?" she asked softly while continuing to feed. "Yes, and I also asked them for any surplus they might have in the future. There are still good people in this world," Yi Chun reflected. "These little ones drink so much. I can hardly believe I have almost exhausted the 3 bottles I managed to bring. That's all right. Let the children drink freely. If it's not enough, I can find more from other mothers," Yi Chun assured, patting his chest. "Young man, that should be enough for 1 meal. However, unlike us who eat 3 meals a day, they may need to eat 5 times," the nursing aunt who was helping remarked. "I will find a way to address that issue. You all can focus on taking care of the children," Yi Chun said as he placed the bottles into the warming box in the private room. He carefully lifted the eldest child, inhaling the faint scent of milk that enveloped the little one. Unable to resist, he kissed the delicate face. The little one seemed to sense her father's presence, gently placing her tiny hands on Yi Chun's cheek and cooing softly, causing his heart to nearly melt. "Baiwei, look, the child is calling me daddy," Yi Chun excitedly said as he held the baby close to Zhang Baiwei. "They say that in a past life, little girls are their father's little lovers. As a mother, I have fed her, yet she has never called out to me." Zhang Baiwei pouted. "This is merely a different expression of affection among children. While she is obedient and adorable in your arms, in my presence, she expresses herself loudly. Yichen gently placed the eldest back into the crib and approached the bedside, focusing intently on Jiang Baiwei as she fed the children. With the milk finished, the last little darling could only sample what others had. After placing the well-fed third baby back into the warmer, Jiang Baiwei picked up the heavier fourth baby and teased, observing how the little one, with eyes closed, was nonetheless moving its mouth and limbs energetically. Surely, this is a sign of athletic genes. As the breast milk flowed from the bottle into the tiny mouth, the wriggling feet suddenly calmed. The baby, with an eager expression, was ready to be fed. This delighted both Yichun and Jiang Baiwei, their laughter filling the room as the little one continued to eat. You really can eat, can't you? Your sisters have had their fill after one bottle. Yet you still want more, Yichun remarked, cradling his son with a helpless sigh. Then, a small stream broke free from the confines of the diaper, spraying directly onto Yichun's neck. You little rascal, even before you can speak, you know how to get back at me. Yichun, now soaked, wore an expression of resigned amusement. Observing the diaper that had slipped down to his knees, he begrudgingly took the fourth baby to the bathroom for a change. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei watched her son, now resembling a lively fountain, and burst into laughter. After swiftly changing the diaper, Yichun carefully handed the fourth baby back to Jiang Baiwei before returning to the bathroom to clean himself up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the designated task. The reward has been deposited into your bank account. As he wiped the urine stains from his shirt, Yichun chuckled despite his predicament, realizing the little rascal had indeed eaten his fill. Just then, his phone buzzed with 2 text messages. One confirmed a successful transfer, while the other was from his father, stating, "We've boarded the plane. We'll deal with you once we arrive." Reading the messages, Yichun could only smile wryly, hoping that when he met his 4 precious granddaughters, his father would still be able to say the same. Chapter 10. The Mysterious Nanny, a Rising Star. After tending to the little ones, Yichun and Jiang Baiwei sat by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Due to her recent childbirth, Jiang Baiwei was still too weak. Otherwise, Yichun would have readily accepted her request to take a stroll. Do you think we will always live together like this, carefree and without worries? Jiang Baiwei gazed out at the falling maple leaves and the bustling crowd beyond her window. Inside the room, 4 adorable infants lay peacefully in their cribs, while the man she cherished the most was right before her. It felt as though she were ensconced in a magical realm. Each time she opened her eyes, she feared that this idyllic scene was merely a fleeting dream. Yet, it was undoubtedly a life free from worry, perpetually bright and optimistic. Yichun reflected on the remarkable changes of the past couple of days, feeling that the extraordinary moments of his 18 years prior paled in comparison to the joy he had experienced recently. Hey, handsome. The documents you sent to the 5th People's Hospital have arrived. Can you come down to collect them? The voice of the courier crackled through the phone. I'll be right down. Yichun adjusted the slightly askew code on Jiang Baiwei before hastening toward the hospital entrance. Hey, you. The courier instantly recognized the tall figure of Yichun as he rushed down the stairs, his imposing height of nearly 2 meters making him easily distinguishable. Thanks for your hard work. I appreciate you delivering my package twice. No problem. Just check that everything inside is correct, and please show me your ID for verification. The courier waved his hand dismissively. Yichun accepted the folder that was handed to him and carefully opened it. Within, he discovered 2 mechanical keys resting atop a stack of documents. The most eye-catching item was undoubtedly the vibrant red property certificate. Gently flipping to the first page, he read the title, Villa No. 1, Tianxiang Mountain Villa, located in the suburbs of the capital. His identity information was also recorded on the certificate. All good, my friend. Here is my ID. Yichun slowly closed the property certificate and retrieved his identification card from his pocket for the courier to verify. Wow, at such a young age. You already own a property. When will I ever have my own little red book? The courier chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he confirmed Yichun's identity. All clear. Wishing you a delightful life, the courier said before carrying the hefty package toward the security booth. Remaining in place, Yichun waved his hands in the direction of Jiang Baiwei's private room, not lingering too long. With an excited heart, he returned to the suite. What has got you so exhilarated? Jiang Baiwei inquired, watching the breathless Yichun with curiosity. Feigning mystery, Yichun set the folder aside. This is the big surprise I mentioned. If you want to see it, go ahead and open it. Jiang Baiwei, driven by her intrigue, glanced at Yichun, who stood with his arms crossed. She opened the resealed folder. With a soft thud, the 2 keys tumbled to the floor. But before she could bend down to retrieve them, Yichun stopped her, picking them up himself. Jiang Baiwei then directed her gaze back to the contents of the folder, her eyes drawn first to the enticing red booklet. Upon carefully reviewing the aforementioned information, Jiang Baiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. She hurriedly picked up the remaining documents and began to skim through them rapidly. Yichen, how on earth did you manage this? An anonymous benefactor has graciously donated a villa in the capital to you. Do you have any idea how much tax this will incur? In disbelief, she set the documents down and stared, dumbfounded, at Yichen. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Are you prepared to move into this grand villa? Yichen replied with a proud expression, I don't want it. I still prefer my cozy little home. The villa feels too spacious, and it frightens me. Jiang Baiwei lowered her head, her demeanor somber. Yichen, realizing her distress, quickly approached her side and reassured, that won't happen. Our family of 6 will surely fill it with warmth and joy. How could you be afraid? The mention of the villa evoked unpleasant childhood memories for Jiang Baiwei. Although she knew that similar events would not recur, she still found herself immersed in those feelings. Let me take a moment. I will give you an answer shortly, all right? All right, let's not discuss the house for now. My parents are flying to the capital today. Yichen swiftly changed the subject, gently taking Jiang Baiwei's hand. How can I face uncle and aunt in this state? Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, suddenly flustered. Glancing at her postpartum attire, she instinctively wanted to tidy herself up, but ultimately resigned to her situation. My parents will absolutely adore you. My Baiwei is the most beautiful. Observing Yichen's efforts to cheer her up, Jiang Baiwei managed a smile, feeling a sense of relief. Let bygones be bygones. We must confront the present. After we are discharged, we shall head to the villa. We can't have uncle and aunt staying in the hospital with us, Jiang Baiwei said, gazing at Yichen with newfound composure. That's splendid. I've already inquired with the nurse, and we can complete the discharge procedures tomorrow. How is your stomach feeling? Is there still lingering pain? Yichen exclaimed, excitedly embracing Jiang Baiwei. He quickly released her and turned to ask about her condition. It's much better now. I feel I can walk on my own, Jiang Baiwei asserted, as if to prove her point, releasing Yichen's hand and wobbling a few steps forward. However, she soon collided with the edge of the bed and, wincing in pain, sat back down. Don't push yourself. Let us rest for a couple of days. I'll call the doctor to come and check on you. Yichen hurried over to assess Jiang Baiwei's condition. He turned to step outside, but was halted by Jiang Baiwei's voice. I'm fine. I merely bumped into the bed. It's nothing serious. Yichen cautiously returned to Jiang Baiwei's side, attentively feeding her some fruit. Knock, knock, knock. Yichen and the others looked curiously towards the door. Come in. With Yichen's permission, 2 women entered from outside. One of them, he ran, was the spirited sister with a voluminous hairstyle who had brought a bottle for Yichen. Apologies for the disturbance at this hour. My dear friend is restless in the private room and wishes to join you. I hope that is acceptable. Supporting a masked postpartum woman with a similar flamboyant hairstyle, she spoke apologetically. Of course, you are more than welcome. We have yet to express our gratitude to you. Please, come and sit, Yichen replied warmly, ushering the 2 to take their seats. The masked mother, however, was fixated on the 4 incubators within the room. In a commanding tone, she inquired, May I have a look at these 4 little ones? Certainly. These little fellows have already tasted your milk. You could be regarded as a second mother to them, Jiang Baiwei remarked with a smile, having learned of the woman's identity. As the nurse cradled the 4 infants, the masked mother slowly removed her mask, revealing eyes brimming with maternal love as she gazed at the children. Yichen and Jiang Baiwei were astonished to discover that this mother bore an uncanny resemblance to the renowned star, Su Muyu. May I hold them? The mother turned her head, sincerely asking. Upon Yichen's nod, the nurse handed over the eldest child. Observing Yichen and Jiang Baiwei's hesitance, the flamboyant sister gradually revealed, You guessed correctly. She is indeed Su Muyu. I hope that you will keep today's events confidential. She is a child of misfortune. Yichen and Jiang Baiwei exchanged puzzled glances, well aware of Su Muyu's immense fame, often referred to as the nation's daughter-in-law. As you can see, she has successfully given birth, yet the child's father is unable to be present in the hospital due to various reasons. Their love's fruit, having arrived prematurely, was diagnosed with congenital heart disease shortly after birth. The flamboyant sister sighed deeply after sharing this. Chapter 11. The Trials of a Star's Childbirth. The adorable baby welcomes a godmother. Jiang Baiwei tightly grasped Yichen's hand, tears shimmering in her eyes as she cautiously accepted Su Muyu's eldest daughter. Muyu, I've seen our child twice. She is still in the intensive care unit. We have summoned the most specialized heart experts in the country. All we can do now is trust the doctors, the flamboyant sister said to Su Mu Yu, her voice tinged with resignation. Ah, the child is truly adorable. Smelling of milk, Su Mu Yu said, her voice trembling as she carefully studied her baby. Uncontrollable tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on the face of her eldest. With utmost care, she gently wiped away the tears. At that moment, the little girl, with her tiny hand still unfurled, slowly raised it to touch the corner of Su Mu Yu's eye, as if to wipe away her traces of sorrow. The remaining children seemed to share a telepathic understanding, collectively letting out 2 cries. Witnessing their actions, Su Mu Yu could no longer suppress her tears and began to weep openly. Beside her, Jiang Baiwei watched the scene with glistening eyes, empathizing deeply. Only a mother could comprehend the profound sense of despair that enveloped her heart. Who does not yearn for a healthy child? Dearest ones, do not cry. I shall not cry either. As her sobs gradually subsided, Su Mu Yu held the baby tightly in her embrace, savoring the warmth against her chest, as if her child were perpetually by her side. She then looked up at Yi Chun and the others with earnest sincerity and inquired, "May I become the godmother of these children? I truly adore them. Of course, your maternal love has deeply moved me. I am delighted that my little ones have such a wonderful godmother," Jiang Baiwei replied, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. "How wonderful. I suddenly have 4 more younger siblings," Su Mu Yu said, slowly placing the child down. Supported by the exuberant-haired sister, she approached Yi Chun and bowed deeply. "Please, do not be so formal. Having you as their godmother is a blessing for these little ones and for us as well." Jiang Baiwei quickly rose to assist Su Mu Yu. Taking her hand, Jiang Baiwei sat by the bedside and said, "Sister Mu Yu, I hope you don't mind my calling you that." "Not at all. If you were to call me anything else, I would be quite displeased," Su Mu Yu joked. Seeing her in such a state brought Jiang Baiwei relief. Initially, she had been melancholic in the private room, contemplating taking her out for a breath of fresh air. But the frigid temperature outside inadvertently led them to visit the children, resulting in a serendipitous encounter with their savior. The exuberant-haired sister, overwhelmed with joy, wiped away her tears as she spoke. Su Mu Yu rose to fetch a tissue, offering comfort to her. She then turned to Yi Chun and the others, saying, "Chen Hong is my manager and a dear friend who tirelessly supported me during my pregnancy. My long hair fell out in clumps, so I opted for a frizzy hairstyle. After finally experiencing a natural birth, the situation with my child has left her looking even more haggard." The previously calm Su Mu Yu felt her eyes welling up once more. "Everything will be all right. I still have to be their godmother. And I have yet to take the children to various amusement parks." Chen Hong, drying her tears, looked at Su Mu Yu with a determined expression. Yi Chun, observing the 2 women tearfully, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If his children were to face difficulties, could he do any better than them? One must trust in the expert's treatment. These children still have 4 younger siblings to play with. Yi Chun also offered words of comfort. "Let us not dwell on these matters. I haven't inquired about your situation yet. You both appear quite youthful. Are you still attending university?" Su Mu Yu gently patted Chen Hong's back. Her curiosity piqued. "I graduated this year from Capital University, while Yi Chun is currently a sophomore at Tsinghua University. He is apparently also a key player on the university basketball team." Jiang Baiwei interjected, producing several apples to share among the group. "Ah, you are all prodigies from the finest institutions in the country. It seems my godchildren are bound to possess high intelligence, not to mention athletic prowess," Su Mu Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide as she regarded Yi Chun and his companion, as if they were surrounded by an aura of academic excellence. "We're doing well, but we are actually quite curious about your story, Sister Mu Yu," Jiang Baiwei remarked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she turned her gaze towards Su Mu Yu. After exchanging a glance with Chen Hong, Su Mu Yu replied, "Once we are discharged, let us find a place to eat and chat." They were mindful of the hospital room surveillance cameras, deciding it was best to explain everything after their release. Yi Chun and his companion understood the reasoning and ceased their inquiries. "Let us exchange contact information. Relying solely on our legs to relay messages is not a sustainable solution," Su Mu Yu suggested, retrieving her phone from her pocket and waving it at Yi Chun and his companion. "Absolutely. I've been eager to ask for Sister Mu Yu's contact information, but felt too shy to do so. Also, could you provide us with a few signed photos?" Jiang Baiwei said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Not a problem at all. I came to the hospital in such a rush that I didn't bring any signed photos." I'll make sure to bring some when we go out for a meal together, Sumuyu assured them, diligently adding their contact details. Despite their age difference of merely a decade, the two groups soon found a harmonious rapport. Sister Muyu, since your room only accommodates two, why not move in with me? This way, you can spend more time with your godchildren, Jiang Baiwei earnestly proposed. That sounds good. We don't have much to move, Su Muyu replied after a moment's contemplation. Yay. I want to uncover all the entertainment industry gossip I've missed out on over the years, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Although she had given birth, she still felt like a child herself. With the tall and sturdy Yi Chun joining the moving team, they swiftly relocated all their belongings within half an hour. The hospital was more than agreeable to the arrangement. They simply needed to add another bed to free up a room, which was a win-win situation. At noon, Yi Chun called the cafeteria to place an order for 6 lunches. The owner graciously promised to deliver the meals directly to them. As lunchtime approached, the children began to murmur, urging the adults to feed them. At this moment, Yi Chun was once again unceremoniously driven away. He returned to the familiar window, observing the hurried passers-by, and couldn't help but lament. One truly does not realize their potential until they are pushed. Leaning against the window, he watched the maple leaves gently fall outside, a subtle beauty unfolding before him. In the distance, an ambulance sped towards the hospital. Just as Yi Chun intended to leave the window, he caught sight of a bloodied individual being carried out by the doctors, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Instructor!" Chapter 12, An Unexpected Incident Involving the Visiting Instructor. Yi Chun quickly rose and dashed downstairs, witnessing his instructor being wheeled into the emergency room on a stretcher. He hurriedly intercepted a nearby doctor, asking, "Doctor, this is my university instructor. What has happened?" "Your instructor was involved in a car accident and is currently in a state of unconsciousness," replied the chief physician, who wore thick glasses. Looking at Yi Chun with a hint of surprise, he briefly recounted the situation. The vehicle responsible has fled the scene, and the police are currently conducting citywide searches. Since you are her student, please assist in calming her emotions. "I will do my utmost to cooperate," Yi Chun responded, pulling out his phone to send a message to Jiang Baiwei. Just then, police vehicles arrived at the emergency room entrance, and 2 officers hurried to the front desk to inquire about the instructor's whereabouts. They soon approached Yi Chun and the others. "Hello, we are from the police station. According to our internal information, the victim is a teacher from Tsinghua University. Please ensure she receives all necessary medical attention," said an older officer, saluting the attending physician. "This student happens to be the teacher's pupil. I have already asked him to help soothe the patient's emotions," the chief physician added, adjusting his glasses. Before the officer could engage further, a nurse rushed to the chief physician, exclaiming, "Chief, the patient has regained consciousness, and her vital signs are stable." Everyone hurried into the emergency room. Yi Chun stood by the bedside, looking at his instructor, who was wearing an oxygen mask, softly calling her name. Slowly, she turned her head, squinting her eyes, and upon recognizing Yi Chun, she weakly said, "Yi Chun, I rushed here last time without bringing a gift, and now I encounter this unfortunate incident. Instructor, this is not your fault. The police have informed me that someone ran a red light, causing this accident. It is not your blame," Yi Chun asserted, clenching his fists tightly. As Yi Chun embarked on his first journey to the bustling metropolis since the start of university, everything around him felt shrouded in uncertainty. Upon discovering the situation, the instructor took him on a tour of the surrounding environment, gradually helping him to connect with the present era. It was unexpected that such a kind instructor would encounter such an unfortunate incident, which filled him with deep remorse. "Please cooperate well with the doctors," Yi Chun said, holding the instructor's hand with a sense of guilt. He then inquired about the police and whether the hit-and-run driver had been apprehended. The officer shook his head, indicating that the investigation was ongoing. Subsequently, a nurse reminded them that everyone needed to wait outside the emergency room to avoid interfering with their work. After a brief farewell to the officer, Yi Chun returned upstairs. Upon knocking and entering, Yi Chun saw Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu huddled together on a bed, engrossed in a tablet. "You're back. Did you get hurt?" Jiang Baiwei looked up at Yi Chun. Upon closer inspection, she noticed bloodstains on his palm and immediately asked with concern, "No, it's my instructor who was in a car accident and brought to this hospital. I just went to visit her, as I mentioned on my phone." Yi Chun explained slowly, then went to the bathroom to wash up. "Oh, I've been watching dramas on Sister Muyu's tablet, and didn't he notice my own phone?" Jiang Baiwei quickly said as she picked up her phone from beneath the pillow. "It's fine. She's not seriously hurt. I've left my phone number with the nurse, so they will inform me if anything arises, Yi-chun replied, drying his hands. He approached the crib, looking at the babies still feeding, and his smile instantly returned. By the way, dear aunts, I intend to employ you long-term. The rate remains 300 a day, and after discharge, you may need to move in with us. What do you think? Observing the meticulous care from the two aunts, Yi-chun decisively chose to hire them permanently. No problem at all. Thank you so much, young man. One of the aunts, who had been feeding a child, froze momentarily before expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Yi-chun. These two aunts are indeed very attentive. I feel assured leaving the children in your care, Jiang Baiwei nodded in agreement. Seeing such a warm scene, Su Muyu became sentimental again and looked at Jiang Baiwei with a questioning gaze. Baiwei, may I try feeding the child? Of course. They're still drinking your milk. Jiang Baiwei generously allowed Yi-chun to bring over the youngest son. Sister Muyu, let me tell you, this little rascal has only tasted a bit of my milk. The rest is all yours. He certainly has quite the appetite, Jiang Baiwei remarked, looking at the son nestled in Su Muyu's arms. That's wonderful. Let the godmother feed you, Su Muyu said, her heart nearly melting as she watched the child cooing in her embrace. Immediately, she picked up the milk bottle and carefully placed it in his mouth. The little one, seemingly endowed with wisdom, slowly raised his hand to grasp the bottle firmly, refusing to let go. At such a tender age, before he could even articulate words, he had already learned the art of safeguarding his food. Sitting beside them, Jiang Baiwei pressed her forehead and remarked, to be able to eat is a blessing. If there's not enough, your godmother has more. Just then, the phone, which had been playing a television drama, was abruptly interrupted by an incoming call. Upon seeing the unidentified number, Su Muyu, who was holding the milk bottle, froze momentarily. As the phone rang incessantly without being answered, Yi-chun quietly inquired, should we step aside? No need. Su Muyu replied with a smile before answering the call. Hello? Muyu, I've just landed. Where are you? She placed the phone on the blanket, activating the speaker, allowing everyone to hear the male voice emanating from the device, while she focused on feeding her godson. Hey Muyu, I've encountered an unexpected situation that forced me to return now. Please tell me your address, all right? The man's anxious voice was interspersed with the sound of chaotic winds, giving the impression that he had just disembarked from a flight. 5th People's Hospital, Room 003, Su Muyu stated succinctly, her tone icy as she concluded the conversation and decisively hung up, as if nothing could interrupt her task of feeding her godson. I'll go and greet him, Chen Hong said as she slowly rose from another bed. Upon seeing Su Muyu not decline, she proceeded to leave the room. Although Yi-chun and the others were eager to eavesdrop, they could only pretend they hadn't heard anything. The child's father is a young entrepreneur in the country. He happened to be abroad negotiating a major business deal when I gave birth prematurely. He has only just returned today, Su Muyu explained in a calm tone, carefully wiping the milk stains from her godson's mouth. Since the situation has unfolded, we shall handle the subsequent matters. Rest assured, we are united in this. Jiang Baiwei took Su Muyu's hand, affirming their solidarity. My tone may be a bit harsh later, so please bear with me, Su Muyu smiled, giving everyone a forewarning. Chapter 13. The mysterious husband of the star godmother. Soon, everyone became immersed in the joy of entertaining the children. Yi-chun took this opportunity to check on the specifics regarding their instructor. He learned that there was only a mild concussion and some superficial abrasions, with no major issues. However, due to ongoing treatment, visiting the patient was not permitted. Upon returning to the room, Yi-chun unexpectedly encountered Chen Hong, who was approaching with a well-dressed man following behind her. Yi-chun, is this your instructor come to visit you? Allow me to introduce Mr. Ma. This is Yi-chun, a classmate I have come to know over the past few days. Chen Hong stood between the two, facilitating their introductions. Hello. After a brief handshake, they exchanged pleasantries and proceeded towards the private room, with Chen Hong leading the way in silence. Upon entering the room after knocking, Yi-chun perceptibly sensed a sudden chill in the atmosphere. Muyu, are you still feeling unwell? I sincerely apologize. I should never have boarded that flight. A man clad in a tailored suit hurriedly approached Su Muyu. Observing this, Yi-chun promptly followed suit, assisting Jiang Baiwei, who was also seated on the same bed. Su Muyu merely turned her head away, disregarding him entirely. I have come to atone for my sins. I abandoned you at the very moment you needed my presence the most. It was my fault. Allow me to make amends for you and your child in the days to come. The man knelt on one knee, his demeanor earnest. How can you still call him your son? He is currently lying in the intensive care unit. If anything happens to the child, I will have nothing left to live for. Sumuyu wiped away a tear, her tone icy. I have contacted the best cardiologists domestically, as well as the most renowned heart specialists abroad to treat him. The man quickly displayed the correspondence records on his phone to Sumuyu. I only have one thing to say. If the child is safe, we are safe. If something happens to him, we are finished. Sumuyu gazed out at the maple leaves, her heart heavy. Muyu, I will utilize every connection I have to ensure the child's recovery. The man slowly rose, wrapping his arms around Sumuyu's shoulders. Initially, she symbolically struggled against his embrace, but soon surrendered, weeping in his arms. Finally reunited with the child's father, she poured out all the grievances she had borne over the past few days. After a considerable time, she remembered that Yi Chun and others were still present and hastily wiped her tears, introducing them to the man. These are my friends Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei, whom I fortuitously met over the past 2 days. I have even become their child's godmother. Had they not been by my side, I cannot fathom how I would have endured these days. And this is my husband, Ma Chengyi. Regaining her composure, Sumuyu smiled as she made the introductions. Hello, I am truly grateful for the care you have provided to my Muyu over these past days. Since the child has recognized Muyu as their godmother, we are now family. Ma Chengyi gazed at Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei with heartfelt appreciation. There is no need for such formality. We are equally thankful to Muyu for her companionship to the children. Otherwise, how could we have found such a wonderful godmother? The one you should truly thank is Chunjia, Jiang Baiwei interjected, waving her hand before turning her attention to Ma Chengyi. Subsequently, the man rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Chun Hong, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Sister Chun, I sincerely appreciate everything you have done for Muyu. Let us not be overly sentimental. As long as I am here, you may rest assured and enjoy life. Chun Hong, who had remained silent throughout the journey, felt her eyes welling with tears at that moment. She was acutely aware of the hardships she and her friend had endured along the way. Both had persevered through various pressures, gritting their teeth in determination. Just treat Muyu well. I can take care of myself, she said, turning her head slightly to the side, wishing to conceal this vulnerable side of her formidable persona from the onlookers. The crowd gazed at this quietly devoted woman, their admiration swelling within. In the ensuing conversation, Ma Chengyi learned that it was due to Yi Chun borrowing breast milk that the two parties had become acquainted. Upon discovering that they were students from top universities in the country, he graciously offered them positions at his company as formal employees, without any probationary period. No need, Mr. Ma. Our current focus is entirely on the child. Should there be any requests in the future, we will certainly not decline. Yi Chun hastily shook his head in refusal. Setting aside other matters, the limited tasks issued by the system, if fully completed, would yield him at least 9 million in funds, alleviating any financial worries for the time being. Since I am a few years your senior, may I call you Xiaoyi? Addressing you as Mr. Ma feels too distant. As I said, we are family, just call me Ma Go. I apologize for my oversight regarding the work matter. He then produced a bank card from his pocket. This is an anonymous bank card containing 1 million. Consider it a small token from me and Muyu. Ma Chengyi presented the card with both hands to Yi Chun. Ma Go, this is truly unnecessary. I have enough funds for now. Besides, we did not pay for the breast milk we requested from Sister Muyu. How can we accept money from you? Yi Chun immediately waved his hand in rejection. Xiaoyi, just accept it. Money that is offered should not be refused. Consider it as my contribution as a godmother towards the children's milk powder. Sumuyu chimed in supportively, seeing that Sumuyu had spoken in favor. Yi Chun reluctantly accepted the bank card, saying, then I shall express my gratitude to Ma Gu and Sister Muyu. When the child reaches their full moon, you must take the main table. Certainly, we will be there. You cannot postpone your arrival when our child celebrates their full moon, Ma Chengyi said with a smile, gazing at the bank card in Yi Chun's hand. As everyone enjoyed a harmonious conversation, Yi Chun's phone rang at that moment. Hello, all right. I will be right down. He quickly ended the call. The driver responsible for the hit-and-run incident has been located. It is now necessary for him to assist in identifying the perpetrator. Yi Chun hurriedly made his way to the emergency room. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted 2 officers from earlier, escorting a disheveled man reeking of alcohol with messy blonde hair. This student may need your cooperation to identify the hit-and-run driver, said the older officer in a commanding tone. When you enter the emergency room, just follow our instructions. As Yi Chun nodded in agreement, the intoxicated man suddenly began to act up, exclaiming, Do you little officers know who my father and uncle are? He struggled against the officer's hold, glaring menacingly at everyone around. Let me go? And you, the bookworm, what does this have to do with you? Witnessing the man's unrestrained arrogance ignited a surge of anger within Yichun. Initially, he had thought the driver had acted out of a momentary lapse in judgment, but now it seemed evident that the individual had audacity beyond comprehension. Be quiet. Your provocations toward the police will be documented, the younger officer retorted, delivering a swift kick to the man's rear with a stern expression. The police are assaulting me. The police are assaulting me. The blond man shouted defiantly. I hope you talk to my father and uncle like that when you see them. He continued to act unruly at the entrance of the emergency room, drawing disdainful glances from passers-by. Chapter 14. The reckless driver, a nurse approached cautiously, sidestepping the unruly man, and addressed the officers. Gentlemen, you may enter now. They ushered him inside. The older officer led Yichun forward with determination, while the younger officer dragged the man, who resembled a heap of mud, along behind them. Director, are you feeling better? Yichun kindly inquired, noticing the director sitting up against the edge of the bed. My head hurts a bit, but otherwise, I'm fine, the director replied, shaking his head, with bandages wrapped around his head. Hello, we are law enforcement officers. We need you to identify the driver and recount the entire incident. Bring him over, the older officer said sternly, saluting the director. As the blond man was brought to the bedside, the director gradually discerned his features and nodded slowly. Yes, officer, that's definitely him. He hit me and even got out to check, but then he took off like a shot. We understand the situation, and you can rest assured that we will provide a resolution, the older officer stated, preparing to take the blond man away. However, the man's agitation escalated dramatically. You filthy bastard. It was just a little bump. Isn't it just about wanting to extract more compensation? Is 100,000 enough? With this amount, I could buy you 10 times over. The man with yellow hair viciously berated the instructor lying on the bed. Be honest, no matter who you call today, you are bound to face the consequences. The veteran officer, his face darkened with fury, glared at the yellow-haired man. Ha ha ha, I relish your defiance. Just wait and see. Beside them, Yichun clenched his fists. Were it not for the presence of two officers, he would certainly teach this insolent fool a lesson about the cost of arrogance. After ensuring that the instructor was resting well, Yichun followed the nurse to the window to settle the medical expenses. Turning back, he noticed that the two officers escorting the yellow-haired man were now surrounded by 3 or 4 individuals clad in suits. Yes, yes. Yichun heard the veteran officer take a phone from a portly middle-aged man, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Have you heard? I'm going to find that lady right now and settle this privately, the portly man said, puffing on a lit cigar handed to him by a bodyguard. Ha. Why don't you keep up that bravado? What happened to your confidence about locking me up? Come on, arrest me. The yellow-haired man, now free of his handcuffs, taunted the officers. The two officers stood silently, their faces darkening with anger. Lead the way. Why are you just standing there? The middle-aged man said impatiently, taking another drag from his cigar. The veteran officer clenched his fists, then helplessly relaxed them, bowing his head as he walked toward the emergency room. The young officer, however, did not follow, watching his mentor walk away with a heavy heart, as though something within him had been torn apart. As the yellow-haired man circled back, Yichun quickly returned to the emergency room. Before he could speak to the instructor, he heard a heated argument erupt outside. Do you not know that smoking is prohibited in the hospital? Without our doctor's approval, no one is allowed in the emergency room. A female nurse boldly blocked the entrance, confronting the yellow-haired man and his companions. Interesting, young lady. Perhaps you should discuss this with your hospital director, the middle-aged man said, halting his bodyguards who were about to force their way in, as he slowly dialed a number on his phone. Yes, but it's the director, the nurse said, her authoritative demeanor visibly waning. Ultimately, she could only watch as the middle-aged man swaggered past her, cigar in hand, into the emergency room. Seeing the approaching middle-aged man and the silent veteran officer, Yichun stepped protectively in front of the instructor. Excuse me, but please do not smoke in front of my instructor. This is not a reminder, it is a warning. Observing Yichun, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, his muscles, sculpted by years of rigorous training, emanated an aura of intimidation that overwhelmed the middle-aged man. You insufferable brat, we did not come to seek you out, but rather the woman behind you. He took another leisurely puff from his cigar, exhaling the smoke in a manner that was provocatively directed at Yichun. In a swift and unyielding manner, Yichun retaliated, striking the cigar from the man's lips. sending it flying into a nearby trash bin. You are courting death. The middle-aged man, stunned by the audacity of Yi Chun, erupted in fury. Yi Chun, be careful, warned the instructor behind him, as he noticed two suited bodyguards lunging toward Yi Chun. The elderly police officer, resolute, drew his baton from his waist and positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Chun. None of you move. Test your luck if you wish to spend a few nights in confinement. He glared fiercely at the middle-aged man and the blonde-haired thug, commanding their attention. The nurses in the emergency room, having never witnessed such a commotion, hastily fled the scene. Meanwhile, young officers stationed outside rushed in to assess the situation. Observing the elderly officer shielding Yi Chun, the fire in their eyes rekindled with renewed determination. They too drew their batons, shouting, "Hands on your heads, crouch down." Very well. It seems you no longer value your skin. My brother is a senior officer in the Public Security Bureau. You will regret this, the middle-aged man retorted. Reluctantly, the group complied, crouching down with hands on their heads. Call the precinct. We have a brawl here, requesting assistance. The old officer communicated through his radio to headquarters. I am the department manager of Tianshuan Group. Surely we can have a civil conversation with this young lady, the middle-aged man inquired, his confidence waning. Before the old officer could consult with the instructor, the latter straightened his posture and declared firmly, I refuse to accept any reconciliation. I will not condone such societal behavior. If I, as an educator, yield, how can I continue to impart knowledge and values? His gaze was fierce, showing no signs of retreat. The individual involved had clearly stated their unwillingness to negotiate. The middle-aged man, still clinging to the hope of a resolution, was swiftly handcuffed by the old officer and escorted out of the emergency room. Yi Chun nodded at the officers, assuring the instructor that he would manage the situation. Once outside the emergency room, witnessing the swift arrival of additional police officers who apprehended the middle-aged man and his associates, Yi Chun commended their rapid response and efficiency. The two officers approached him, with the elderly officer expressing gratitude. Thank you, young man. I regret my previous actions. You have opened my eyes. I have always placed my faith in the nation, as well as in the police. Darkness is but a fleeting phase. I have already illuminated the brilliance that belongs to us. Yi Chun responded with a smile, nodding at the young officer. Observing the departing officers, he shook his head and returned to the private room. Chapter 15. The hidden task of naming the babies. Jiang Baiwei watched as Yi Chun entered the private room. His demeanor slightly off. She began to inquire about what had transpired. Yi Chun picked up a banana and, after briefly recounting the earlier events, the emotions of the group erupted. What kind of people are these? They think they can simply throw money at the situation and dismiss it. And yet they speak of you, their instructor. Jiang Baiwei exclaimed in anger. Do people today dare to behave so brazenly? This is the very heart of the nation. Fortunately, Xiao Yi only knocked his cigar away and did not harm anyone. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire. Ma Qingye, feeling relieved, turned to Yi Chun and said, if this situation escalates into a lawsuit, I will enlist my legal team to provide assistance. Rest assured, Brother Ma, should it come to that, I am confident that the entire faculty and student body of the law department will not let the other party off easily. Yi Chun replied with a smile. As he left earlier, the school had already contacted the instructor, and upon learning of the incident, the school was furious. They would ensure that those who scorned the law would face consequences. Wow. This is the responsibility of a top-tier national university. I am truly impressed. A school willing to uphold justice for its faculty and staff is simply magnificent, the others exclaimed in admiration. As they continued to engage in casual conversation, there was another knock at the door. An elderly doctor with graying hair entered the room with purposeful strides. Upon seeing the old doctor, Su Muyu stood up excitedly and, with Ma Qingye's support, approached him. Academician Zhong, how is my child? She asked anxiously. Ma Qingye, holding his breath, awaited the outcome. Academician Zhong slowly removed his mask, revealing a smile as he said, I have fulfilled my duty. The child can be transferred to a regular ward now. Further observation is required, but discharge is imminent. Upon hearing that her child was out of danger, Su Muyu collapsed to the ground, tearfully expressing her gratitude to Academician Zhong. Ma Qingye, equally moved, supported Su Muyu and looked gratefully at the academician. Come with me. Let us see the child, he said, leading everyone through the hospital corridors. Jiang Baiwei, her eyes slightly red, also supported Yi Chun as they followed. During Yi Chun's absence, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu had already agreed that Jiang Baiwei would become the godmother of her child. They traversed the narrow corridor, Two nurses appeared, pushing a hospital bed adorned with various medical apparatus alongside a small incubator. Within the incubator lay a child, their body punctuated by numerous tubes. As Sumuyu approached, her gaze fell upon the child, and tears began to stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. Even the solemn Ma Cheng-yi felt his eyes moisten. Observing this, Yi-chen hastily enveloped Jiang Baiwei in his embrace. "My dear child, I apologize for the hardships you've endured. It is all my fault," Sumuyu lamented, leaning over the bed to scrutinize the child, her tears flowing freely until her body trembled with grief. After the child was returned to the private room, not a single smile graced the faces of those present. With a slight ache in his heart, Yi-chen sought to console Sumuyu, saying, "Sister Muyu, the child has escaped life's peril. This is a good sign. Let us find joy in it." Ma Cheng-yi, with reddened eyes, patted Sumuyu's back, affirming, "Muyu, we have persevered thus far. We cannot falter now, not when the end is in sight." Wiping her tears, Chun Hong approached the incubator. "The child resembles you so closely. Long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and that cherubic mouth. It's as if they are a mirror image of you." Upon hearing Chun Hong's words, Sumuyu slowly rose and approached the incubator, her face illuminating with maternal affection as she gazed at the child. At that moment, Yi-chen's 4 children in the crib began to coo synchronously, as if to comfort Sumuyu or perhaps to welcome the new addition to their family. "Look, your siblings are welcoming you. Are you not overjoyed?" The commotion caused Sumuyu's tears to flow once more, but this time they were tears of joy. The child in the incubator seemed to respond to their mother's words, emitting a faint sound. "Cheng-yi, look, the child just called out. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Sumuyu exclaimed, gripping Ma Cheng-yi's suit tightly with excitement. "Yes, I heard the child's call. They are delighted to see us." Ma Cheng-yi replied, equally exhilarated as he gazed at the figure in the incubator. As everyone gradually regained their composure, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet the smile on Sumuyu's face remained steadfast, her eyes occasionally darting towards the incubator. "Yi-chen, have we decided on a name for our child? With the godparents present, we should discuss it together," Jiang Baiwei suggested eagerly, looking towards Yi-chen. "I do have a few names in mind," he responded. "The eldest, Yi Sairu; the second, Yi Zi; the third, Yi Kahan; and the fourth, Yi Zhiqiu. These names embody our fervent hopes for the healthy growth of our children." Yi-chen remarked thoughtfully. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of naming the babies. Completion reward, cleansing elixir. Enhances physical strength. To be delivered to the hospital." Yi-chen was momentarily taken aback. Was the cleansing elixir not a precious potion from a fantasy novel? How could such a splendid item appear before him? In future physical confrontations, who could possibly contend with him? Truly, the names are imbued with poetic beauty. "Befitting a graduate from one of the nation's top universities," remarked Sumuyu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Indeed, it seems you have put considerable effort into the names," Jiang Baiwei said, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Yi-chen. She had been deceived by Yi-chen's towering physique, not realizing he possessed such depth of knowledge. "It makes me want to ask you to name my son," Sumuyu said enviously, looking at Yi-chen. "Ha ha. I believe it is better to leave the name of my godson to Brother Ma. I, too, am somewhat lacking in knowledge," Yi-chen replied, feeling unworthy to name another's child. Moreover, Ma Cheng-ye clearly belonged to a family with a rich heritage. "Our precious daughter and son now have their own names. Brother Ma, I have a small favor to ask of you," Jiang Baiwei said, her demeanor slightly bashful. "You see, I still hold a certain weight in the capital." Ma Cheng-ye waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality. Given that Yi-chen was only 19, below the legal marriage age, the birth certificate had already been issued. "It is regarding the household registration. I would like to ask Brother Ma to assist in placing it under Yi-chen's name," Jiang Baiwei explained slowly. In truth, she could easily resolve this with her parents, but unsure of their stance towards Yi-chen, she refrained from bringing it up. "This is quite manageable. I have a flat in the capital that I seldom use. I can transfer it to little Yi's name, and I will handle the rest so that both the child and little Yi will have a household registration in the capital." Ma Cheng-ye promptly replied as he took out his phone to ensure the matter was set in motion. No, Yi-chen already has property in the capital. It is merely the subsequent arrangements that may require Brother Ma's assistance, and we will cover any related expenses," Jiang Baiwei said, retrieving a file from the bedside and presenting the property certificate to Ma Cheng-ye. In truth, Zhang Baiwei wished to register the child directly under her name to avoid the cumbersome procedures and secure a household registration in the capital. However, considering the complexities at home, she opted for a more indirect approach. These are minor matters. They won't cost much. You are being too formal with us, Ma Qingye reassured them. As he received the real estate certificate, Ma Qingye carefully perused it before looking up in astonishment. Tianxiang Villa, this is not merely a property that wealth can procure. It is the #1 villa. He gazed in shock at Yi Chun and his companion. Chapter 16. An uncommon suburban villa. Ma Qingye observed Yi Chun, who wore a silent smile, and instantly sensed that the latter's identity was rather extraordinary. It is well known that even if he wished to acquire a house there, he would have to rely on his father's connections to have any chance of success. The properties in that area are not merely ordinary residences. They symbolize power and status. Xiaoyi, you truly keep your talents hidden. With this property certificate, you need not go through the trouble of seeking assistance, Ma Qingye remarked. Compared to this estate, a household registration in the capital is merely a trivial benefit. After carefully closing the certificate, Ma Qingye continued, and Yi Chun felt equally astonished. The house gifted by the system was not just any suburban villa. Why then did Ma Qingye exhibit such envy? Thank you, Brother Ma, for assisting us with this matter. When we move into the new house, you must be present. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude with a bow. We are all family. Besides, it is only with your good fortune that I can visit Tianxiang Villa. Ma Qingye waved his hand dismissively. He then took out his phone and made a call. The other party assured him that upon presenting the property certificate and other necessary documents, everything could be finalized by the following day. Thank you, Brother Ma. This lifts a great weight from our hearts. Yi Chun and his companion felt a renewed respect for the decisive and efficient Ma Qingye. There is no need for such formality. Coincidentally, the group has informed me to handle some matters, so I will deliver the documents. Please take care of Mu Yu for a while longer. I shall return before dinner, Ma Qingye said, shutting his phone with an apologetic look towards everyone. Upon hearing that Ma Qingye would temporarily leave, Su Mu Yu's expression gradually cooled. Sensing the change in her demeanor, Ma Qingye quickly explained, Mu Yu, I came to the hospital straight from the plane, but the shareholders are awaiting my report on the progress of the overseas project. I truly cannot postpone it. Ma Qingye sincerely clasped Su Mu Yu's hands. Once this project is completed, I promise to take a proper vacation and spend time with you all. Looking at Ma Qingye's earnest face, Su Mu Yu ultimately softened and agreed. With a reluctant gaze, she took the materials regarding Yi Chun and his children and left the private room. Mu Yu, Brother Ma will only be gone for a short while. We can watch the show and the time will pass quickly, Zhang Baiwei reassured her, holding Su Mu Yu's hand. I couldn't care less about that insufferable man. Let us enjoy our own time, she retorted. Su Mu Yu swiftly regained her composure, and the two resumed watching television together on the same bed. Yi Chun, observing the lively duo, left the private room with a smile to prepare lunch for the others and to collect the reward of cleansing elixirs from the system. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Yi Chun adeptly ordered dishes from the staff, who, in a familiar manner, began to gossip about the happenings at the hospital. Hey, let me tell you, said the waiter, this morning a guy with yellow hair bumped into a lady, and instead of admitting his fault, he caused quite a ruckus at the hospital. Can you guess what happened next? Is that so? What transpired afterward? Yi Chun inquired with a smile while waiting for his lunch at the front desk. Well, someone in the group saw those scoundrels walk out of the police station, completely unscathed. They weren't even held for 24 hours. What a world we live in, the waiter lamented while munching on sunflower seeds. What? They were arrested just this morning, and now they're released? Yi Chun's expression darkened, as he had initially been amused, but now felt a sense of gravity. Indeed, their connections are quite formidable. I heard that a few junior officers even protested, the waiter continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun hastily pulled out his phone to call his supervisor. After numerous rings with no answer, a sense of unease began to creep into him, prompting his decision to return to the hospital. Make sure lunch is sent to that same private room. Consider the extra money a token of appreciation for your hard work, he said, placing 400 on the front desk before dashing toward the emergency room. Supervisor, you mustn't get into any trouble, Yi Chun said, his face etched with concern. Seeing the tightly shut doors of the emergency room, he quickly approached a nurse for information. Are you referring to the lady who was in the car accident this morning? Yes, fine. She has already been moved to a regular ward. Follow me, the nurse patiently explained to the anxious Yi Chun. Following her, Yi Chun entered a 6-bed ward, where his supervisor lay in the innermost bed. "Supervisor, I've come to see you. Have you had lunch yet?" Yi Chen sighed in relief, his worries about what reckless individuals might do now dissipating. "You're here. Find a place to sit. How are your wife and children?" His supervisor, who had been gazing out the window with a furrowed brow, brightened immediately at Yi Chen's voice. "They're all well. I'll have the cafeteria send another lunch here," Yi Chen said, pulling out his phone to send a message. "No need for that. I'm fine here. I plan to handle my discharge soon. Resting at home is just as good," the supervisor replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Even a mild concussion requires rest. And the conditions at home can't compare to a hospital. Let us recuperate here before heading back," he added. Yi Chen gazed at the instructor with profound concern. "It's no trouble. Lying at home is far more comfortable. I'm simply not accustomed to the hospital," the instructor replied, his eyes flickering ever so slightly. "Then I shall defer to your arrangements. By the way, I attempted to reach you by phone earlier, but it seems I could not get through." Yi Chen casually inquired while taking a seat. "My phone was damaged in the accident, and I haven't yet had the chance to purchase a new one," the instructor responded, his words somewhat evasive. "I have heard some news regarding those individuals from this morning. They appear to possess a certain influence." "Instructor, you must be cautious of their retaliatory actions," Yi Chen remarked, observing the instructor's unscathed presence in the hospital. Having said this, he turned to bid farewell. The instructor watched Yi Chen's departing figure, lowering his head with a deep sigh. He then retrieved a battered phone from beneath his pillow. Through the cracked screen, he could faintly discern a message containing sensitive information about his family. She was acutely aware of the power these individuals wielded. If they were targeting her, she harbored no fear. However, should it involve her family, the departed Yi Chen remained oblivious to the underlying truths. Just as he was about to place the phone back into his bag, he noticed a peculiar man in the corridor, awkwardly wielding a camera and searching for something. Concerned for the children, Yi Chen approached and tapped the man on the shoulder. "Hey there, what are you doing lurking about? I have every right to call security to have you removed." The man turned to see Yi Chen's towering stature and was momentarily startled. Upon recognizing Yi Chen's somewhat youthful visage, he immediately resorted to mockery. "Your actions compel me to suspect you may pose a threat to my wife and child. It would be wise for you to vacate the premises." The man assessed Yi Chen's unfriendly gaze and his own slender build. With a scoff, he clutched his camera and vanished from Yi Chen's sight. Once the man had departed, Yi Chen entered his private room, entirely unaware that the individual lurking in the corner had captured his face and room number. Chapter 17. Understanding Military Body Techniques. A violent confrontation. "You little brat, just wait." The man seethed. "How dare you oppose me, the king of paparazzi? Once I share this photograph with the online trolls, I will ensure you become a pariah in the capital, scorned by all." The man, engrossed in the camera, failed to notice a group of sharply dressed men approaching. "Ouch!" The man yelped as he stumbled backward, desperately clutching his camera. "My apologies for not watching where I was going. Please, continue on." Then, upon seeing the muscular figures emerging from the suits ahead, he quickly altered his tone. "Let us not waste time here. Hurry and find that obnoxious brat." The corpulent middle-aged man reappeared at the hospital, clutching a freshly lit cigar. "Gentlemen, please carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave," he declared. A nearby man immediately adopted a subservient tone. "Hold on. You are the paparazzi, correct? Have you seen a young man, of decent build and approximately 6 feet tall, in this ward?" The cigar-smoking man, discerning the other's profession, inquired impatiently. "Ah, you've come to the right person. I've been here for 2 or 3 days, and there are 2 individuals who fit your description," the scruffy man replied, slapping his forehead as if struck by inspiration. "No, wait. There are 3. I just saw another one and even took a photograph. Here, let me show you." He leaned in eagerly, revealing his discolored teeth as he spoke enthusiastically. "Huh. This truly requires no effort at all. He is precisely the one we seek," the middle-aged man exclaimed, elated by the unexpected turn of events. He casually withdrew several bills from his pocket and tossed them to the man before heading towards Yi Chen's private room, flanked by a multitude of bodyguards. At that moment, having consumed a system reward known as the cleansing elixir and purged himself of impurities, Yi Chen felt a sudden calmness in his mind when the system chimed in once more. Ding! Detection of potential malicious harm towards the host and his offspring. An urgent task has been assigned. Confront the danger. Completion reward. Military body technique. Mastery. This announcement left Yi Chen, now wiping his body, somewhat bewildered, as he had always conducted himself with integrity and had no recollection of offending anyone. Before he could ponder further, a loud knock resonated on the door of the room. "Yi-chun, it seems we need to settle our accounts," came the lewd voice of the middle-aged man from outside. With Su Mirui in the room, the group had developed a habit of locking the door, ensuring that it was not merely a knock that they faced. Startled by the sudden commotion, Jiang Baiwei and Su Mirui exchanged worried glances, while the infants in their strollers began to cry in response to the disturbance. Yi-chun clenched his fists tightly, hurriedly reassuring the confused group. At that moment, hospital security arrived at the door, shouting for the intruders to leave, firmly grasping their riot shields. Other patients in the corridor began vacating the vicinity, eager to distance themselves from the chaos. "Yi-chun, here's one last chance. If you come out alone, we can resolve this matter privately. But should we be compelled to enter your room, the outcome may be dire." The threatening voice echoed once more from outside. "Yi-chun, who is he? We should call the police." Jiang Baiwei, unfamiliar with such a scene, immediately picked up her phone to dial for help. In contrast, Su Muyu remained remarkably composed. She quickly deduced the identity of those outside and sent a text message to Ma Qingya, assuring him, "Do not worry, I can handle this. Please, Sister Muyu and Sister Chun, keep an eye on the children." Feigning nonchalance, Yi-chun smiled at the crowd and then cautiously opened the door to the private room, ensuring it was securely closed behind him. The door was encircled by 4 imposing men in suits, while a middle-aged man, cigar in hand, stood arrogantly behind them. Ignoring the security guards wielding riot shields, he eagerly focused on Yi-chun. "Weren't you quite formidable? Why the silence now? I'll grant you another chance. Kneel and bow 3 times." A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Bark like a dog 3 times, and I shall pretend this morning's incident never occurred." He took a puff from his cigar, provocatively exhaling towards Yi-chun. If glares could slay, Yi-chun would have dismembered the middle-aged man. Yet, he remained silent, standing resolutely at the door. Silence equates to refusal. "I demand that you crawl back to the room today." With that, the middle-aged man commanded his 4 bodyguards to charge at Yi-chun. This spectacle made the onlookers outside break into a sweat, some even shutting their eyes in fear. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check your notifications. Yi-chun crossed his arms protectively over his chest, successfully blocking the initial assault from the bodyguards. A peculiar sensation surged within his mind. He shot a cold smirk at the middle-aged man, internally fuming. "I await the system. What are you waiting for?" With that, he swung his massive fists, launching an aggressive counterattack against the bodyguards. The military-style punches, designed for real combat, were devoid of any superfluous flair, each strike exuding lethal intent. Years of practicing San's-ho and maintaining fitness rendered the bodyguards, who relied solely on their bulk, no match for Yi-chun. In mere moments, they lay sprawled on the ground. Observing the deteriorating situation, the middle-aged man discarded his cigar and attempted to flee towards the elevator. However, his corpulent frame stood no chance against the athletically trained Yi-chun, especially after consuming the cleansing pill. With a swift motion, Yi-chun seized the middle-aged man with one hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Dazed and with his face rapidly swelling, the middle-aged man hastily exclaimed, "How dare you strike me? My brother is the chief of the district police. He won't let this go lightly." With a furious countenance, Yi-chun disregarded any titles or positions, delivering 2 resounding slaps across the face of the middle-aged man. Instantly, the man transformed into a visage reminiscent of a pig's head, silenced by the blow. "Police, do not move." Yi-chun raised his gaze to see 2 officers approaching him. Batons raised. In an instant, he was forcefully subdued to the ground and handcuffed. "Officers, it is this middle-aged man who commanded his bodyguards to assault this gentleman. You have apprehended the wrong person." "Indeed, indeed." The onlookers chimed in. "This gentleman was merely acting in self-defense. Those lying on the ground are the true wrongdoers. I have the entire incident recorded. I can attest to the gentleman's innocence." The crowd rallied around Yi-chun, voicing their support. However, one officer carefully assisted the fallen middle-aged man to his feet. "Police are conducting an investigation. Everyone else must vacate the scene. The individual who mentioned having video, please cooperate with us to delete that content. You have captured the faces of our undercover officers," the unblushing officer declared loudly to the bystanders. Yi-chun, still pinned to the ground, could hardly believe the unfolding events. Just as he contemplated breaking free to voice his grievances, another squad of officers arrived on the scene, including the 2 he had encountered earlier. Chapter 18. The light of justice will eventually shine. Stop. A powerful male voice resonated through the corridor. A middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket stepped forward to stand before Yichun. "Director Wu, what brings you to our front lines?" The previously anxious officer implored. Rushing to Wu's side. "Hurry and release the handcuffs. How can you, as a government official, collude with the wicked? You are truly audacious to have restrained them." With a simple command from Director Wu, the officers surged forward. The young officer from earlier produced a key and deftly unlocked Yichun's handcuffs, gently brushing off the dust that clung to him. "Thank you," Yichun said, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded the young officer, who showed no sign of joy and simply returned to the ranks. "This young comrade, I have thoroughly grasped the details of the situation. On behalf of the police force, I offer my sincerest apologies. We are at fault for the presence of corrupt elements within our ranks," Director Wu stated openly before the onlookers. "We will provide you with an explanation, and we owe an account to the people of our nation." As Director Wu spoke with unwavering conviction, Yichun remained silent, absorbing the unfolding scene. The hospital's medical staff, having regained their composure, hurried over to Yichun to tend to his minor injuries. Meanwhile, those who had been handcuffed seemed to have accepted their impending fate, falling into a heavy silence. As for the middle-aged man who had been knocked unconscious by Yichun, he was firmly held in place by two police officers. "This is my private phone. If there is anything further to discuss, please call me directly." Director Wu handed a business card to Yichun and directed the officers to escort the others away. Wow, this handsome guy is simply too stunning. He single-handedly took down 4 or 5 individuals with barely a scratch on himself. Isn't this the very image of a Prince Charming I've always envisioned? Does the handsome gentleman have a partner? Would he mind if I were to join the ranks? The onlookers became increasingly unrestrained. After tending to his wounds, Yichun entered the private room. "Yichun, how did you get hurt?" "I just heard that 2 groups of police arrived." Jiang Baiwei stood from beside the bed, her expression filled with concern for the injured Yichun. Observing everyone's attentiveness towards him, Yichun regained his composure and calmly replied, "It's nothing. I've handled it all. I didn't frighten you, did I? Was it the group that threatened your instructor this morning?" At that moment, Jiang Baiwei also pieced together what had transpired. While it is said that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years, as a favored daughter of heaven, she quickly grasped the situation. The matter seemed to have settled for now, but it remained uncertain whether the director, referred to as Brother by the middle-aged man, would face consequences. Yichun voiced his own concerns. "You need not worry about that. I thought this matter was concluded. Yet I never expected the other party would dare to pull this stunt. They frightened my precious son and my goddaughters. I, along with Ma Qingya, will take action." Sitting by the bed, Su Muyu spoke with a piercing gaze. "Now, my children are everything to me. Anyone who dares to touch my sore spot will learn the true meaning of suffering." Navigating the darker realms of the entertainment industry, Su Muyu relied not solely on her award-winning acting, but also on her iron-fisted approach. "No one can harm Yichun or my children. It seems we must evacuate the hospital swiftly." Jiang Baiwei pondered, her eyes glimmering with thought. Sensing the looming threat, she wished to leave the hospital as soon as possible. "I will contact someone to clean the villa. We shall check out first thing tomorrow morning." Yichun, considering the worst-case scenario, quickly picked up his phone and searched for housekeeping services. "Xiao Yi, even if your upscale villa is unoccupied, the property management will ensure it is kept spotless. Just find someone to procure some daily necessities, and you can move in." Su Muyu interjected with a reminder. "I had not considered that. It seems I will have to call upon those sons of mine in the dormitory," Yichun realized, then made a call to Chu He, who was far away in the dormitory. "Hello, Chuzi. I have a matter that requires your attention. Is it that our child's diapers are running low? We shall purchase some and send them over immediately." Originally, Chu He and the others were lounging in the dormitory, contemplating what to eat later, when they saw it was Yichun calling, and they swiftly entered a state of readiness. "No, what I meant was, I would like you to procure some household items for us, ones that exude warmth and comfort. Do not hesitate to spend. Gather everyone you can, as we may be busy for the entire afternoon. Are the household items for your sister-in-law's discharge? Where is the rental property located? We will undoubtedly create a cozy and inviting atmosphere for you." Chu He, utilizing his considerable intellect, nodded in agreement. "The situation is a bit intricate, so please come to the hospital first. We will prepare a list for you, and, while you're here, we can enjoy a meal together and hand over the keys." Considering his somewhat unreliable roommates, Yichun decided it was best for them to contemplate what they needed to purchase on their own. He then called the cafeteria. instructing them to prepare additional dishes before hanging up. Let us deliberate on what we need for the new home, Yichen said, casting a fond gaze at Jiang Baiwei. I will now consult my little green book. Muyu, do join us in selecting items. This way, when our godson visits for a few days, we will have everything ready. Jiang Baiwei's eyes sparkled at the prospect of shopping, and she eagerly pulled Su Muyu along to commence their buying spree. As a result of this event, the group's admiration for Yichen soared. Even Shen Hong, who typically exuded a strong and assertive demeanor, regarded Yichen with an admiring glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, a paparazzo lurking in the corridor, having witnessed the entire spectacle, was drenched in cold sweat. Yichen's prowess was something he had only encountered in television dramas. Fortunately, he had refrained from confronting Yichen earlier, otherwise, he might have found himself in the emergency room. Just as he contemplated erasing the footage of the altercation, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, nearly sending him into a panic. Hello, handsome. I noticed you recorded the entire fight. I'm an internet celebrity, and I'd like to purchase this footage from you. If possible. A cheerful young woman, weighing around 200 pounds, gazed eagerly at the paparazzo. Hearing himself addressed as handsome, the paparazzo laughed heartily, revealing his characteristic crooked yellow teeth, and replied, I can part with the footage, but you mustn't disclose that I was the one who recorded it. If that's agreeable, $200 and it's yours. Eager to distance himself from the incident, the paparazzo readily offered a low price, successfully selling the footage. Chapter 19. Afraid for my brother's struggles, yet wary of their luxurious rides. This crib is quite splendid, with 2 levels. This clothing is lovely, and look at this. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu seem to have entered a veritable ocean of shopping. At this moment, Chun Hong showcased her prowess as a manager, meticulously cataloging their respective items. Yi Chun, meanwhile, was engrossed in purchasing various nutritional supplements, drawing upon the comprehensive knowledge of infant care stored in his mind. However, as he surveyed the bewildering array of baby health products and formula milk available domestically, he found himself at a loss. The formula was perplexing, adhering to foreign standards while claiming to be more suitable for the constitution of domestic infants. Such contradictions were confounding. With a headache from the overwhelming choices, Yichen expressed his frustrations. Xiao Yi, you needn't worry about the formula, Su Muyu's voice, imbued with the scent of wealth, chimed in. When I ask Ma Qingye to order foreign formula, I'll ensure he includes a portion for my godchildren as well. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Warning, the host's offspring faces a lack of formula following the breastfeeding period. Initiating limited mission 2, formula production. Mission requirements. Successfully complete the prerequisite task, finding fresh milk, to obtain a special formula recipe, with a deadline of 1 month for successful production. Completion reward, an advanced formula recipe. Also, a secondary mission regarding raw materials was announced. Mission requirements. Own a fully private ranch with no fewer than 10 dairy cows and cultivate special fodder. Completion rewards. Improved dairy cow breeds, special fodder seeds. An entire production line, and 5 million Hua country coins. This unexpected turn of events prompted Yi Chun, who had initially intended to agree, to reconsider. Sister Muyu, could you please order the formula for a month after the breastfeeding period? I have my own channels to procure quality formula later. Su Muyu readily agreed. All right. Just let me know if the formula falls short. I cannot allow my godchildren to go hungry. She speculated that Yi Chun might have felt embarrassed to ask them for a long-term supply of formula. Old Yi, we've arrived, called out the group as they continued to select other items. The door to their private room was knocked upon by Chu He and the others. Old Yi, we are professionals when it comes to purchasing household items. You may not realize how many times we've visited furniture stores. We already have our desired items in mind. Chu He, who had initially planned to take charge, confidently began his performance the moment the door opened. However, upon entering the room and spotting Su Muyu sitting alongside Jiang Baiwei, his eyes widened in astonishment. Are you Su Muyu? Chun Bin and the others, who had accompanied him, swallowed hard in disbelief, asking, Hello, you are Xiao Ye's roommates, right? Please find a place to sit. Welcoming the enthusiastic Chu He and the others. Su Muyu did not deny her identity and encouraged everyone to make themselves comfortable. My goodness, Old Yi, you have such connections and kept it hidden from us. You know I am a huge fan of Goddess Su. You truly should have told us. Lin Fan, who had been silent until then, immediately thumped Yi Chun on the chest, his excitement palpable. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed the several pieces of gauze adhered to Yi Chen's arm. Old Yi, what happened? You got into a brawl and didn't call on your brothers. We'll help you reclaim your honor, exclaimed Chu He, brimming with brotherly loyalty and visibly agitated. The disheveled gauze was evidently not the result of a mere fall. It's nothing. I didn't suffer any losses. Those individuals have already been apprehended by the authorities. As long as you're unharmed, anyone daring to lay a hand on our 216 crew is truly courting disaster. Upon hearing Yi Chen's assurance of no loss, he finally brought his partner and others to sit on the family bed. It is worth noting that all of Yi Chen's dormitory mates were pursuing degrees in sports, whether undergraduate or postgraduate. One can only imagine that their athletic prowess was on par with Yi Chen's, each boasting a well-built physique that exuded an imposing presence. Forgive me, Goddess Su. I couldn't help but feel compelled when I saw my brother being bullied, Chu He said, casting a shy glance at Su Muyu, which provoked hearty laughter from everyone. The reason I called you all here is to assist in purchasing some items, not to hold a meet and greet. Yi Chen quickly interrupted the eager crowd wishing to shake hands. We understand. It's not as if we are short on time. Goddess Su. I absolutely adore the dramas you produce, Lin Fan said excitedly, sitting at the edge of the bed, his palms sweating profusely, feeling more nervous than during his college entrance examinations. Thank you for your affection. Since you are little Ye's roommates, we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Please don't be so tense. Just regard me as an ordinary person, Su Muyu said, covering her mouth, observing the group before her, who resembled students awaiting a scolding. Just then, the voice of a cafeteria attendant echoed from outside. Yi Chen hurriedly went out to collect their lunch and settled the bill. Everyone, please eat first. We can chat while we dine. Noticing that the atmosphere had not yet shifted from a celebrity meet and greet, Yi Chen promptly attempted to enliven the mood. Hee, I'm having lunch with Goddess Su. My dream has come true, Lin Fan said, grinning foolishly while holding a bowl of white rice. Chu He quickly distanced himself, fearful of catching his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was feeding Jiang by Wei Kanji, froze mid-action, his hands suspended in the air. Had he known better, he would not have invited such embarrassing individuals. Su Muyu, who was quietly consuming her porridge, hurriedly covered her mouth, fearful of bursting into laughter. Old Yi, we haven't yet inquired about the specific types of items to purchase. And how large is the rented apartment? We need to consider these factors comprehensively. Chen Bin, still somewhat lucid, turned to Yi Chen and asked, We've already looked at a few options. I'll send them to you directly via phone later. As for the apartment, the interior is approximately 500 square meters. When you go shopping, don't worry about the cost, just buy the best. Focusing intently on feeding Jiang Baiwei her rice porridge, Yi Chen spoke without turning his head. How much? Tell me how much? Chu He, engrossed in his meal, widened his eyes in disbelief. 500 square meters, indoors? This house has drained our scholarships. We can only afford to rent it for a month, right? Lao Yi, are you not planning to continue living here? Chu He lifted his head, gazing at Yi Chen in disbelief. The others stared at Yi Chen in a daze, as if silently imploring him not to jest at such a moment. I am not joking. The property deed has been submitted for residency registration. Otherwise, I would clearly show you. Besides, this card contains 1 million. That should suffice for your purchases, Yi Chen declared, retrieving the bank card that Ma Qingye had given him and placing it on the table. Wait a moment. Are you saying you own a 500 square meter apartment in the capital? And you possess a bank card with 1 million? Yet you still ask me for toilet paper every day? Chu He, who had been absorbed in his meal, abruptly set down his chopsticks. He cautiously picked up the bank card from the table, his emotions surging as if he had been wronged. That was my fault before. From now on, you can have all the toilet paper you want. Yi Chen held his forehead, observing his quirky roommates. A simple lunch had somehow stretched into an hour and a half. It was only when the children beside them began to cry out in hunger that the group finally started to tidy up. After sending the list of items to Chu He, he casually handed one of the villa keys to the others. Subsequently, Yi Chen was led outside by Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who needed to be fed. Chapter 20. The children's milk powder ranch is settled watching his exhilarated roommates depart. Yi Chen turned to visit the ordinary ward to see the instructor. Upon entering, however, he found no sign of her. Excuse me, where has the lady in this bed gone? Yi Chen inquired, looking at the nurse who was changing dressings for other patients. She has been discharged. You may call her to inquire about her situation, the nurse replied, glancing at the bed Yi Chen indicated as she continued her task. Upon learning of the discharge, Yi Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Although he had anticipated the instructor's desire to leave and recuperate at home, he hadn't expected her to do so in such haste. During lunch, Chu He and the others had expressed concern about the injured instructor and had wished to visit her. But Yichun had persuaded them against it, fearing they might react inappropriately upon seeing her condition. Having resolved most matters, Yichun took out his phone and began searching for nearby ranches. Fortunately, he was currently in the north. Otherwise, he would have had difficulty finding a suitable location. Oh, this place called Tian Tian Ranch is only 20 kilometers away from Tianxiang Villa. It is still on the market. While browsing a trading website, Yichun was pleasantly surprised to discover this precious ranch. Currently, he was in need of a ranch that belonged entirely to him. The only consideration was the distance to the villa. Everything else was inconsequential, for with the support of his brother, he could act freely. The ranch spanned 10 acres, a size that was just right. Anything larger would be unmanageable, and it was listed for a total price of 10 million, all-inclusive. As Yichun perused the detailed information about the ranch, his satisfaction grew immensely, prompting him to call the seller. "Hello, is this Tian Tian Ranch?" Yichun inquired, puzzled as he waited for the long connecting call to finally go through. "Yes, the milk supply has ceased, and we are closing down," came the weary voice of an elderly woman through the phone. "I reached out because I saw this ranch was for sale. Could you tell me what is included in the sale package?" Upon hearing Yichun's intention, the person on the other end perked up. "It's hard to explain everything over the phone. When are you available to meet in person? Let me arrange a time, and I'll give you a call in advance." Yichun pondered for a moment before agreeing. After setting a rough time, he ended the call. As he looked at the little ones already eating, a sense of contentment washed over him. However, Su Muyu's child remained in the incubator, still needing the nurse to provide supplemental feeding, which cast a shadow over her face. Time passed quietly amidst the sounds of the children feeding, and as the sky gradually darkened, Ma Chengyi, having finally concluded the shareholders' meeting, hurried back to the private room. Seeing the lively group within, his anxious heart was finally at ease. When he spotted the bandaged Yichun, gratitude filled his eyes. "Muyu, I'm back," he said, swiftly removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie as he approached the incubator to check on the child. Despite the exhausting afternoon of meetings, he felt invigorated at the sight of the child and Su Muyu. After observing the peacefully sleeping infant in the incubator, he quickly retrieved his suit and pulled out a document pouch from his pocket, handing it to Yichun. "Xiaoyi, here's what you asked for." "Thank you, Brother Ma. We were just about to order dinner. Why don't we go together?" Yichun accepted the pouch, not opening it, but directly handing it to Jiang Baiwei. He noticed the fatigue etched on Ma Chengye's face and thought it best to take him out for a refreshing change before returning. Jiang Baiwei carefully opened the pouch, discovering not only the complete documents previously given to Ma Chengye, but also a brand new household registration book. The names of Yichun and several children were prominently listed within, prompting him to nod in gratitude towards Ma Chengye. Ma Chengye responded to Jiang Baiwei with a faintly stiff smile, then inquired with his gaze at Su Muyu. Upon receiving a nod in return, he readily agreed. As the two departed from the private room, their demeanor visibly relaxed. Ma Chengye produced a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and offered one to Yichun, who waved his hand in refusal. "Brother Ma, I'm not well versed in this," he replied. "Youth has its advantages. At my age, without these cigarettes, how could one suppress the weight of one's burdens?" Ma Chengye, lighting a cigarette for himself, jested, "Even a successful entrepreneur like me has his own troubles." During their conversation, Yichun gained some insight into Ma Chengye's endeavors and curiously asked, "How could one be without worries?" "With the birth of my child, I was not present. When such an incident occurred at noon, I was again absent. Thankfully, you were there, or I would remain unaware of how much I owe to both of them," Ma Chengye said, patting Yichun's shoulder. "It is what I ought to do. If you had been there, Brother Ma, I believe you would have handled it far better than I did. Ha ha ha, we are family. Let us not dwell on such matters. Once Muyu and the others are asleep tonight, shall we step out for a drink?" The two exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter, silently reaching an agreement. As they shared light-hearted banter, they swiftly packed their dinner to take back to the private room. Due to the increasing number of guests, the room was still adequate during the day, but became cramped in the evening. "How about this? Xiao Yi and I will manage at the hotel for the night. We are discharging tomorrow, and should anything arise, we can return at a moment's notice," Ma Chengye proposed decisively. Amidst the reluctant gazes of Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, the two men walked out of the ward, shoulders linked. "Brrr, the capital is indeed chilly as autumn sets in," Ma Chengye remarked. one hand clutching his thin suit jacket while the other patted Yi Chen's shoulder, shivering slightly. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, adorned with 3 license plates, came to a smooth stop before them. At Ma Qingye's subtle signal, Yi Chen comprehended immediately and strode confidently into the vehicle. Inside, he noticed 2 unopened green military coats thoughtfully placed, and he couldn't help but give Ma Qingye a thumbs up in admiration. "Shaoli, find us a barbecue restaurant, and then you may head back," Ma Qingye said casually to the driver in a suit as he donned the green military coat. The vehicle glided steadily out of the hospital grounds. Yi Chen, not one to be overly delicate, slipped into the coat as well, glancing at Ma Qingye, who leaned back in his seat, rubbing his nose, and soon fell asleep. Yi Chen was filled with a sense of reflection. Indeed, those who seek to shine in public must inevitably endure trials in private. As the vehicle came to a steady halt in front of an exceptionally bustling barbecue establishment, the driver remained silent, seated within the car. This left Yi Chen momentarily uncertain whether he should awaken Brother Ma. Chapter 21. Late-night snack stalls and open hearts. Ah, we've arrived. Xiao Yi, let us go. Sensing the car's smooth stop by the roadside, Ma Qingye slowly opened his eyes, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, and stepped out of the vehicle. He tightened his green military coat, signaling the driver to return home first. Following Yi Chen, he approached the front desk of the barbecue restaurant. The front desk staff informed them that they would need to wait in line, which left Yi Chen feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. At that moment, Ma Qingye stepped forward, discreetly pulling a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handing it over, saying, "Young man, could you assist us? It's rather cold waiting outside." "Ah, my memory fails me. There is indeed a table available inside, but the private rooms are fully booked. It seems we must trouble you two to sit outside." The staff accepted the money without a hint of hesitation and quickly fetched a table from the storeroom, placing it at the entrance of the restaurant. Ma Qingye truly had a knack for finding solutions. Yi Chen regarded him with admiration. "Let us have a drink to warm ourselves," Ma Qingye said with a cheerful smile, pulling Yi Chen to sit down and ordering a selection of the house specialties from the menu. "It has been ages since I sought out a barbecue joint for a late-night feast," he reminisced, recalling the last time was during his return to the country. After opening a bottle of liquor, he casually poured some for himself and Yi Chen, reflecting, "Xiao Yi, do you know? Although I have faced many storms in the business world, the moment I learned I was to become a father, my hands trembled uncontrollably. You can surely understand my feelings." With a tender gaze, Ma Qingye looked at his glass. "Cheers," he exclaimed, downing a cup of liquor in one swift motion. "Brother Ma, you need not worry about laughing at me. In truth, I only realized I was to be a father at the moment the child was about to be born." Yi Chen, encouraged by the atmosphere, began to share his own experience. "I felt as though I had been thrown into a primal forest, paralyzed with fear, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming joy that made me tremble." He lifted his glass and downed the contents in one go. "Ha ha, it seems our reactions were surprisingly similar. However, my unfortunate child faced peril from the moment of birth. My heart ached more than anyone's." Ma Qingye poured himself another glass of liquor, gulping it down fiercely. He had been steadfast in the private room, determined not to let Mu Yu see his struggles. Now, under the influence of the drink, his emotions were finally unleashed. "Isn't this a case of the fortunate receiving heaven's favor? Happiness lies ahead," mused Yi Chen, observing the tear-streaked face of Ma Qingye. The only gesture Yi Chen could offer was to raise their glasses in a toast. Thus, accompanied by a plate of peanuts and cucumber salad, the two managed to finish an entire bottle of baijiu. They engaged in candid conversations about family, careers, and love throughout the night, drawing their bond closer with each exchange. Stumbling slightly, Yi Chen supported the retching Ma Qingye as they made their way to a hotel. Without even freshening up, they collapsed into bed. The shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the tranquility, rousing the slumbering Yi Chen. With eyes still closed, he fumbled under his pillow for the device, glancing at the screen displaying an unanswered call and the time, 10 o'clock. In a sudden jolt, he sat upright and hastily awakened the still sleeping Ma Qingye. "Brother Ma, it's 10 o'clock. We need to return to the hospital, or we will be in serious trouble." As he urged Ma Qingye awake, Yi Chen rushed to the bathroom for a quick wash. The mention of the hospital jolted Ma Qingye upright as well. He swiftly retrieved his phone, and upon seeing a dozen missed calls from his wife, a wave of despair washed over him. "What are you still rinsing your mouth for? We need to leave now," he exclaimed, grabbing Yi Chen and dashing out of the hotel. The driver was already waiting outside, and the front desk staff watched as the two disheveled men, lacking coats, hurried towards the waiting Mercedes-Benz. I haven't received any notice from the police. Is it really necessary to be this anxious? One of them muttered. The brief 5-minute journey from the hotel to the hospital felt interminable as they sat in the car, repeatedly dialing back calls that went unanswered. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, they rushed upstairs, startling other patients who quickly stepped aside. Weevee arrived, opened the door. Gasped Ma Qingye, leaning heavily against the doorknob. Look how late it is. We were promised a morning discharge. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. Came the stern voice of Su Muyu from within. All right, Sister Muyu, let us handle the discharge first and settle the score later, interjected Jiang Baiwei, stepping in to defuse the tension. As the door opened, Yi Chun and Ma Qingye entered, resembling students caught in the act of mischief. They were met with the stern expressions of Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who were engrossed in holding their children. Look, Muyu, our child no longer needs to stay in the incubator. Let me hold him, Ma Qingye exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of the baby in Su Muyu's arms. You still remember the child, do you? Su Muyu dismissed his request without a glance. Baiwei, we went out for a late-night snack and had a few drinks last night. Unintentionally oversleeping, we are now heading to finalize the discharge process. Yichun approached Jiang Baiwei, scratching his head. Observing that Yichun had not committed any grave errors, Jiang Baiwei's heart softened, leading her to forgive him. At this moment, Su Muyu extended a helping hand to Ma Qingye. The two families swiftly summoned a nurse to facilitate the discharge. During this time, Su Muyu requested to recuperate alongside Jiang Baiwei, to which Ma Qingye readily agreed. As Yichun carefully cradled the two children, they awaited the caregiver to gather their belongings before proceeding to the villa. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Your health has been restored. Reward, Jade Facial Cream. Already dispatched to the villa. Yichun glanced at Jiang Baiwei, who was now able to walk independently, his heart secretly pondering how to persuade her to accept the Jade Facial Cream. Once the caregiver had collected all her items, the group squeezed into the spacious Mercedes-Benz van. Thankfully, the van was large enough. Otherwise, accommodating so many people would have been quite a challenge. Yichun, shouldn't we consider purchasing a vehicle that can accommodate our entire family? Jiang Baiwei also recognized this issue. White Wei, I have a few 7-seater vehicles available. I'll arrange for the driver to bring them over for you to choose. Consider it an apology for this morning's incident, Ma Qingye quickly interjected, not daring to remain silent. Ding. Detection indicates that the host does not own a vehicle. Side mission initiated. Purchase a car. Mission requirement. The vehicle must be selected by the host's descendants. Consensus among 4. Reward. 16 million Huagua currency. Have to be distributed in advance. Brother Ma, we'll handle the car purchase ourselves. We can't keep taking from you. If you continue this way, I'll hesitate to reach out for assistance in the future. Yichun cleverly declined Ma Qingye's generous offer. Well, we are all family. There's no trouble in that, Ma Qingye remarked, observing Su Muyu attentively caring for the children, and thus he relented. Chapter 22. Moving into the new home. Unexpected mastery of culinary arts. The Mercedes-Benz van drove towards the outskirts. At this time, Chu He called Yichun. Old Yi, this place is truly impressive. Since we arrived, the property management has been vigilantly overseeing us. Chu He's slightly fatigued voice came through the phone. The service here truly lives up to its reputation as a luxurious estate that we cannot afford. At last, we have arranged all the rooms across the 3 floors of your villa. Exhausted, the group settled into the courtyard chairs. I don't care. If we have nowhere to stay in the capital, we can always come to seek refuge with you, Chu He joked. Say no more. You are always welcome to stay whenever you wish, Yichun replied generously. After all, there are plenty of rooms in the villa, and an empty space is still an empty space. Where are you? The owner of this house hasn't even entered the rooms, yet we've explored them all, Lin Fan inquired. We'll be there shortly. I promise to treat you well tonight, Yichun replied, hanging up the call, his heart brimming with admiration for Chu He. Indeed, there were matters truly worth addressing. How nostalgic are the days of university, filled with such pure friendships. Ma Qingye cast an envious glance nearby, while Jiang Baiwei looked at Yichun with a face full of contentment. Having such wonderful roommates is indeed a source of great joy. Yichun, I have a close friend who wishes to visit in a few days, Jiang Baiwei said, gently setting down her phone and raising her gaze. Of course. I have yet to meet your friend, Yichun responded. Jiang Baiwei then spoke of her friend, who studied at the same university and pursued a popular major in law. She had secured an internship at a renowned law firm 6 months in advance and was currently out of town handling a case. During my pregnancy, she was incredibly supportive. Without her, I don't know how I would have managed, Jiang Baiwei said, resting her head on Yi Chen's shoulder, a hint of sadness in her tone. Then she must definitely come. I owe her my gratitude, Yi Chen replied. It seems every girl has her own Shen Hongzhi by her side. Yi Chen gently patted Jiang Baiwei's head, speaking softly. Oh, you flatter me too much, little Yi. I merely did what was expected of me, Chen Hong, who had been handling matters on her phone, replied shyly. Soon, the vehicle arrived at an imposing entrance, coming to a halt. Moments later, a robust security personnel emerged from the guardhouse. Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for? The young guard inquired, not daring to be negligent upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz with a 3-digit license plate. I am the owner here, having just moved in. Do you need to see the property certificate? Yi Chen asked, rolling down the window to address the guard. Please present the relevant documentation. Otherwise, you must wait until we verify before entering, the diligent guard responded. Yi Chen nodded slowly, retrieving the property certificate and his identification to hand over. Welcome home, owner. The guard, upon noticing Yi Chen's youthful age and the ID, swallowed hard and immediately saluted. Despite the fact that the estate was home to many prominent figures, Yi Chen was undoubtedly the youngest owner he had ever encountered. The gate swung open, allowing the vehicle to enter. As Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei stepped into the estate for the first time, they felt like Lu Laolao entering the garden, filled with curiosity about everything within. The picturesque greenery instantly uplifted their spirits. Truly, this is an estate most extraordinary, with unparalleled landscaping and environment. Even the worldly wise Ma Qingye could not help but express his astonishment. The driver, arriving in this unfamiliar environment, was reluctantly inquiring about the staff along the route. Ultimately, following the directions, he came to a halt in front of a villa located at the far eastern end of the estate. There, Chu He and others were lazily reclining on the garden's tables and chairs, various fried chicken and hamburgers laid out before them. Upon noticing the approaching vehicle, they all turned their gazes in unison. However, upon seeing such a lavish business car, they collectively turned their eyes away in disappointment, believing it impossible for Yi Chen to acquire such an opulent vehicle, especially one adorned with 3 plates. Chu He slowly brought a hamburger to his lips, and just as the car came to a steady stop before them, he inadvertently sprayed the contents of his mouth upon seeing Yi Chen assist Jiang Baiwei out of the vehicle. Old Yi, you really did it. That car is quite something. The others simultaneously recognized Yi Chen and hurried to the front of the car to assist with unloading. As the group disembarked one after another, Chu He and the others exchanged amused glances, looking at Ma Qingye, who responded with a slight smile. At that moment, he was joyfully cradling the child handed to him by Su Muyu, too preoccupied to concern himself with anything else, who ordered the fried chicken and hamburgers. One can feel full on lobster and beef just as well. We must rid ourselves of this unhealthy habit, Yi Chen remarked, his ire rising as he gazed at the bones on the table. Despite having provided them with $1 million bank card, they still opted for the cheapest fried chicken and hamburgers. It was imperative they learn what true sustenance was. That lobster and beef could serve as filling fare. Chu He quietly discarded half of his hamburger into the trash, pulling out keys and a bank card from his pocket and offering them to Yi Chen. Chu Zi, you all have worked hard. From now on, may you thrive under the guidance of your adoptive father. Yi Chen accepted the items into his pocket and patted Chu He on the shoulder. Chu He and the others responded with a roll of their eyes. Yi Chen then took Jiang Baiwei by the hand and walked towards the villa. Wow, this house is truly magnificent. From now on, little ones, there will be plenty of places to play, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the grand, traditional Chinese hall on the first floor. Upon entering the villa, the astonished voices continued to resonate. Little Yi, didn't Muyu intend to stay here for a few days? I was thinking of arranging the maternity center we previously booked to be located here as well. With so many children and 2 nursing aides, they might find it quite overwhelming, Ma Qingye inquired, reluctant to part with the child in his arms as he approached Yi Chen. Not a problem at all. Brother Ma, your thoughtfulness is commendable, Yi Chen replied, showing no objection. Chu He and the others accompanied them, sharing the motivations behind their purchases of household items. Moreover, he personally demonstrated, showcasing his skills to the onlookers, who nodded in agreement. One might wonder how we failed to recognize Chu He's potential as a merchandise host. His eloquence and hands-on demonstration would be squandered in the realm of athletics, Chun Bin remarked in jest. This suggestion is quite sound. After all, Chu Zi is a weightlifter, so it is entirely reasonable for him to also sell a few items. Even Chu He's girlfriend readily endorsed this proposal. Please spare me. I have the attention span of a goldfish, and this is exhausting. Chu He promptly waved his hands in refusal. Ding. The system detected that the host possesses a complete family, successfully completing the hidden task of family. Reward, top-tier culinary skills. As the group visited the kitchen, the system's voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. He immediately felt a wave of dizziness, as a wealth of knowledge flooded his thoughts. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face alight with eagerness as he surveyed the array of kitchenware. For lunch today, let us order takeout, and I will personally cook for everyone in the evening. Hearing Yi Chen's confident tone, the group was filled with anticipation. Let me handle the lunch order. We will rely on Xiao Yi for the next few days. Ma Qingye declared, promptly pulling out his phone to call the restaurant, not allowing Yi Chen a chance to decline. Let me show you the various toys I bought for the little ones. I am certain you will adore them. Chu He's girlfriend, Chen Fangyu, led the group upstairs and gently opened the door to a room. Before them stood a gigantic panda plush and an array of colorful toys scattered across the floor. Chen Fangyu proudly placed her hands on her hips as she shared how she came to select these delightful items. Wow, Fangyu, you have an impeccable taste. These were the toys I yearned for in my childhood, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, Lin Fan slowly wheeled out several double and single strollers, stating, these strollers were meticulously researched to suit various environments. Upon seeing them, Jiang Baiwei eagerly placed the baby inside, attentively assessing the quality of the product, instantly gaining a newfound respect for Lin Fan's meticulousness. Chapter 23. The arrival of Yi's parents and the anxious Jiang Baiwei as each individual showcased their treasures. Noon swiftly approached. After the group had completed their tour, they settled in the courtyard. At that moment, Ma Qingye received a call confirming that the lunch he ordered had arrived, shortly followed by a property staff member delivering the meal. Wow, it's the cuisine from Xianju Pavilion. As a self-proclaimed food enthusiast, Chu He instantly recognized the emblem of Xianju Pavilion, his mouth watering in anticipation. It indeed seems to be the cuisine from Xianjigu, which is reputedly difficult to secure a reservation for and does not offer delivery. Beside her, Chen Fangyu also wore an expression of astonishment as she gazed at the bag held by the property staff. One ought to consider who that person's husband is. If an ordinary individual could become the spouse of the divine Su, I would be the first to object. Lin Fan, a devoted admirer, declared with a hint of pride. Ha ha ha, it is merely a simple meal. If you all fancy it, simply mention my name next time you go there. The expenses will be on me. As Ma Qingye began to reveal the dishes from the bag, he conversed with Chu He and the others. However, Chu He and the others were hesitant to accept such kindness, promptly declining, no need, Ma Gu. We were just jesting. The food at our school is quite good. Do not be too courteous. Ma Qingye has shares in Xianjigu, and it wouldn't make a dent in his finances if he dined there daily. At that moment, Su Muyu exposed Ma Qingye's ulterior motive, leading him to awkwardly scratch his head. Today, let us celebrate the housewarming with tea instead of wine, Yi Chen announced, raising his cup after ensuring both nursing aides and the driver were seated. After he toasted the crowd with a cup of tea, the group, having been famished for the better part of the day, promptly immersed themselves in the delectable feast. As the others savored the exquisite dishes, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, still in recovery, could only watch. Sipping on the old hen ginseng soup in their hands, they felt quite miserable. When the group had nearly finished their meal, Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, Xiao Chun, we arrived in the capital. Where are you now? The moment he answered, he heard his father's somewhat anxious voice. For them, who had not left the county for 7 to 8 years, the journey involving various taxis and layovers had been a series of inquiries with strangers. Their plain attire starkly contrasted with the high-tech airport surroundings. Dad, have you reached the airport? I'll come to pick you up right away. Upon receiving the call from his parents, Yi Chun felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. After having been unable to reach them by phone for several days following their last conversation, he had only been able to ascertain that his parents were still in transit through text messages. The elderly couple struggled to articulate their specific flight details, which left Yi Chun filled with anxiety. All right, I'll be there shortly. Please find a place to sit for a while. I will arrive soon. After guiding his father to the information board to ascertain the airport's exact location, Yi Chun stood up to explain the situation to Jiang Baiwei. Xiaoli, accompany them to the airport. Ma Qingye, who had been dining nearby, overheard the conversation and immediately summoned the driver to accompany Yi Chun to the airport. "Ma go. I want to say more. You all must stay for dinner tonight. Whatever dishes you desire, just let someone know to procure them. I will personally take to the kitchen." Yi Chun gently patted Ma Qingye's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. The driver, Xiao Li, noticed Yi Chun's urgency. He navigated the monitored sections of the road while adhering to speed limits, and in the unmonitored stretches, he drove with abandon. After a full hour's journey, they arrived in just half an hour. "Mr. Yi, we have reached our destination," the driver announced. Yi Chun promptly nodded in appreciation and took out his phone to call his father. He walked step by step toward the location his father had mentioned. Yet he could not see their figures. Just as he was about to broadcast an announcement, he spotted his mother resting her head on his father's lap on a long bench in a corner of the airport. The soft voices exchanged between his father and him were cautious, as if to avoid waking her. Witnessing this scene brought tears to Yi Chun's eyes. It was because he had declared himself a father that his elderly father had traveled across the vast expanse of the nation to reach the capital. It was hard to fathom how they had managed to arrive here with only 2 old mobile phones. "Dad, I have come to pick you up," Yi Chun said softly as he supported his father's shoulder. The initially anxious gaze of his father, who was observing the bustling crowd, transformed as if he had seen a beacon of hope. "All right, I will wake your mother, and then we shall depart," his father said, gently rousing his sleeping mother, who then followed behind Yi Chun. Upon waking, Ye's mother looked at Yi Chun with concern, questioning why he had not dressed more warmly and expressing worry about whether he was being taken care of, along with Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chun patiently answered each inquiry. After hearing his responses, his mother began to recount the events of their journey, sharing stories of kind-hearted passers-by who offered directions and ill-tempered drivers, recounting every detail to Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Ye's father remained silent, holding tightly to his wife's hand, which made Yi Chun's heart swell with emotion as he led the way. "Dad, Mom, please inform me in advance of your future destinations. I was unable to reach you during your journey, and I worried the entire time." All right. It was our oversight this time," his father acknowledged quietly. Finally, upon returning to the vehicle, Yi Chun patiently guided his parents inside. The driver then started the engine, heading back along the route they had taken. "Xiao Chun, this car certainly does not appear to be an ordinary one. Are we headed to the hospital?" his mother inquired, curiously observing the luxurious interior. "Mom, this car belongs to a friend of mine. I borrowed it specifically to pick you both up. We have already completed the discharge process and are now en route to our current residence," Yi Chun replied with a smile. After a lengthy conversation, his mother began to feel fatigued, leaning back in her seat and closing her eyes. Upon learning from his father that they had not eaten, Yi Chun requested Ma Qingye to order takeout once more as they drove toward the outskirts. The towering buildings gradually vanished from sight, leaving behind expansive stretches of verdant forest. "How could we be living so far away? Is it due to insufficient living expenses?" Leaf father furrowed his brow as he gazed out at the scenery. "Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city to find a home. It would be better for recuperation there." "Father, I have everything arranged. You should spend quality time with your grandchildren," Leaf's daughter replied. My daughter, you've given birth to twins. How wonderful it is to have both a son and a daughter. The Leaf family will indeed have a legacy." Upon hearing of his grandchildren, Leaf father's face brightened with joy, and even Leaf mother, squinting her eyes, clapped her hands in delight. The journey back was prolonged by the overlap with rush hour, leading to a slow drive that lasted an hour. As the vehicle entered the villa grounds, Leaf father curiously inquired, "Is this the maternity center? Situated in such a secluded location?" "This is not a maternity center," Leaf Chun replied, teasingly withholding information. The vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the villa, and Leaf Chun guided his inquisitive parents out of the car. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei and others, having received prior notice, stood eagerly in the courtyard awaiting their arrival. "Father, Mother, allow me to introduce you to your future daughter-in-law, Jiang Baiwei," Leaf Chun announced. "Beside her is our friend Su Muyu and her husband Ma Qingye, and the rest are my university classmates I previously mentioned. Good children. The wind outside is quite strong. You might catch a chill. Let us go inside," Leaf Mother urged, her voice slightly trembling as she grasped Jiang Baiwei's hand. Leaf Father looked on kindly, nodding in approval at Jiang Baiwei. Chapter 24. The Awakening of the Babies and the Valiant Leaf Chun. After Leaf Father greeted everyone, he finally noticed the several baby strollers behind them. "Come here, Leaf Mother," he beckoned. "Are these our precious grandchildren?" Upon seeing the neatly arranged 5 children, Leaf Father was momentarily perplexed. Aside from that single stroller, which belongs to Sister Muyu's child, the remaining 4 are your precious grandchildren. Leaf Chen declared proudly. What? Baiwei has given you quadruplets. Leaf father and Leaf mother exchanged incredulous glances with Leaf Chen, their smiles growing ever broader. Wonderful, wonderful. Baiwei truly is exceptional. If you ever dare to let her down, I shall certainly break your legs. Leaf father admonished Leaf Chen sternly, while simultaneously peering cautiously at the babies in the stroller, who were still unable to open their eyes. Father, mother, please have something to eat first. The children have all the time in the world to be seen. Leaf Chen said, accepting the takeout delivered by the property staff, as he helplessly watched his parents circle around the stroller. Not hungry, not hungry. Have the grandchildren eaten? The little ones have just been born. They must not go hungry. Mother Yi carefully cradled the eldest grandchild, Yi Sairu, examining her with tender attention. Meanwhile, Father Yi joyfully held the youngest grandson, Yi Zhiqiu, playfully engaging with him. Uncle and aunt, let us first have our meal, suggested Zhang Baiwei. Upon hearing her words, the elderly couple reluctantly placed the children back into their stroller, glancing back several times as they made their way to the table. Xiaochun, we have decided to stay here for a while to spend quality time with Baiwei and the grandchildren. That's splendid. I've prepared rooms for you, responded Yichen affirmatively. With that, Father and Mother Yi picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The rest of the family also joined in merriment, playing in the courtyard. By the way, Xiaochun, renting such a place must be quite expensive. I'll transfer some money to you later. We cannot let Baiwei and the children suffer, Father Yi said, still mindful of others while enjoying his meal. Dad, Mom, you need not worry about finances. Recently, I have earned the appreciation of a boss and am quite financially secure. Yichen replied, waving his hand dismissively. That is wonderful news. Do your best at work, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us, exclaimed Father and Mother Yi, hastily finishing their meal before returning to the children. At that moment, a shuttle bus slowly arrived in front of the villa, and 4 or 5 staff members dressed as chefs disembarked, each carrying their own ingredients. Xiao Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is the executive chef and his assistants from Xinju Pavilion. I thought with such a large group, one person alone could not manage all this, said Ma Qingye apologetically, addressing Yichen. Thus, I took the liberty of calling them to assist you, and they brought the evening's ingredients with them. He then led the group to Yichen, patiently explaining the situation. Not at all, Brother Ma. I am grateful for your assistance. I would indeed be somewhat overwhelmed on my own, Yichen replied, thanking Ma Qingye before instructing the chefs to place the ingredients in the kitchen. Ma Qingye led the chefs into the spacious kitchen, directing them to begin preparing for dinner. Once Ma Qingye departed, an assistant chef curiously approached the older executive chef and inquired, Chef Wang, is this the shareholder who usually remains out of the spotlight? This venue is unlike any I've ever visited. Just look at the property and landscaping staff along the way. This villa must be among the elite in the capital. Stay focused on your tasks. Those who reside here are no ordinary individuals. Did you not notice how Mr. Ma interacted with that young man? Work efficiently. The executive chef, glancing at the enchanting scenery outside the kitchen, shook his head and immediately began his work. Xiaochun, have the children been given names? If there are none, I shall ask the elder from my hometown to choose one. Father Yi, cradling the child with affection, was met with curious inquiries from his grandchildren. The names have been decided. The eldest, Yi Sairu, the second, Yi Zi, the third, Yi Kahan, and the youngest, Yi Zhiqiu. You need not hold them yourselves. There is a caregiver present, he remarked, observing the 2 elderly individuals who had been standing the whole time, save for a brief meal. Yichen, with a resigned shake of his head, joined in. Xiaochun, Baiwei, come quickly and take a look, exclaimed Yima. The children had opened their eyes, their large, sparkling orbs captivating everyone. This elicited the attention of the others, who turned to gaze at the little ones. Yichen, filled with excitement, took Zhang Baiwei by the hand and approached the stroller. Each adult took a child, and the infants, blinking their big eyes, curiously surveyed the world around them. Muyu, our children have also opened their eyes, Ma Qingye noted, feeling the child in his arms wriggle. He looked down to find the previously half-closed phoenix eyes of the child now fully open. Su Muyu, in a hurry, took the child from Ma Qingye, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her smiling baby. Everyone turned in unison to look at the newly awakened children, who were meeting these familiar yet strange faces for the first time. This little baby is simply adorable, I wish I had one of my own, Chu he remarked, his heart swelling with affection as he gazed at the charming child. Though we currently have no opportunity. You and Fong, you still have a chance if you put in the effort. What? I definitely do not want to have a baby with you right now. Chun Fong Yu replied, rolling her eyes and expressing her annoyance. You should first help Yi Chun with the children to gain some experience. When you have your own later, you'll be well prepared. Listening to Yi Chin's roommates engage in lively discussion brought laughter to the group. You are too beautiful. Hello, is this Director Wu? Yes. I will be there shortly, Yi Chin said as he slowly ended the call. He informed everyone, there is a resolution regarding yesterday's incident. I need to head over now. Shaoli, accompany me, he instructed. As everyone watched Yi Chin depart, Lin Fan suddenly raised his phone, exclaiming, everyone, come see if this is related to yesterday's incident. The footage had been captured and posted online, showcasing Yi Ji's impressive actions. Curiosity piqued, the crowd leaned in as the recording, taken from a concealed corner of the stairwell, vividly depicted the entire event, complete with the title Tsinghua University student bravely confronts thugs, garnering significant attention. It turned out that much had transpired in those few minutes outside. Isn't this just a minor manager within the organization? He truly has the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Brother Yi is indeed formidable. Not only is he adept at basketball, but his martial arts skills are also remarkably refined. This is incredibly perilous. Fortunately, the young lad, Xiao Chun, emerged relatively unscathed. The emotions of the crowd were stirred by this video, while bewildered netizens became even more agitated, as if they were experiencing the moment alongside Yi Chin himself. Sky 1, absolutely exhilarating. To dispatch those bodyguards with bare hands. What a role model we have. Canyon Pile Driver. I was so pumped that I immediately did 2 push-ups. Sweetheart baby. What kind of society are we living in that someone dares to block the entrance of a hospital? The law is there, the truth is there, and the young man's contact information is also available. Martial virtuoso. Has no one noticed the astonishing skill of this young man? His prowess is truly impressive. Master Ma. I must disagree. The martial arts this youth employs are not as formidable as my Master Ma's lightning 5 whips. He lacks a fundamental understanding of basic techniques. Detective. I thought Lu Bu was invincible. Yet there is someone even braver. Who is this individual's subordinate? Chinese lad. According to the latest intelligence from the information team, this young man is actually the starting forward for the Tsinghua University basketball team. Greatness needs no words. Further investigation is warranted. If a conflict were to arise on the basketball court, this young man would certainly possess some knowledge of combat. Chapter 25. The instructor's case concluded. Villains ultimately face justice. Seated in the car, Yi Chun was en route to the police station, completely oblivious to the unfolding events, as he contemplated how to respond to the police's inquiries. Mr. Yi, we have arrived. The driver's voice broke his reverie. As he slowly opened the car door, he made his way directly to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Sir, are you here to file a report? A female police officer at the front desk inquired patiently. Director Wu is in that office. He is seeking me to inquire about certain case details. Please lead the way. Following the guiding officer through multiple iron gates, they finally arrived at the observation room in front of an interrogation room. Within the 3 interrogation rooms sat 3 individuals, a visibly anxious young man with yellow hair, a middle-aged man with a bloated face and a rotund figure, and lastly, a short-haired man exuding an air of defiance. Please wait here for a moment. Director Wu will conclude his questioning shortly, the guiding officer informed Yi Chun before returning to her post. Feeling slightly tense, Yi Chun observed the officers in the observation room. After offering a friendly greeting, he found a chair to sit down, initially intending to take out his phone to pass the time. He soon discovered that there was no signal in the observation room. Bored, he glanced towards the interrogation rooms, noticing that all 3 individuals remained silent. Before long, the guiding officer returned, escorting another person into the observation room. Instructor, what brings you here? Yi Chun promptly stood up and fetched a chair for the instructor. The school had notified me to handle this case, and I did not expect you to be involved as well. The instructor, still wrapped in bandages, replied with a smile. After casting a glance at the situation in the interrogation room, he took his seat and inquired about Jiang Baiwei and the children. Both the children and Baiwei are doing well, and my parents have also arrived in the capital. Once this matter is resolved, I would like to invite the instructor to my home for a visit. Yi Chun and the instructor engaged in hushed conversation within the observation room. Before long, Director Wu entered from the side. Young comrades, We have conducted extensive investigations into this matter. We can now confirm that Lin Yong has repeatedly maliciously sheltered his brother Lin Jun and his nephew Lin Feng throughout their criminal activities. Currently, we are calling you in due to a lack of eyewitnesses, Director Wu said kindly, looking at Yi Chun and the instructor. We are willing to testify. After hearing their affirmative response, Director Wu handed them 2 copies of the conversation record, saying, "Take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be added. If there are no issues, you can sign in the witness section." After scrutinizing the entire conversation record, Yi Chun and the instructor furrowed their brows. It turned out that in less than 3 years, they had committed numerous heinous acts. Moreover, the record only noted the hit-and-run incident. Director Wu, we have no further questions about the other 2 individuals, but why is Lin Feng's record limited to just the hit-and-run? Yi Chun asked, looking perplexed at Director Wu. We lack concrete evidence to prove he has committed other offenses, and we are somewhat powerless against him, Director Wu replied, shaking his head in resignation. If he is only charged with a hit-and-run, he could face merely a few months in prison. Isn't that inviting a tiger into the house? Yi Chun said, frowning. He was certainly not afraid of Lin Feng's retaliatory actions, but the instructor, Jiang Baiwei, and the children could not withstand such repercussions. Director Wu, I report that Lin Feng sent me a threatening message when he left the police station, which included my family's personal information. At that moment, the instructor immediately stood up upon hearing Yi Chun's words, producing a new phone and opening a text message. Wonderful. With this message, we can establish further charges against Lin Feng, Director Wu exclaimed with excitement as he looked at the phone handed over by the instructor. He then called over a nearby officer to begin collecting evidence. Yi Chun looked at the instructor in astonishment, initially thinking that the trouble was solely directed at him, not realizing that the instructor's family was also implicated. I sincerely appreciate your support for our work, and I deeply apologize for the presence of corruption within our police force. I will personally inform you once the verdict is reached, Director Wu concluded. After a series of signings and certifications, Director Wu accompanied Yi Chun as they slowly approached the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Thank you, Director Wu, for your contributions to the people. We shall take our leave now, Yi Chun said as he followed his instructor out of the bureau and into the parking lot. Instructor, would you care to visit my home for a while? Yi Chun inquired. Perhaps at a later time. I still need to return to the school to report on the progress of matters. And moreover, I am not fully recovered yet, making it inconvenient to visit. The instructor gently declined. After opening her car, just as the instructor was about to inquire about Yi Chun's home and whether she should drive him back, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz minivan, adorned with license plates from 3 regions, came to a halt before her. Watching Yi Chun wave goodbye, the instructor stood momentarily in a daze. Regaining her composure, a wave of curiosity washed over her. Since Yi Chun's enrollment, she had witnessed his growth step by step. How could a child from a rural southern background ascend to riding in such an opulent vehicle with licenses that could only be obtained by those possessing substantial industries in a special administrative region? Furthermore, one of the plates allowed direct access to the capital's core area. Shaking her head, the instructor dismissed her swirling thoughts. Perhaps Yi Chun had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Gradually, she started her vehicle and made her way back to the school. Time swiftly passed, and Yi Chun realized he needed to hurry. Glancing at the clock, he remembered the throngs of people eagerly awaiting his return. In no time, he arrived back at the villa. He spotted Jiang Baiwei strolling nearby with Ye's parents, cheerfully pushing a stroller. His roommates leisurely lounged in the courtyard, while the business-minded Su Muyu and others sat in the gazebo, engrossed in their laptops. As Yi Chun returned, everyone turned their attention towards him. Old Yi, tell us honestly, did you secretly learn some martial arts? You really managed to impress. If we had been there, they would have been the ones in fear. Chu, he exclaimed excitedly, raising his phone. What are you talking about? Yi Chun replied, realizing Chu he was referring to the footage on his phone. Oh, you mean that? The muscle gained from those gyms cannot compare to our daily sparring. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively after understanding the context. He then jogged over to Jiang Baiwei and Ye's parents, momentarily forgetting his fatigue from the journey upon seeing the babies in the stroller, who were already giggling. It suddenly dawned on him that he had rushed back to prepare a meal for everyone. Carefully placing the child back into the stroller, he dashed into the kitchen. Chef, this new gadget is remarkably efficient, chopping ingredients with great speed. Those crabs and abalones. Hurry up and prepare them. Stop chatting. As Yi Chun stepped into the kitchen, he heard the head chef sternly reprimanding the kitchen assistants. He approached the stove with a cheerful demeanor, observing the head chef blanching chickens and ducks. Yi Chen nodded inwardly, finding the method in line with his understanding of poultry preparation. Truly, the executive chef of a five-star establishment possessed remarkable skills. Mr. Yi, I didn't notice your arrival. The head chef turned upon sensing someone behind him and was taken aback to see the tall figure of Yi Chen. Shifting his tone, he sternly instructed the assistants. Get to work, be swift about it. Thank you all for your hard work. This is a family gathering. We simply need to have our meal on time. I will prepare a few dishes later, and I would appreciate your guidance, chef, Yi Chen added. The executive chef, interpreting this as polite banter, nodded earnestly and willingly vacated his spot at the stove. Chapter 26. Masterful culinary skills captivating palates. As Yi Chen settled into his rhythm, the executive chef was astonished to observe his increasingly professional techniques. Having completed all preliminary preparations before 6 o'clock, they heard the arrival of 3 more individuals at the villa. He ran, as previously mentioned by Ma Qingye, was part of the postpartum care team, allowing the reluctant parents to finally take a break. As night fell, everyone gathered in the second-floor dining room. With Yi Chen slowly pushing in the dining cart, all eyes turned toward him. I am delighted that everyone could join this modest housewarming dinner. With the assistance of the executive chef, I have prepared several dishes for everyone to savor. As Yi Chen and the executive chef unveiled the cart's lid, the room filled with the enticing aroma of the food. With the help of the assistants, the dishes were elegantly arranged on the dining table. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei raised their glasses of villa-provided beverages and floral tea in a toast to the guests. Cheers to our new home. Yi Chen's parents, though puzzled, stood up, interpreting the rental of a city apartment as a valid housewarming. As Chu He gradually lowered his glass, he could no longer contain himself and picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of pork knuckle. This is incredibly delicious. It surpasses the lunch dishes by far. Freshly made truly outshines takeout. Savoring the flavors, Chu He couldn't help but exclaim, "This braised abalone I'm eating isn't nearly as extravagant as you claim. Its texture is merely slightly superior to the lunch offerings." Lin Fan, having finished his piece of abalone, cast a disdainful glance at Chu He and replied, "No way. This pork knuckle is infinitely better than what we had at noon. If you don't believe me, try it for yourselves." Chu He, ever resilient, asserted that he could not possibly err in his judgment. "Sir, this braised pork knuckle is crafted by Mr. Yi," remarked the executive chef, who had originally been serving drinks to the guests. Upon hearing this, Wang, intrigued, expressed a desire to sample Mr. Ye's culinary skills, casting a curious glance at the pork knuckle and inquiring about Yi Chen. The chef, eager to taste, received Yi Chen's consent. He then retrieved a pair of golden chopsticks from his chest pocket and delicately lifted a piece of the pork knuckle to his lips. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a tender dish be achieved in such a short time while retaining its gelatinous essence? Mr. Yi, this is truly astonishing. Some dishes had been solely prepared by Yi Chen, and thus, the executive chef had not tasted them prior to their presentation, leading to his profound astonishment now. As the executive chef's words reached the ears of the guests, they eagerly sampled the pork knuckle, including Yima, who typically shunned such fare. Little Chen's culinary skills have improved immensely. He has surpassed even the chef, she remarked. Yi Ba, after savoring the flavors, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of pride. Jiang Baiwei, who was unable to indulge in greasy foods, could only watch enviously as others relished the dish. Instead, she opted for a spoonful of nourishing fish maw porridge. "Oh, it's so hot and delicious." With just a simple taste, Jiang Baiwei was completely captivated by the flavor, prompting everyone to reach for their bowls and chopsticks in eager anticipation. However, Yi Chen stood up with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "I only prepared sufficient portions of this fish maw porridge for Baiwei and Sister Muyu. This entire spread isn't enough for all of you." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Qingye immediately rose to serve a bowl of porridge to Su Muyu, using the pretext of checking the temperature to sneak a sip. The look of astonishment in his eyes rivaled that of his earlier experience with the pork knuckle. "Mr. Yi, may I sample your other dishes?" he humbly inquired, thoroughly enchanted by Yi Chen's culinary artistry. "Of course," came Yi Chen's affirmative reply. The executive chef then sampled each dish, which, despite their homely appearance, revealed exquisite flavors. His expression transitioned from initial shock to bewilderment, and by the time he finished the last dish, he seemed to have aged several years. "Mr. Yi, I have long considered myself the foremost chef of Huagua. It appears I have merely sought to attract attention," he lamented. Slowly removing his chef's hat, and departing the dining table with a downcast expression. The others, taken aback by the executive chef's high praise for Yi Chun, acknowledged the remarkable quality of his dishes. However, none had anticipated reaching the exalted status of the so-called foremost chef in Huagua. If one enjoys dining, they are welcome to visit my home for a meal from time to time. Should any chefs wish to engage in conversation, I will speak candidly. Observing the guests who have not ceased their feasting since the banquet commenced, Yi Chun expressed his satisfaction. The dishes prepared by the executive chef, if placed elsewhere, would undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Yet, when compared to Yi Chun's creations, they appeared as they do now on the dining table. Yi Chun's culinary offerings were nearly devoured, while the chef's dishes remained untouched, with at least half still on the table. By the way, this only deepens my envy. My husband possesses such overwhelming charm and is so attentive, with culinary skills that surpass those of a five-star executive chef. When will my man reach such heights? Su Muyu, who had been watching everyone indulge, lamented while biting her spoon in envy. Sister Muyu, why not stay here for a few days? We have no dietary restrictions. I intend to make up for all the food from tonight. Jiang Baiwei chimed in, also enviously observing the scene, while she herself was resigned to sipping on nourishing porridge and chicken ginseng soup. Oh dear, after tasting Xiao Yi's cooking, how can I bear to eat out again? Compared to his creations, all else seems bland. Ma Chengyi, having been called out, expressed his regret. He had always been quite discerning with food, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the finest chef for a family banquet. However, after experiencing Yi Chun's culinary prowess, nothing else seemed appealing. What a loss. We have suffered a great misfortune. Chu He lamented, rubbing his forehead. Having lived together for a year, I had no idea that Lao Yi possessed such skills. With such talent, who would bother frequenting the cafeteria? Lao Yi, you owe us a year's worth of gourmet meals. Chu He, unable to contain his grievances, indignantly accused Yi Chun of unfairness. If it weren't for Bai Wei and my parents being present, would you still be enjoying these dishes? A takeaway would suffice. My culinary talents are reserved solely for my beloved. Yi Chun replied with a hint of pride. Wow, is there really room for such displays of affection at the dining table? Do our bonds as brothers not suffice? Chu He, feigning an expression close to tears, looked at Yi Chun pitifully. All right, whenever you have the time, come here. Let me know what you wish to eat. Consider it a compensation for this year's losses. Yi Chun, with a disdainful glance at Chu He, conceded. This response brought joy to all, who then cheerfully poured drinks for Yi Chun, affectionately calling him father. Thus, the family banquet concluded in a relaxed atmosphere, with everyone persuaded to stay for the night. Subsequently, the group returned to their respective rooms. Fortunately, the villa was spacious, with ample rooms to accommodate everyone. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a challenge. Once in the private space belonging to Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei, they slowly unwrapped a parcel received earlier that day, revealing a mysterious liquid contained within a jade bottle. Yi Chun, what is this? Such exquisite packaging. The texture feels so smooth, Jiang Baiwei remarked, admiring the pure white jade bottle as she delicately handled it. This is a body recovery ointment I procured from an elderly gentleman back in my hometown. Simply apply it to the wound, and it will heal without leaving a trace. Yi Chun explained, presenting the carefully crafted narrative he had prepared. Jiang Baiwei regarded him with a hint of skepticism, then gradually twisted open the uniquely designed cap. Inhaling the faint, distinctive aroma emanating from within, she applied a small amount to her abdomen, as girls are inherently drawn to beauty. Upon hearing the promising effects, Jiang Baiwei dismissed any superstitions, opting instead for a psychological comfort. Chapter 27. Let us sleep together tonight as the children were being cared for by the nursing staff in the postpartum center. Yi Chun felt somewhat awkward as he sat on the edge of the bed. Could you help me with some ointment on my body? Jiang Baiwei shyly suggested. Her gaze lowered as she nervously fiddled with her fingernails. This request intensified Yi Chun's initial awkwardness. Swallowing hard, he gently guided Jiang Baiwei to the bathroom. Both their faces flushed with warmth. Please be careful not to touch inappropriately while applying it, Jiang Baiwei murmured, her voice growing softer. With trembling hands, Yi Chun assisted Jiang Baiwei in removing her clothing, his heart racing as he beheld the unique sight before him. He carefully took a damp towel to wipe her body, scarcely daring to meet her gaze. In his utmost caution, Yi Chun inadvertently brushed against Jiang Baiwei's delicate form, causing their previously stiff movements to freeze as if time had paused. Feeling the fleeting sensation at his fingertips, he broke into a sweat, akin to being in a sauna. Eventually, After completing the task and hastily dressing Jiang Baiwei, he guided her back to the bedside before swiftly retreating to the bathroom to turn on the cold water tap. Only this could quell the excitement coursing through him. Once composed, he returned to the bedside, gazing at Jiang Baiwei, who was absorbed in her phone, her head lowered. Stealthily, he climbed onto the bed. "Baiwei, may I keep you company tonight?" Yichen's bashful voice broke the silence. Jiang Baiwei responded shyly, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible like a whisper. In the presence of many, the two individuals appeared quite at ease, yet within the confines of the room, they became rather shy. Subsequently, Yichen held his breath and gently placed his hand upon Jiang Baiwei's shoulder. Jiang Baiwei, in response, nestled into Yichen's embrace. "How wonderful it is to have you." Upon hearing these words, Yichen felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. The two then fell into a tender slumber, enveloped in each other's warmth. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the villa's courtyard, Yichen's parents, who were not accustomed to sleeping in, rose early and began to stroll about the garden. "Ah, it seems this villa has finally been inhabited. I heard the commotion yesterday. I wonder who could have purchased it." A plump woman walking her pet dog gazed at Yichen's parents with surprise. "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about the esteemed individual residing here." Yichen's parents approached the woman, who was clearly intrigued. "Good day, miss. Are you out for a walk with your dog?" "This is a property rented by my son. He is not any notable figure," Yichen's father replied. Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. "Ah, it belongs to your son. But as far as I know, these properties are for sale only, not for rent. You should clarify your son's situation. Otherwise, he may be accused of trespassing." The woman spoke with a hint of sarcasm directed at Yichen's parents. Watching her depart with her pet, Yichen's parents began to doubt the legitimacy of their son's housing situation. Owning a villa in the capital is indeed a remarkable achievement. They resolved to investigate further. Once the sun fully ascended into the sky, everyone awoke, and Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu had already arrived at the nursery to prepare fresh breast milk for the children. Embracing the morning, Yichen, with a smile adorning his face, entered the courtyard, only to be startled by the serious expressions of his parents approaching him. "Father, mother, what is the matter?" he asked. "We need to know what is truly happening with this house. The residents here informed us that it is for sale only," they insisted, their determination evident. Reluctantly, Yichen returned to his room and presented the property deed and donation agreement to his parents, which eased their concerns, and they ceased their inquiries. They reminded Yichen to stay close to the owner. Observing his parents idly passing time in the courtyard, Yichen had a sudden inspiration. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the shepherd he had contacted previously. "Hello, may I come by the ranch to discuss matters today?" he inquired. Receiving confirmation for a meeting later that afternoon, Yichen revealed a faint smile as he approached Ma Qingye, who was diligently working on his computer. "Brother Ma, I am considering leasing a small ranch. Negotiation is undoubtedly your forte. I wonder if you could accompany me to the site by noon." Upon hearing Yichen's words, Ma Qingye set aside his computer and looked at him with curiosity. "It's nearly winter. Pursuing a ranch now may not be the most prudent decision. Nevertheless, I support your idea. I'll follow your arrangements at noon." Easily persuading Ma Qingye, Yichen returned to his roommates. After learning that they had a class shortly, he borrowed Ma Qingye's car and driver once more to take everyone back. Yichen felt a growing urgency regarding the prospect of buying a car. With more residents moving into the villa, as he stepped outside for a stroll, many curious eyes turned towards him and his companions, who had recently moved into Villa No. 1. "Qingye, I didn't expect to see you here." A middle-aged man with graying hair and dressed in a shirt approached Ma Qingye. "You've been rather secretive, moving into this Tianxiang Villa number 1 without a word. It seems I underestimated you." "Mr. Yang, please don't flatter me. I am quite aware of my own worth. I am merely staying temporarily with a friend, just like you." After a brief handshake with Mr. Yang, who was not particularly fond of him in the business realm, Ma Qingye explained further. "It's rare for someone like you to be in a position to host a guest like me. My daughter is holding her coming-of-age ceremony at Villa number 33 this evening. I hope you will grace us with your presence." Noticing that Ma Qingye did not introduce anyone else, Mr. Yang tactfully took his leave. Other residents also recognized Ma Qingye and began to speculate about the influential figure who had provided him with a guarantee for his residence. It seemed improbable that Ma Qingye, who had only ventured into the business world for less than a decade, could know such a prominent individual. It was indeed puzzling. While Ma Qingye did not know these illustrious figures personally, One must not forget the identity of his father, who was likely orchestrating things behind the scenes. It appeared that this was the only plausible explanation. In the future, when facing cooperation with Tianxuan Group, one must proceed with caution. Did anyone notice that the person sitting in the corner is Su Muyu's manager? Could it be that Su Muyu is also here? A ripple of intrigue swept through the crowd. This situation is becoming quite interesting. Could it be that Ma Qingye and Su Muyu share some clandestine dealings? A strong scent of gossip wafted through the air. Annoyed by the prying eyes of the other residents, the group retreated to the first-floor living room. At that moment, Chen Hong received a photo on her phone showing her sitting in a corner of the courtyard, with Ma Qingye standing beside her. The comments below speculated whether Su Muyu had any involvement with Ma Qingye. Qingye, someone captured our photo here, and people are already questioning your relationship with Muyu. She remarked. Qingye, there's no need to be anxious about this, he replied. Once Su Muyu completes her confinement period, we shall openly declare our relationship with great confidence. Observing the anxious expression on Chen Hong's face, Ma Chengyi calmly offered words of comfort. Su Muyu, it has come to me, exclaimed Yi Ma, slapping her thigh in realization. Isn't she the one frequently seen on television? I thought her face looked familiar. Chapter 28. The approaching Jiang dad and Jiang mom. After Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu finished with the breast milk, they made their way downstairs. Upon seeing the tightly shut front door and the curious crowd seated on the first floor, they began inquiring about the situation. The surrounding residents are far too curious about us, as if we are monkeys in a zoo, Ma Chengyi lamented. We decided to come in first to avoid the spotlight. Subsequently, Chen Hong took Su Muyu aside and recounted the events on her phone once more. Su Muyu replied, the reason I hesitated to go public was to ascertain Ma Chengye's reliability, at least from what I've witnessed thus far. He has proven himself to be competent. I have no objections to making our relationship known. Ma Chengyi, who had been nervously standing by, suddenly beamed with joy and eagerly grasped Su Muyu's hand. I will promptly confess our situation to my parents. Once they learn they are about to become grandparents, I am certain they will leap for joy. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his palm trembling slightly as he dialed the number. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, observing this, recalled the anxiety he felt when he first called his own parents. He took Jiang Baiwei's hand and slowly settled into his seat, only to notice that she appeared hesitant to speak. Yi Cheng, I have refrained from mentioning my parents' situation because they are divorced and their circumstances are somewhat unique. Jiang Baiwei said softly, taking the initiative to hold Yi Cheng's hand. Do not worry, Baiwei. I will handle the conversation with your parents. The little ones will always need their grandparents, Yi Cheng gently reassured her. My parents are both public servants. My father in the military and my mother in an administrative role. They divorced during my high school years. Although they send me double the living expenses each month, I have lost the essential warmth of familial care, Jiang Baiwei confessed, her gaze fixed downward. Since her parents' divorce, she had not felt the warmth of a family. Due to their work commitments, encounters were rare, often occurring only once a year. This lack of familial presence was also the reason she sought various part-time jobs, not for the meager salaries, but to immerse herself in society and experience the myriad of human emotions. Her resolute decision to have children stemmed from a desire to provide them with a nurturing home, ultimately leading her to seek out Yi Cheng. Fear not. For the love your parents may lack, I shall endeavor to compensate for in the days to come. You shall have me by your side. Gently embracing Jiang Baiwei, Yi Cheng offered a tender consolation, acknowledging the profound ache in his heart. Now that the children had been born, he felt it was time to be forthright with his parents. With unwavering determination, Jiang Baiwei promptly retrieved her phone and sent 2 messages. In stark contrast, Ma Qingye was animatedly informing his parents of the situation at hand. Upon learning that Su Muyu had given birth to a healthy baby boy, they immediately set aside all affairs to rush to the villa. Not long after Jiang Baiwei dispatched her messages, she was greeted by a phone call. Hello, Baiwei. Is what you texted true? Where are you? I'll come right away. A serious female voice cut through the din on the other end. Mom, it's true. I'm doing quite well. Please finish your matters before coming to see the children, Jiang Baiwei hesitantly replied, biting her lip. Tell me your address. I'll be there immediately. The voice brimmed with excitement, and after Jiang Baiwei relayed the location, the call was hastily terminated. Meeting adjourned. With a sweeping gesture, the gathering was brought to an end. Your aunt cares for you deeply. Perhaps her busy schedule prevents her from showing it, Yi Cheng gently reassured Jiang Baiwei, who was slowly lowering her phone. At that moment, the little ones, dressed in the adorable outfits purchased by Chu He and the others, were being carried downstairs by the nursing staff. This prompted Yi Chun's parents, who had been idly wandering in the living room, to draw near. "My precious granddaughter and grandson are utterly adorable. I hope they've eaten well," Yi Chun's father exclaimed. "Come on, Grandma and Grandpa will take you out for a stroll." Clutching their grandchildren with affection, Yi Chun's parents hurriedly pushed the stroller towards the courtyard, engaging joyfully with the children. This prompted Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei, who had been uncertain of what to do at home, to join them outside. Observing the lively antics of their son, Yi Zhiqiu, it was evident that he would not be one to sit still in the future. In contrast, the other three daughters lay quietly in the stroller, their large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just as Jiang Baiwei began to tease the children with a small toy, yet another call came through. "Hello, Baiwei, how are you and the children faring? Let me know your location, and I'll come as soon as I handle things here." A stern voice resonated from the phone. "Dad, I'm at Villa number 1 in Tianxiang Mountain Villa. Please finish what you're doing. I'll be here for a while," Jiang Baiwei replied softly, lowering her head. Without further exchange, the call was abruptly ended. Just before the line went dead, the distant sound of explosions could be heard, indicating that the caller was likely engaged in live fire training. "Then let us await the arrival of our uncles and aunts," Jiang Baiwei said. "Indeed, at noon, Ma Gu and I shall inquire about the sale of a nearby ranch," Yi Chun remarked as he gazed at Jiang Baiwei. "If all goes according to plan, we shall produce our own milk powder for the children in the future." He then affectionately tousled Jiang Baiwei's hair. Making milk powder involves a series of intricate processes. It is far from the simplicity one might imagine. Alas, let us not set our expectations too high. We can merely consider it as purchasing a ranch to enjoy fresh milk and beef daily. Jiang Baiwei, who had previously conducted market research on similar projects, furrowed her brow. Yet, upon seeing Yi Chun's confident demeanor, she chose not to press further. "Baiwei, rest assured, my associates have thoroughly deliberated on this," Yi Chun reassured her, fully aware that accomplishing this endeavor alone was beyond his means. However, with the support of System Go, completing it would be a mere trifling task. As they spent time with the children, the hours slipped away swiftly. Time-conscious, Yi Chun and Ma Qingye found themselves aboard a vehicle en route to the Tiantian Ranch. "Xiaoyi, here are the details I gathered this morning about Tiantian Ranch," Ma Qingye stated, presenting some documents to Yi Chun. "The premises are sound, but the facilities and marketing leave much to be desired, which has led to poor management." After perusing the materials, Yi Chun found Ma Qingye's assessment accurate. The documents clearly indicated that the ranch was situated far from the urban center, making it difficult to locate. This distance could potentially transform a drawback into an advantage when considering the forthcoming high-tech products. "Ma Gu, based on your experience, how much do you think we could acquire this ranch for?" Yi Chun inquired curiously, having neatly stacked the documents. According to this report, a sum below 7 million would be reasonable. However, a site visit is essential to grasp the specific circumstances, Ma Qingye replied. After navigating a rugged mountain road, the business vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of Tiantian Ranch. The scent of hay mingled with the odor of manure wafted into the nostrils of Yi Chun and his companions. "You must be bossy. We have been awaiting your arrival," greeted a middle-aged couple clad in work attire, standing at the gate. The couple warmly ushered Yi Chun and his party into a modest office, where they were served 2 steaming cups of fresh milk. The office lacked provisions for tea or coffee, so the guests were offered the milk freshly extracted that morning, as the middle-aged woman enthusiastically introduced it. Yi Chun and his companion could hardly refuse, and they raised their cups to savor a sip. A rich aroma of milk, tinged with a hint of gaminess, enveloped their senses. However, that slight gaminess was magnified upon tasting, nearly causing Yi Chun and his companion to retch. Fortunately, their strong resolve allowed them to suppress their reactions. Chapter 29. Securing the Ranch. Ma Ba is also Ma Hua Tang. The milk is remarkably fresh. However, we find it difficult to adjust to unprocessed fresh milk from the cows. After taking a modest sip, Yi Chun slowly set down his cup and remarked, "Let us delve directly into the matter at hand." I briefly surveyed the ranch's facilities and noted that they are indeed somewhat dilapidated, with the only offerings being fresh milk and beef. Setting his cup down, Ma Qingye immediately shifted into negotiation mode. This ranch represents the culmination of our efforts over the years. It is not akin to a child's wedding, necessitating a home purchase in the capital. Otherwise, we wouldn't be selling it. Observing the middle-aged couple beside him, expressing their grievances, Yi Chun and his companion continued to leverage the geographical conditions and facilities to negotiate a lower price. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the ranch had 10 years of operational rights remaining, along with the remaining equipment and cows, for a bundled price of $6,500,000. After finalizing the price, Yi Chun took out his phone to initiate the transfer. At that moment, the bank called to verify whether it was indeed him executing the transaction and to confirm the purpose of the operation. Following the upload of the transfer contract, the bank swiftly completed the transaction and reminded Yi Chun to visit the bank to upgrade his current card when time permits. Pleasant cooperation. Observing the middle-aged man, who was now beaming with joy as he stood up, Yi Chun felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He also admired Ma Qingye, whose persuasive skills were akin to wielding a legendary sword. The middle-aged couple, who had initially clung to their asking price of $7,500,000, had been effectively persuaded to reduce it. The couple handed over all the keys and certificates of the ranch to Yi Chun. The two of them watched as the couple drove away in an old pickup truck. "Ma Gu, you know many people. Please help me find a batch of ranch employees. The salary will be $8,000 a month, including meals and accommodation. I will also seek a construction team to renovate the place." Yi Chun gazed at the 20 cows that had been transferred to him, his heart brimming with joy. Ding! Congratulations on completing the secondary task, raw materials. Rewards: improved dairy cattle breed, pending collection, complete production line, pending collection, specialty pasture seeds, to be delivered to the ranch, 5 million Huahua currency, already disbursed. The system's completion notification echoed in his mind once more, and a sense of accomplishment washed over Yi Chun's face. Upon reviewing the collection conditions, he discovered that these advanced technological products required installation and improvement when no one was around, with a time frame of 3 days. "No worries. I will have my assistant organize a few teams for you to select from. I will also find a renovation company, and once production of milk commences, do remember to send some my way," Ma Qingye confidently remarked while patting Yi Chun on the shoulder. "My parents are almost there, and we have just finished our matters here. Please ensure the main gate is secured, and for the next few days, just arrange for a few people to come and tend to the cows." Upon hearing that Ma Qingye's parents were on their way, Yi Chun promptly closed the ranch gate and boarded the business vehicle, heading back. At that moment, "Lao Ma, you mentioned that Qingye's friend would be staying at Villa No. 1 of Tianxiang Mountain Villa. It is important to note that those residing there are not merely judged by their financial means, but also by their official backgrounds." In the suburbs of the capital, a Mercedes business vehicle, identical to Ma Qingye's, cruised along the road. A well-dressed lady beside a bespectacled man glanced at him with curiosity. "This is Qingye's fortune. Who would have thought that this visit to Tianxiang Mountain Villa would not be a mere social call, but rather a meeting with his own grandson? How extraordinary," the bespectacled man remarked, gazing out at the drifting leaves through the car window. As the vehicle came to a steady stop before the gate, a property staff member approached the front of the car with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Hello, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The bespectacled man slowly leaned out, stating, "It's me. I am here to visit Villa Number 1. Please open the gate." Just as the property staff was preparing to confirm the details through their internal channels, Yi Chun's Mercedes also arrived at the gate. "Dad, Mom, you arrived quite swiftly." Ma Qingye's voice resonated from within the vehicle as he stepped out. Yi Chun followed closely behind, alighting from the car. "Welcome back, esteemed owner." Upon seeing Yi Chun, the property staff who had initially blocked their way immediately saluted. Just as Ma Qingye's father was about to inquire where he had been, his attention was drawn to the distinguished-looking Yi Chun. Accompanied by Ma's mother, they both exited the vehicle. Noticing the gaze of Ma's father and mother, Ma Qingye promptly introduced, "Mom and Dad, this is my friend Yi Chun, who is also the godfather of my child. Yi Chun, this is my father, Ma Huateng, and my mother, Lu Weiqi." "Hello, Uncle Ma," Yi Chun exclaimed, surprised to meet the entrepreneur often teased by his roommates, and he immediately stepped forward to shake hands. "You are truly remarkable. Qingye is fortunate to have a friend like you," Ma Huateng remarked, observing his son being teased by his father, who stood meekly to the side. "Uncle Ma, Aunt Lu, let us go inside and chat. It has been a long journey." Yi Chun promptly gestured for the property staff to open the gate. Invited by Ma Huateng, the group boarded the same Mercedes business vehicle to enter the villa. Each visit to Tianxiang Mountain Villa left them in awe of its enchanting environment. "Xiaoyi, you truly possess great capability," Ma Huateng remarked, gazing at the lush gardens outside the car window, contrasting with the falling leaves, and expressed his admiration. "It is merely a residence, and if Uncle Ma enjoys it, He is welcome to visit frequently. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of Villa Number 1. Jiang Baiwei, basking in the sun with the children, immediately turned her gaze towards them. Uncle Ma, Aunt Lu, allow me to introduce my future wife, Jiang Baiwei. These are my parents, along with the children. Yichun enthusiastically introduced Jiang Baiwei and the others. Hello, my brother. Your son and daughter-in-law truly make for an enviable pair. If I had 4 grandchildren, I would wake up smiling from dreams, Ma Huateng remarked, his eyes reflecting deep admiration as he observed the 4 figures in the stroller. After ushering everyone into the living room on the first floor, Su Muyu gently descended the stairs while cradling a child. Upon seeing this, Ma Qingya hurried to assist her. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Su Muyu. After her introduction, both Ma and his wife gazed at her with evident appreciation. Their hands trembled slightly as they reached out to touch the face of the child in her arms. What a good child. All of them are good children. Muyu, is it all right if I call you that? Ma Huadeng asked cautiously, his focus entirely on the infant. Of course, no problem. The child just fell asleep. So let's be as gentle as possible, Ma Huadeng said as he carefully took the child from Su Muyu's arms. Together, they examined the child's features with utmost tenderness. Soon, they noticed numerous tiny needle marks on the baby's hands and forehead. Why does my grandson have so many needle marks? Qingya, what is going on? Faced with Ma Huadeng's pressing inquiry, Ma Qingya had no choice but to explain the situation in detail. Upon learning that their grandchild was born prematurely and suffered from congenital heart disease, both elders' eyes instantly filled with tears. This revelation also prompted a deep sigh of sorrow from Yichen's parents, who were hearing the news for the first time. Qingya, how could you as a father allow your child to endure such suffering? Was that project abroad truly so imperative that you couldn't come back immediately to handle such a grave matter? Ma's mother scolded, her eyes red with emotion. Uncle and aunt, everything has been managed. The child can now grow up healthily, so please do not blame Qingya, Su Muyu reassured them. Gradually, their emotions began to settle. The 2 elders gazed at the child with hearts full of anguish, fearful that illness might once again afflict him. Chapter 30. The powerful background of Zhang's parents. You little rascal, learn from Yichun. Nothing is more important than family, Ma's father sighed in resignation. Uncle and aunt, let us have a simple meal together at noon. I'll cook personally, Yichun said as he headed toward the kitchen. While the originally intended executive chef prepared to undertake 3 days of work here. Last night, feeling deeply disheartened, I departed swiftly, leaving only the kitchen help behind. Yichun, my mother and the others might just make it in time for lunch. Remember to prepare a few extra dishes, Jiang Baiwei reminded, glancing at the clock. Leave it to me. I will ensure our parents are thoroughly pleased, Yichun responded, diving into the kitchen with fervor to create a sumptuous midday feast. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, a black executive vehicle glided to a halt. Beside the car door, he had affixed a label denoting it as an official vehicle. Hey, Wei Wei, the property management 1T let me in. Could you have a word with them? A short-haired woman, seated in the back, spoke wearily yet with a hint of excitement as she lifted her phone. The driver in front had already cursed the property management in his mind. Knowing that others would eagerly welcome a leader, while here, the management was obstinately denying entry. Indeed, the guests of Villa Number 1 were granted passage. Hearing the voice through the intercom, the property personnel slowly opened the gate. In the kitchen, Yichun hurriedly removed his apron and joined Jiang Baiwei in the courtyard to await their arrival. The vehicle came to a steady stop beside the villa, and from the back seat emerged a short-haired woman clad in an executive jacket. Mom, you arrived so quickly. Jiang Baiwei and Yichun rushed forward. Observing Jiang Baiwei still dressed in her maternity attire, the short-haired woman grasped her hand with a pained expression. Her gaze softened from its previous sharpness to one brimming with tenderness. Let us go inside. We don't want to catch a chill out here. After a slight nod towards Yichun, Jiang Ma led Jiang Baiwei into the villa. At that moment, a roar of engine noise reverberated throughout the estate as a green military jeep came to an abrupt stop beside Villa Number 1. A man in combat attire with a buzz cut disembarked from the vehicle. Dad, you made it here so quickly too. Jiang Baiwei and the others hastily returned to the courtyard. Are you all right? It's this rascal who got you pregnant, isn't it? The commanding voice of the buzz-cut man, combined with his imposing demeanor, made Yichun's palms begin to sweat. Let us discuss this inside. Can't you see Baiwei isn't dressed warmly enough? Jiang Ma frowned, staring intently at him. The family gradually made their way into the villa, leaving those nearby holding their breath, fearful of incurring their wrath. The connections of Villa Number 1 were indeed formidable. This executive vehicle was from the most influential circle, and the military vehicle, capable of traversing the capital without plates, was a rarity. Throughout the morning, the comings and goings of numerous vehicles at Villa No. 1 had once again made it the focal point of the estate. The connections of this leader are truly formidable, with individuals in both political and military spheres, all exhibiting such strength. At last, I comprehend the reason why this villa has remained unoccupied for so long. Those with such prowess reside within the courtyard, while those lacking such stature find themselves unable to gain entry, no matter how hard they try. It seems prudent to foster closer ties with the residents of this villa. One never knows when they might extend a helping hand in the future. As the number of onlookers grew, a thick veil of intrigue enveloped Yi Chen's identity. Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is Yi Chen, and these two are his parents, Jiang Baiwei said, making the introductions. Beside him is Su Muyu, the child's godmother. Next to her are her manager and partner, and finally, these two are the parents of Muyu's partner. Due to the unique status of Jiang Baiwei's parents, she refrained from disclosing their identities. Instead, Jiang's mother took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Weiwei's mother, Li Rong, and this is her father, Jiang Yu. Before Jiang's mother could finish, Jiang's father eagerly inquired, Weiwei, that child is my grandchild, isn't he? Mom and Dad, aside from Uncle Ma holding my godson. The other four are my biological children, Jiang Baiwei replied with a smile. What? Quadruplets? How wonderful! Jiang's father exclaimed, his excitement evident as he jumped up. Jiang's mother looked on in astonishment at her daughter. May I hold the child? Jiang's father asked impatiently, approaching the caregiver. After receiving a nod from both Jiang Baiwei and Yi Chen, the caregiver handed the child to him. The baby, who had been quietly resting in the caregiver's arms, immediately began to cry as soon as he was placed in Jiang's father's arms, fussing and wriggling. Give him to me. Jiang's mother shot a glance at Jiang's father and carefully cradled the child in her hands. Instantly, the wailing ceased. Just as Jiang's father, still skeptical, was about to pick up another child, the youngest, Yi Zhiqiu, managed to wriggle free from Yi Chen's embrace. Seeing this, Jiang's father's face lit up with joy. Finally, a child was showing affection towards him. He quickly took the child from Yi Chen, mimicking Jiang's mother's gentle hold. This child is so well behaved. A robust little one. You shall carry on my legacy, he declared, his heart swelling with happiness as he watched the calm Yi Zhiqiu nestled in his arms. Suddenly, however, the diaper of the youngest slipped down to his knees, and a fountain of water shot up towards Jiang's father's head. Ha ha ha, this little rascal is misbehaving again. Let me fetch a towel to clean you up, he chuckled. Observing the audacious Yi Zhiqiu, who brazenly urinated upon his grandfather's head, Yi Chen hastily emerged from the restroom, presenting an unopened towel. Once again, his antics failed to endear him to the child. This time, he had inadvertently chosen to shower his grandfather instead. Jiang Ma, cradling her eldest daughter, could not suppress her laughter. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. Urinating on Grandpa's head brings me joy. It signifies good digestion and vitality. With a cheerful Yi Zhiqiu nestled in his arms, Jiang Ba exhibited no signs of anger. After drying off the urine stains, he joyfully embraced the child and made his way to his seat. At that moment, the four grandparents from both families each held a child, allowing Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei to exhale in relief. As the atmosphere grew more amiable, everyone began to greet Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma. Nearby, Ma Ba approached Jiang Ma with a demeanor of restraint. Director Li, what a remarkable twist of fate to encounter you here. Ah, Mr. Ma. It seems our destinies remain intertwined, Jiang Ma replied. The project you mentioned earlier has crossed my mind. It seems promising. Once today's affairs conclude, let us discuss it further in my office. Upon hearing this, Ma Huading trembled slightly as he extended his hand for a shake. He desperately needed this opportunity to present his project, as his previous attempt at the conference had been thwarted by a brief speaking slot, leaving him with lingering regret. Uncle, Aunt, I must attend to the upcoming lunch preparations. Please excuse me for a moment. Noticing the time, Yi Chen hurried back to the kitchen, leaving a room full of elders entertaining the little ones. Chapter 31. The in-law satisfaction with Yi Chen time to eat. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, Yi Chen observed the two families still indulging in their delight with the children. He promptly invited them to the second floor for dinner. Little Yi, I hear you are now the starting forward for the school basketball team? Your physical fitness must be commendable, Jiang Ba asked gently, his previous sternness replaced by warmth as he held his youngest son. Indeed, uncle, I am currently striving for a position on the national team, Yi Chun replied bashfully, rubbing the back of his head. My dear, Yi Chun's physical prowess is undeniably impressive. Just the other day, 3 or 4 burly men attempted to intimidate him and Bai Wei, yet he swiftly subdued them, Yi Ba added while holding his second daughter. Oh, it seems your skills are quite remarkable. After dinner, how about a little practice in the courtyard? Jiang Ba looked at Yi Chun with surprise. Though Yi Chun appeared robust, could a boy who practiced basketball daily truly take on 3 or 4 strong men? He was eager to test this claim personally. Dad, one doesn't come to someone's home to engage in fights. Jiang Baiwei interjected, clearly displeased. Ha ha ha, look at you. Even before marriage, your elbows are already bending outward. Jiang's father teased. Don't be so unruly here. This isn't your military camp where you can practice as you please. At that moment, Jiang's mother, not indulging her husband's whims, swiftly curtailed his remarks. As everyone gradually took their seats, they were captivated by the delectable dishes adorning the dining table. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Chun lifted his teacup and said, Today's lunch was prepared somewhat hastily. Once I am better prepared, I shall host everyone properly. For now, allow me to toast you all with tea instead of wine. You know, Xiao Yi, this aroma is truly delightful. We need not worry about Wei Wei's dining issues in the future, Zhang's mother remarked, reluctantly parting with her child after handing her over to the caregiver. She then praised Yi Chun. These are merely home-cooked dishes. I hope Uncle and Aunt enjoy them. Mother-in-law, Xiao Chen's culinary skills have indeed improved significantly since arriving in the capital. Even the chefs at restaurants would envy him. Do give it a taste. Ye's father enthusiastically served Zhang's parents a piece of fish. This fish is exceptionally well prepared. It's incomparable to the military's fare, delicious, Zhang's father exclaimed, having only taken a small bite before showering Yi Chun with compliments. It is truly delicious. It nearly rivals a state banquet's standard. Zhang's mother echoed her husband's praise. Those who had already savored Yi Chun's cooking were far from reserved, their chopsticks dancing busily over the dishes, with even Ma's parents joining the feast. Only Zhang's parents took their time, savoring each dish before gently setting down their chopsticks. Xiao Yi, I have a general understanding of your circumstances. We are very pleased that Wei Wei has found such a wonderful home. Due to my and her father's work commitments, we have not been able to care for Bai Wei as we should have. We do not oppose your relationship and are sincerely grateful for the 4 lovely grandchildren you have brought us. Upon hearing Zhang's parents' supportive attitude, Yi Chun promptly replied, Uncle, Aunt, this is what I ought to do. You can rest assured that Bai Wei will not suffer any grievances while she is with me. Reassured by Yi Chun's confident response, Zhang's parents resumed their meal. Since Zhang Bai Wei had been discharged from the hospital just a couple of days prior, she was now able to enjoy some light fare. Yi Chun placed a few cheese shrimp balls into Jiang Bai Wei's bowl. After tasting one, Jiang Bai Wei exclaimed, Yi Chun, this is absolutely delicious. What have I missed out on these past couple of days? Beside her, Sumu Yu also picked up her chopsticks, grabbing a generous piece of fish and savoring it, making Jiang Bai Wei's mouth water. Bai Wei, I finished giving birth a day or 2 earlier than you, so I secretly indulged in these delectable dishes last night. Do not look at me that way. It is I who should be envied. It is difficult to fathom how sorrowful I would be if I were unable to indulge in such delectable fare. Sumu Yu said with a playful smile as she devoured her meal, addressing Jiang Bai Wei. The gathering concluded their lunch amidst this joyful atmosphere. Jiang Bai Wei and Sumu Yu made their way to the nursery to tend to the hungry little ones. Xiao Yi, our meal is finished. Shall we practice? Jiang Ba, having strolled into the courtyard to digest, issued a challenge to Yi Chun once more. All right. At that moment, Jiang Ma was preoccupied with her phone, attending to various matters. Observing this, Yi Chun reluctantly accepted the challenge. Soon, the two stood at the center of the courtyard, readying themselves for a bout. After signaling Yi Chun to commence the attack, Jiang Ba braced himself as Yi Chun launched his advance. The commotion drew the attention of the onlookers, who quickly grasped why Yi Chun could triumph over 4 opponents. Had anyone else faced Jiang Ba, they likely would have faltered after just 2 moves. Impressive indeed. Your military boxing technique is quite solid. Did you learn it online? Jiang Ba inquired curiously, gesturing for them to stop fighting. I merely followed some instructional videos online and practiced casually, Yi Chun replied, showing no signs of fatigue, which only deepened Jiang Ba's satisfaction. Applause erupted from the spectators. Xiao Yi, I have some matters to attend to. Please convey to Wei Wei that I will join her once I finish. Jiang Ma said with a smile after ending her phone call, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Yi, I also have some affairs to handle at the military camp. We shall return once I am done, Jiang Bai added, bidding farewell along with Jiang Ma and the others. Soon, the bustling villa returned to its tranquil state. Xiao Yi, these are the materials I had my assistant compile, some ranch teams and renovation companies. Peruse them and see which aligns with your desires, Ma Chengyi said, retrieving a stack of documents from the business vehicle. After a cursory review, Yichen ultimately selected a company named Ranch Story and another called 3 Grams Oil Decoration, notifying them to commence work the following day. After finishing their feeding, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu learned that Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma had departed, leaving Jiang Baiwei feeling somewhat disheartened. I am here with you. The ranch matter is already settled. Once the renovations are nearing completion, I will take you to see it, Yichen reassured, gently grasping Jiang Baiwei's hand. Muyu's child needs to return to the hospital for a checkup today. Should we also head back to the city to purchase some clothing and other items? Jiang Baiwei leaned against Yichen's shoulder, speaking softly. That works perfectly. We have purchased a car, which will greatly facilitate our travels, and at last, my driving license finds its purpose. Yichen wholeheartedly agreed with this notion and promptly informed his parents. Soon, the entire family embarked in Ma Qingye's business vehicle, making their way toward the bustling city. Upon re-entering the vibrant metropolis, Yichen experienced a sensation akin to awakening from a dream. Glancing at Jiang Baiwei beside him and the children behind, he reassured himself that this was indeed reality. Little Yi, this is the largest shopping mall in the capital, with everything one could possibly need nearby. Here is a membership card in my name. The password is 6 zeros. Consider it an allowance for future meals. When bidding farewell to Ma Qingye, the latter insisted on presenting Yichen with a black card. The Yi family, pushing 2 strollers, captured the attention of passers-by. Observers were momentarily transfixed by the sight of the perfectly synchronized quadruplets. Chapter 32. The family's experience at the heart of the capital's mall. Dad, Mom, since you've come to the capital without sufficient clothing, let me buy you a few outfits while we're here. Yichen strolled through the mall, pushing the stroller. There's plenty of clothing back home. I'll just ask your aunt to send some over later. There's no need to waste money, Yi Dad replied, shaking his head in refusal. Uncle, Auntie, since you're here, I haven't prepared anything for you either. Consider these clothes my gift to you. It was Jiang Baiwei who stepped in to advocate for the idea. The 2 elderly parents soon accepted the suggestion with delight. Welcome. May I inquire what type of clothing you would like to purchase? As Yichen and his family approached a large clothing store, a sales associate greeted them enthusiastically. Please help me choose a few outfits for my parents. The rest we will browse ourselves, Yichen instructed as he and the elders split up. He pushed the stroller alongside Jiang Baiwei, who began selecting various garments. What do you think of this one? I'm uncertain about how my recovery will progress. Will I be able to wear such a beautiful dress? Jiang Baiwei held up a floral long dress, her voice tinged with melancholy. You will undoubtedly regain your former beauty, Yichen declared, waving his hand for the attendant to package the items Jiang Baiwei had tried on. I can't wear so many. It would be a waste to buy too much, Jiang Baiwei quickly interjected, halting the attendant's actions with a serious expression. Not at all. I wish to see a different version of you every day. In fact, I find this selection insufficient. Yichen's words left Jiang Baiwei blushing, and she refrained from further protest, her heart swelling with sweetness as she continued to browse the clothing. Before long, the number of attendants assisting them grew to 3, showing no signs of slowing down in the face of Yichen and Jiang Baiwei's enthusiastic shopping spree. This young man is simply wonderful. As soon as the beautiful lady caught his eye, everything she picked up was swiftly packed away. If I had such a wonderful husband, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. The young lady even took the time to coordinate outfits for the young man, truly a display of affection. Moreover, with such stunning beauty, I can't help but suspect she is a top-tier celebrity. Indeed, in comparison, my husband appears somewhat foolish, meticulously calculating even the cost of vegetables. I can't help but envy that young lady. You only see the kindness the young man shows his wife, but you have not witnessed how high the commission for completing this order truly is. Listening to the chatter of the waitstaff behind them, the smiles of Yichen and his companion grew even brighter. Let us purchase these for now. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to carry everything back, Jiang Baiwei remarked, gazing longingly at the garments in the distance. Dear lady, our store offers a delivery service. If you purchase clothing from us and find it inconvenient to carry, we arrange same-city delivery to ensure it arrives on the same day. A staff member interjected promptly. Let us save it for another day. We should first check on how uncle and auntie are doing, Jiang Baiwei replied, gently shaking her head as she linked her arm with Yi Chen's. Shortly after, Yi Chen navigated through a significant portion of the clothing store before finally spotting his parents in a corner. As he approached them, he noticed they were not assessing the quality of the garments, but rather scrutinizing the prices. This piece costs over 1,000. It's far too expensive. With that money, we could buy a considerable amount of formula for our grandchildren, Yi Ma lamented, shaking her head. Yi Chen could only smile helplessly at her words. Hello, could you select 5 outfits that match my parents' style? I will settle the bill at your front desk, Yi Chen instructed the staff upon witnessing the situation. Xiao Chun, these clothes are far too pricey. Perhaps we should refrain from purchasing, his father remarked, turning to Yi Chen. I will call your aunt and ask her to send us some clothes. Mom and Dad, please feel free to shop. Your son has a bit of money now. I've already asked the staff to prepare the outfits for you. Let us proceed to the checkout, Yi Chen said with a smile, exchanging a glance with Jiang Baiwei as they pushed the little ones toward the register. Hello, sir, your total comes to 56,420 yuan. How would you like to pay? The cashier inquired with a professional smile. Mobile payment, Yi Chen responded, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code. Just then, a notification appeared. Transaction exceeds 50,000. Transaction failed. Frowning at the message on his phone, Yi Chen said, my phone has a limit. I will pay with my membership card. With that, he handed over the black membership card given to him by Ma Qingye. Ah, esteemed customer. I shall proceed with your checkout, the trembling attendant declared as she accepted the black membership card. As you are a valued member, all merchandise is available at a 20% discount. Kindly input your password, she continued, her professional smile seemingly infused with newfound enthusiasm. Subsequently, Yi Chen entered the 6 zeros as instructed by Ma Qingye. The computer promptly displayed a message indicating a successful transaction. Dear guests, shall we take a moment to rest? Our establishment features a dedicated lounge. The attendant cheerfully beckoned the group following the successful sale. The staff behind Yi Chen and his companions rejoiced, for the commission from this transaction would suffice for several days' wages. Mom, Dad, shall we take a brief respite before continuing our shopping? Yi Chen gently inquired. Let us sit for a while and allow the little ones some fresh air, Yi father agreed, carefully lifting Si Bao from the stroller. Esteemed guests, would you prefer freshly ground coffee or tea? This little darling is simply adorable, accompanying you all without a fuss, the attendant remarked warmly. We'll have some tea, please. Where can we find baby supplies in this mall? Jiang Baiwei replied with a smile. Dear guest, our baby supplies are located on the 3rd floor, renowned for their quality assurance. You cannot go wrong with your purchases here, the attendant enthusiastically recommended the products within the mall. This is our home address. We shall take our leave now. Yi Chen and his companions waved goodbye after enjoying a cup of hot tea at the clothing store. Chapter 33. Acquiring supplies for the little ones. Now that we have completed our clothing purchases, it is time to procure some necessities for the children, Jiang Baiwei joyfully stated, glancing at the well-behaved infant nestled in the stroller. We cannot be careless with what we buy for our grandson and granddaughter. We must select only the finest. Yi father and Yi mother asserted earnestly. Yi Chen shook his head in resignation upon hearing them. Just moments ago, the elderly couple had fretted over the expense of their clothing, yet now, when it came to the children, they prioritized quality over price. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, Baiwei and I would never allow our children to use inferior products, Yi Chen assured, holding Jiang Baiwei's hand. Let us explore and see what the little ones may need, he suggested. With renewed enthusiasm at the prospect of shopping for the children, Yi father and Yi mother pushed the stroller ahead. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei followed with smiles. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor, where a myriad of baby products dazzled their eyes. Yi Chen, we should purchase a substantial quantity of these diapers. The children go through them far too quickly, Jiang Baiwei remarked, picking up a pack of diapers and examining them closely. The attendant approached swiftly, exclaiming, This discerning lady has excellent taste. This particular diaper is our store's best seller, offering the highest cost-performance ratio. Currently, we have a promotion, buy 4, get 1 free. Curious? Yi Chen inquired, what is the most expensive diaper you have in your store? The attendant immediately retrieved a bag of golden packaged diapers from the display and replied, Esteemed sir, if your baby has recently been born, allow me to recommend our store's Pride and Joy, imported from abroad. This gentle diaper can absorb up to 10 liters of liquid. That one will do. I would like 50 bags, Yi Chen stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. The attendant, initially overjoyed, was taken aback. 50? Although you have a set of twins, that's an excessive quantity for immediate use. I must consider your needs, as each age requires a specific size in diapers. The attendant hastily explained to Yi Chun, mistakenly assuming there were only 2 infants based on the covered strollers nearby. At that moment, Yi Chun gently lifted the curtain of the stroller. The attendant gazed in astonishment at the 4 serene babies nestled within. You are truly fortunate. In all my years of work, I have never encountered quadruplets, she exclaimed, her once exuberant voice now softened, careful not to disturb the sleeping infants. She then led Yi Chun to the checkout counter. Ah, a premium membership card. You are indeed a man of mystery. The attendant marveled as Yi Chun presented the sleek black card. After swiftly completing the payment, he requested the usual arrangement for delivery to their villa. With the diaper situation resolved, Zhang Baiwei expressed her satisfaction. Now, let us find some adorable clothing for the children. Her face lit with anticipation as she spoke to the babies. Let us explore the Happy Baby store. Yi Chun smiled appreciatively at Zhang Baiwei's enthusiasm as they entered the shop, where the staff greeted them with unwavering warmth. Zhang Baiwei was soon enveloped in a sea of delightful garments. Meanwhile, Ye's parents busily examined various fabrics, gently rubbing them against their cheeks and inhaling their scents, only committing to purchase after confirming their softness and lack of odor. Zhang Baiwei, focused on aesthetics, followed suit, beginning to scrutinize the quality of the clothing. Dear guests, all our garments have been certified overseas. There is no need for individual inspections, the attendant remarked with a smile, observing their meticulousness. You are aware that it has passed overseas certification, yet this is in Huagua, and we need to verify it ourselves, Yi Chun remarked, his brow furrowed. He had long noticed certain issues with these baby products. How peculiar it was that products domestically produced boasted overseas certifications, only to claim they are more suitable for the physique of Huagua infants. What kind of certification is that? All right, let us select these. Wrap them all up, Zhang Baiwei said, placing the final set of clothes into the shopping cart, nodding in satisfaction. Baiwei certainly knew how to shop, having acquired such a variety of clothes. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Zhang Baiwei's hair, saying, I have coordinated everything. It's a rare opportunity to dress up for real-life Barbie dolls. I must ensure the children look splendid. Zhang Baiwei tilted her head, her face beaming with pride. The items my parents chose are quite down-to-earth, with floral aprons and patterned shorts. In contrast, the clothes purchased by the 2 elders exude pure rustic charm. Didn't you wear similar outfits when you were young? They raised you to be chubby and healthy. Yima shot a glance at Yi Chun, speaking with mild exasperation. I don't mind these at all. As long as you like them, Yi Chun chuckled, scratching his head. I have prepared a set of traditional-style dresses for each of my 3 daughters and a tang suit for my son. The rest are casual wear, while the items from uncles and aunts are more suited for home. Zhang Baiwei proudly arranged the garments at the checkout, enthusiastically introducing each piece. My Baiwei has an eye for coordination. She is truly remarkable. As the ultimate cheerleader, Yi Chun offered his hearty praise. Your family is so happy. I wish my late husband could be this delightful. The cashier looked at Yi Chun and the others with envy. That will be 24,800. How would you like to pay? I will use my membership card, Yi Chun replied, retrieving the sleek black card once more. The cashier's expression mirrored surprise as she regarded him. Soon, the clothes were arranged for delivery to the villa. Next came the most vital part of the shopping expedition, purchasing a car. Otherwise, Yi Chun and the others would have to wait for Ma Qingye to drive them back to the villa. They then made their way to the car showroom on the first floor of the mall. The 4 little ones, meanwhile, began to stir, chattering in their strollers. Chapter 34. Confronting the machinations of the workplace, Yi Dad observed his wriggling grandson in the stroller and instinctively lifted him into his arms. The little one, Yi Zhiqiu, nestled comfortably against Yi Dad, instantly quieted down. This affirmed the age-old adage, a crying child receives affection. Yi Chun and the others took the elevator down to the first floor, where a dazzling array of vehicles competed for attention. They found themselves momentarily engulfed in the dilemma of choice. When considering purchasing a vehicle, it is essential not only to acquire a family car, but also a practical vehicle for everyday use. Observing Yi Chun and his companions lingering before the exhibition stands, a male sales representative with a flat fringe approached them with a warm smile. What type of vehicle are you interested in? I can provide a detailed introduction to any model. Seeing the enthusiastic salesman, the group, who were not particularly knowledgeable about cars, decided to explore the auto show with his guidance. Do you have any vehicles suitable for a family of 7? Yi Chun inquired. puzzled as the salesman introduced a series of 5-seater sedans. There are indeed options, but the vehicles currently on display are newly launched sedans. The ones you require are available at our 4th store. If you have time, I can escort you there, the salesman replied. His voice slightly parched as he took a few gulps of water. He then distributed several bottles of water he had retrieved from the stand. We have time now. If we decide to purchase a vehicle, can we take it home today? Yichen asked, accepting the water and looking at the eager salesman. Absolutely. As long as you finalize your choice and we have the inventory, I will ensure you drive it away today, the salesman promised after a moment of contemplation. Yichen and his companions nodded slowly, placing the children back in their strollers before following the salesman toward the 4th store. Does Xiaoli have an insatiable desire to sell cars? With their family situation, what good car could they possibly afford? Aren't they afraid the manager will throw them out? Remarked one of the sales representatives, observing the group with a mocking gaze. Xiaoli just graduated from university. It's understandable he is eager to succeed. However, one shouldn't hastily approach customers without discernment. I doubt that man can even produce 100,000. They should really consider visiting a second-hand car market in the suburbs. But I must say, that beauty is truly stunning. What a pity she chose such a husband, handsome but unable to provide. The other sales representatives at the exhibition, seated at their stands, shared knowing smirks as they watched Yichen and his companions depart. Meanwhile, the male salesman initiated a casual conversation with Yichen and his group. Sir, it's quite admirable to see someone as young as you already settled with a wife and children, he remarked, touched by the apparent happiness of Yichen's family. Xiaoli, you appear quite youthful as well. Did you recently graduate from university? Yichen asked, noticing the name tag on the salesman's chest. Yes. After completing my undergraduate degree, I struggled to find work. I heard that sales could be a great opportunity for personal growth, so I decided to give it a try. The salesman replied, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. As a second-year student, how can you refer to others as Little Li? Jiang Baiwei, clasping Yichen's arm, immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother, you're only in your sophomore year. Little Li, with a look of astonishment, gazed at the towering Yichen, who stood at an impressive height of 191 meters, embodying a picture of domestic bliss. Yichen, equally embarrassed, turned his gaze towards Jiang Baiwei. The group shared laughter and conversation as they made their way to a large dealership. This place seems promising. I hope we can find a vehicle that suits our tastes. Yichen observed, taking in the vast structure that resembled the size of a football field, boasting 5 stories. The group nodded in satisfaction. Our vehicles are located on the 3rd floor. The elevator is this way. Little Li, returning to the shop, promptly guided everyone. This drew the attention of colleagues who had no customers at the moment. As the group gradually entered and the elevator reached the 3rd floor, they were captivated by the dealership's central atrium, crafted from glass. It felt as though they had stumbled upon a new world, with an array of vehicles on display, including an assortment of top-tier sports cars. Mr. Yi, please follow me. I will introduce you to these vehicles. Little Li's voice brought everyone back to the 3rd floor exhibition area. The sight of dozens of brands and colors on display overwhelmed them. Even the infants in strollers became animated with excitement. Consequently, each person cradled a child as they continued to listen to Little Li's explanations. How much is this one? Yichen inquired, one arm holding a child while the other gently caressed a white car. This is a Toyota, priced around 700,000 yuan. I will discuss with the manager later to see if we can negotiate a better price, Little Li replied, loosening his tie and taking a breath. Observing the infant's lack of interest in the car, the group continued to move forward. Little Li, why don't you take a break? I can attend to the guests. A heavily made-up female salesperson approached, enthusiastically offering everyone a bottle of mineral water. Blue sister, I'm not too tired yet. I can manage the introductions myself. Little Li said, looking down with a slightly raspy voice. Look at you, your voice is hoarse. Go rest in the lounge. I'll take care of the guests. And you can join us once you've recuperated, Blue sister insisted, her professional smile faltering momentarily when Little Li declined her offer. However, she quickly masked her reaction and urged him to rest once more. Blue sister, I think Little Li is doing quite well. Let him continue with the introductions. Yichen interjected, understanding the situation. Little Li cast a grateful glance at Yichen. In truth, he was acutely aware that this Miss Lan was intent on usurping his order. Within this establishment, it was common knowledge that her ambiguous relationship with the store manager allowed her to bully the sales staff without restraint. The salespeople, feeling powerless, endured this silent torment. Very well, should you require anything else, do not hesitate to call upon me. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Miss Lan did not linger in the conversation, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaoli instead. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for coming to my aid. Does Miss Lan often engage in such behavior? Xiaoli whispered to Yi Chen. She takes advantage of her connection with the manager to oppress us new employees. We too find ourselves unable to voice our grievances. Yi Chen, after listening, could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, in every industry there exist a few individuals who exploit their connections for their own gain. As Xiaoli continued to introduce the vehicles, he displayed an evident increase in enthusiasm, providing concise and clear explanations of every detail, which endeared him to Yi Chen and his companions, who were otherwise unfamiliar with automobiles. Just as Xiaoli began to describe a white vehicle, the baby in Yi Chen's arms unexpectedly pointed a fist toward it. The system voice echoed again in his mind. Host's offspring completion rate, 14. This revelation invigorated Yi Chen, who had initially assumed that children of such tender age lacked discernment, and was prepared to abandon this task when a miracle occurred. He then instructed Xiaoli to focus on this particular vehicle, inviting Zhang Baiwei and Ye's parents to come over and examine it closely. Xiao Chen, this vehicle is significantly larger than the previous ones. It's almost the size of a small truck, Ye's father exclaimed as he scrutinized the car. The interior details are not inferior to that of Brother Ma's Mercedes-Benz business vehicle. Xiaoli, how much is this car? Zhang Baiwei could not help but commend the vehicle. Miss Jiang, the listed price for this car is 1.2 million. With additional taxes and fees, the final cost may reach 1.5 million, Xiaoli replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. He considered whether this price might be too steep for Yi Chen and his group, while simultaneously pondering how to secure the maximum discount from the manager. As the detailed introduction of the vehicle continued, the eyes of the group sparkled with interest. This excitement prompted the children in their arms to exclaim joyfully at the sight of the car. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest of purchasing a vehicle. A subsequent reward of 800,000 Huawei Yuan has been issued. Please check for receipt. Xiaoli, I will take this one. Do you have it in stock? Yi Chen responded, hearing the rewarding chime from the system. Yi Chen immediately waved his hand, decisively choosing to purchase the vehicle. Very well, Mr. Yi. I shall first check whether this car is available in stock, replied Xiaoli, astonished at Yi Chen's prompt decision. He quickly retrieved his phone to verify the inventory. Indeed, Mr. Yi, there is one vehicle left in the warehouse. However, it is the top-tier version, which is an additional 200,000 compared to this mid-range model, Xiaoli reported with a look of helplessness. The added cost could very well jeopardize the deal. That's all right. I will take this one, but my bank card has a limit, so I need to go to the bank counter to transfer the funds. Yi Chen gestured nonchalantly. Not an issue. Our dealership is equipped to handle transactions with all major banks without the need for appointments or waiting in line. Xiaoli exclaimed enthusiastically, hastily setting his phone aside. He then led everyone to the first floor to finalize the purchase agreement. Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi, while I apply for a discount and retrieve the purchase contract, Xiaoli said, ushering Yi Chen and his companions into the lounge before dashing towards the manager's office. This commotion caught the attention of Sister Lan, who was lounging in the second-floor break room, snacking on seeds. She remarked disdainfully, that Xiaoli clearly lacks the skills to close a deal. He has let such a promising customer slip away. Exactly. I kindly suggested he take a break while I handled the customers, yet he was so reluctant. Now, it appears this deal has fallen through, chimed in a female sales associate, casting a glance at Yi Chen and his companions, eager to seize the opportunity when they returned. Mr. Yi, our manager has managed to offer a maximum discount of 50,000. This is the best I could negotiate, Xiaoli, chastised earlier, said with a look of shame. That's a minor issue. We can forego the price discussion. The crucial point is that we have decided on this vehicle. Where's the nearest bank branch? Let us proceed with the transfer, Yi Chen responded after carefully reviewing the purchase contract to ensure its accuracy, with intentions to settle the payment and depart. Yi Chen requested his companions to wait for him momentarily. He then followed Xiaoli to a nearby bank branch to complete the transaction. The transfer process was remarkably smooth, and it revealed that Yi Chen had recently made significant expenditures. Thus, the bank upgraded his card, raising his daily limit to 1 million. At the moment Xiaoli saw the transfer confirmed, the weight of pressure from life and colleagues that had burdened him for 6 months lifted, and he shed tears of joy. This represented his first significant achievement. heralding a new chapter in his life. Mr. Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your support of my work, he expressed sincerely. I find myself at a loss for words to convey the exhilaration that courses through me at this moment. Observing Xiao Li, his face awash with tears, Yichen experiences a tumult of emotions within. Without uttering excessive words, Yichen gently pats his shoulder. As they make their way back, Xiao Li informs Yichen that the dealership has prepared a delivery ceremony for him, and that the vehicle insurance and temporary license plates have been arranged meticulously. Upon returning to the dealership, Xiao Li can distinctly sense the shift in the glances of his colleagues, akin to soldiers viewing their victorious general. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Sister Lan casts a fierce glare at Xiao Li, convinced that this significant deal rightfully belonged to her. In the midst of the mundane atmosphere, the salespeople, intrigued by the lively chatter in the dealership's group chat, click to investigate. Congratulations! Xiao Li has successfully closed a deal worth 1.7 million, earning a commission of 100,000. Let us all strive for excellence, Manager Wang. Goodness, Xiao Li has truly managed to seal the deal right under our noses. I feel like I'm about to bleed from frustration. The commissions I've accumulated in over a year at the dealership don't even amount to this sum. Why wasn't I the one to attend to them? How foolish I must be to have overlooked the tidy sum of 100,000 right before me. I truly am a fool. We have been blind to opportunities. I want to slap myself twice, realizing we were the ones lacking insight. In the dealership, the salespeople, filled with regret beyond measure, slump helplessly across their desks. Yet soon, each one, brimming with newfound enthusiasm, begins to introduce cars to those they previously disregarded. Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. Our manager and store director wish to join you for the delivery ceremony. Kindly wait in the lounge for a moment. With a beaming expression, Xiao Li relays the manager's message to Yi Chun, who retreats alone to the lounge. There, he encounters Jiang Baiwei, who stands before a heavily made-up young woman, embracing a portly middle-aged man. Baiwei, what a coincidence. You're here to buy a car too. I was wondering why we hadn't heard from you in a year. Turns out you were having a baby. These two must be your uncle and aunt. Zhang Chuiwei exclaims, covering her mouth in surprise. Baiwei, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Qian Yuwei, a manager at a publicly listed company. And dear, this is our class's most brilliant flower, Jiang Baiwei. Hello, Zhang Chuiwei. When did you two get married? Why didn't you inform us in the university group? The air crackles with tension between the two women, who had never quite gotten along during their university days. Isn't it true that our esteemed Jiang University flower also neglected to announce her childbirth in the group? Shall I send it for you? Zhang Chuiwei said with a cold smile. There is no need. I can handle my own affairs, Jiang Baiwei replied, frowning in refusal. Why haven't we seen the child's father? Could it be that he is an employee of this dealership? Are you waiting for him to finish work? Zhang Chuiwei continued, her voice dripping with allure. As it happens, my husband is preparing to buy me a BMW. Why not make the purchase here since we are classmates? Baiwei, is this your classmate? One might mistakenly think she just stepped out from behind the curtain. Yi Chun, who had overheard the entire conversation, approached Jiang Baiwei's side and remarked unkindly. What do you mean by stepped out? Apologize immediately, Zhang Chuiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Akin to a mouse that had just had its tail stepped on. A young one without any strength, merely running their mouth. The middle-aged man, unwilling to back down, led Zhang Chuiwei towards the BMW display, flaunting the key to his Mercedes at his waist. At that moment, Xiao Li waved at Yi Chun and the others, signaling them to come over. The delivery ceremony area prepared for them was unfortunately located right next to the BMW display. Dear, ISNT that the salesperson waving at us. It seems he is quite an eye, Zhang Chuiwei cooed, clinging to the short arm of the middle-aged man. I do appreciate a young man with such awareness. I'll make my purchase from him. Flattered by Zhang Chuiwei's compliments, the middle-aged man felt buoyant, and as he caressed her back, they strolled over. Yi Chun and the others, observing this scene, furrowed their brows as they passed by. Meanwhile, the dealership's manager and director approached from Xiao Li's direction towards Yi Chun and his group. Dear, that seems to be the manager and director of the dealership. They must know you're here and have come to greet us, Zhang Chuiwei exclaimed, astonished, as she watched the two well-dressed gentlemen approach. When I purchased my Mercedes, it was the manager who personally handed me the keys. Clearly, he recognizes my status. Given their earnestness, I won haggle this time. The middle-aged man, brimming with confidence, feigned ignorance of what lay ahead, preparing to impress Zhang Chuiwei. Just as he was about to acknowledge the manager, He realized that the manager and director walked straight past him, causing both his and Zhang Chuyue's expressions to stiffen. Subsequently, I slowly turned my head and discovered the store manager and the supervisor warmly shaking hands with Yi Chun and his companions. What was the situation? A group of rustic villagers was being treated with such enthusiasm by the manager and the supervisor. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chuyue felt a surge of anger, even losing her desire to purchase a BMW. She stood by, observing Yi Chun and the others. Mr. Yi, thank you for your support. I have prepared a small delivery ceremony for you. Given the time constraints, I hope you won't mind, remarked the manager, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, while the supervisor, with a buzz cut, wore a grin that bordered on insincerity as they fawned over Yi Chun and his group. There's no need for such formality, dear manager. Since your esteemed establishment has made these preparations, it would be impolite for us to decline. In fact, I am also considering purchasing a vehicle for daily use. Do you have any recommendations? Observing the attention the manager and supervisor were bestowing upon Yi Chun and his party, she decided to also make her purchase there. Indeed, we have an extensive selection. While I cannot claim that our dealership boasts the most comprehensive range of models in the country, we are certainly among the top 3. Let us complete this delivery ceremony before we sit down to discuss further, the manager and supervisor exclaimed, their spirits lifted with unexpected delight at the prospect of additional sales. I want to buy a car. Is there no one available to assist me? Is this how you treat your esteemed customers at this dealership? A middle-aged man, noticing Zhang Chuyue's indifference, hastily redirected his frustration towards the sales staff. Xiaolan, please attend to this customer while the rest prepare for our delivery ceremony. The manager, casting a glance at the man, entrusted the transaction to Sister Lan, then proceeded to lead Yi Chun and his party past Zhang Chuyue. Yi Chun and his companions walked straight ahead, disregarding Zhang Chuyue entirely, which only fueled her indignation. In her heart, she seethed, Jiang Baiwei. You have always kept me beneath you since our school days, perpetually regarding me with disdain. Yet now, after graduation, you seem to live a life far superior to mine, despite my relentless efforts to attain a better existence. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chuyue squeezed her small handbag tightly, leaving an imprint on her palm. Why? How did you manage to find a husband who is both wealthy and handsome? Why do you have a blissful family? Why? Zhang Chuyue's heart screamed in frustration, her eyes welling with tears as she trembled with rage. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, finally attended to by a sales representative who appeared quite appealing, momentarily forgot about Zhang Chuyue, who remained rooted in place. Once he regained his composure, he noticed Zhang Chuyue glaring at him with fury, clutching her handbag as she strode toward the exit. The middle-aged man promptly added the contact information of a saleswoman named Blue and hurriedly pursued her. Mr. Yi, here are your keys and vehicle information. Would it be convenient for you and your partner to take a photo in front of your new car? The store manager and the sales manager, each holding a set of documents and a bouquet of flowers, presented them to Yi Chun and his companion. As they gently unveiled the black cloth draped over the vehicle, a sudden burst of celebration erupted as the sales team simultaneously released confetti. Meanwhile, the designated photographer began capturing the moment. Shortly thereafter, everyone gathered in front of the car for a group photo commemorating the acquisition of Yi Chen's family's first automobile. Manager, I would like to purchase another vehicle for commuting. I still prefer Xiao Li as our salesperson, Yi Chen stated to the manager after the brief handover ceremony. Of course, that is no problem. Xiao Li, come here. Mr. Yi has something for you. The manager called to Xiao Li, who was surrounded by colleagues seeking sales advice. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you further? Xiao Li asked, freeing himself from his colleague's circle. We intend to buy another vehicle from your dealership. I wonder if you have any recommendations. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Certainly. Are you leaning towards something more business-oriented or youthful and sporty? Xiao Li asked, swallowing hard as he suddenly felt invigorated. Something youthful and sporty, as I wouldn't use a commuting vehicle for business discussions, Yi Chen responded. Right this way, Mr. Yi. We have a selection of sporty sedans on the second floor. Xiao Li eagerly led Yi Chen and his companion, while his colleagues looked on with envy at his departing figure. Mr. Yi, I recommend this model, the Romeo. It's a remarkably romantic and luxurious automobile, and with its unique side license plate, it will undoubtedly be a stunning sight on the road, Xiao Li said as they reached the second floor and stood in front of a blue-purple vehicle. I've seen this car on the road. It's indeed eye-catching. I trust your recommendation. I'll take this model. Also, could you check for the highest spec black version? Lastly, I'd like to see if there's a top-of-the-line white BMW 5 Series for my partner, Yichen remarked, nodding in approval at the vehicle before him. After exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Baiwei, he made his decision, also purchasing a commuting vehicle for her. Mr. Yi, you've given me a tremendous surprise. I'll check on the inventory. I recall that these configurations are available, Xiao Li exclaimed, momentarily stunned as he processed the unexpected turn of events. Initially intending only to introduce Yi Chun to the vehicle he most desired. Mr. Yi, these configurations are indeed available. However, they are located in a different warehouse, and it is not feasible to retrieve them today due to time constraints. Perhaps we could arrange for a flatbed truck to deliver the vehicle to your residence tomorrow? Little Li, with a look of trepidation, quietly inquired. Not an issue. Please calculate the total cost. I primarily came here to purchase this. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Immediately, Little Li led the others back to the vehicle handover location. Mr. Yi, I will first confirm the price and retrieve the purchase contract for you. I have called in a colleague to familiarize you with the vehicle's operation. Please wait a moment. With a grateful expression, Little Li transformed into a paragon of efficiency, simultaneously managing the transaction for the new car while guiding Yi Chun in understanding the vehicle's functionalities. Chapter 37. The Return of the Bountiful Mr. Yi. The contract has been prepared, and the total comes to 970,000. Here is the purchase contract. Under the guidance of Little Li's colleague, Yi Chun had just completed a thorough familiarization with the vehicle's operation when he saw Little Li sprinting towards him with the contract in hand. Then let us proceed with the transfer. After briefly reviewing the contract's contents, Yi Chun transferred the funds directly to the dealership. Thanks to having raised his daily limit to 1 million on his bank card, he need not trouble himself with a visit to the bank counter. Mr. Yi, we have successfully affixed temporary license plates to your vehicle. For the time being, you can only operate it in the outskirts of the capital. Little Li added after completing the contractual formalities. What if I wish to drive within the inner city of the capital? What steps must I take? Yi Chun, reflecting on his need to pass through the inner city to reach the school, inquired curiously. That would require either entering a lottery for an inner city license plate or purchasing one from someone else. Upon learning of this, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It's merely a matter of spending money, he thought. At present, he feared nothing more than the act of spending. He promptly took out his phone and called Brother Ma. Hello, Brother Ma. How is the child's examination going? Ah, Xiao Yi, the child is recovering splendidly. We are nearly finished on our end. How is everything progressing with you? Brother Ma's cheerful voice resonated through the line. I have everything sorted here. It was only after purchasing the car that I discovered the necessity of entering a lottery for an inner city license plate. I wanted to inquire if you have any connections to acquire 3 license plates. Yi Chun spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Ah, this is a trivial matter. I have some friends at the vehicle management office. A little financial incentive will suffice to obtain internal license plates. I will make the necessary arrangements, and it should be resolved within a day or 2. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and informing Yi Chun that there was no need for him to pick them up, he ended the call. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the lethargic children, clearly in need of nourishment. Bidding farewell to Xiao Li and the others, they cautiously made their way towards the villa. Yi Chun, would you like me to drive? Jiang Baiwei, observing Yi Chun's intense focus on the road, voiced her concern. Don't worry, Baiwei. Although I haven't touched a car since passing my driving test, I just need a moment to reacquaint myself. I would never jest with our safety, Yi Chun replied. His eyes fixed straight ahead as he navigated the elevated highway at a brisk speed of 40 miles per hour. The considerable bulk of Yi Chun's vehicle occupied nearly half of the roadway, prompting the cars behind them to incessantly honk their horns, further amplifying Jiang Baiwei's apprehension regarding Yi Chun's driving prowess. Ding! The system detected that the host's driving skills were inadequate and triggered a side quest. Driving skills. Task requirements. Drive at a speed of 100 miles per hour for a continuous distance of 2 kilometers on the highway. Completion reward. Top-tier driving skills. Upon hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Yi Chun slowly turned to the others and announced, Everyone, buckle up. Parents, keep an eye on the little ones. I'm about to accelerate. With that, Yi Chun swallowed hard, steadied his breath, and pressed the accelerator, surging forward. Phew, he exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of speed and excitement, which caused Jiang Baiwei, gripping the safety handle beside her, to pale in fright and urge him to slow down. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's parents, seated in the back, were also startled by the sudden burst of speed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest, Driving Skills. Reward, top-tier driving skills have been awarded. A wealth of diverse driving knowledge instantly infused itself into Yi Chen's mind, allowing him to relax, shedding the previous tension in his body. He no longer experienced sudden brakes or accelerations. Now, he felt as if he had become one with the vehicle. As Jiang Baiwei sensed the car stabilizing, she playfully pinched Yi Chen's side and admonished, "I told you not to drive recklessly. You scared uncle and auntie." Yi Chen, noticing Jiang Baiwei's crossed arms and sulky demeanor, hastily explained that he had merely been overly excited and promised to behave more responsibly in the future. Before long, under Yi Chen's newfound mastery of driving, they arrived at the entrance of the villa in just half an hour. "Mr. Yi, we have received some packages for you and they have been delivered to your villa's courtyard," the courteous property staff informed him upon recognizing Yi Chen. Upon returning to the villa, they discovered two enormous parcels placed in the courtyard. In the midst of making a phone call, Chen Hong curiously examined the packages, wondering whose they were. "Sister Chen, why aren't you taking a proper break? Why are you back to work already?" Yi Chen teased as they stepped out of the car. "Little Yi, is this your new car? It's quite stylish. Just as you returned. A director asked me to introduce him to an actor skilled in martial arts." Upon seeing Yi Chen, Chen Hong's face broke into a cheerful smile as she spoke. "She took out that video of yours from the internet and said, 'Let's use this as a standard.' I thought to myself, why not just ask you directly?" After hanging up the phone, Chen Hong looked at Yi Chen with great interest and said, "Sister Chen, please don't tease me. I can manage a bit of basketball, but I know nothing about acting." Yi Chen immediately waved his hands in refusal. "With your looks and physique, it would be a pity to just play basketball. Sister Chen, let me broaden your horizons in the entertainment industry." Chen Hong earnestly implored Yi Chen. "Sister Chen, I'd rather not. I haven't even made a name for myself in basketball. The entertainment industry is simply out of reach for me." Seeing that Chen Hong was not joking, Yi Chen quickly clarified, "Well then, the entertainment world will lose a Yi Chen, while the basketball world gains a new master." Noticing Yi Chen's reluctance, Chen Hong decided to cease her persuasion. Subsequently, Yi Chen and the others opened their packages and notified the caretakers to help organize the items. Jiang Baiwei went to the mother and baby room to feed the hungry infants, just as Yi Chen was leisurely reclining on the courtyard furniture. Savoring the tranquility of the evening, an unknown number called in. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" "Comrade Xiao Yi, it's Director Wu. I'm calling to inform you that the outcome regarding the Lin brothers and their nephew has been decided. They have been causing chaos in the 5th People's Hospital area for a long time. After gathering evidence, the prosecution has imposed multiple penalties on them. They will spend their later years in prison, while their nephew, whose crimes were less severe, received a 5-year sentence." Hearing the resonant voice on the other end of the line dispelled the shadows lingering in Yi Chen's heart. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude for all that Director Wu had done. With the call ended, another matter weighing on his mind was finally resolved. As the sound of approaching cars grew louder, Yi Chen watched Ma Qingye and others joyfully exit their vehicle, cradling a child. "Brother Ma, you seem particularly cheerful today. Shall we have a drink together?" "Sure, since we're all here, it won't delay anything. There happened to be some alcohol in the back of the car. Let me grab it for you." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Qingye promptly opened the trunk of the business vehicle and retrieved several tightly wrapped bottles of liquor. "Brother Ma, with this setup, it seems we'll be drinking until dawn. Ha ha ha, we won't return until we're drunk." Yi Chen scratched his head and replied, "Then I'll prepare some decent snacks to go with the drinks." "I was just waiting for you to say that. Fine wine deserves fine dishes," Ma Qingye said cheerfully, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder as they walked toward the villa. Chapter 38. Yi Chen's return to school turmoil that evening. Yi Chen prepared a lavish feast, ensuring that the culinary delights could be thoroughly enjoyed by Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, thus compensating for previous regrets. After a few rounds of drinks with Ma Qingye, emboldened by the alcohol, he approached his parents, saying, "Mom and Dad, my boss has arranged for me to manage a ranch. I would like for you to stay in the capital and assist me in overseeing it." Given the advanced technology of the ranch, Yi Chen felt a twinge of unease entrusting its management to others. After much contemplation, he concluded that having his parents remain was indeed the optimal solution. "But we only know how to raise chickens and ducks back home. We've never managed a ranch before," the elderly couple, having just finished their meal, expressed their concerns while playing with the little ones nearby, their brows furrowed with apprehension at the unexpected responsibility. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I will hire someone to handle the management initially. You can simply follow along and learn. The primary purpose of this ranch is to produce milk powder for your precious grandchildren, so your main focus will be on quality control. I'll take care of everything else. Yi Chen reassured them, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing that the ranch was related to their grandchildren, the elderly couple felt an undeniable sense of duty and accepted the burden wholeheartedly. Xiao Yi, the 2 ranch teams and construction crew you confirmed earlier will begin work tomorrow. I've already negotiated the price. I'll show you the contract shortly. If everything looks good, you can sign it. Ma Qingye, somewhat unsteady from the drinks, reported on the tasks Yi Chun had delegated to him. With Brother Ma handling things. I'm confident. Let's keep drinking. We can't let our guard down. Yi Chun replied, raising his glass. Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu, observing the 2 jovial companions, shook their heads in exasperation. Eventually, they called upon Yi Chen's parents to help carefully escort the inebriated duo back to their respective rooms. Wow. Brother Ma's drinking capacity is truly impressive. I thought I was the ace at the basketball team's drinking games, yet we're evenly matched, Yi Chen murmured to himself, propping himself up against the bedside table. Don't overexert yourself. You're still a student. You shouldn't be drinking so much every day. From now on, you need to cut back, Zhang Baiwei said, pinching her nose in distaste at the scent of alcohol wafting from Yi Chen. Hearing her words, Yi Chen unsteadily made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After splashing cold water on his face, he gradually regained clarity. Once dried and dressed in his pajamas, he shook his head and stepped out. Baiwei, remember to consistently use the body recovery cream I gave you last night. You won't be disappointed with the results, he said, noticing Zhang Baiwei already nestled in bed, covered by the blankets. Gently, he retrieved the bottle of jade essence from the bedside table and applied it to her. Yi Chun, is this merely an illusion? How is it that after applying this body recovery balm, the marks from my cesarean section appear significantly improved? As Yi Chen gently tended to Zhang Baiwei, she immediately noticed the remarkable difference. In a flurry, she picked up the body recovery balm that lay beside her and examined it closely. This product is truly remarkable, something others cannot easily acquire. With a tender touch, Yi Chun caressed Zhang Baiwei's hair and remarked on the swift passage of time amidst their sweetness. In the following days, Yi Chun reviewed the renovations and operational contracts for the ranch, and on the very next day after purchasing it, workers commenced their tasks. The license plate number arranged by Ma Qingye was also duly delivered. Observing that his plans unfolded seamlessly, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief and was finally able to return to campus. Baiwei, will you not come to my school for a while? After lunch, Yi Chen sincerely inquired, holding Zhang Baiwei's hand. My best friend can visit me in a couple of days. Once I finish meeting her, I will accompany you to the school, Zhang Baiwei replied, her expression tinged with regret. Please let me know when your friend arrives. I wish to express my gratitude for all she has done for you, Yi Chen responded, settling into the Romeo, which was already adorned with the capital's license plates. After bidding farewell to those in the courtyard, he remembered to notify his foster children in the dormitory to come out and greet their foster father. Driving alone in the outskirts, Yi Chen could not help but roll down the window and shout in exuberance, reveling in an unprecedented sense of happiness. After a considerable drive, Yi Chen's vehicle arrived steadily at the gates of Tsinghua University. Sir, I am not accustomed to smoking this. Perhaps you could take it, he said, cautiously offering a cigarette to the elderly man. By the way, could you possibly open the gate for me? Young lad, vehicles not registered in the school system are not permitted entry. Take your cigarette back. The elderly man replied resolutely, denying passage to vehicles unrecorded in the system. Yi Chun was left in a mix of amusement and frustration, having forgotten this particular regulation of the school. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone to call his instructor. Hello, instructor. How have you been recovering? I seem to have encountered a small issue at the gate. The instructor, working despite an injury, responded with curiosity. What seems to be the problem at the gate? Absences do not affect student ID recognition for entry. Well, you see, my residence is quite a distance from the school, so I purchased a car. However, the gatekeeper insists that my vehicle is not registered and will not let me in. Could you assist with this matter? Yi Chen said, biting his lip in a charming manner. Are you causing trouble for me again? Only vehicles belonging to faculty and staff are allowed on campus. Ah, forget it. I contemplated a solution and began to address the issue. The voice of the instructor came through the phone, laden with irritation, before abruptly ending the call. The vehicle was directed by the gatekeeper to pull over to the roadside, ensuring the normal flow of traffic at the school entrance. With a sense of helplessness, I messaged my dorm mates. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Bad news, replied Yicheng. The bad news is, I can't enter the school, Lin Fan informed. What kind of person dares to block me, the illustrious Yicheng? Did you not extend a bit of courtesy to the gatekeeper? If courtesy sufficed, I would not have needed the instructor to intervene in this matter, Chen Bin retorted. Then what is the good news? Yicheng inquired. I drove to school, which is why I can't get in, Chu He replied. Good heavens. Wait for us at the entrance. Why return to school when you have a vehicle? We should first take a joyride, Yicheng exclaimed, observing his classmates in the group chat who had decided to skip class. Yicheng found himself both amused and exasperated. At that moment, Chu He shared his profound adage. Mandatory classes are optional. Elective courses are compulsory to skip. Sitting in the car, Yicheng was idly gazing when he noticed Wang Xiyu, absorbed in her phone, blissfully unaware of the vehicle ahead of her, which she collided with, striking the rear bumper. Chapter 39. The frustrated Wang Xiyu. Ah, why is there a car stopped here? Wang Xiyu exclaimed, hurriedly picking up her fallen phone and glancing down at her bruised knee. Filled with indignation. At that moment, Yicheng furrowed his brow and stepped out from the driver's seat. What are you doing here? Is this your car? Wang Xiyu, initially fuming, was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her injury. I detest those who walk without paying attention. You didn't damage my car, did you? Ignoring her query, Yicheng inspected the back of the vehicle. I'm asking you a question, Wang Xiyu retorted, adopting a tone reminiscent of their previous romantic exchanges. This seems unrelated to you. Why are you loitering at the entrance instead of seeking your instructor Huang? Are you soliciting clients? After confirming the trunk was unscathed, Yicheng cast a disdainful glance at her. You. I want to engage in a war of words with you. My boyfriend is here in a Wrangler to pick me up. Who cares about your dilapidated vehicle? With a dismissive glance at Yicheng, she thought of her newly acquired boyfriend and his Wrangler. Indeed, who would covet such a beaten-down car? Yicheng replied with a sardonic smile. At that moment, the roar of an engine filled the air. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Xiyu brightened. Please move aside. You're blocking my boyfriend from picking me up. Soon after, a black Wrangler screeched to a halt beside Yicheng. A robust man wearing sunglasses stepped down from the vehicle. Darling, why did you take so long to arrive? I've been bullied. Wang Xiyu immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor, leaning into the man's embrace. Young man, you crashed into my girlfriend. Shouldn't you apologize and offer compensation? Instructor Huang looked heartbroken as he gazed at Wang Xiyu's bruised knee. He promptly removed his glasses and glared angrily at Yicheng. Yicheng, with a dismissive scoff, replied, She was the one who carelessly crashed into my car. I've refrained from seeking compensation out of consideration for the past 6 months. She has diligently served me. Oh, so you are Yicheng. It seems it was Xiyu's poor judgment that led her to choose you. If you continue to speak so arrogantly, I would be more than willing to teach you a lesson, Instructor Huang said with narrowed eyes and a hostile tone. I am merely stating a fact. While I have yet to change my mind, I suggest you leave promptly, Yicheng retorted with a tone laced with disdain. This infuriated Wang Xiyu, who was nestled in his arms. She then turned to the enraged Instructor Huang, who was crushing his sunglasses, and said, Darling, he is being excessively arrogant. You must help me avenge this grievance. Seeing the pitiful expression on the beautiful woman in his arms, Instructor Huang's confidence surged, and he declared, Any man should face me in a one-on-one duel. What does a woman have to do with this? You are not worthy, Yicheng replied calmly. Hands in his pockets, not even glancing at him. Seeking death. Instructor Huang, now completely enraged, strode towards Yicheng, disregarding the scornful gazes of the surrounding students. Just then, his roommates rushed in, appearing at the school gate. How dare you touch someone from our dorm right under my nose? You must not have experienced a beating before, they exclaimed, recognizing the furious Instructor Huang. Without much thought, they positioned themselves beside Yicheng. Darling, let's spare him for today. There will be plenty of days left at school, Wang Xiyu quickly interjected, sensing the situation escalating. Young man, do not let me hear you speak ill of Xiyu again. Otherwise, you will not be so fortunate today, Instructor Huang warned. Eyeing the sturdy figures of Chu He and others, who were equally imposing. Feigning indifference, he paused his advance. Let's resolve this matter today, otherwise, no one shall leave. The crowd began to grasp the situation as they surrounded Instructor Huang and his companion. Please, do not escalate this. We are right at the school gate. And there are security personnel around, Wang Xiyu urged, panic rising as she saw the scene spiraling out of control. When you were about to confront old Yi, did you forget we are at the school entrance? Chuha's robust physique resembled a towering mountain, pressing down on Wang Xiu and her companion, leaving them breathless. Choosy enough. There's no need to tarnish the school's reputation over such a trivial matter, Yichen remarked, his hands in his pockets. Since old Yi has spoken, let us just leave. Wang Xiu and her companion, feeling both angered and silenced, reluctantly retreated to their vehicle, the Wrangler. Yichen, you better watch out, warned Instructor Huang, as he started the engine, not forgetting to leave a parting threat. Uffed. What a joke, driving a clunker and still acting tough, Chuha disdainfully spat. They then climbed into Yichen's car. With a roar, Yichen returned to the driver's seat, igniting the Romeo's restless engine. Old Yi, what's going on? What trouble is Wang Xiu stirring up now? Chuha casually inquired from the passenger seat. What else could it be? She bumped into my car while not paying attention and then realized it was mine. I just called someone to settle the score, Yichen replied, his enthusiasm waning. That's fine. Just don't let the brothers see them at school. If they do, we'll deal with them. Chuha supported Yichen's sentiment. By the way, this car is truly impressive, radiating an aura of wealth. Old Yi, don't take it to heart. Since your sister-in-law isn't around, we should take the brothers out for a good time. After reassuring Yichen, Chuha and the others promptly dismissed the earlier incident from their minds. Let us head straight to Wanxiang City and enjoy the afternoon. I'm sure old Yi 1T make us foot the bill. Lin Fan, seated in the back, suddenly proposed an idea. This expenditure is a mere drop in the ocean. Let us go. A sleek black car sped through the capital S roads, its interior resembling a gathering of 4 hulking gorillas, all roaring with excitement. They smoothly parked in the basement of Wanxiang City. Today as treats are on young Master Yi. So let us indulge, brothers. Chuha, jumping out of the car, exclaimed excitedly, drawing the attention of others in the underground garage. What a spectacle, let us hurry along. Feeling uncomfortable under the onlookers' gazes, Yichen and his companions quickly entered the nearby elevator, embarking on their joyous afternoon. As they wandered through the mall, they found little interest in most shops, but they came to a halt in front of the arcade, unable to resist its allure. With a clatter, Yichen and the others each grabbed a small basket filled to the brim with glimmering game tokens. Chuha boldly led the charge to the motorcycle racing area, while nearby spectators instinctively stepped aside, wary of Chuha's muscular build. I'm here to challenge you. Unable to tolerate Chuha's showboating, Yichen and the others eagerly began tossing in coins, ready for a contest. Yichen's exceptional motorcycle skills were included among his top-notch driving abilities. Without any surprises, he triumphed effortlessly in a 1 versus 3 scenario, achieving a remarkable triple kill. Chu He and the others were instantly filled with indignation and continued to challenge him. While the crowd reveled in their playful antics, a middle-aged man holding a smartphone approached from behind Yichen and his companions. He silently observed and remarked, "Folks, take a look at what I've discovered. This young man's motorcycle skills seem quite commendable. Once they finish their competition, I shall have a word with him. Don't be a bully, streamer. You've been in the arcade scene for over a decade. Why pick on a newcomer?" One commenter chimed in. Exactly. It's meaningless to defeat a rookie. It would be amusing if you were to lose to one, another added with a humorous twist. Go for it, streamer. Poke at the youthful enthusiasm of these youngsters. As the live chat exploded with comments, the previously low-profile outdoor streamer felt invigorated, declaring, "Folks, stay tuned. I'm about to showcase what it means to be a motorcycle god." Watching Yichen effortlessly outmaneuver Chu He and the others, the middle-aged streamer quickly approached and said, "Bro, I'd like to challenge you as well, if you don't mind." Turning around, Yichen and his companions noticed the smartphone-wielding man. Chu He, surprised, inquired, "Dude, are you live streaming?" Upon receiving a confirmation, the excitement of Chu He and the others ignited, awakening their show-off instincts. As the middle-aged streamer took a seat, he handed his phone to the eager Chu He to assist with the live broadcast. Eager to please, Chu He promptly accepted the device, using the selection screen's downtime to point the camera at both Yichen and the middle-aged man. "Streamer, stop right there. You can't bully such a handsome young man. Is it at Wanxiang City? I'm on my way," one viewer exclaimed. "I genuinely like this. I won't be lenient this time. Handsome guy, prepare yourself." Another remarked excitedly. "Wait a minute, is there actually a girl in this live stream? I thought it was just us nostalgic arcade veterans," someone else commented. "Let us not overlook it. This young man is truly striking, and his physique is outstanding. Auntie here has a bit of spare cash. May I have your contact information? Can I have a look?" "Auntie, I'm good in bed, low maintenance, and my personal videos are on my profile," another joked, adding a touch of humor to the conversation. Another young man choosing the shortcut of popularity. It seems no one is willing to take the scenic route, commented yet another viewer. As Chuhi observed the flurry of comments filling the live stream, he couldn't help but smile broadly. At that moment, the race commenced. Yi-chun, riding a sleek black motorcycle, surged ahead, while the middle-aged streamer, on a striking yellow bike, closely followed in hot pursuit. Upon navigating a bend, both competitors sensed that the other was no ordinary rider. If Chu-hee and his companions were to encounter a bend, they would choose to decelerate and navigate through the outer lane. Unlike Yi-chun and the center-parted streamer, who, by employing exceptional cornering techniques, would not only maintain their speed but also take the inner lane through the turn. This ignited Yi-chun's competitive spirit, prompting him to resolve to approach this race with utmost seriousness. Well, young man, your skills are commendable. However, against a seasoned veteran like myself, how will you fare? After swiftly surpassing Yi-chun through a deep understanding of the map, the middle-aged man boasted with a triumphant expression. Yet, Yi-chun, employing his extraordinary driving skills, frequently closed the gap using the curves. As they approached the final bend before the finish line, he executed a near-ground hugging maneuver, successfully claiming first place. How careless! I didn't accelerate, exclaimed the flustered center-parted streamer, seated awkwardly on his motorcycle. I concede, your skills are indeed impressive, but I must apologize for crossing paths with me. Yi-chun confidently retorted. After retrieving the phone from Chu-hee, the center-parted streamer, visibly displeased, declared, Dear viewers, the streamer deliberately let him win. Today's youth are truly arrogant. Thus, he resolved to challenge Yi-chun once more, this time with his specialty, shooting hoops. Love is not iced tea, commented a viewer. It's embarrassing to lose to a young man in motorcycle racing. Now he's resorting to his signature skill to reclaim his dignity, though he will not earn my respect. Superman Chong, added another, if the streamer can't win, perhaps it's best to bow out. This young man is likely beyond your grasp. Sweet and spicy, warned yet another, streamer. I caution you, if you continue to bully our young hero, I shall unfollow you immediately. Faced with such mocking comments from the barrage of messages, the center-parted streamer felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Turning to the now dismounted Yi-chun, he issued a challenge, young man. Do you dare to compete with me once more? This time, let us shoot hoops. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun and his companions could not contain their laughter. Brother, perhaps we should stick to motorcycles. At least you might have a slim chance of winning. Chu-hee interjected, unable to resist. Motorcycling is merely a trifling skill of mine. Shooting is my true forte. So tell me, do you dare to accept this challenge? With an air of indifference, the center-parted streamer insisted on the basketball contest. As the saying goes, good intentions are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. After exchanging playful glances, Lin Fan, inspired by a spark of mischief, proposed. Since you are so eager to compete, how about we add a wager? The center-parted streamer grinned and replied, No problem. I just hope you're not afraid to accept the challenge. How about the loser buys the other's entertainment at the arcade today? Lin Fan, having achieved his objective, revealed a satisfied smile. This is of no great consequence. Even if you lose, I do not require you to settle the bill for me. A mere touch of attention will suffice. The center-parted host confidently declared in the live stream. As the crowd moved towards the basketball area, the host reminded the viewers through the camera that he would take it easy. Are you frightened, young man? In that case, I shall allow you 30 seconds to shoot. Raising an eyebrow at Yi-chun, who stood behind him, the host remarked, Brother, I truly do not find joy in bullying you, Yi-chun replied, stroking his chin with a flash of inspiration. Let us not impose a 30-second limit on me. Instead, I shall step back 3 meters and compete in shooting with you, with the ball being passed to me by my roommate. In an effort to infuse some amusement into this seemingly one-sided shooting contest, Yi-chun smiled at the center-parted host. Ha ha ha, it is the first time I have heard such audacious words. As you wish, today I shall show you how the title of Capital Scoring King is earned. The center-parted host, thoroughly incensed by Yi-chun's words, set aside his pride and accepted what appeared to be an unfair competition. Chapter 41. Like a furniture store as Jackie Chan as the live stream of the center-parted host gained momentum, a number of bewildered onlookers entered the scene. Upon hearing the shameless rules of the competition, they began to voice their disdain, calling the host shameless. Noticing the barrage of comments, the host, in a fit of excitement, paid little heed and randomly selected a spectator to assist in broadcasting the upcoming contest. With Yi-chun positioned 3 meters away from the shooting apparatus, Chu-hee stepped forward to the coin slot, simultaneously dropping his token alongside the center-parted host. The basketball slowly descended, and the center-parted host swiftly picked it up and shot, scoring the first point. Just as he basked in his fleeting triumph, a resounding thud echoed from nearby. Immediately, Chu He and the others, each with a basketball, began to pass them back in an orderly fashion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen launched the ball towards the hoop, scoring flawlessly every time. He shot with the precision of a master, akin to a basketball virtuoso, with no errors to speak of. The center-parted host stood agape, utterly astounded, as the intensity of Yi Chun's performance surpassed anything a mere mortal could withstand. This young man is so handsome and remarkable. Please, call that center-parted monkey over, as he is obstructing my view of this handsome fellow, exclaimed a viewer. This guy's skills are terrifying. Shooting like that seems far too effortless, another commented. I can't watch any longer. If I do, my unborn child will start claiming him as their father, lamented another. This young man's shooting is truly impressive. Conveniently, my villa has a basketball court. We could exchange skills in person, another viewer drooled. Auntie, your ambitions are so loud. I can hear them all the way in the Magic City, teased yet another observer. Sweet and spicy. It has been said that the streamer should refrain from challenging my brother again. Is this not an invitation to humiliation? However, my brother's shooting skills are indeed impressive. I would gladly bear him offspring. Scholar from a humble background. Oh, isn't that Yi Chun from our Tsinghua University basketball team? Why is he here in this arcade bullying innocent souls? Sweet and spicy. I appreciate the young man's revelation of my brother's identity. I am earnestly seeking my brother's contact information. The real deal. I thought such exceptional skills could not belong to an ordinary person. Turns out he is from the school basketball team. It seems this year's National College Basketball Championship will be quite intriguing. As the last basketball swished effortlessly through the hoop, the score reached an astounding 164-1. Recovering from the shock, the middle-parted streamer hurried to Yi Chen's side. Kid, if you possess such talent, why didn't you say so earlier? I foolishly challenged you. Observing the streamer's tearful expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but beam with excitement. Having not touched a basketball for several days, this was the perfect warm-up for him. I already mentioned, if we continue competing in the violent motorcycle game, you might still have a slim chance of winning. Yi Chen shrugged innocently. Brother, you've been playing in this arcade for quite some time. You must know which games are enjoyable and which are not. Why not take us to try something else? Yi Chen enthusiastically patted the streamer's shoulder. All right, I'll arrange everything for you, clearly and concisely. Retrieving his phone, he noticed the viewership had soared far above his previous broadcasts, filling him with renewed vigor as he led Yi Chun and the others on their gaming adventure. Thus, the group embarked on a joyous excursion through the arcade. As dinner time approached, they gradually found themselves at the arcade's entrance, gazing at the mere 10 game tokens remaining alongside a punching strength machine. Hey, how about we each take a turn on that? Chu He said excitedly as he pointed at the punching machine. I see you want to prove something, Lin Fan remarked, unmasking Chu He's intentions without mercy. Just tell me if you're playing or not. Chu He retorted defiantly. The group quickly formed a line, with the middle-parted streamer leading the way. Given my physique, I doubt I can achieve remarkable results. Perhaps I should start to avoid making the ending look too embarrassing. The streamer said awkwardly, scratching his head. Through their interactions that afternoon, the group recognized that the middle-parted streamer had a good heart. He merely wished to show off. Soon, they bonded with Yi Chun and others, and he received a follow. Consequently, everyone stepped aside to make room for the punching machine. The middle-parted streamer, donning the gloves, struck the suspended red sandbag with considerable force. As the numbers on the display soared, they ultimately settled at 463. Slowly removing his gloves, he wore an expression that suggested, as expected. The next competitors, Lin Fan and Shin Bin, scored 576 and 581 respectively. Given that Lin Fan is a badminton player and Shun Bin a long-distance runner, they had not engaged in extensive strength training. At that moment, the confident Chu He donned his gloves, even pausing to strike a few poses for the camera of the mid-parted streamer. He then forcefully struck the machine. Boom. With a resounding bang, the numbers on the machine rapidly surpassed the 700 mark, finally settling at a staggering 796. In fiery attire, terrifying indeed, this lad clearly embodies a power athlete. This is his realm. In sizzling excitement, yikes, after such a punch, I would definitely end up with bruises. Flying dragon in the sky. This robust figure possesses strength. If you were to face him, you certainly wouldn't utter a second cry. blossoms, and full moons. Salivating. What type of arcade stream is this? It's overwhelming for the Antes. Charming baby, Auntie. Though I understand the flower language of the steel ball symbolizes endurance, I still wish to give it a try. Jealous fish, alas. There are still young ones who disregard advice and seek shortcuts. After removing his gloves and handing them to Yi-chun, Chu-hee adopted a silent demeanor, resembling a seasoned expert as he approached the mid-parted streamer, observing the accolades in the comments. At this moment, Yi-chun also equipped himself with boxing gloves, tightening his fists. Ever since acquiring the military boxing set and the cleansing elixir, he had distinctly felt his physique strengthening. He too wished to test the limits of his current strength. Gradually approaching the machine, he assumed a horse stance, lowered his center of gravity, and swiftly unleashed a punch. Another dull thud resonated from the machine, drawing Chu-hee's curious gaze towards Yi-chun. What unfolded next was a repeat of the previous scene. With ease, he surpassed the 700 mark, ultimately landing at 777. Wow. Old Yi, are you training for basketball or boxing? You're making me feel a bit insecure, Chu-hee exclaimed, staring at the displayed number in disbelief. This prompted Lin Fan and the others to collectively gasp in astonishment. This was no mere basketball forward. This was a formidable ancestor on the opposing side. Well, I've been eating well lately and gaining muscle. Yi-chun quickly fabricated an excuse to deflect attention, silently acknowledging the power behind his 5% effort. However, the mid-parted streamer's chat room erupted in excitement. Pink Lady, this young man is incredibly well-rounded. From the very beginning, I have been present in the live stream, and throughout this journey, I have consistently ranked at least third in various games. Is this truly something an ordinary human can achieve? 78 Nebula. It seems we aliens can no longer remain concealed. Let my kin reveal themselves. Soaring high, ever since this gentleman appeared, my mouth has hardly closed. He continually surprises me. However, this livestream assistant keeps focusing on himself. Perhaps his salary should be deducted. Sweet and spicy. Indeed, we are all here to see my dear brother. Who cares about this assistant? My brother is simply amazing. Braised beef. This young man possesses a remarkable skill set. His method of exertion resembles the military boxing techniques. 2nd Battalion Commander. At last, I recognize a kindred spirit. I can see that this punch follows the military boxing style, yet it is unattainable for an average person. Chapter 42. Worrying about my roommate, I observe the fervent exchanges among the audience in the livestream. Young man, you are truly extraordinary. I am delighted to have encountered you today. Shall I treat you all to a meal? The middle-parted host wishes to remain in the company of Yi-chun and the others, seeking to ride the wave of popularity. Apologies, my friend, but we prefer to enjoy some time alone. Yi-chun kindly declines the host's request, as he and his companions feel uncomfortable being constantly under the camera's gaze. Thus, they depart the arcade with Chu-hee and leave the middle-parted host in a state of disarray, much to the audience's amusement. Old Yi, you've been acting a bit strange lately. What have you been eating to grow so rapidly? Chu-hee, still reeling from the earlier astonishment, incessantly inquires about Yi-chun's situation. You eat and train vigorously, and you too could experience such growth. Yi-chun calmly remarks as he wanders through the mall with Chu-hee and the others. At that moment, Lin Fan has a bright idea. Why don't we go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and let Yi-chun prepare the food? We can feast on meat and drink heartily. Lin's suggestion is splendid. I have long coveted old Ye's culinary skills. Upon hearing about food, Chu-hee's eyes begin to sparkle. That sounds great, but I must first consult with our instructor regarding the vehicle permit issue. We need to train at the training ground tomorrow morning. After a brief discussion, Yi-chun agrees to this plan. Consequently, the group hastily makes their way to the enormous supermarket located beneath the mall. Previously, our visits to this supermarket were solely for snacks. This time, I want to have old Yi prepare all the delectable dishes I have seen on my phone. Eagerly pushing a shopping cart, Chu-hee rushes toward the seafood section. Yi-chun, feeling somewhat helpless, watches his exuberant roommates and, with a hint of embarrassment, takes out his phone to call the instructor. Hello, instructor. Have you had any updates regarding the vehicle permit I mentioned this afternoon? Just as I was about to call you, the voice of our instructor came through, expressing his helplessness. I need to record your license plate now. Your vehicle must not be parked in a conspicuous location. If I find it, I will blacklist your plate. Certainly, instructor, thank you for your hard work. Upon learning that the instructor had resolved the issue, Yi-chun was overjoyed. Later, we will return to the school and prepare something to eat at the cafeteria. You must come and taste it, instructor. After informing the instructor of the license plate number, Yi-Chin beamed with delight and said to him, "Old Yi, hurry up." He added, "Also, bring over another small cart." Chu-hee, already in the seafood section, was busy scooping up fish and shrimp with a large net, and he did not forget to call out to Yi-Chun to bring another cart. "I'm coming." After exchanging a few words with Jiang Baiwei on his phone, Yi-Chun made his way towards the group. "Let's just enjoy this meal. As for the 20,000 worth of ingredients, well..." Yi-Chun leaned back, gazing at the trunk filled to the brim. "It's not every day we get to indulge like this. Let's make it worthwhile. We will handle it for you." Chu-hee patted his chest, assuming a confident demeanor. "I'll call my girlfriend over and see if her roommates are coming too." "Is that true?" Foster father, Lin Fan and Chen Bin, seated in the back, suddenly perked up, eagerly grasping Chu-hee's arm. "Isn't this giving you two lads a chance?" Chu-hee remarked. "When you see the girls, be a bit clever. Don't embarrass yourselves like last time." At this point, Chu-hee couldn't help but express his frustration. "When others ask you about your zodiac sign, you say you're made of meat." I'm utterly speechless. Even Yi-Chun, who was driving, couldn't hold back his laughter. Lin Fan and Chen Bin quickly grew displeased. "What kind of talk is that?" they protested, attempting to defend themselves. "We were having a good conversation when that girl suddenly asked. How was I supposed to know she meant zodiac signs? What man studies that?" Chu-hee rolled his eyes and replied, "So this time, be sharp. Feng Yu has so few friends left, and you've almost scared them all away." Thus, the group arrived at the school gate, exchanging laughter and banter. A slightly nervous Yi-Chin gradually approached the entrance. Fortunately, the instructor was efficient. The system detected it as an internal vehicle and granted automatic access. Woohoo! Driving into the campus, Chu-hee excitedly took out his phone and recorded a video, proudly sending it to his girlfriend. "Chuzi, don't send that video around recklessly. The instructor has repeatedly instructed me to keep a low profile. Also, quickly roll up the windows." Just shy of announcing to the entire school that he was driving onto campus, Chu-hee immediately quieted down. Yet, they continued to type and share with each other. One person carried several items while I parked the car before joining them. Arriving at the cafeteria closest to the dormitory, Yi-Chin instructed everyone to gather the ingredients, while he sought a discreet parking space. Once Yi-Chin parked the vehicle, he noticed Chu-hee and the others already negotiating with the cafeteria staff. As it was dinner time, students gradually arrived for their meals, necessitating the use of the kitchen originally designated for noodle preparation. Upon seeing Yi-Chun, Chu-hee immediately briefed him on the situation. Once Yi-Chun confirmed that there was indeed a location available, everyone rushed into the cafeteria kitchen, donning masks and hairnets. "Brothers, let us get moving. For the sake of our culinary delights." Chu-hee enthusiastically rallied the group, while he began to tackle his beloved pork knuckle. With Yi-Chun and the others busily engaged in their tasks, Chen Fengyu and her 3 roommates arrived at the cafeteria. Upon learning that they were already hard at work in the kitchen, they curiously ventured inside. Yi-Chun, engrossed in cooking, initially did not notice the commotion behind him. A casual glance upward revealed Chen Fengyu entering with her 3 companions, Lin Fan and Chen Bin. As if pressing a fast-forward button, he put forth his utmost effort. "Yigo, it must be exhausting to cook so many dishes alone. Let us wait outside for the delicious meals to be ready," Chen Fengyu observed, perceiving the cramped kitchen. She instinctively led her companions back outside. "Just wait for the feast to be served," Yi-Chin called back, urging Chu-hee and the others to hasten their preparation of the ingredients. "Old Yi, my knife is almost sparking from the speed of my chopping. It's truly not fast enough," Lin Fan remarked, shaking his stiff arm. "Then think of the lovely ladies outside. They are eagerly anticipating our meal. You think you're sparking? My spatula is practically smoking." Yi-Chin wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, exhaling a weary lament. Amidst their frantic efforts, a sumptuous feast was finally prepared. During this time, the instructor had concluded their tasks and appeared in the cafeteria. "Thank you for your patience, ladies." Yi-Chin pushed a cart designated for meal containers slowly towards them. As the dinner hour had passed, the once bustling cafeteria was now sparsely populated. We've been eagerly listening to Feng Yu boast about how wonderful Yi-Chin's cooking is. Now that we finally have the chance to taste it, how could we possibly feel it has taken long? A girl with cascading waves replied enthusiastically. Indeed, Yi-Chun discerned the undertones in her words and responded with a subtle, measured tone. "The aroma is delightful. It seems, Yi-Chun, that you have not deceived us." The instructor nodded slightly at Yi-Chun, giving him a thumbs up. "You must indulge a bit more," the instructor added. Chu-hee immediately signaled with his eyes, prompting Lin Fan and Chen Bin to distribute bowls, chopsticks, and beverages to everyone. Once everyone had gathered their utensils, Yi-chun raised his beer in celebration of this splendid dinner, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere. Chapter 43. The continuous provocations from Instructor Huang. Let us begin. As everyone started to eat, their expressions transformed, becoming increasingly animated. Yi-chun, this is exceptionally delicious. Could it be that you are the legendary Chinese culinary prodigy, presenting us with an entire table of golden dishes? A girl with flowing waves remarked, attempting to engage Yi-chun in conversation, to which he remained oblivious. The group continued to revel in the culinary delights, thoroughly entranced. The instructor looked on in astonishment at Yi-chun, whom she had witnessed grow over time. This experience shattered her previous understanding of culinary techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Chun Bin enthusiastically served dishes to Chun Fengyu's roommates, displaying no hesitation in the presence of the instructor. Old Yi, when it comes to drinking, I still reign supreme, Chu Yi declared, looking at Yi-chun, who was slumped over the table, as if he were a victor. Midway through dinner, the instructor was called away by a phone call from the school. With her absence, Lin Fan and Chun Bin boldly took their seats beside the girls, much to the satisfaction of Chu He and the others. Eventually, Chun Fengyu interrupted her roommate's intention to assist Yi-chun back to the dormitory, and the group swayed as they returned to their respective rooms. Once back in the dormitory, a dazed Yi-chun did not forget to message Jiang Baiwei, inquiring about the children and her well-being. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. Gather. With the coach's command, the players, who had been scattered around the basketball court, converged in front of him. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi-chun, clad in his basketball uniform, appeared on the training ground that morning. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome back our classmate Yi-chun. As Yi-chun greeted the coach, he exchanged silent glances with his teammates. Observing this, the others temporarily suppressed their curiosity. As the warm-up concluded, someone asked, Xiao Yi, what's going on? You just joined the school team and already took leave. A swarm of teammates gathered around Yi-chun, eager to learn more. Wait a moment, I need to grab something. Yi-chun replied with a mysterious smile. Approaching his backpack, he retrieved a large bag of wedding candies and began distributing them to everyone. Yi-chun, what gives? Is this wedding candy? As the captain of the school basketball team, Li-chun was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? With a touch of audacity, Yi-chun proudly declared, This is my child's wedding candy. I have become a father. The crowd, initially bewildered and holding the wedding candy in their hands, erupted in lamentations. But dude, you're only a sophomore. How is it that you have a child? How am I, a senior still single, supposed to cope with this? Yi-chun, your sophomore year has been more eventful than my entire university life. The teammates, with tears in their eyes, consumed the wedding candy distributed by Yi-chun. He even took a moment to approach the coaching staff, sharing some of the treats with them and promising to bring Jiang Baiwei for everyone to meet. And make sure to introduce me as well. Yi-chun turned around only to see a group of crew-cut men striding toward him, with Instructor Huang among them. Who are you? Don't you know this is our basketball team's training ground? You need to leave. Li-chun, as the captain, immediately confronted Instructor Huang with a grave demeanor. We are here to find Yi-chun. If anyone else wants to join in, then they face the consequences too. Instructor Huang glared menacingly at Li-chun, his words dripping with hostility. Stop it. Noticing the escalating situation, the coaches hurried over to intervene. One of the crew-cut men arrogantly pulled out a phone, presenting it to the coaches. Director Huang from the logistics department has something to say to you. A bewildered coach answered the phone. Hello, Director. After a moment of uncertainty, he returned the phone, addressing the other coaches. This is a matter among students. Let us not interfere. As the head coach of the basketball team, Coach Peter happened to be absent that day. Faced with Director Huang, who held sway over the team's finances, the remaining coaches had no choice but to acquiesce. Yi-chun wore an expression of expected calm. He reassured the coaches. I understand your difficulties, but this little scene won't faze me. He then patted Li-chun, signaling that he would handle the situation. However, Li-chun furrowed his brow. And before he could finish speaking, Instructor Huang bellowed, All outsiders, disperse at once. Surprisingly, instead of retreating, the teammates rallied around Yi-chun. Even the coaches who had previously stepped aside showed no intention of leaving. Yi-chun, with a complex expression, gazed at his teammates. We are teammates, capable of entrusting our backs to one another at any time. At that moment, Li-chun echoed Yi-chun's earlier gesture, patting his shoulder. How interesting. Since everyone is so loyal, let us tackle this together." Instructor Huang gazed at Yi Chun and his companions with evident disdain. Although he had only spent 2 years in the military, his affluent background and his father's position as the logistics director had enabled him to swiftly establish a reputation within the ranks. After his discharge, he gathered fellow veterans and, through the machinations of Director Huang, effortlessly secured a position as a military training instructor at the university. With a mere command, these instructors would be compelled to serve him, which elucidates why Instructor Huang felt emboldened to act with impunity at the school. "Brother Chun, esteemed comrades, this matter originated with me. Allow me to resolve it," Yi Chun said, touched as he looked at everyone. "Bah, Huang Wei, don't presume that your father's role as a logistics director grants you the liberty to act recklessly within the school. As long as I, Li Chun, am present, no one shall lay a finger on Yi Chun." Li Chun, now thoroughly incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Instructor Huang. Observing Li Chun's fury, Instructor Huang felt a sudden wave of pressure. Li Chun's father held significant influence on the school board, and should matters escalate to an irreparable state, the consequences would be dire. For the sake of Li Chun, let us settle this today with a contest. The loser must concede to one condition of the victor. What say you? Instructor Huang, regaining his composure, proposed with a sardonic smile. Li Chun turned to Yi Chun, who nodded calmly in agreement. It was indeed time to conclude this affair. Chapter 44. The ineffectual Instructor Huang. Soon, both parties encircled Yi Chun and Instructor Huang. The latter stood with arms crossed, looking down upon Yi Chun with derision. "Record this for me. It will be for you to watch repeatedly," Yi Chun remarked with a cold smile. Scrutinizing the arrogant instructor, he then swiftly launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun was before him, causing Instructor Huang's composure to waver. He hastily raised his arms in defense. Suddenly, a powerful straight punch struck him, accompanied by immense force, propelling him backward by half a meter. Gasping, Instructor Huang and those around him inhaled sharply, their caution heightened. Quickly, he adjusted his stance, fixating intently on Yi Chun. "Humph, I expected more from you. Is this all you've got?" Yi Chun disdainfully remarked, casting a critical glance at the instructor. Seeking death, Instructor Huang retaliated with a swift strike. His massive fist aimed directly at Yi Chun's face. Unperturbed, Yi Chun effortlessly absorbed the blow. As Instructor Huang attempted to retract his fist, Yi Chun exerted a slight pressure, causing Huang to feel as though his hand might shatter, astonished by the incomprehensible strength of his opponent. "Bored now," Yi Chun said, observing the fear in Huang's eyes before delivering a forceful kick to his abdomen. The scene unfolded with Instructor Huang clutching his abdomen, curling on the ground in a fit of agony, before losing consciousness shortly thereafter. "If I ever see you with that wretched Huang, see you again. It won't be as simple as today," Yi Chun remarked calmly as he brushed off his clothes. The onlookers regarded him with eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. "Come on, little Yi, why are you still playing the front line? You should just head straight for the Ultimate Fighting Championship." Li Chun felt a sense of numbness wash over him. His attempts to mediate seemed utterly futile. Even if the opponents ganged up, Yi Chun would handle them effortlessly. Brother Huang, quickly call for an ambulance. Yi Chun, you're finished." Director Huang won't let you off easily. Despite the young man's impressive skills, they realized he had provoked someone far beyond his control. It was only then that those around Instructor Huang remembered to call for emergency assistance, all the while continuing to shout taunts. "What else do you have? I, Yi, can take it all. Also, tell your so-called Director Huang that if he wishes to avoid extinction, he should seriously consider negotiating with me." Yi Chun, undeterred, responded with an expression of solemnity. As the gathered crowd looked on with disdain, Instructor Huang was carried away, resembling a curled-up shrimp. "Thank you, everyone, for all that you've done. I assure you, at my child's full moon celebration, we shall not return until intoxicated." Yi Chun promptly turned and bowed deeply to the crowd. Subsequently, the onlookers resumed their unfinished training, but their gaze towards Yi Chun now held a newfound respect. Before long, the morning training concluded. Initially, the coach and teammates anticipated that Yi Chun, having been away from the basketball court for a week, would exhibit some decline in performance. However, during training, it became evident that he was even more formidable than before. Yi Chun explained that he had continued practicing at the hospital's basketball court, which convinced his teammates of his claims. As he glanced at the packed schedule for the afternoon, Yi Chun called Jiang Baiwei, informing her that he might not return to see them until late that evening. Sitting in the courtyard, Jiang Baiwei pouted and slowly lowered her phone, saying, "Sister Muyu, Yi-Chun has classes this afternoon and can only come to see me at night. Observing the distressed expression on Jiang Baiwei's face, Su Muyu immediately pulled her close, saying, "Baiwei, these men are busy with their own affairs. We women must learn to entertain ourselves. We can't revolve around them every single day." "But I really miss Yi-Chun," Jiang Baiwei replied. Su Muyu, placing her hand on her forehead, exclaimed, "Baiwei, how did I only just now notice your romantic tendencies? Let us watch some variety shows and play with the kids. Life can be so fulfilling." After being uplifted by the cheerful Su Muyu, Jiang Baiwei's spirits began to improve. Back in the classroom, Yi-Chun quickly caught the attention of his classmates once more. Due to Yi-Chun's exceptional rapport with his classmates, they were all curious to inquire about his activities that week. "Class monitor, just in time for your arrival. I've prepared some wedding candies for the classmates. Could you assist me in distributing them?" The class monitor, who initially wore a look of amusement, was suddenly conscripted by Yi-Chun, who pulled out a large bag of candies from his backpack and thrust it into his hands. "Is it true that you are the protagonist in that viral video where a suited bodyguard was beaten up?" After receiving the wedding candies from Yi-Chun, the class monitor, with a look that suggested he would not proceed without an answer, fixed his gaze on Yi-Chun and asked, although reluctant to admit it, "I am indeed the main character in that video." Upon hearing this, the class monitor and surrounding classmates exchanged expressions of eager anticipation. "Class monitor, please distribute the candies first. The reason for my presence at the hospital is related to my leave of absence." Yi-Chun shrugged and replied, "Stop teasing us. We are all eager to know. It's not every day we get to witness such excitement up close. Please give us the full story." Faced with the enthusiastic gazes of his classmates, Yi-Chun stood up. "These candies are to celebrate my fatherhood. Now you understand why I was at the hospital, right?" Just then, Chu-hee and others, who had carelessly entered the classroom, were instantly met with a chorus of scrutinizing stares from their classmates. "Chu-hee, Yi-Chun claims he has fathered you all and has brought us wedding candies." No one believed Yi-Chun's fanciful tale, leading to playful banter directed at Chu-hee and the others. As fellow classmates, they had witnessed Yi-Chun's numerous rejections from various girls, only to eventually succumb to Wang Siyu's persistent pleas to end his bachelorhood. Just a few days prior, Wang Siyu had betrayed him, making it hard for classmates not to perceive this as a form of revenge against her. "Hee, consider us the proud parents of 3 fine sons." Since Yi-Chun had training in the morning and did not need to practice, Chu-hee and the others had only just arrived in class from their dormitory. Observing that none of their classmates believed the story, they opted not to elaborate further. "However, Yi-Chun, the candies you bought do appear quite genuine. You purchased them from Shifuji, and they are certainly not cheap." The keen-eyed classmates quickly noticed the extraordinary quality of the wedding candies, prompting them to cheerfully take a couple more. At that moment, the class bell rang, and everyone patiently awaited the teacher's arrival. The time spent studying always passes swiftly. Before long, evening descended. With a heart full of anticipation, Yi-Chun promptly activated the car parked in the corner and sped down the road home. "Baiwei, my darling. I'm on my way back. Have you missed me?" As Yi-Chun drove, he took a moment to send a voice message to Jiang Baiwei. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were engrossed in the latest gossip from the entertainment industry, completely oblivious to the message Yi-Chun had sent. This prompted Yi-Chun to hasten his journey to the villa. Chapter 45, Baiwei's proud friend. Just as Yi-Chun was nearing the entrance, he noticed a young woman clad in professional attire, dragging a suitcase as she alighted from a taxi. She was engaged in conversation with the property staff. As Yi-Chun approached, he caught snippets of the mention of Villa Number 1. The property personnel, noticing Yi-Chun's vehicle, were about to verify his identity when Yi-Chun rolled down his window. "Welcome back, homeowner. I believe I overheard you mention heading to Villa Number 1. I can guide you there." Yi-Chun, brimming with curiosity, addressed the young professional. "This is the owner of Villa Number 1. You may explain your situation to her." The property staff confirmed Yi-Chun's identity. This revelation eased Gu Lingyu's initial skepticism about the coincidence of their meeting. "Hello, do you know Jiang Baiwei?" she inquired. "Of course. Please, hop in. I have a fair idea of who you are now," Yi-Chun replied, recognizing her as Jiang Baiwei's lawyer friend upon hearing her mention Baiwei's name. Without pretense, Gu Lingyu placed her suitcase in the back seat. Noticing this, Yi-Chun kindly remarked, "There's bottled water in the back seat. Feel free to help yourself." Gu Lingyu merely nodded slightly, refraining from any further action, and instead scrutinized Yi-Chun's every move through the rearview mirror. This compelled Yi-Chun to adjust his driving posture, anxious not to give her any cause for concern. With a composed demeanor, Yichen eventually arrived at the villa and parked. Before he could open the door for Gu Lingyu, she hurriedly exited the vehicle. Go ahead and sit in the courtyard for a moment. I'll call Bai Wei, Yichen instructed, noticing the courtyard was empty. He rushed into the villa to summon Jiang Baiwei. It was only when he stood beside the sofa in the living room that the engrossed Jiang Baiwei and her companions finally noticed him. Yichen, you're back. Come over and join us for this gossip, Jiang Baiwei eagerly called, motioning for him to take a seat while she continued to intently observe the posts on Su Muyu's phone. Baiwei, unless I'm mistaken, I believe I brought your friend back with me. Shall we go down and meet her? Yichen suggested with a hint of exasperation. Ah, how dreadful. I was so engrossed in the gossip that I forgot to check my phone, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, swiftly rising to put on her cotton slippers before heading towards the courtyard. Yichen attentively followed her, keeping a watchful eye. Lingyu, I sincerely apologize. Just now, I was engrossed in some gossip with Sister Muyu and did not pay attention to my phone, Jiang Baiwei, with a face full of discontent, said pitifully as she tugged at Lingyu's sleeve. I rushed here right after getting off the plane. Lingyu slowly withdrew her hand, feigning irritation. Yet, you didn't even respond to a single message. If it weren't for your partner bringing me in, I would have turned around and left. Lingyu, pretending to be angry, crossed her arms and raised her chin defiantly. I'm truly sorry. I offer my sincerest apologies. I'll have Yichen prepare your favorite tiramisu. So please don't be upset. Jiang Baiwei, while still holding Lingyu's hand, cast a frantic glance at Yichen. Yichen, eager to salvage his image in front of Jiang Baiwei's friend, quickly chimed in. I hope Lingyu won't mind. Baiwei may have gotten a bit carried away. Whatever you desire, I shall gladly concede on behalf of Baiwei. Before Lingyu could utter a word, Su Muyu joined them in the courtyard. Offering soothing words, Lingyu, it's all my fault. I insisted on dragging Baiwei into this gossip. I apologize on her behalf. Su Muyu, who usually only appeared on phones and televisions, suddenly stood before Lingyu. She had entirely forgotten about Jiang Baiwei's lack of message replies and was now looking at Su Muyu with excitement, unable to speak. It's quite chilly outside. Let us move inside to chat. Su Muyu grasped Lingyu's hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Baiwei, signaling that she would handle things. Lingyu, pulled along by Su Muyu, felt her mind go blank. Uncertain of what was happening, she sat down on the living room sofa. You all continue chatting. I'll go prepare dinner for today. After noticing that the atmosphere had lightened thanks to Su Muyu, Yichen promptly retreated to the kitchen, allowing them to converse. As Yichen's figure faded from view, Lingyu finally regained her composure, gazing at the seemingly unreal presence of Su Muyu. Despite Jiang Baiwei's prior warning about this encounter, she still felt a sense of disbelief. You little rascal, are you here to see me, or Sister Muyu? Jiang Baiwei, feigning annoyance, seized the conversational lead. This made Lingyu, who was no longer truly upset, lose her momentum. Realizing Lingyu had calmed down, Su Muyu quickly took on the role of the peacemaker. Baiwei, Lingyu was merely nervous. She surely came over out of concern for you. How about we finish browsing the remaining posts on social media? In no time, with the harmonious banter between Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, Lingyu soon became familiar with everyone and joined the gossiping brigade. Before long, it was time to eat. Ladies, please take your seats. After Yichen placed the exquisitely prepared dishes on the dining table, he promptly took out his phone to inquire about the progress of the construction overseen by his parents at the ranch, asking how much longer it would be until they returned home. Let us pause on the fruits for now. It's time for us to dine, Su Muyu playfully remarked as she slowly closed her phone. Dear Muyu, if you were to host a live stream sharing the latest gossip from the entertainment industry, your popularity would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Gu Lingyu exclaimed, transforming into an enthusiastic admirer, completely oblivious to her growling stomach. With laughter and chatter, the group ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing a table laden with delectable dishes, Jiang Baiwei could hardly contain her eagerness and immediately took her seat. Since Yichen was absent the previous day, she had resorted to ordering takeout from Xianju Pavilion. However, when they finally tasted what they had once deemed heavenly dishes, they found them barely palatable, having been spoiled by Yichen's culinary skills. Lingyu, hurry over. Yichen has made your favorite tiramisu, and it's durian-flavored, Jiang Baiwei announced, pointing to the beautifully arranged dessert on the table. As everyone gradually settled down, Jiang Baiwei, who was already famished, was the first to grab a piece of the oil-braised shrimp, disregarding its scalding temperature. Su Muyu and Shen Hong also eagerly picked up their delicious portions, paying no heed to their appearances. With a puzzled expression, Gu Lingyu hesitantly placed a piece of beef into her mouth, only then realizing why everyone was behaving so ravenously. Observing the group, who seemed as if they hadn't eaten in days, Yi Chun, who had intended to raise a toast in celebration of Gu Lingyu's arrival, reluctantly set down his teacup and went to check on the sleeping babies. As he tiptoed into the nursery, he quietly assessed the children's condition. The caretakers, hearing the noise, greeted him softly. Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction at the sight of his 3 daughters sleeping soundly. However, upon noticing his youngest son, who was sleeping while gnawing on his palm, he couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking that his daughters were far more well-behaved. This little rascal has been rebellious since birth. After confirming the children were well, Yi Chun returned to the dining area, where Jiang Baiwei and the others were patting their round bellies, each clutching a piece of tiramisu. Upon seeing Yi Chun return, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed joyfully, "Yi Chun, you mustn't prepare so many delicious dishes next time. At this rate, we'll truly gain weight. It's not my fault. It's you little gluttons who can't control yourselves." This meal was meant for 7 people, yet the 4 of you devoured it all, leaving not a scrap of dessert. Yi Chun replied, bemused as he looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was slumped contentedly in her chair. "Yi Chun, your cooking is truly exquisite. It's no wonder Baiwei constantly praises you." They chimed in unison, celebrating the delightful feast. "At present, it appears that you possess the prerequisites for being a commendable husband. Beside you, Gu Lingyu generously bestows her praises, having tentatively acknowledged Yi Chun." After receiving compliments from everyone, Yi Chun became somewhat bashful. Subsequently, the sounds of an engine echoed from outside. Ye's father and mother returned home in a contractor's van. After exchanging pleasantries with the developer, Yi Chun returned to the kitchen to prepare a simple beef fried rice for his parents. "Ah, Xiao Chun, that construction team is indeed quite efficient. The ranch has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once everything is completed, I'll invite you to come and take a look," Ye's father exclaimed enthusiastically, sitting in the courtyard with a bowl in hand, savoring his meal. "We even inquired about the methods for raising dairy cows. It turns out it's quite similar to raising chicks. Simply feed them at regular intervals. I suppose milking will be something I can learn later on," Ye's mother added animatedly, recounting the insights she had gained from the ranch that day. "Where are my dear grandchildren?" After quickly finishing his meal, Ye's father began to inquire about the children. Upon learning they had already fallen asleep, he leisurely lit a cigarette in the courtyard. "Xiao Chun, come here for a moment." Chapter 46. The arrival of customized toys for the babies. The last time Baiwei's parents visited, we refrained from mentioning the topic of marriage. "I wonder if we should take the initiative to bring it up with them," Ye's father said, pulling Yi Chun aside while smoking. "I was thinking the same. Once I manage the tasks at hand, I will arrange a time to visit Baiwei's parents," Yi Chun replied. "Since you share my thoughts, I can rest easy. Just remember not to overlook the gifts," Ye's father said with satisfaction, patting Yi Chun on the back before returning to his solitary enjoyment of the cigarette. Given that Yi Chun only had a training match scheduled for the following afternoon, he was able to linger at home a bit longer. Observing the lively discussions flowing from the dining room to the living room, he discreetly retreated to his room for a shower. Later, the awakened little ones found their way into Yi Chun's embrace. In the courtyard, Ye's father and mother finally got to see their beloved grandchildren, eagerly snatching them from Yi Chun's arms. Ding! The system detected an unusual level of activity from the host's offspring and issued a side quest involving toys. Quest requirement: the children are to independently select their preferred toys, while the host is to deeply develop the toys based on his understanding. Completion reward: enhanced learning ability. Caught off guard by the sudden task, Yi Chun, who initially intended to quietly accompany his children, had no choice but to hand them over to Ye's mother. He then ventured to relocate all the toys from the house to the courtyard. "My goodness, just how many toys did Chu He and the others buy? I've already made 2 trips." Gazing at the 4 large boxes filled with toys, Yi Chun couldn't help but make a remark about Chu He and the others back in the dormitory. He quickly summoned the caretakers, instructing them to bring out the toys and place them upon the waterproof cloth laid out in the center of the courtyard. "Xiao Chun, what is the purpose of this?" "It's not yet time for the children to draw lots," Ye's father inquired with a puzzled expression. "Father, I merely observed that the little ones have an abundance of energy each day. I thought it prudent to allow them to select toys they fancy, while I procure some upscale items. This way, the children shall not be so restless," Yi Chun patiently explained. Reflecting on how the children, after a satisfying meal, would sleep and then wake up to thrash about in the adult's arms. He recognized the potential risks of them tumbling down. Ye's father soon grasped the intention behind his son's actions and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they should acquire premium toys for their grandchildren, as those made of plastic might not be entirely hygienic. Once the toys were arranged, Jiang Baiwei and the others noticed the commotion in the courtyard and emerged to investigate. Since the children were not yet capable of crawling, Ye's father and mother carefully cradled them, teasing each toy in front of their curious eyes. When the grandchildren did not respond, they left the toys behind. Upon learning that Yichun intended to select toys for the energetic children and then customize higher-end options, Jiang Baiwei and the others quickly joined in. It was the first time Gu Lingyu encountered the children, and she was filled with joy as she embraced one. At that moment, Su Muyu also brought out her child. Xiao Yi, this godson is still a son. How could we neglect his share of toys? She chuckled. Since he is awake now, let us choose together. Rubbing the back of his head, Yichun explained. After perusing a considerable selection of toys, their eldest daughter, Yi Sairu, was the first to emit gleeful sounds as she grasped a block. Good Sairu, truly a wonderful granddaughter. This block will enhance your intellect, surely. You shall grow into a talented young lady. Ye's father beamed with delight as he held his eldest granddaughter. Jiang Baiwei, standing nearby, showered her with affection, planting a kiss on her cheek. This moment seemed to trigger something, for in the next 3 minutes, the other little ones began to choose their preferred toys in succession. The eldest, Yi Sairu, opted for the blocks. The second, Yi, selected a doll. The third, Yi Kahan, chose a harmonica, and the youngest, Yi Zhiqiu, picked a baseball. Meanwhile, Su Muyu's child gravitated towards a Rubik's Cube. My dear son truly inherits my athletic genes, opting for a baseball from such a young age, Yichun mused, feeling a sense of contentment as he observed that all 3 daughters favored quieter toys, while his youngest son leaned towards the sporty variety. The youngest son, having honed a physique of muscle, would ultimately be able to protect his 3 frail sisters. Suddenly, a notification resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, toys. The reward has been issued. Please check. In an instant, Yichun's mind seemed to awaken anew. As a former liberal arts student, he quickly grasped the structure and mechanics of each toy. What was most astonishing was that he began to mentally rectify the deficiencies in his actions from the training ground yesterday, including the dribbling and passing techniques that had long been criticized by his coach. You little ones are truly my lucky stars, exclaimed Yichun, as he excitedly lifted his youngest son high into the air, eliciting gleeful giggles from the child. Next, I plan to create some toys myself, crafting a unique plaything for the children. Upon hearing Yichun's words, the others found the idea more meaningful and eagerly wished to participate. I will now procure some materials for production. Muyu, do you know any artisans skilled in similar crafts? Yichun inquired, pulling out his phone to search, but finding no satisfactory options. I need to take a good look at my contacts, replied Su Muyu, as she began to peruse her phone before turning to Chen Hong. Sister Chun, your phone is filled with a diverse array of contacts. Let us see what we can find. Thus, the group rallied their connections, initiating a search for sellers of handmade tools and raw materials. At that moment, Chen Hong approached Yichun, holding her phone aloft. Xiao Yi, look at this. This person is quite popular online for handmade crafts. He has a plethora of tools. Should we reach out to him? Yichun shook his head. Sister Chun, I am familiar with this individual. While his creations are varied, the tools and materials he offers are rather commonplace. What we require are superior, high-end resources. I have found a lead. A friend of mine abroad knows a seasoned woodcarving master, and his tools and materials should meet our standards. Gu Lingyu, brimming with excitement, handed her phone to Jiang Baiwei and began outlining the situation, mentioning that many national-level artworks originated from this master. That's the one, Lingyu. Please inquire about the price for a complete set of woodcarving tools. I will also procure some agarwood. Yichun leaned in to examine the information and promptly made the decision. Within a single night, they managed to gather various tools and some of the necessary raw materials. Yet the high-quality timber remained elusive. Xiao Yi, let us have your brother Ma handle this matter. He might know some collectors in this field, suggested Su Muyu. After speaking, she promptly dialed Ma Qingye to inform him of the situation. Yichun could only place his hopes on brother Ma. This matter could not be rushed. Using ordinary wood for his grandchildren did not sit well with him. He decided to have the golden silk nanmu tree, which had been cultivated in their home, cut down to make toys for his beloved grandchildren. Meanwhile, Ye's father and mother, unable to assist, quietly devoted their attention to the children without uttering a word. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's predicament, they immediately thought of a solution. Dad, that golden silk nanmu tree was planted by great-grandfather. It has been nurtured for nearly 150 years. It would be a pity to cut it down, Yi Chen remarked, looking at his father. It is not a pity. To be used for my grandchildren is its fortune. Our family has tended to it for 5 or 6 generations. Now it is time for it to contribute, his father replied without a trace of regret, encouraging Yi Chen to proceed. Chapter 47. A visit to the military district without hesitation. Ye's father took out his phone and called his aunt, who lived far in the south, to arrange for the complete felling of the golden silk nanmu tree in their yard. However, after Yi Chen's persuasion, the plan was altered to gather the branches instead and send them to the capital. Observing his father's decisive actions, Yi Chen chose not to insist any further, feeling a newfound respect for parents willing to sacrifice everything for their grandchildren. Then let us search for wood from both ends. The excess materials can be used by us adults to craft some small items, Yi Chen suggested. After speaking, he took the children and continued wandering in the courtyard. He later approached Jiang Baiwei to inquire about her parents' schedule. The schedules of my parents are confidential. I can only wait for them to finish their tasks before they respond. Let me first send them a message, Jiang Baiwei said, pulling out her phone to compose and send a message. To her surprise, Jiang's father replied almost instantly. Baiwei, I happen to be resting at the military base these days. You can bring the children and Yi Chen over to visit me. Yi Chen, upon receiving the message from Jiang Baiwei, felt astonished. My father has time these days. How about we go tomorrow? She inquired, tilting her head at Yi Chen. Previously, when she had messaged her parents, it would take a day or 2 for a reply, so she was taken aback by the promptness this time. Sounds good. I will prepare some gifts for uncle and ask the coach for a leave of absence. Yi Chen replied immediately upon hearing that Zhang's father was available. He explained to his coach that he needed to visit his future father-in-law, who generously granted him 3 days off and advised him to handle interpersonal relations appropriately. Yi Chen smiled at the message on his phone. Even as a foreign coach, he had learned the true ways of navigating social interactions in Huagua. After informing his advisor of the situation, he received approval for 3 days off with a wave of the hand. I am profoundly grateful to my advisor. By the way, when will you come to my home for a visit? You have assisted me immensely, and I have yet to express my gratitude properly. Do not jest. I am merely considering your unique circumstances, rather than granting permission solely because of your identity as Yi Chen. Once I complete my current tasks, do remember to prepare a sumptuous feast for me. The proud advisor declared with a hint of defiance, prompting Yi Chen to nod in agreement repeatedly. As evening fell and everyone returned to their rooms, Jiang Baiwei pulled Yi Chen into her chamber, her expression serious as she inquired. Yi Chen, be honest. Did you truly obtain that body recovery ointment from the old gentleman? Certainly, replied Yi Chen earnestly, his demeanor unwavering. This old gentleman is an heirloom traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and this body recovery ointment has been passed down through generations. It took considerable effort for me to procure it, yet the efficacy is astonishing, Jiang Baiwei remarked, lifting the hem of her nightgown slightly. I have only used it for 2 or 3 days, and the wound on my abdomen has already scabbed and begun to heal. That means the old gentleman did not deceive me. Otherwise, I would have sought him out for accountability, she continued, leaning gently against Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with affection. Observing the delicate Jiang Baiwei nestled in his embrace, Yi Chen struggled to suppress his impulses. After a brief wash-up, the two drifted off into slumber. Xiaoyi, the items you asked me to purchase have been delivered to the villa. I appreciate your efforts in taking care of Mu Yu during my absence, Yi Chen said. Awakened early in the morning by a call from Ma Qingye, as he stepped onto the second-floor balcony to answer. Not wanting to disturb Jiang Baiwei's slumber, he replied, I am extremely grateful to Brother Ma. Sister Mu Yu is doing quite well here. However, it must be noted that Sister Mu Yu still misses you dearly. He kindly reminded. I too wish to be by Mu Yu's side every day. Unfortunately, due to the recent international turmoil, the overseas business deal we had previously arranged may fall through, necessitating my urgent return to oversee matters, Ma Qingye lamented, seated in his office, gazing at the foreign party unwilling to fulfill the contract, even at the cost of incurring penalties. Brother Ma, please prioritize resolving your matters. There is no need to worry about Sister Mu Yu. She is in good company with Baiwei and Sister Chen, Yi Chen reassured him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Turning around, Yichen spotted Jiang Baiwei in her nightgown, appearing behind him. "Did I wake you with the phone call?" he asked apologetically, gently ruffling her hair. "No, my internal biological clock woke me up. My father sent me a location. Once we are ready, we can head there," she replied, handing her phone to Yichen. "In addition to the gifts I purchased, I plan to bake some pastries to bring to Uncle Jiang as a delightful breakfast option." Yichen suddenly had a brilliant idea to express his sentiments. "How wonderful! I shall request a durian-flavored tiramisu. And I might as well prepare a portion for Sister Muyu as well." Upon hearing of yet another delectable treat, Jiang Baiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, the nurse gently knocked on the door, announcing that it was time for the children to be breastfed. Consequently, Yichen and Jiang Baiwei split their tasks. With fervent energy, Yichen swiftly completed the baking of pastries for everyone. After packaging 5 or 6 portions in bags left by the executive chef, he placed the remainder on the dining table. Meanwhile, the gifts that Yichen had asked Ma Qingye to buy were laid out in the living room on the first floor. Jiang Baiwei and the others, dressed neatly, gathered on the sofa, engrossed in something on their screens. Beside them, Yichen's parents were playfully engaging with the well-fed infants. "Breakfast is ready. What are you all watching over there? I made some pastries and prepared some juice. Come over and eat." Upon hearing Yichen's call, Jiang Baiwei and the others reluctantly made their way to the dining table. Su Muyu, with an expression of excitement, was shouting into her phone. "What game is Sister Muyu so captivated by?" Yichen curiously inquired, wanting to keep Jiang Baiwei and the others close to Su Muyu. "Isn't this the game I endorsed, called Honor of Kings? The new skin's just launched, and I thought I'd give it a try, and now I can't stop." Su Muyu, exhilarated from her victory in the game, replied, "I'm so tempted to play too. The Wu Zetian skin that Sister Muyu endorses is absolutely stunning. I'm going to download it right away." Even Jiang Baiwei, a novice in gaming, could not resist the allure of Honor of Kings. "Hee, Baiwei. I bet you didn't know I've already downloaded it. After breakfast, I'll team up with Sister Muyu for a match." Gu Lingyu boasted, waving her phone in front of Jiang Baiwei. "All right, Lingyu, you got ahead of me. Once I get back, we will settle this in the game," Jiang Baiwei replied, her expression one of playful annoyance as she shot a disdainful glance at her friend. "I've heard of this game. It's incredibly popular right now, making it a perfect choice for passing the time," Yichen remarked, suddenly enlightened. The group continued their animated discussion at the dining table, delving into the various intricacies of Honor of Kings, comments about Han Xin's dual dominance, and the strategic use of Li Bai without his ultimate ability left Yichen, unfamiliar with gaming, utterly bewildered. Before long, Yichen and Jiang Baiwei arrived at the nanny van to conduct their final checks before departure. Fortunately, the rear seats of the van could accommodate infant car seats. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge for Jiang Baiwei to manage for children on her own. "Please ensure your safety along the journey. If the grandchildren are hungry, let's prepare a bottle of formula to tide them over." With great care, Yi Ba and Yi Ma urged Yichen, fearing that their precious grandchildren might go hungry. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Military District and the Unconventional Jiang Ba. The air in the outskirts is indeed refreshing. "Yichen, it seems this is our first outing with the children, just the two of us." Jiang Baiwei, sitting in the passenger seat and enjoying grapes, said with a beaming smile, occasionally glancing at the children through the rearview mirror. "Indeed, this is our exclusive time together." As Yichen reached out for a grape offered by Jiang Baiwei, a wave of happiness washed over him. In the face of Yichen's remarkable driving skills, the children slept soundly, clutching their tiny hands as if nestled in a crib. "Baiwei, this journey is still somewhat long. Do you wish to take a nap?" "No way. I don't want to squander our time alone together on sleep." Hearing this, Yichen felt a warm sensation in his heart. They spent the journey recounting their lives from birth to college, listening to Jiang Baiwei share her experiences of studying and living alone since high school. Yichen's heart ached, and he took her hand gently. "That's all in the past. You have me now." At that moment, a checkpoint appeared on the once spacious road. 2 men in plain clothes slowly approaching Yichen's vehicle. "Hello, comrade. The area ahead is restricted. Please take an alternate route." This was Yichen's first encounter with such a situation, prompting him to explain hurriedly. "We are visiting my father-in-law at the military camp. He informed us of the location, which is why we came this way." Beside him, Jiang Baiwei produced their chat history for the 2 plainclothes men. Upon examining the location on her phone, one of the men moved to the other side of the road to confirm something via radio. The stern gaze of the plainclothes men made Yichen and Jiang Baiwei feel increasingly uneasy. Zhang Baiwei had never visited the place where Zhang Ba worked, which made her particularly anxious. "Hello, comrade. We have confirmed with the transfer station. Please provide us with your names. I am Yi Chun, and this is my wife, Zhang Baiwei." Hearing Yi Chun refer to her as his wife made Zhang Baiwei blush deeply. "The names are verified. Please follow our vehicle to the transfer station and surrender your personal communication devices." Upon receiving confirmation via radio that a couple was visiting the military with 4 children, and upon seeing the children in the back seat, it became evident that it was indeed Yi Chun and his family. However, as part of standard procedure, he still inquired for their true names. What astonished him was not merely the presence of quadruplets, but rather the fact that the military district permitted personal vehicles to enter directly, rather than transferring to designated transport. This led the plainclothes man to speculate as to which high-ranking official's relative this might be. Yi Chun cautiously followed the military jeep ahead. Along the way, he noticed several checkpoints, which kept his demeanor tense. Observing this scene, Zhang Baiwei held Yi Chun's hand, offering continuous comfort. As the vehicles progressed, Yi Chun arrived at an open area filled with parked cars, which likely served as the transfer station mentioned by the plainclothes man. Under the curious gazes of Yi Chun and his companion, the plainclothes man exited the vehicle and handed their mobile phones to a man in military uniform. As the uniformed man approached, Yi Chun suddenly recalled that Zhang's father had visited their home in a jeep on a previous occasion. "Comrade Yi, Comrade Zhang, we meet again. I will be guiding you for the remainder of the journey," the man saluted Yi Chun. In this unfamiliar environment, the sight of a familiar face brought a smile to Yi Chun's countenance, easing his tension. As the vehicle started, another unknown journey commenced. After winding through the roads for half an hour, Yi Chun finally glimpsed the outline of the military camp. Entering the gate, he was led by the military jeep to the far end of the camp. Soldiers along the route turned their heads to observe the civilian vehicle, curious about its presence in their Corps Special Forces base. "Ha ha ha, Wei Wei, Xiao Yi, you have finally arrived." Upon parking the vehicle, Yi Chun saw Zhang's father approach with warm enthusiasm. "Uncle Zhang, Dad," he greeted, slightly reserved as he exited the car and approached the trunk, carrying various bags. "My 4 precious grandsons and granddaughters, I hope you had a comfortable journey." Originally intending to assist Yi Chun with his belongings, Zhang's father cautiously opened the car door upon seeing the babies in the back seat, gently lifting the now-awake little granddaughters. The attentive driver of the preceding vehicle quickly came over to help Zhang's father with the luggage. With each adult carrying 2 children, they made their way towards a tent. "This is my dormitory. Feel free to find a place to sit. We're currently in a field training exercise, so there's no need for formalities," Zhang's father said jovially, cradling his grandchild. "Dad, these are some gifts Yi Chun brought for you. He even made some pastries for you to try before departing." Zhang Baiwei pointed to the gifts. "Xiao Yi, you are so thoughtful. This tastes delightful. Is this your handiwork?" Zhang's father exclaimed, inviting the guard standing at the tent entrance to sample as well after placing the children on his bed. Indeed, the guard selected a small cookie and placed it in his mouth, his eyes brightening instantly as he praised Yi Chun's culinary skills. "In the army, I truly cannot do without help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here." He continued, "I haven't seen my grandson and granddaughter in days. They must be missing me terribly. Young Yi, your visit is likely concerning Bai Wei, isn't it?" As a soldier, Zhang's father spoke candidly, yet as Bai Wei's father, he was acutely aware of the purpose behind Yi Chun's visit. "Indeed, Uncle Jiang. I have come to discuss a suitable time for our families to sit down and talk about my marriage to Bai Wei," Yi Chun stated. Sitting upright on a small stool, his demeanor somewhat reserved. Beside him, Zhang Bai Wei held his hand, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at her father. "I wholeheartedly support your relationship with Wei Wei, but we must first consider her mother's stance," Zhang's father asserted, noting the approving tone in his voice. "Rest assured, Uncle Jiang. I will handle matters with Annie," Yi Chun replied, visibly relieved, sharing a smile with Zhang Baiwei. "Enough of this. Since you're here, let us change the subject. The last time I saw you perform military boxing, you had quite the flair. Would you be interested in training with the soldiers in the military district?" Zhang's father remarked, affectionately watching the children play on his bed, then turned to Yi Chun with a playful glint in his eye. "Dad, you're at it again. We're here to discuss important matters, not to spar." Zhang Baiwei interjected, clearly displeased. Who has a father-in-law who immediately wants to fight with his son-in-law? "Ha ha. Wei Wei, haven't we already discussed this? I don't have anything entertaining planned. I simply wish to see how adept Yi Chun is." realizing he had perhaps overstepped. Jiang's father scratched his head sheepishly. Not a problem, Uncle Jiang. I too wish to identify my shortcomings, Yi Chun replied, determined not to tarnish his future father-in-law's reputation. With a firm resolve, he agreed. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are indeed my son-in-law. I admire such confidence. Jiang's father exclaimed. Xiaoxia, summon the dragon-tooth team to gather in front of my tent. Upon hearing Yi Chun's agreement, Jiang's father beamed with delight and promptly issued the command. As Yi Chun prepared formula for the children using the imported milk powder from Su Muyu, he suddenly heard the sound of synchronized footsteps outside. Halt! Dragon-tooth team assembled, awaiting orders from the commander. Yi Chun and the others turned their attention to Jiang's father, who was busy entertaining the children. Pausing his task of preparing the formula, Xiao Yi, continue preparing the formula for the children. Let them stand outside for a while, Jiang's father instructed, showing no intention of issuing further commands despite the commotion outside. Reflecting on yesterday's triumph in the military district competition, the formidable Longya team boldly proclaimed themselves the finest special forces in the world. Jiang, in an effort to temper their exuberance, understood that youthful vigor was acceptable, yet arrogance was not. The Longya team, standing outside, initially believed Jiang had summoned them to commend their valiant performance. However, upon arriving at Jiang's residence and awaiting further instructions, confusion began to set in. Upon entering the camp and noticing Yi Chun's conspicuous private vehicle parked nearby, the soldiers were further bewildered. Uncle Jiang, the milk powder has been prepared. Let Bai Wei stay here to tend to the children. We should go out and meet the soldiers outside. With a wealth of parenting knowledge imparted by the system, Yi Chun, even on his first attempt at preparing milk, executed the task with finesse. Subsequently arranging 4 adorable bottles neatly on the only table in the dormitory. Although uncertain of Jiang's intentions, Yi Chun instinctively sought to smooth things over for the soldiers outside. As Jiang gently set the child he was holding down, he quickly resumed his imposing demeanor. Yi Chun, feeling the tension, followed Jiang out of the dormitory. Greetings, sir. Please give your orders. The guard who had previously led the Longya team stood attentively at the dormitory door. The captain of Longya promptly approached Jiang, saluting respectfully. Then, with a hint of surprise, he glanced at Yi Chun, who was dressed casually. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, Jiang maintained a stern expression, remaining silent as he regarded them, which prompted the soldiers to stand even more erect. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, standing behind Jiang, quickly recalled his military training from university. Abandoning his earlier smile, "Do you know why you were standing outside?" Jiang inquired, observing the captain of Longya still saluting while noticing Yi Chun's posture was commendable. He patted Yi Chun's shoulder with approval and said, "Report, sir. It is to remind us not to become overly self-assured because of our outstanding performance yesterday. Thus, we stand here in reflection." The astute captain of Longya promptly grasped the underlying message. If you understand the dangers of arrogance, then why did you declare in front of so many brothers that you are the strongest special forces in the world? Report, sir. Because we achieved victory in the competition with a commanding advantage, we have the right and the merit to make such claims. Before the captain could organize his thoughts, a young face from the team stepped forward, brimming with indignation. Li Yunlong, I know you. In the boot camp, he was exceptionally selected for the Special Forces training camp, and subsequently joined the Dragon Tooth squad with the highest commendation. Achieving what others take 4 to 5 years to accomplish at such a young age is truly remarkable. So, I ask you boldly, do you consider yourself the mightiest soldier? Jiang, with keen interest, observed the young soldier stepping out of the ranks. Then he asked, with a commanding voice, is it true? Indeed, I am the strongest soldier. The young soldier's unwavering gaze, brimming with confidence, left Yi Chun utterly astonished by his formidable presence. Beside him, Jiang pulled Yi Chun close, intrigued. I bet you are all curious about who stands beside me. If any of you can defeat him barehanded, I shall add a banner to the rewards of the Dragon Tooth squad in the competition, proclaiming it as the world's foremost special forces. Jiang, with a knowing smile, skillfully toyed with the soldier's psychology. In fact, during the last contest, Jiang had discerned that Yi Chun had indeed held back. The young man's combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of each member of the Dragon Tooth squad. This was also Jiang's clever stratagem, suppressing the arrogance of his subordinates while uncovering Yi Chun's full capabilities. Just a reminder, he is merely a sophomore. Do not let your defeat be too disgraceful, he concluded, stepping aside to watch the unfolding drama. Suddenly, with a multitude of eyes fixed upon him, Yi Chen felt a wave of sweat trickling down his back. As Jiang, his future father-in-law, had already spoken, Yi Chen found himself in a predicament. Compelled to enter the fray. Uncle Jiang, if this is to be a contest with the soldiers, I cannot hold back, Yi Chen nervously remarked, inadvertently revealing his apprehension. This prompted the soldiers below to abandon any thoughts of going easy on him. I'll go first. Li Yundong, who had not yet returned to formation, stepped forward. The other members of the Dragon Tooth squad cleared a space for the two. With an arrow knocked, Yi Chen had no choice but to assume his stance. Observing Yi Chen's readiness, Li Yundong tempered his strength and launched an attack. A straight punch aimed at Yi Chen's arm was swiftly dodged, leaving Li Yundong astonished by the agility of the towering Yi Chen. The surrounding teammates' expressions grew serious. After all, Li Yundong ranked among the top 3 in personal combat ability within their team. Witnessing Yi Chen evade his strike with such ease, they began to take the match seriously. Very well. You should be cautious, Li Yundong remarked, recognizing that Yi Chen was no mere decorative figure. Li Yunlong gradually loosened his grip, launching increasingly ferocious attacks. This provoked Yi Chen, who had been evading, igniting a fire within him. Thus, he resolved to retaliate. Transitioning from defense to offense, Yi Chen unleashed his military boxing techniques with grand gestures. In the blink of an eye, before Li Yunlong could react, he was struck down effortlessly by Yi Chen's unembellished, yet powerful blow. How could this be possible? Defeating Li in just 2 moves, and without any means of defense. Commander, are you certain this student is only a sophomore? Surely, he must be some seasoned special forces operative here to wreak havoc. This military boxing style seems quite different from ours. His movements are dynamic and vigorous, while ours feels somewhat rigid and methodical. The surrounding teammates expressed their astonishment. Observing Yi Chen's effortless defeat of Li Yunlong, Zhang Ba was equally taken aback. He had anticipated Yi Chen's victory, yet he was surprised by the ease with which it was achieved. After pulling Li Yunlong up from the ground, Yi Chen quickly offered his apologies. Li Yunlong, not one to take defeat poorly, chuckled lightly and assured him it was nothing. Then, another soldier stepped forward from the team, his gaze fixed warily on Yi Chen. Without further ado, he initiated his favored grappling techniques, determined to secure a decisive victory over Yi Chen. However, the outcome was not in his favor. Despite the soldier's attempts, Yi Chen's formidable physique and agile positioning left him unable to find any weaknesses, and he too was swiftly brought down by Yi Chen in just 2 moves. After witnessing the consecutive defeats of his teammates, the captain could no longer remain seated. He stepped onto the field, swiftly helping the fallen soldier to his feet, declaring, "This student, on behalf of the Dragon Tooth team, I extend to you our final challenge. If I too am defeated, then our team will concede." As the captain of the strongest special forces in the military district, He Qingwang's formidable prowess was acknowledged by all. His declaration elicited no objections from his teammates. Thus, Yi Chen, realizing this was the final contest, felt invigorated. He had initially thought that the Dragon Tooth team would employ a strategy of successive challenges against him, which only deepened his respect for their captain. He Qingwang, equally adept in military boxing, had already discerned Yi Chen's strength from the previous matches. Bearing the honor of the entire Dragon Tooth team, he could not allow himself to falter. Therefore, he chose to strike first. As He Qingwang exchanged blows with Yi Chen, having already engaged in 5 exchanges, his teammates began to see a glimmer of victory. Just when they believed their captain could maintain the momentum and secure a win, Yi Chen delivered a swift and powerful straight punch, landing heavily on He Qingwang's abdomen. With a backward lean to dissipate the force, He Qingwang collapsed to the ground. Chapter 50. The warriors who are earnestly respectful and open to learning the situation shifted with astonishing rapidity. Before the teammates could fully comprehend what had transpired, they beheld their captain lying on the ground. He Qingwang, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief, which soon gave way to acceptance as he chuckled and shook his head, gradually rising from the ground. Now, do you understand the meaning of "there is always someone stronger"? Observing the entire scene, Jiang Ba couldn't help but applaud Yi Chen, seizing the opportunity to admonish the soldiers. "Xiaoxia, bring out the pastries made by Yi Chen and distribute them among the soldiers. Notify logistics that I will send someone to prepare lunch." After delivering these remarks, Jiang Ba approached Yi Chen and gently brushed off the scant bits of sand clinging to him, causing Yi Chen to feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Based on your recent performance, you can forget about any banners. Do not boast about being the most formidable special forces in the world. Maintain a sense of reverence for this world. Come with me to the cafeteria for lunch. You all may rest in place. Jiang Ba took Yi Chun back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, hearing the sounds of the skirmish outside, felt a pang of social anxiety and hesitated to intervene in what seemed to be a farcical display. She paced anxiously within the dormitory and sighed with relief upon seeing Yi Chun return unscathed. Dad, Yi Chun is not your soldier. How can you be training your son-in-law every day? If you continue this way, I shall ignore you. With a hint of irritation, Jiang Baiwei stood with her hands on her hips, expressing her displeasure. My dear daughter, I merely wish to witness Yi Chun's prowess. To my surprise, it has brought me immense joy. Jiang Ba, who had maintained a serious demeanor outside, immediately donned a smile upon seeing his upset daughter. He then took the bottle from Jiang Baiwei's hands and proceeded to feed his grandson and granddaughter. Jiang Baiwei approached Yi Chun, meticulously checking for any injuries, smoothing out the inconspicuous bits of sand and wrinkles in his clothing. With genuine concern, she inquired if he felt any discomfort. I'm fine. The soldiers were merely testing their strength, he reassured her. The two openly displayed their affection in front of her future father-in-law. At that moment, voices from outside the room interrupted. What is this delightful treat? It is delicious, leaving a lingering taste, exclaimed one soldier. Ugh, do not speak to me with a mouth that has tasted durian. I cannot bear that odor. Another retorted. That is called a cookie. Wild boars cannot appreciate fine delicacies. So keep it away from me. This tiramisu, however, is delightful, sweet yet not cloying, crafted by a true pastry master, and still warm. The Longya squad savored the pastries distributed by Jiang Ba, their mouths never ceasing to sing praises of the delectable treats. Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei listened, bemused by the soldiers' enthusiastic comments. A surge of joy blossomed within, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Xiao Yi, I may trouble you to prepare lunch for today, said Jiang Dad. With the battle concluded, it was essential to express gratitude. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately grasped Jiang Dad's intention to utilize delectable cuisine to swiftly bridge the gap between him and the soldiers. Without delay, he approached the guard stationed at the door and headed towards the mess hall. In no time, Yi Chun found himself before a makeshift kitchen constructed from tents. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the cooking staff, he approached one of the stoves. Thank you, guard. The ingredients are ready. Please provide instructions, he said. A middle-aged veteran clad in an apron stood rigidly, responding, there is nothing further to attend to. You may commence preparations for lunch. After briefly relaying instructions to the head cook, he promptly returned to Jiang Dad's quarters. The head cook, possessing a degree of military training, suppressed his curiosity and cooperatively engaged with Yi Chun, who was dressed in casual attire. Comrade, is there anything else you require? He inquired earnestly, startling Yi Chun, who was deep in thought about how to prepare the meal. He then turned to ask if there were any spare aprons available. Once all preparations were in order, Yi Chun boldly wielded a large spatula in a substantial iron pot, preparing enough food for over 10 individuals. This presented him with a unique challenge and experience. The other members of the cooking team gaped in astonishment as Yi Chun expertly maneuvered the oversized spatula. It was well known that without extensive practical experience in the military or mess hall, one could hardly manage such a large utensil, nor could they add seasonings so methodically. Amidst the astonished stares, Yi Chun swiftly completed the lunch. In the military, there were no elaborate plating rituals. He simply filled a large basin with food and placed it where indicated by the head cook. Retracing his steps from memory, he made his way back to the dormitory. Upon arriving, he observed the Longya squad outside the dormitory, engrossed in practicing military exercises, completely oblivious to his presence. Yi Chun, understanding their focus, chose not to disturb them and entered the dormitory. There, he found Jiang Baiwei and her father playfully engaging with the spirited little ones. Approaching them, Yi Chun gently announced, Baiwei, Uncle Jiang, lunch is ready. Let us head over now, dear grandson. Grandfather will take you to the mess hall for a meal, Jiang Dad exclaimed, delighted by the twinkling eyes of his grandson, reluctant to set him down even for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Chun and Baiwei cradled the remaining 3 little ones in their arms and followed Jiang Dad outside. With everyone accounted for, they formed a line, marching in unison towards the mess hall. Jiang Dad, holding his grandson, directed the Longya squad and others as they all proceeded together towards their destination. This elicited expressions of curiosity akin to spectators witnessing a spectacle on the faces of the Dragon Tooth team members, and they became a striking scene within the military camp. A somewhat bashful Jiang Baiwei discreetly positioned herself beside Yi Chun, while the children in her arms gazed inquisitively at the monochrome world surrounding them. Once everyone settled in the mess hall, Zhang's father placed the children upon his lap and announced, "Today marks the day my daughter visits me at the base. A day that also commemorates the honors your Dragon Tooth team has brought to our military district." After ensuring everyone was comfortably seated, he continued, "I have invited you all to share a meal together. This feast has been personally prepared by Xiao Yi, my future son-in-law, so please indulge yourselves." Upon hearing Zhang's father reveal Yi Chen's identity, the team members regarded the two with expressions of intrigue, though their attention soon shifted to the four children. As the meal commenced, one soldier exclaimed, "Is this the same tomato scrambled eggs I know? The egg enveloped in thick tomato sauce. The sweet and sour flavor bursting in my mouth alongside the egg's smoothness." Another chimed in, "This fish-flavored shredded pork is unlike anything I've tasted before. It truly exemplifies a feast for the senses." Yet another exclaimed, "You must try this braised pork. It is rich yet not greasy, an unparalleled delight. I could easily consume 5 bowls of rice with just the sauce." Typically, soldiers would engage in little conversation during meals, but this occasion felt like a celebratory banquet. And within the confines of their private dining room, camaraderie flourished. "Comrade Yi, who would have thought you possessed not only remarkable martial skills, but also exceptional culinary talents? We truly admire you," one soldier remarked. "Our captain has devoted years to mastering military boxing, yet fell short against you. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Comrade Yi, might we discuss your insights on military boxing after the meal?" Yi Ching Wang, bowl in hand, gazed at Yi Chun with eager anticipation. Yi Chun readily agreed. And as conversations flowed around the dining table, the bonds between them deepened. Even Jiang Baiwei, initially shy, found herself drawn into the dialogue. As the lunch drew to a close, Yi Ching Wang enthusiastically invited Yi Chun to their training ground for a thorough exchange on military boxing techniques. Jiang Baiwei and her father merely advised that he should not delay the children's rest and to return promptly. Yi Chun then joined the Dragon Tooth team as they marched in formation across a significant portion of the military district. Along the way, numerous soldiers heading to the mess hall cast curious glances at Yi Chun, who was clad in civilian attire. Before long, they arrived at an expansive area featuring a massive sandpit at its center. "Comrade Yi, this is where we typically train in combat. We are grateful to you for providing us with this opportunity for exchange and learning," Yi Ching Wang expressed sincerely as he swiftly moved to the back of the line. Gazing at Yi Chun with earnestness, "Engaging in mutual learning, I shall candidly share my knowledge with all of you." Subsequently, Yi Chun and Yi Ching Wang made their way to the very center of the sandpit, surrounded by their teammates. Unlike the earlier altercation, this time the teammates produced notebooks, and even the observer among them had set up a camera to capture the moment. As Yi Chun demonstrated various techniques, elucidating their intricacies and his personal insights, the group became so engrossed in the learning experience that they lost track of time. It was not until the midday bell rang in the military camp that they realized over 2 hours had passed. "Captain He, I may need to take my leave now. If we have the chance, we should exchange thoughts again. Should you find yourselves on leave, feel free to visit me at Villa Number 1 in Tianxiang Mountain Resort. This is my personal contact information." Yi Chun felt that the camaraderie forged in the military camp made his visit worthwhile. Yi Ching Wang personally escorted Yi Chun back to Uncle Zhang's residence. Upon returning to Uncle Zhang's abode, Yi Chun exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Truth be told, the past 2 hours had exhausted him more than an entire basketball match. He noticed a guard hastily exiting the residence, and with urgency approached him to inquire about Jiang Baiwei and the children. "Comrade Yi, Miss Jiang and the children are waiting for you in the car. The chief is attending an emergency meeting. I came to collect some documents." He extends his apologies for not being able to see you off personally. "But I have arranged for someone to assist you at the gate," the guard expressed with a look of regret. "Please convey my thanks to Uncle Jiang. It's not ideal for the children to stay here for long." "Thank you, guard," Yi Chun replied, watching the guard depart. Cautiously, he approached the vehicle and saw Jiang Baiwei, peacefully asleep with the seats reclined. His heart ached at the sight, as the children lay perfectly still in the back seat. Upon hearing the driver's door open, Jiang Baiwei stirred, her eyes fluttering open to recognize Yi Chun before she slowly sat up. "Baiwei, you have worked so hard while both Jiang Dad and I were away," Yi Chun said softly. "You had your own matters to attend to. Taking care of the children is naturally my responsibility." "It's no trouble at all," she replied, her understanding demeanor deepening Yi Chen's feelings of guilt. Let us head home. The little ones should still be breastfeeding for better nourishment, he said, gripping her hand tightly. After starting the vehicle, he gently drove towards the gate. A soldier disembarked from a military vehicle and briefly explained that he would lead them out. They followed him along the path, returning to the asphalt road. Bidding farewell to the dusty military camp, they re-entered the picturesque countryside. Yi Chen felt as if he had traversed a hidden realm. As they approached the villa, he remembered that his parents were still supervising the ranch, prompting him to turn the car towards that direction. As the road leading to the ranch was somewhat muddy, Jiang Baiwei, who had been peacefully dozing in the passenger seat, opened her eyes. Yi Chen, where are we? She inquired. I brought you here to check on the progress of the ranch's construction and to pick up my parents, Yi Chen replied, handing her a bottle of mineral water from the glove compartment and affectionately ruffling her hair. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the ranch. Upon seeing 4 or 5 large buses parked outside, he realized the scale of the project was considerable. Young man, this is a construction site. Observation is prohibited. A worker dismantling construction materials called out loudly as Yi Chen stepped out of the vehicle. Without waiting for Yi Chen to explain, a jovial man wearing a safety helmet approached him, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? This is the owner. Focus on your work." After reprimanding the worker, the cheerful man turned back to Yi Chen, inquiring if he was there to inspect the construction progress. Having previously recognized Yi Chen when he dropped off his parents at the villa, he understood the importance of accommodating a client like Yi Chen, who was willing to pay 30% of the construction cost up front, a rarity indeed. I just happened to be handling some matters outside and thought I'd check on the progress, Yi Chen casually replied while carefully assisting Jiang Baiwei out of the car. The construction is progressing smoothly. The other 2 owners are currently checking on the cows, the jovial man quickly informed them. Retrieving 2 brand new safety helmets and masks from his trunk to hand to Yi Chen. The 10-day completion timeline we agreed upon will not be exceeded, right? Yi Chen asked, as he carefully placed the helmet and mask on Jiang Baiwei. Rest assured, we are working around the clock, 24 hours a day and 3 shifts. The cheerful man assured him, patting his chest. This ranch is improving daily. I guarantee it will be delivered on the contract date. He was eager, as in recent years. The projects he undertook had been particularly favorable, with no vehicle restrictions in the suburbs at night and prompt payment. He was keen to finish the site as soon as possible to collect his dues from Yi Chen. Once both Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei donned their helmets and masks, the jovial man led them into the construction site, explaining the progress of various sections. Observing at least 30 workers diligently engaged in their tasks, Yi Chen gained a clearer understanding of the team's efficiency. Soon after, the man brought them to the central meadow, where Yi Chen spotted his parents, patiently learning from the other workers how to milk the cows. Mom and Dad, you seem so engrossed, Yi Chen remarked as he and Jiang Baiwei approached them, unnoticed. Little Chen, Baiwei has returned. How was the situation with Jiang Dad? Turning back, Father Yi looked at Yi Chen in surprise and inquired. There were no issues with Jiang Dad, except that Jiang Mom has yet to arrive. At that moment, a slender man wearing glasses stepped out from the livestock team and approached Yi Chen, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the leader of the breeding team. We are currently teaching the 2 masters how to milk the cows." At this, Jiang Baiwei showed great interest, stepping forward to observe the workers' operations closely, eager to try her hand at it. As fresh milk was intermittently squeezed out, Jiang Baiwei was enveloped by a rich aroma and a sense of pride. "Baiwei, you're quite clever. You grasp it at a glance," exclaimed Father Yi and Mother Yi, their faces beaming with delight as they gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 52. The enthralled group, led by Yi Chen feeling a bit shy from the compliments. Jiang Baiwei returned to Yi Chen's side, her cheeks flushed. "By the way, I would like to sign a confidentiality agreement with the breeding team. Naturally, I will pay an additional fee for the contract." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen turned to the team leader and stated this. "Of course, that is no problem. Our professional ethics prevent us from engaging in any inappropriate actions," the leader replied cheerfully, adjusting his glasses. "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. The contract will be sent to you shortly." Yi Chen smiled as he shook the leader's hand. Given the lack of time to cultivate a trustworthy team from scratch, it seemed far more prudent to manage an existing one. After bidding farewell to everyone, the entire family joyfully returned to the villa. "Baiwei, please feed the children some more milk. I will take a moment to rest," Yi Chen said wearily as he sank into the sofa. "You've worked hard today. I'll handle the rest." Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with concern and offered comfort. Once back in his room, Yi Chun, unable to wait to freshen up, lay down on the bed. The emotional journey of the day had proven to be even more exhausting than a month and a half of military training in college. As night fell, Yi Chun, still in a daze, slowly rose, a smile spreading across his face at the sight of his new pajamas, filling his heart with warmth. Hit him. Bai Wei, milk me. Upon reaching the stairs, Yi Chun heard excited voices from the living room. He glanced towards the sofa to see Jiang Bai Wei and others sitting side by side, each holding their phones, brows furrowed in excitement as they called out. Almost simultaneously, they reluctantly set their phones down. Mu Yujia, lost again, Jiang Bai Wei pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Before Yi Chun could offer words of comfort, a male voice echoed from the other end of the phone. For enchanting ladies, this is my fault. Grant me another opportunity. I assure you, I can lead you to victory. At this moment, Su Muyu replied with evident frustration, this is the third game. Didn't you claim to be a 100-star king who could effortlessly carry us? Why haven't we won a single match? The group, having nothing to do that afternoon, decided to team up for a game of Honor of Kings. However, they were one player short and thus recruited a so-called 100-star king, brimming with confidence. He promised to guide Jiang Bai Wei and the others to effortless victories. Yet, after 3 games, they had not glimpsed a single ray of hope for victory. Rest assured, ladies, this time, I shall select my most confident champion, Han Xin. It's a guaranteed win. The man's voice resonated with self-assurance from the other end of the phone. Jiang Bai Wei and the others turned their gazes towards Su Muyu, who, gritting her teeth, responded, I'll grant you one last chance. If we lose again, I shall unleash my wrath. Typically good-natured, Su Muyu rarely exhibited such anger, causing the man on the other end to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Yi Chun approached the group to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that they had played all afternoon without securing a single win, he stifled a laugh and said, Bai Wei, I'll descend from the game and familiarize myself. I'm quite skilled at gaming. Prepare to be carried by me. He affectionately ruffled Jiang Bai Wei's hair. With that, Yi Chun began to study the intricacies of Honor of Kings while Jiang Bai Wei and the man launched into yet another match. Oh, the key to winning this game lies in creating situations where we outnumber the opponents. It's far simpler than basketball. After a brief review of the gameplay, Yi Chun had an epiphany. Utilizing the learning ability bestowed by the system rewards, he swiftly absorbed the major strategies from the top servers, integrating them into his own approach. At that moment, a cry erupted, secure the dragon. Our base is nearly gone. Why are you still farming? The group, seated on the sofa, collectively let out a lament. Su Muyu could no longer contain herself, erupting, is this what is called a 100-star king? Unable to win even in a diamond tier match. If you lack the capability, cease boasting. Having endured his incompetence for far too long, she swiftly expelled him from the game room. Now that we've removed this hindrance to our ascent, we shall surely rise to great heights. Gu Lingyu quickly consoled. From here on, allow me to lead you to victory. Yi Chun, wearing a confident smile, approached the group, shaking his phone in assurance. With her spirits lifted, Su Muyu gazed at Yi Chun's newly acquired account, freshly positioned for ranked matches, now ready to embark on their journey together. Xiaoye was indifferent. Having lost for the better part of the day, the mere fact that she could play with them brought her joy. Not wishing to dampen spirits, Yeqing confidently remarked, just sit tight and hold on. The score-boosting express is about to commence. With a mysterious smile directed at Jiang Baiwei, Yeqing promptly initiated a game. Once the positions were assigned, Yeqing predictably found herself in the jungle role. Our strategy remains unchanged. We must avoid any mishaps on the lanes until Yeqing arrives to assist us in ambushing. Su Muyu, the most seasoned player present, swiftly took charge. The others nodded in silent agreement. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yeqing opted to play as a jungler using Luban. Consider this a practice round. The outcome is inconsequential. Su Muyu calmly stated upon observing the heroes selected by the team. Yeqing merely pressed her lips together in silence, intending to overturn their perceptions with her forthcoming maneuvers. As the game commenced, it soon became evident that Yeqing's growth rate was remarkably swift. Before Su Muyu could inquire about the situation, Yeqing's Luban had already unleashed a barrage of fire upon the enemy's tower. Be careful. Jiang Baiwei, the support, promptly noted that the opposing jungler, Li Bai, had ambushed Yeqing. Merely a trifling skill. Yeqing scoffed, unfazed, as she maneuvered Luban to counterattack with a seamless series of moves, swiftly eliminating her opponent. Wow. The others set down their phones. Captivated by Yeqing, who was playing this game for the very first time. Yecheng responded with a playful wink. Under the relentless pressure of Yecheng's firepower, the game culminated in a decisive victory, with the enemy's base falling in a mere 6 minutes. Pentakill. Accompanied by the game's conclusion screen, everyone gaped at Yecheng. The preceding match had been entirely her showcase, as she single-handedly controlled the jungle resources, executed ambushes across lanes, and demolished towers. Such prowess was hardly expected from someone encountering the game for the first time. What are you all staring at? I told you to sit tight. Yecheng feigned innocence. Yecheng, have you secretly played this game before? Are you some kind of expert? Zhang Baiwei couldn't help but inquire, her curiosity piqued. This is genuinely my first time. I merely spectated you all during ranked matches and watched a few gameplay videos. Yecheng shrugged in response. Regardless, I intend to reclaim every point I just lost. At that moment, Su Muyu, brimming with excitement, turned to Yecheng and swiftly initiated the next game. The group soon set aside their previous concerns, quickly immersing themselves in the exhilarating experience of climbing the ranks. Chapter 53. Streamer, your skills need practice. Woohoo, Xiaoya, your prowess is indeed remarkable. After witnessing Yichen's solo performance once more, Su Muyu and the others couldn't help but express their admiration. I can still manage this situation well. Allow me to prepare some food for you, Yichen said, standing up with a hint of bashfulness. Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu took this opportunity to nurse the children. Before long, everyone was seated in the dining room, their stomachs growling in anticipation of the meal. Having spent the afternoon engrossed in their activities, they were quite famished. Please eat heartily. It would be a shame to arrive at my home and be left hungry. Yichen warmly welcomed them after arranging dinner. At that moment, Yichen's parents were just returning from the bedroom, having cradled the well-fed and sleeping children. Xiao Chun, the weather is growing colder. We plan to buy some clothes for the grandchildren tomorrow, Yi father said slowly, picking up his chopsticks. Without waiting for a response from Yi Chun, Yi mother interjected. You should stay home and accompany Baiwei. We'll manage the clothing purchase ourselves. Seeing his parents' insistence, Yi Chun refrained from further argument and simply handed over the unspent bank card given by Ma Chengyi. Mom, Dad, please use this for your daily expenses. If you find any clothes you like, feel free to buy several sets. Yichen said with a smile, concerned they might hesitate to spend. We don't need this money. We have savings for buying clothes for the grandchildren. Yi father waved his hand dismissively, refusing the card. Uncle, Auntie, this money is our heartfelt offering. Please do not decline. Zhang Baiwei quickly stepped in to support. With her assistance, Yi father and Yi mother reluctantly accepted the funds. Soon after, everyone joyfully commenced the evening meal, and, as expected, they lauded Yi Chen's culinary skills once again. This time, without lingering to savor the details, they quickly finished dinner and hurried back to the sofa. Yi Chen, my mom might not have much time these days. I'll inquire further later, Zhang Baiwei said, looking at the message on her phone with a resigned expression. It's all right. Annie has her own matters to attend to. Let's play some games in the meantime, Yi Chen reassured her, taking her hand. Subsequently, Yi Chen led everyone back into the realm of the game, where they swiftly conquered their matches in the King's Canyon, averaging 6 minutes per game. As their ranks soared dramatically, they achieved an impressive 18 consecutive victories, elevating their status to star glory. Xiaoyi, your skills are truly extraordinary. Indeed, it seems every hero can be utilized for jungle play. Having realized your remarkable prowess, we need not seek anyone else in the gaming hall. The crowd lavished praise upon Yi Chen's gaming skills while playfully mocking the so-called 100-star king. Just then, on a certain streaming platform, El Dehua confidently logged into his Smuff account, accompanied by 3 female players and a good buddy, achieving an impressive 20 consecutive victories. Esteemed viewers, have you witnessed the prowess of my Elbu in the jungle? He exclaimed. Next, I shall showcase my skills with Ankila in the jungle. El Dehua chuckled as he observed the soaring number of comments in the live chat. The streamer merely knew how to fish for compliments. If he possessed genuine skill, he would dare to play this way in high-tier matches. Ignoring the barrage of comments, El Dehua proceeded to queue for another ranked match. Upon entering the loading screen, he was astonished to discover that the opposing team consisted of 4 female players. Who is this master who dares to bring 4 girls along? Aren't they afraid of a mishap? He scoffed, pointing at Zhang Baiwei and her companions. Indeed, due to the unique matchmaking mechanism in honor of kings, Yi Chun and El Dehua, both on winning streaks, found themselves pitted against one another. El Dehua, confident that his starry rank combined with his own skills and the support of his 100-star king friend would guarantee victory, promptly selected Ankila. He couldn't resist belittling the opposing team in the live chat, saying, "Their jungler is a novice. How dare they choose Xiangyu for the jungle? Watch as I force them to regret this choice." The chat exploded with reactions. How dare they play like this? Could they possibly be a carry streamer? They eagerly anticipated El Dahua's first defeat. Surely, we cannot allow the streamer to win endlessly. We are here to witness his downfall. Meanwhile, Zhang Baiwei and her companions also noticed the peculiar lineup of the opposing team, but soon regained their composure. After all, Yichen had previously played Ankila in the jungle and achieved a swift victory within 6 minutes. Look at that. The opponent is attempting to emulate your unconventional jungle strategy, Zhang Baiwei remarked, encountering such a choice for the first time. Just wait and see. Yichen replied with a confident raise of his brow. Not all junglers are named Yichen, nor are they all as versatile as I am. As the game commenced, Yichen quickly discerned that the opponent's gameplay was not befitting of their rank. At that moment, Gu Lingyu, who was farming normally in the mid lane, was unexpectedly taken down by the opposing team. Well, their operations are somewhat decent, Gu Lingyu lamented. Relax, watch me obliterate them. Yichen replied with a serious demeanor as he meticulously engaged in the game. Meanwhile, both the top and bottom lanes cried out in despair. Oh, the opponent plays so skillfully. Even while I am under the tower, they dare to hunt me down. Their jungler seems to have no interest in farming, only focused on ambushing. Chun Hong and Su Muyu exchanged glances of despair, their eyes fixated on the monochrome screen of their phones, filled with frustration. Sister Muyu, let us employ the old tactics. Hold steady, and I will lead you to victory. At this moment, Yichen acutely sensed that the adversary was likely on a winning streak. He swiftly activated his concentration mode. Dear viewers, I must say, the fact that we are matched against this team signifies that their luck has run dry. Observing the favorable situation within the game, Lu Dehua casually flicked his long hair and arrogantly proclaimed, "Beware of the little man who has found success. Do not falter in this starry realm." Just then, a warning rang out. Be careful. The support from Lu Dehua's team noticed Yichun's presence in the river via the minimap and cautioned him. There's no need to be overly cautious, my dear. Just watch how I lead you to triumph. Lu Dehua replied dismissively, continuing to farm the jungle, oblivious to Yichun lurking in the bushes. As Lu Dehua leisurely unleashed his skills and took a sip from his water cup, Yichun surged forth. It was only then that Lu Dehua realized the gravity of the situation and hastily set down his cup. Oh no, there's a cunning player. No sooner had he spoken than he watched helplessly as his champion was swiftly eliminated, witnessing Yichun devour his jungle resources. Viewers, the opponent is indeed skilled. However, how will they contend with a player of my caliber? Lu Dehua, incensed, took a moment to flaunt his bravado in the livestream. He then began strategizing with his good friend. I'll protect you while you attack. My Ankila struggles to make an impact. The confident voice of his companion resonated through the phone, easing Lu Dehua's anxious heart. Chapter 54, Apologies, but my prowess still surpasses yours. 666. Finally, the streamer has changed their attitude. Let us go, opponents. Surely, they won't truly falter in this starry realm. That would be a disgrace indeed. Upon reading the vitriolic comments in the livestream, Lu Dehua straightened up. Before he could reappear in the jungle, Yichun had already stealthily approached his ally in the top lane. Sister Chun, now is the moment. Silence him. Yichun commanded Chun Hong with urgency, and Arthur executed a decisive strike, successfully neutralizing the opponent. As the adversary instinctively sought to engage Arthur in combat, Yichun's imposing figure emerged from the nearby brush. Damn, there really is a cunning player. The ally caught off guard by Yichun's opportunistic strike let out a wail, while Chun Hong and the others shouted in triumph. Woohoo! I knew it all along. Xiaoya would lead us to victory. Su Muyu and the others regained their former smiles, showing no signs of the earlier disturbance. Let us follow this strategy and gradually overcome our opponents. At this moment, Yichun rallied the team. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, El Dehua felt an overwhelming pressure. Before the stream began, he had boasted about achieving 50 consecutive victories with the girls. Stay composed. After we finish this wave of jungle, we shall engage the dragon. The advantage still lies with us. Do not be swayed by these few setbacks. Although El Dehua spoke confidently, his gameplay visibly faltered. As the dragon's health dwindled, the shadow of Yichun, the cunning strategist, re-emerged on their screens. With a roar, the dragon let out a mournful cry. The game announced that Yi Chen Xiang Yu had successfully slain the dragon. Do not let him escape. Watching the dragon, which he had fought so hard for, fall effortlessly into Yi Chen's hands, El Dehua was beside himself with rage. Strike! Yi Chen Xiang Yu, undeterred, unleashed a powerful blow upon the crowd. The terrifying sword energy swiftly eliminated two adversaries, and with a fearless charge, he made his graceful exit. El Dehua, once again defeated, could no longer contain himself, leaping around in frustration in the live stream. Ha ha ha, is this the legendary Ma? Surely the streamer won't break under pressure, will they? Could they really be this formidable? Is this a 100-star king match? The viewers in the live chat began to tease. This only fueled El Dehua's anger as he pounded the table in exasperation. Damn it! If I get a chance to strike, I will make you regret it. Grasping his hair in frustration, El Dehua attempted to calm himself and focus on his gameplay. Yet, under Yi Chen's formidable skills and impeccable execution, all his efforts proved futile. As Yi Chen and his team secured the pivotal dragon, they surged forward like a tidal wave towards the enemy's nexus. Hold the line. Once I am fully equipped, we can fight. El Dehua shouted desperately to his teammates while frantically farming in the jungle. Before he could even await a response from his allies, the game suddenly zoomed in on their nexus, which shattered with a resounding crack. Yi Chen Xiang Yu stood triumphantly amidst the ruins of the crystal, wielding his great sword with imposing grandeur. Wasn't I telling you to defend? El Dehua lamented as he set his phone down in despair. The other four members of his team could only seethe in silence. They had sacrificed everything, yet he still went off to farm jungle creeps. I had thought this was a 100-star king match. Turns out it was merely a shining star game. This rank is still too high for the streamer. Regrettably, I have a small diamond account that I can use to play with you. Raises an eyebrow. This is precisely the kind of show we wish to witness. Streamer, do deliver another performance. Upon seeing these comments, El Dehua gradually set down his phone and made his way to the restroom to light up a cigarette. Meanwhile, in the villa, Yi Chen and the others were jubilantly celebrating. Yi Chen, you are incredible. You turned the game around. They exclaimed. Indeed. We all thought we were going to lose this match. Hearing their praises, Yi Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. It's also due to everyone's excellent cooperation. Otherwise, relying solely on me would have been futile. As the day was drawing to a close, Yi Chen kindly suggested, let us finish this match and get some rest. Noticing that the others were not dressed warmly enough, he added, let us get started. I can hardly wait to win another round. However, as Yi Chen and the others successfully entered the confirmation page, Gu Lingyu, covering her mouth in astonishment, remarked, it seems to be that same group. I still remember their avatars. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen silently canceled his choice of Cheng Yaojin as the jungler and switched to the more agile Li Bai. Wow. Yi Chen, you can play this hero too. He is so dashing. Jiang Baiwei said, gazing at him with admiration. This hero is quite enjoyable. Let us make the opposing team quiet down and fall beneath my sword. Yi Chen replied, immediately taking Jiang Baiwei's hand and engaging in flirtation. This prompted Su Muyu and the others to roll their eyes in response. The scene shifted. After returning to his seat, El Dehua, having finished his cigarette, was determined to regroup. The previous match was an accident. This time, I will bring out my national server top laner, El Bu. Just watch and learn. El Dehua promptly switched positions with his close friend. At that moment, the girls accompanying them cheerfully chimed in, Brother Dehua, we're all heading to the top lane this match. I, as the marksman, will follow you instead. Hearing such support from the girls, El Dehua regained his usual smile and said, great. Just watch how I lead you to victory. As they selected their heroes and entered the loading screen, El Dehua sat up straight. He was met with the nightmarish sight of the opposing team once more, which brought back memories of his previous humiliating defeat. Dehua, this time I'll mindlessly assist you in the jungle, his friend remarked, sensing the tension in the air. Woohoo! I love watching the drama unfold. It seems there's a sequel. The audience in the live stream reacted to El Dehua's expression as the game began. Jiang Baiwei and her companions had a clear strategy. They would await Yi Chen to lead them to victory. After emerging from the minion waves, they remained huddled beneath the safety of their turret. This prompted El Dehua to erupt in exasperation, exclaiming, is the enemy a turtle? They don't dare to fight back. Dehua, lend me your support. At that moment, a familiar voice urgently called out. They soon noticed the level 2 Li Bai boldly traversing his own jungle. How audacious! We shall join. El Dehua and his team immediately abandoned the minions before them to rush to the jungle. However, by the time they assembled, Yi Chun had vanished without a trace. Jiang Baiwei and her companions swiftly seized the opportunity to enhance their development. El Dehua, witnessing his team being toyed with, pounded the table in frustration. Someone has been played, but I shan't disclose who, he. If you don't understand, just ask. Are you unfamiliar with the minion waves? You simply walk away upon meeting. What do you comprehend? This is to convey to the opponent that one's intelligence is lacking, imploring them not to bully further. Observing the escalating chaos in the live chat, El Dahua resolved to cease checking the comments. This match, we must secure. With renewed determination, the five of them set their sights on the defenseless Gu Lingyu, who had been lurking beneath the mid-lane turret. The enemy had sent 5 to ambush me. Yet I managed to exchange 1 for myself. The opponents grew anxious, Rather than being angered, Gu Lingyu wore a grin that nearly reached the back of her head. This is the rhythm. The enemy is about to falter. Jiang Baiwei and her companions stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, the instigator of the chaos, chuckled and shook his head, surprised that a simple invasion could incite such desperation in the opponents. Was it perhaps too cruel to select Li Bai for the jungle role against them? As El Dehua and his companions were thoroughly led astray by Yi Chun, the scales of victory in the game tilted entirely in favor of Yi Chun and his team. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered. And Sumuyu typed in the public chat, "If you're not skilled, practice more. If you can't handle it, then don't play." El Dehua, directly confronted by the opponent's ultimate ability, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his phone onto the ground with force. Subsequently, under the accustomed gaze of the live stream audience, he slowly retrieved a brand new phone from the side. "Allow me a moment to collect myself. You may play a match without me." With that, he turned and exited the live stream, retreating to the restroom to vent his frustrations. Chapter 55, The Children's Custom Toy in Progress. Hooray! Another easy victory for the opposing team. Jiang Baiwei joyfully raised her phone, exclaiming, "Today's journey to rank up has concluded successfully," eagerly anticipating Yi Chun's next adventure. Sumuyu also bounced about in delight. "Now, everyone, make sure to rest early." Yi Chun took Jiang Baiwei's hand, waving goodbye to the others. Just then, early tomorrow morning, the precious golden silk Nanmu wood from our hometown will arrive. Please remember to inspect it, reminded Ye's father after finishing a phone call in the courtyard. "Oh, and the overseas tools I arranged will also arrive tomorrow," Gu Lingyu remarked, patting her head. "All right," Yi Chun replied with a face full of anticipation. "By the way, Lingyu, I haven't inquired about the specific price of the tools yet. How much should I transfer to you?" He then said apologetically to Gu Lingyu, "Baiwei has already covered this expense. Otherwise, with my meager salary, I wouldn't be able to afford such purchases." Gu Lingyu playfully addressed Jiang Baiwei. "Your brother Ma has also managed to source some agarwood for you. I will personally oversee the progress tomorrow," Sumuyu added, sharing the news of additional wood procurement. "I truly appreciate everyone's hard work. Let us all rest early tonight, so that tomorrow we can create unique toys for the children." Yi Chun expressed his gratitude to everyone. They gradually returned to their rooms, spending the night in silence. The beautiful morning began with the receipt of a package from the property management. Having enjoyed a restful sleep the previous afternoon, Yi Chun rose early. He was engaged with his parents, meticulously unwrapping the securely packaged delivery. "Xiao Chun, where should we place these tools?" Ye's father asked, puzzled at the array of tools scattered in the courtyard. "Dad, there's a designated tool room. Let's take them there." Yi Chun replied with a smile after thoroughly inspecting the tools for any damage. With the assistance of numerous staff members, they finally organized the tools into categories. "Dad, come and take a look at the golden silk Nanmu wood sent from home," Yi Chun said, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. With eager anticipation, he dragged a uniquely shaped package into the courtyard. "How come I didn't notice at home that these branches could fill such a large package?" Ye's father exclaimed, equally excited as he gazed at the oddly shaped delivery on the ground. Yi Chun carefully opened the package. The density of the golden silk Nanmu wood is indeed low. Even such thick branches feel light in hand. He marveled as he extracted one of the thicker branches. "If I were to make toys for the grandchildren, this amount of golden silk Nanmu wood would be insufficient. Tomorrow, I will personally return home to uproot some more and bring it to the capital," Ye's father said, frowning as he weighed the wood in his hands. "Dad, this will be enough. We aren't building a house," Yi Chun replied with a resigned smile, observing his father's deep concern for his grandchildren. Meanwhile, Ye's mother had already begun counting the branches of golden silk Nanmu wood, not forgetting to remove the excess leaves. Is this really the legendary golden silk Namu wood? It looks quite similar to ordinary trees on the outside. You may not grasp this, but the precious golden silk Namu conceals a world of wonders within. Grandparents are truly generous to their grandchildren, casually permitting the felling of such a rare treasure. The staff, having placed the tools beside the courtyard, lingered, their eyes brimming with curiosity and envy as they gazed at Yi Chun and the others. In total, there are 28 branches, which should suffice to craft toys for our beloved grandchildren, Yi Ma remarked with a cheerful nod after tallying the count. I will prepare some breakfast first, and once we have eaten, I shall commence the creation of toys for the children. Yi Chun dusted himself off, adopting an industrious demeanor as he declared. Zhang Baiwei and the others gradually rose as well. Xiao Yi, in a while, Brother Ma will return with a batch of agarwood that he promised to deliver. Su Muyu stated while seated at the dining table, lifting her head. That is splendid. Brother Ma is indeed reliable, Yi Chun replied, astonished. With this, the variety of toys he could craft would significantly increase. Thus, the group animatedly discussed the designs for the toys at the dining table, while Yi Chun diligently recorded their ideas in his notebook. Half an hour later, I have noted your requests, and if there are any additional thoughts, please feel free to add them, Yi Chun said, waving his notebook. He then proceeded to the tool shed, while Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu headed to the nursery to assist the hungry infants in having their first meal of the day with the help of the caretakers. Now, let us begin by preparing the raw materials. Yi Chun focused his mind as he stood before the workbench. Recalling the various handicraft techniques he had diligently studied the previous night, he donned an apron and meticulously picked up a branch of golden silk Nanmu, notable for its excellent verticality. As Yi Chun stripped away its unremarkable exterior, a deep, rich hue was revealed. Upon witnessing this, he calmly retrieved a damp cloth. Before him, a magnificent golden sheen emerged. The quality is truly remarkable, living up to the care bestowed upon it by generations. At that moment, Yi Ba slowly approached from the entrance of the tool shed, picking up the branch from the workbench. This variety, if it were in the past, would likely have reached the level of tribute quality, he remarked. Yi Chun, equally astonished, gazed at the branch. The sight of such splendid wood stirred his latent craftsmanship within. It is known that the quality of golden silk Nanmu is difficult to ascertain until it is cut open. This quality can only be described as a once-in-a-century find. Only wood of this caliber is worthy of my grandchildren. Xiao Chun, begin your crafting following your instincts. Yi Ba nodded approvingly and returned the branch to its place. Let us first create an exquisite Luban lock for de Bao Sizhou, Yi Chun resolved, immediately setting to work. Initially, the onlookers merely intended for Yi Chun to embellish the surface with simple text and patterns. However, they underestimated Yi Chun's remarkable craftsmanship. As Yi Chun swiftly disassembled the precious golden silk Nanmu wood, she meticulously arranged the necessary wooden segments before her. Subsequently, she closed her eyes, instantly recalling the intangible cultural heritage techniques she had absorbed that evening. Yi Chun's father, displaying remarkable understanding, discreetly exited the workshop, allowing her the freedom to create. Slowly opening her eyes, she lifted a delicate tool in her hand and commenced the sculpting of this magnificent piece. The saws and chisels transitioned rapidly in Yi Chun's adept hands, effortlessly shaping the rough components of the Luban lock. As Yi Chun leaned in, the previously unremarkable surface of the lock began to flourish with intricate designs. Just then, the well-fed children, cradled in the arms of Zhang Baiwei and others, entered the workshop. This prompted Yi Chun's parents, who had been languishing in the courtyard, to eagerly approach and take the children into their care. Little Chun has already begun crafting toys for the kids. Please keep your voices down so as not to disturb him, her father said as he embraced the children. Uncle, don't worry, we're just here to take a look and won't cause any trouble, Zhang Baiwei replied, her face alight with excitement as she glanced toward the workshop. The group then tiptoed into the workspace, watching Yi Chun as she skillfully delineated her creation. Curiosity piqued, they gathered behind her. Chapter 56. The hand of a modern-day Luban astonishes all again. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's carving techniques and the intricate designs, Guling Yu gasped in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth to stifle her exclamation. The others also swallowed hard, holding their breath as they observed Yi Chun's meticulous and masterful operation. Watch how I carve. It's a process that allows for breathing, Yi Chun said with a smile after completing a complex pattern. Phew, you nearly suffocated me with that, little Yi. Watching your work makes me truly hesitant to breathe, Su Muyu exclaimed, quickly gasping for air, while others hurriedly patted their chests. Yi-chun, we merely suggested adding a few simple inscriptions and designs. How on earth did you end up carving a 5-clawed golden dragon? Before anyone could regain their composure, Jiang Baiwei gradually lifted a beautifully carved component, her astonishment evident. Goodness, little Yi, you must be an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage. I've only ever seen such carving skills in Zijing City. Chen Hong gasped in disbelief. Little Yi, please don't tell me you plan to engrave all 5 divine beasts onto this Luban lock. Su Muyu exclaimed. Picking up one of the components where the general outline of the vermilion bird was already discernible, her gaze fixed incredulously on Yi-chun. Yi-chun smiled, remaining silent, as everything was conveyed through unspoken understanding. We had spent quite some time discussing how to reduce the difficulty and workload of the portrayal. Had I known earlier that you possessed such skills, Xiao Yi, I would have simply sent you the images, and that would have been the end of it. Su Muyu lamented with great distress. I must urge Ma Chengyi. We cannot allow a shortage of raw materials to hinder the creation of toys for your godson. Before she could finish her words, Su Muyu hurriedly took out her phone to prompt Ma Chengyi. This left Yi-chun both amused and bewildered. The quantity of golden silk namu wood was more than sufficient to craft toys for each child, and even adults could have their share. Well then, I shall continue my work, Yi-chun remarked as he picked up his tools once more. The onlookers lingered for a while longer before reluctantly departing the workshop. Throughout that morning, apart from consuming some mineral water and fruit brought by Jiang Baiwei, Yi-chun worked tirelessly on the children's toys without a moment's pause. It was only when Ma Chengye's voice echoed from outside that he took notice. Xiao Yi, look what splendid items I have brought for you. Yi-chun gently set down the mini baseball bat he was carving for the 4th child, teasingly saying, Brother Ma, I see you finally completed your tasks and found time to visit. Ah, don't even mention it. It took quite an effort to salvage the situation. Otherwise, I would still be buried in work, Ma Chengyi replied with an exasperated gesture. But enough of that. Let us see what delightful treasures I have discovered for you. Ma Chengyi patted Yi-chun's shoulder, brimming with pride. Following Ma Chengye's gaze, Yi-chun beheld a beautifully crafted large wooden box placed in the courtyard. Brother Ma, is this a surprise for me? Quickly, let us take a look. Yi-chun's curiosity was piqued by Ma Chengye's feigned mystery. At that moment, Su Muyu entered, cradling a child, and remarked, Stop teasing Xiao Yi. Inside, we have procured some agarwood, and we will be relying on you for the next steps. A trivial matter. Let me first assess the quality of this agarwood. Yi-chun responded with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. As the large wooden box was opened, a unique fragrance of agarwood wafted through the air. What a delightful scent. Jiang Baiwei, playing with the children on the grass, inquired curiously. Besides these, I have also prepared a small gift for the children, Ma Chengyi said, gently handing the child back to Su Muyu before hastily retrieving 5 small wooden boxes from the trunk of the car. I specifically commissioned a master craftsman to create a personalized plaque for each child using this agarwood. With pride, he opened one of the small boxes to reveal a gray-black plaque, quietly resting within, inscribed with the words Star Radiance at the top. In the gentle evening rain, Su Muyu recalled how her parents had personally sought the counsel of a revered master to finalize the name for their child, Ma Xinghui. With a look of surprise, Su Muyu turned to Ma Chengyi, her eyes glistening with tears as she retrieved the nameplate. I thought you had forgotten about this matter, she said, her voice slightly choked with emotion. How could I possibly forget? I merely wished to bestow upon the child a fitting name, Ma Chengyi softly reassured her. Xiao Yi, these are for my 4 godsons and goddaughters. Please take this, he said, handing a small wooden box to Yi-chun before hastily embracing Ma Xinghui and Su Muyu. Yi-chun awkwardly rubbed his nose, alongside Jiang Baiwei, who cradled the eldest, Yi-si-ro. Together, they opened the small wooden box, revealing 4 nameplates, each intricately adorned with a circle of complex patterns. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that the patterns, representing the 4 gentlemen of flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, encircled the names from the eldest, Yi-si-ro, to the youngest, Yi-ji-chio. The names were inscribed in a bold and striking regular script, while the nameplate for Ma Xinghui was embellished with Su Muyu's favorite, the lily. Ma Ge, how thoughtful of you. I am certain the little ones will cherish these, Jiang Baiwei remarked, playfully examining the nameplate with delight. As long as you all are pleased, Ma Chengyi said, leading the comforted Su Muyu to a nearby seat. He and Yi-chun then moved a large box of agarwood to the tool shed. Once the box was placed inside, Ma Chengyi instinctively picked up a toy crafted by Yi Chun. Is this truly made by you, Xiaoyi? Ma Chengyi asked incredulously, examining the baseball bat that resembled a dragon's staff more than a mere bat, with its lifelike scales and sharply defined dragon head, accentuated by the unique hue of golden Nanmu wood. This one is still incomplete. I am also working on a cube for Xing Hui that should be finished by this afternoon, Yi Chun replied without turning as he sorted through the agarwood. Xiaoyi, I thought you were in the sports department. How did you acquire such skills? Ma Chengyi exclaimed, astonished as he picked up another toy from the workbench. I watched some videos online and learned. It's not particularly difficult, Yi Chun replied, having finished sorting the agarwood as he dusted off his hands. If those who painstakingly study carving heard you say that, they would surely berate you mercilessly, Ma Chengyi said, recovering from his astonishment with a wry smile. Just the day before, he had visited a master of intangible cultural heritage, spending a considerable sum to have nameplates made for the children, during which he gained insight into the challenges of mastering such an intricate craft. Let us not speak of others. The master artisan tasked with carving nameplates for the children has diligently honed his craft for 2 decades before he could finally embark on his journey. Chapter 57. The Astonishing Undertaking of Yi Chun. Little Yi, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Ma Chengyi sighed deeply. Such trivial entertainment techniques are hardly worth mentioning. Yi Chun, ever modest, responded in kind. Subsequently, Ma Chengyi chuckled, perhaps a wondrous twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens. For one could never hope to encounter a prodigy like Yi Chun in a lifetime. I shall not intrude upon your creative process. Do remember to craft a grand Rubik's Cube for your godson. Ma Chengyi patted Yi Chun on the shoulder with a teasing remark before departing from the workshop. Observing the now tranquil space, Yi Chun shrugged in resignation and resumed his unfinished work. At last, it is complete. Yi Chun stood, stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, and gazed at the neatly arranged assortment of toys on his workbench, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Perhaps I shall also create a simple pendant for these older children. Glancing at the small remnants of sandalwood on the table, an idea sparked in his mind. Before long, Jiang Baiwei's voice echoed from the courtyard. Yi Chun, come to dine. We shall continue our work this afternoon. Coming. Yi Chun brushed off the wood shavings from his attire, removed his work clothes, and placed the finished toys onto a tray. To add an air of mystery, he draped a red cloth over them. With the tray held aloft, Yi Chun made his way to the living room. Wow, Yi Chun, you haven't possibly completed all the toys, have you? Jiang Baiwei exclaimed in astonishment upon catching sight of him. Let us head to the dining room and discuss as we eat. Yi Chun, having cultivated an aura of intrigue, was not inclined to reveal the answer so readily. The others cast him glances filled with longing. You've worked hard all morning. I brought some dishes from Xianju Pavilion for you. Ma Chengyi kindly pulled out a chair for Su Muyu, smiling as he spoke. Yi Chun looked at Ma Chengyi with gratitude in his eyes, realizing he had been so absorbed in his carving that he had forgotten about preparing a meal. Truly, Brother Ma always anticipates the necessities. Yi Chun then inquired, by the way, has anyone been engaged to draft the confidentiality agreements for the ranch employees that I mentioned last time? Ma Chengyi nodded affirmatively. It's all taken care of. Such matters are quite commonplace in the industry. Just then, Su Muyu, her face alight with expectation, urged, Little Yi, do let us see the finished products. I am positively itching with curiosity. Come on, Yi Chun, let us have a glimpse. Jiang Baiwei, standing nearby, tugged at Yi Chun's hand, playfully urging him. Very well, very well. Since everyone is so eager, let Baiwei reveal it. Subsequently, Yi Chun placed the tray filled with toys before Jiang Baiwei. Now, I shall unveil it, exclaimed Jiang Baiwei with delight as she pulled away the red cloth, revealing an array of exquisite toys. Wow, they are truly magnificent. Su Muyu gasped, covering her mouth, and stood up in excitement. The crowd quickly abandoned their seats and gathered around Jiang Baiwei. Let us admire these treasures before we dine, Yi Chun suggested joyfully, noticing the group's fascination with his creations. This Luban lock is astonishingly intricate. Gu Lingyu exclaimed, lifting the assembled Luban lock in awe. Is this harmonica not a work of art? It appears exceedingly luxurious. Chen Hong remarked, carefully picking up the only metallic harmonica from the tray. All eyes turned to the harmonica, crafted from golden Nanmu wood, complemented by a metallic mouthpiece, leaving everyone utterly mesmerized. Ma Chengyi gently lifted the larger wooden doll from the tray. This doll captivates me the most. Although it is carved from agarwood, the added embellishments blend seamlessly. He delicately traced the patterns with his fingers, treating it as a precious collector's item. This coiling dragon staff and the cube etched with mythical beasts are truly remarkable. Su Muyu slowly grasped the coiling dragon staff, her eyes brimming with wonder. Amidst the astonishment, Jiang Baiwei noticed some unassuming small squares tucked in the corner of the tray. What are these little plaques? She wondered, picking one up to inspect. The landscape carving is simply beautiful. Seeing the crowd immersed in the awe of his creations, Yichun gathered the remaining small squares in his hands and said, "These little squares are pendants I prepared for all of you grown-ups." Upon hearing that Yichun had prepared something for them as well, the group set down their toys. Intrigued, I used the leftover materials to carve some feng shui paintings and animals. Please, choose for yourselves, he added with a smile. Arranging the small squares on the dining table. Xiao Yi, this is truly wonderful. Chen Hong, an antiquities collector, was particularly thrilled. In the past, items she admired were either too costly or of poor craftsmanship. However, Yi Chun's artistry perfectly aligned with her fantasies of ancient royal artifacts, prompting her to be the first to select from the table with great excitement. Before long, everyone had chosen pendants that satisfied them. While Jiang Baiwei refrained from competing with the others, silently, I carefully placed the pendant inscribed with a landscape painting, which I initially held in my hand, into my pocket. Baiwei, I have prepared a special gift for you. At that moment, Yichun slowly retrieved a slender hairpin, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix, from his pocket and presented it to her. Upon seeing that Yichun had thoughtfully prepared a unique gift just for her, Jiang Baiwei was overwhelmed with emotion, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Don't cry. Let me adorn you. Yichun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Baiwei's eyes. He positioned himself behind her, patiently gathering her hair, and finally, with utmost care, secured the hairpin within her tresses. Wow, Baiwei, you look absolutely stunning. Gu Lingyu exclaimed excitedly, grasping Jiang Baiwei's hand. I wish I had a hairpin made by my beloved, Su Muyu said enviously, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Ma Qingye, hearing her words, immediately came over to console her and began to devise a plan in his mind. Yichun, having you by my side is truly a blessing. Jiang Baiwei shed another tear of gratitude, while Yichun silently comforted her. All right, everyone, let's eat. After placing the toys back onto the tray, Yichun encouraged everyone to take their seats once more, although their eyes occasionally drifted toward the tray. When I have time in the future, I will create unique pieces for each of you, Yichun declared grandly, noticing how much everyone cherished his handcrafted items. Yay, we look forward to that. The group beamed at his words, their spirits lifted. As Yichun's parents had already gone to the city to purchase clothes for the children, he kindly prepared 2 simple dishes in the kitchen after lunch and set them in the microwave to keep warm. Chapter 58, The Unrivaled Choice for Ranch Management. Under the nurturing care of Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, the children were growing rapidly, becoming increasingly vibrant day by day. Well-fed and content, the children squirmed joyfully in the arms of their caregiver. Little ones, come grab your toys, Yichun called out as he spread a large moisture-proof cloth in the courtyard. The group, cradling the children, made their way to the toy area. As they placed the selected toys in front of the little ones, the children, with their not yet fully outstretched hands, clung tightly to them. Hee. The most spirited among them, Yiji Qiu, was holding a dragon-patterned stick that matched his height, bursting into cheerful laughter. Beside him, Ma Xinghui also stuck out his tongue, tightly clutching a Rubik's Cube, joining in the laughter. Meanwhile, the 3 older sisters simply held their toys close, quietly observing the joyful scene. These little ones are nothing like my daughter, so serene. Yichun supported his forehead, chuckling helplessly. Xiao Yi, if you have no plans this afternoon, could you teach me how to carve? Ma Qingye, cradling the child, inquired earnestly. Of course. No problem at all. Let's go right now, Yichun replied, fully aware of the circumstances. He promptly handed the little one in his arms to the caretaker, saying, Brother Ma, I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you. After passing her eldest to the caretaker, Jiang Baiwei spoke with a hint of shyness. This caused both Yichun and Ma Qingye to halt their steps toward the tool room. You see, Ling Yu experienced workplace harassment at her previous law firm. I wanted to ask if you need any intern lawyers at your firm, Jiang Baiwei explained while gesturing for Gu Lingyu, who was sunbathing in the courtyard, to come over. What a coincidence. Just have Lingyu report to the legal department at my group, Ma Qingye responded immediately after hearing her. Just then, Gu Lingyu approached the group. Baiwei, I can handle my own affairs. There's no need to trouble Brother Ma, she said apologetically upon overhearing Ma Qingye's words. Lingyu, do you consider me a stranger? It's merely a job, and your brother Ma is more than willing to assist, Ma Qingye replied. In that case, accompany me to the group tomorrow to complete the onboarding process, he added, bemused by Gu Lingyu's response. At that moment, Yi Chun, who had been pondering silently, spoke up. Lingyu, I have a small suggestion. Would you care to hear it? The group turned their curious gazes toward him. You see, I recently acquired a ranch. However, since I am still in school and my parents are unfamiliar with management, they can only oversee the production aspect, Yi Chun said with a smile to Gu Lingyu. Why not directly manage the ranch? This way, you can see Bai Wei and the children every day. Gu Lingyu was taken aback by Yi Chun's sudden proposition and quickly replied, I'm studying law. I fear I wouldn't perform well in management, so perhaps I should pass. Observing Gu Lingyu's voice grow progressively softer, Yi Chun cheerfully remarked, Look, I'm studying sports, yet I can carve. Surely, you, a graduate of Capital University, can manage well. After hearing this, Gu Lingyu turned her gaze to Jiang Baiwei, who earnestly nodded in agreement. Then I shall promptly brush up on my management knowledge. I will not disappoint your expectations, Gu Lingyu stated earnestly, nodding her head. That's wonderful. The salary will be 30,000 a month, and benefits will follow the administrative regulations, Ma Qingye concluded. Upon receiving the agreement from the other party, Yi Chun expressed his joy. He had been contemplating who would manage the ranch to ensure his peace of mind, and now, without effort, Gu Lingyu had presented herself for the task. After all, the ranch involved an abundance of advanced technology. A single misstep in personnel management could lead to dire consequences for him. Isn't this salary rather excessive? I have just graduated, Gu Lingyu exclaimed, looking astonished at Yi Chun. Not at all. You are worth this salary in my employ, and I will require your assistance in management in the future, Yi Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. Lingyu, you should feel assured about this salary. I am counting on you to provide us with strategic insights moving forward, Jiang Baiwei chimed in. Seeing Jiang Baiwei express her support, Gu Lingyu nodded nervously in agreement. Since Xiao Yi has spoken, I suppose I shall forego my role in the legal department. Ma Qingye, observing the consensus reached between the two, jovially patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. Then let us proceed to the tool room. Yi Chun and Ma Qingye returned to the tool room to commence their teaching duties. Intrigued, others followed suit, and ultimately, Yi Chun decided to arrange some tools in the courtyard, inviting everyone to learn together. The time spent in practice always seemed to pass swiftly. Phew, the force and angle are truly challenging to master, Ma Qingye remarked, shaking his hand, which was on the verge of developing tendinitis. Indeed, not everyone possesses Xiao Ye's innate talent. Chen Hong, once brimming with confidence, lamented as she removed her work apron, feeling defeated. It is wonderful that everyone is willing to give it a try. Thus, our little craft class concludes here for today, Yi Chun said with a smile as he tidied away the tools. He carefully placed the unfinished works in order and then relished some rare moments of rest in the courtyard. Xiao Chun, come help us with our things. After resting alongside Jiang Baiwei for a while, Yi Chun heard the voices of his parents calling from behind. He turned to see them arriving in the Property S shuttle, laden with numerous bags. Mom and Dad, you've been shopping for nearly the entire morning, Yi Chun remarked as he approached to unload the items from the shuttle. Well, the grandchildren grow so quickly. I worry they won't have enough clothes, his mother said cheerfully, handling the large bags. You've spent the morning shopping without having eaten. So let us take care of these items while you go have your meal. Yi Chun sighed slightly and called for the caretaker to sort the clothes before leading his parents to the dining area. From now on, when it comes to buying clothes, let Bai Wei and me handle it. You two should just relax at home, he said, feeling both pained and helpless at the sight of his tired parents. Your mother and I are still quite spry. Besides, we enjoy buying clothes for our grandchildren. His father replied enthusiastically. Yi Ba shot a glare at Yi Chun, exasperated, and said, then let it be your decision. He then shifted the conversation. Mom and Dad, the construction of the ranch is nearing completion, and I need to inform you of the details. Upon hearing about the ranch, Yi Ba and Yi Ma immediately set down their chopsticks. Given the new technologies and processes involved in the equipment used at the ranch, the growth of the pasture could be quite rapid. With a serious expression, Yi Chun addressed his parents. At that time, you must not disclose anything to outsiders. The milk and powdered milk we produce will be for our own sale, thus eliminating any risk of being shut down. After hearing Yi Chun's words, Yi Ba and Yi Ma nodded earnestly. Although they did not comprehend how Yi Chun and his associates had developed these innovations, they were resolute in their commitment to matters concerning Yi Chun and the children. Chapter 59. A disloyal roommate in the realm of romance time spent with the children is always fleeting. A new day dawned, and Yi-Chen's 3-day leave from school had come to an end. He was about to resume his dual life between school and home. The silver lining was that this weekend, Jiang Ma finally had the opportunity to meet with them. I'll rush back right after class on Friday, so wait for me obediently, Yi-Chen gently said while holding Jiang Baiwei's hand. In the evening, Yi-Chan gazed at the children nestled in the arms of Yi Ba and Yi Ma, bidding a reluctant farewell to Jiang Baiwei in the courtyard. With a heavy heart, he climbed into his car, sighing in resignation as he took one last look back. Amidst the waves of goodbye from everyone, he started the vehicle and slowly drove towards school. He contemplated asking his instructor if there was any way to expedite his graduation. With his focus entirely on family, Yi-Chen silently thought, "Children, wait for Daddy to come back from school." The thought of the children and Jiang Baiwei waiting at home brought a warm smile to Yi-Chen's face. Upon safely arriving at the dormitory, he was met with a cacophony of disorderly sounds emanating from within. Yi-Chen swiftly ascended the stairs, only to find 2 dormitory residents in a heated standoff in the hallway. "Lin Fan, do you not know that Xie Binger is mine? How dare you try to flirt with her?" boomed the tall and imposing Chu He, derisively stepping forward. "My girlfriend is in Xie Binger's dormitory. Do you think we don't know if she has a boyfriend? Perhaps someone is just a sycophant, calling her his girlfriend," retorted a burly, bald man from the opposing side, his anger palpable. "Xie Binger is my girlfriend. If I find out you are secretly pursuing her again, I won't let you off easily. Chu Zi, Fan Zi. Let this matter rest," Yi-Chen called out loudly from the stairway, prompting the gathered onlookers in the hallway to part, allowing him to pass through. "Lao Yi, you have returned. How can I compromise in my pursuit of love?" Lin Fan, filled with curiosity, turned to Yi-Chen and inquired. With a sigh of resignation, Yi-Chen contemplated. This Xie Binger is the same brazen individual from the previous gathering in the cafeteria. I have discerned her true nature and suspect she may be a second Wang Xiyu. Subsequently, Yi-Chen approached the 2 groups of people, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder as he spoke. "Regardless, heed my advice. A 3-legged toad is difficult to find, but a woman with 2 legs is not so rare." Yi-Chen, possessing wisdom, added, "Do not let me witness any further interactions between you and Xie Binger." A nearby bald man, noticing Yi-Chen's address toward him, immediately boasted with arrogance. Yi-Chen, ignoring the man's words, pulled his roommates back to the dormitory, as though he had not heard a thing. "Lao Yi, are we to simply swallow our pride?" Once Yi-Chen closed the dormitory door, Chu He leaned against the wall and asked, filled with discontent. "All right, there are no outsiders here, so I shall speak plainly," Yi-Chen remarked, observing the indignation in the eyes of his companions. "From my assessment, Xie Binger is likely to be a second Wang Xiyu. It is not worth it for a woman like her," Yi-Chen calmly stated as he took a seat. "Impossible. Binger is gentle and considerate, always attentive to my needs. She is not that kind of person," Lin Fan hastily retorted. "This is the perspective of an observer. The one involved is often blinded. If Xie Binger were truly as wonderful as you claim, would that bald man act in such a manner for her?" Yi-Chen replied, gazing at Lin Fan. The latter, rendered speechless by this assertion, sank into his seat, despondent. "I shall inquire about my girlfriend's situation. Xie Binger is truly lacking in integrity," Chu He promptly declared as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. In the girls' dormitory, Chen Fangyu stepped into the stairwell with her phone in hand. "Xie Binger has always been quite independent in the dormitory. My knowledge of her is limited. However, she might indeed be capable of such actions," Chen Fangyu said seriously into the phone. On the other end, the speakerphone was activated, causing Lin Fan's expression to darken instantly. During the last cafeteria gathering, she clearly showed a keen interest in Yi-Chen, persistently asking for information about him. "This time, I have been negligent, and I shall make amends to Lin Fan next time," Chen Fangyu continued her narrative. "Enough, Fangyu. This is not your fault. It is entirely my own naivety," Lin Fan said, awakening to the truth and smiling in relief. "Look on the bright side. In the future, if Bai Wei knows any trustworthy girls, I will certainly introduce them to you." Yi-Chen reassured Lin Fan with a pat on the shoulder. "Let us not dwell on these unpleasant thoughts. I shall take you all out for skewers." Noticing the group's lackluster spirits, Yi-Chen waved his hand decisively. "Women are no match for the importance of brothers. Let us go for some skewers," Chu He exclaimed loudly, taking the lead. Shortly after, Yi-Chen and his companions, driving the still warm car, reappeared outside the campus. "To love," Lin Fan shouted exuberantly at the night snack stand, spurred on by the effects of alcohol. As everyone had training the following day, Yi Chun, who refrained from drinking, returned to school with his roommates by 11 o'clock. In the early hours of the next day, Yi Chun, revitalized and ready to resume university life, arrived at the training ground. Yi Chun, have you settled everything? Li Chun, the team captain, arrived just behind him at the training venue, and they began to engage in casual conversation. Yes, Captain, everything is taken care of. I will take the upcoming training seriously, Yi Chun replied, scratching his head. Before long, the rest of the team appeared at the training ground, and the coach arrived as expected. With the sound of the coach's whistle, the daily training commenced. Gulp. Yi Chun, are you sure you were on leave these past few days and not undergoing genetic modification? Li Chun remarked. Watching as Yi Chun executed a powerful dunk after a botched pass had led the basketball to rebound nearly 3 meters high. This left everyone on the court momentarily frozen, gazing at Yi Chun in disbelief. I've been eating well these days. My jumping ability has improved somewhat, Yi Chun said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head again. Excited by the moment, he inadvertently showcased a hint of his true strength. This prompted the coach to call for an immediate pause in the training match. Yi Chun, has your body undergone a second development? We need to re-record your physical data. Coach Peter exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Yi Chun. All right, coach, Yi Chun replied, feeling cornered and obliged to comply. Following the coach, he moved to a corner of the training ground where various professional measuring devices were set up. Impossible, came the astonished voices of the coaches from the corner of the training ground. In just a few days, Yi Chun, you've grown 5 centimeters. Coach Peter urgently flipped through Yi Chun's previous height records, staring at the data displayed on the multifunctional health machine. Perhaps it's because I've been eating exceptionally well. Promoting a second growth phase, Yi Chun said, licking his lips, feeling guilty about the truth he couldn't reveal, that the effects of the system's reward, the cleansing elixir, were remarkably potent. Let us continue the testing with the next item, the coach said, believing Yi Chun's explanation. During the subsequent assessments, Yi Chun deliberately held back a significant portion of his strength while undergoing the tests. However, the results of the test left the coach astonished. Yi Chun, according to the data obtained from the assessment, your overall physical fitness has improved by at least 30%. The coach, holding the final test results, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Continue your training. I need to revise your training regimen and strategies. The coach regarded Yi Chun with the gaze of one who has discovered a rare treasure, eagerly making his way to the office, leaving Yi Chun to awkwardly return to the team. Yi Chun, it's a good thing that your strength has increased, but why do you seem a bit downcast? Li Chun inquired, patting Yi Chun's shoulder with a look of concern. Captain Li, I was just thinking about my little ones back home. Let's continue training. Yi Chun thought to himself, reluctant to reveal the true reason. He felt frustrated, as he had deliberately suppressed 90% of his strength during the test. Yet the results still indicated a 30% improvement from before, though he could not share their feelings. He thought that finishing training early would allow him to see them sooner. For the next 2 days, Yi Chun remained at school. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would video call Jiang Baiwei, keeping a constant watch over them. As the final bell for Friday's last professional class rang, Yi Chun dashed toward the classroom door. At that moment, he heard, Yi Chun, hold on a moment. A robust middle-aged man at the podium lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. This caused Yi Chun to pause in his tracks. Chu He and others exchanged gleeful looks, reveling in the situation. Mr. Niu, is there something you need? Yi Chun scratched his head and approached the podium, speaking softly. You missed my in-class quiz when you took a leave of absence, so you'll need to retake it, Mr. Niu said, pulling a test paper from his bag and handing it to Yi Chun. Mr. Niu, may I? No. Mr. Niu interjected, cutting him off. The robust man calmly exhaled a breath of tea leaves and stated sternly, you must take this seriously. I will grade it on the spot. He returned to his seat, gesturing for Yi Chun to answer the questions beside him. Yi Chun glanced at the time on his phone and quickly retrieved a ballpoint pen to begin his answers. Just as the robust man took out his notebook to attend to some matters, the sound of Yi Chun's pen scribbling filled the air. He completed the multiple-choice questions, which numbered fewer than 50, in under a minute. The subjective questions were even more astonishing. Yi Chun merely glanced at the problems before diving into his answers, showing no intention of consulting the materials. Yi Chun, if you answer carelessly, I won't let you off easily, cautioned Mr. Niu. The robust man furrowed his brows and spoke sternly. Yi Chun feigned ignorance, continuing to write fervently. Teacher, Please take a look. Within a mere 5 minutes, Yi Chun submitted a neatly written examination paper before the robust man. This caused the robust man, who had intended to reprimand Yi Chun, to swallow his words and scrutinize the paper carefully. To his astonishment, the more he examined it, the more alarmed he became. Every choice question was answered correctly, and even the subjective questions were analyzed with remarkable clarity. It is worth noting that grading a single paper typically requires him 3 minutes. Yet Yi Chun had managed to submit a near-perfect paper in just 5 minutes. You may leave, he stammered, struggling to swallow, at a loss for words. He dismissed Yi Chun. The reason his students affectionately referred to him as the Bull Demon King was not due to his surname, but because of his notoriously challenging examination questions. These questions were entirely his own creation. Even with open-book exams, achieving a perfect score was nearly impossible, especially at the undergraduate level. Then, I shall take my leave, Yi Chun replied, swiftly putting away his ballpoint pen and turning toward the classroom exit. With a singular focus on returning home to see Jiang Baiwei and the children, he remained blissfully unaware of the profound impression he left on this professional instructor. Previously, he had consulted with his academic advisor and received a quick graduation response, stating that he needed to study and pass all courses. However, Yi Chun was enrolled in a continuous program from bachelor's to doctoral studies, which significantly escalated the difficulty of his coursework. This compelled him to fervently absorb knowledge during his training breaks. Of course, all of this stemmed from the learning ability rewarded by the system. This reward had enabled him to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary on multiple occasions. Baiwei, I shall return shortly, he thought as he sped along the road home, feeling as though the air surrounding him was sweet. As he entered the estate, Yi Chun spotted Jiang Baiwei and others waiting for his return in the courtyard from afar. It's freezing outside. Let's get inside, he urged, parking the car and quickly approaching Jiang Baiwei, carefully adjusting her slipping coat. Jiang Baiwei nestled into Yi Chun's embrace, her voice tinged with a playful sigh. I just wanted to see you as soon as possible. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun felt a surge of warmth in his heart and promptly led Jiang Baiwei back to the living room. I did wonder, Baiwei, why you chose to stroll in the courtyard instead of playing video games. Turns out you were here to welcome Yi Chun, teased Su Muyu, half reclining on the sofa, which caused Jiang Baiwei's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She wriggled free from Yi Chun's embrace and returned to her seat on the sofa. Sister Muyu, you surely do not wish to play as an archer without support, do you? Jiang Baiwei, with a haughty tilt of her head, responded. Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten. Did I say something? Su Muyu immediately began to feign madness. Yi Chun observed the playful banter between the two and promptly retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. Xiaoyi, the construction at the ranch will conclude in a day or two. When shall we go there for the inspection? Once dinner was prepared and everyone seated, Ma Qingye looked up at Yi Chun and inquired. Brother Ma, I want to be available this weekend on the 6th. Let us plan the inspection for Sunday instead. Yi Chun thought about his journey to Jiangma's the next day and arranged the inspection for Sunday. At that moment, Yi Chun's parents, who had just returned from overseeing the ranch, appeared in the dining room and addressed Yi Chun. Xiao Chun, the work at the ranch is nearly complete. I have already instructed the workers to sow the grass in advance. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. The children's milk powder is finally on the agenda. Subsequently, Yi Chun and the others swiftly finished their dinner and began preparations for the journey ahead. Chapter 61. The joyful return home of Jiang Baiwei and the anxious Yi Chun. Baiwei, you should go to bed. I will join you shortly. That night, Yi Chun went to the tool room, eager to carve some items for Jiang Ma and her family. During dinner, he learned that Jiang Ma lived with her grandparents and uncle, so he decided to create some special pieces to accompany the usual gifts. No, I want to wait for you here, Jiang Baiwei insisted, shaking her head as she wrapped herself in a shawl and sat nearby. Yi Chun smiled helplessly, yet his hands moved with increased speed. Time flew by swiftly as Yi Chun busied himself. Baiwei, I am almost finished, Yi Chun sighed deeply. Turning around, he discovered Jiang Baiwei had sweetly fallen asleep on the workbench. He carefully placed the finished items in a meticulously prepared box and gently lifted Jiang Baiwei onto his back. Oblivious to her surroundings, she lay lazily against him, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, perhaps dreaming of some delightful treat. Yi Chun tiptoed back to the bedroom. After gently laying Jiang Baiwei on the bed, he hurried to the bathroom. He indulged in a refreshing hot shower, washing away the fatigue of the day. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who resembled a little bunny in hibernation, He couldn't resist planting a tender kiss on her adorable cheek. Soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and he softly whispered goodnight to Jiang Baiwei before drifting off to sleep, unaware of what lay ahead. Beside him, Jiang Baiwei revealed a sweet smile. A new day dawned, heralded by the alarm on his mobile phone. Yi Chun, invigorated, slowly rose, yet upon turning his head, he found no trace of Jiang Baiwei. He made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, the early rising Jiang Baiwei was already tending to their children, nursing them with maternal care. As she returned to the room to change her clothes, she called out, "Yi Chun, come here for a moment." Instantly, Yi Chun set down his toothbrush. Curiosity etched on his face. "What is it, Baiwei?" he inquired, stepping out. Before him, Jiang Baiwei lifted her garment, revealing her abdomen. With a serious expression, she questioned, "Is this body recovery ointment truly as astonishing as it seems?" Gazing at the now flawless skin beneath her clothing, Yi Chun gently caressed her face and replied, "Isn't it delightful that the results are so remarkable? Such a remedy is rare and precious. Once this bottle is finished, there will be no more." Jiang Baiwei's brow furrowed with concern as she asked, "This ointment doesn't have any severe side effects, does it? Otherwise, how could it yield such exceptional results?" "Baiwei, this recovery ointment was once offered as a tribute," Yi Chun reassured her. "Most of its ingredients derive from protective plants and animals available today, so there are no adverse effects to worry about." He endeavored to alleviate her doubts with his words. "Very well, it seems this medicine is indeed effective," Jiang Baiwei conceded, her heart finally at ease. She had feared that while the ointment's restorative effects were impressive, the potential subsequent side effects could be severe. If the mended wounds were to suddenly fester, it would truly be a case of losing more than one gained. "Shall we head downstairs for breakfast? I will also prepare some desserts to take to the aunts," Yi Chun suggested, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Pleased to see her mind no longer clouded with worry. By 9 in the morning, Yi Chun had completed all his preparations, ready to set forth once more with Jiang Baiwei and their children towards the heart of the capital. "Baiwei, how do you get along with your grandparents and uncle?" Yi Chun asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice as they drove along the road. "My grandparents are quite kind to me, ever since they retired. They've been indulging in calligraphy and gardening. My uncle is still working, so I don't see him often, but they are all easy to get along with," Jiang Baiwei replied, holding Yi Chun's hand with a smile. Despite her reassurances, Yi Chun felt a lingering unease, his face betraying his worries. "Rest assured, when your grandparents meet our lovely children, they could never possibly blame you," Jiang Baiwei comforted him further. "Baiwei, I will ensure that your aunts agree to our union," Yi Chun declared earnestly, tightening his grip on her hand. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's earnest expression, Jiang Baiwei could not help but laugh. "This is neither yours nor mine, yet it belongs to you. You rogue." She feigned indignation, playfully pushing Yi Chun's hand away while pouting. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter on the road, the little ones in the back remained quietly asleep. After traversing a stretch of road, not particularly long, Yi Chun and his companions finally arrived at the heart of the capital. Observing the noticeably reduced traffic in the central area, Yi Chun remarked, "Securing a license plate in this central district is indeed no easy feat." Shortly thereafter, their vehicle steered towards a quaint, traditionally styled courtyard. "Good day, whom are you seeking?" A soldier clad in military attire emerged from a security booth beside the sole entrance to the courtyard, inquiring with a serious tone. Jiang Baiwei gradually lowered the car window and leaned out, saying, "Hello there, I'm a relative of number 15. You may verify this." She spoke to him with a familiar ease, casting a reassuring glance at Yi Chun. "No need for verification. Welcome back, Miss Jiang. Please proceed." A man in a black suit approached with a smile. "Understood." The soldier swiftly opened the barrier, and Yi Chun cautiously drove the vehicle forward. As they passed by the suited man, Jiang Baiwei smiled and remarked, "Today, it's Uncle Wang on duty. I assenti it?" "Indeed, Miss Jiang. You have come to visit old Li and the others, I presume?" Although the suited man spoke casually, his curious gaze could not resist lingering on Yi Chun. "I am here to see my grandparents. Uncle Wang, please continue with your duties." After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Chun followed Jiang Baiwei's lead, smoothly guiding the car into the courtyard. "We have arrived," Jiang Baiwei exclaimed joyfully as Yi Chun parked the vehicle in front of a charmingly artistic courtyard. The sound of the car's engine caught the attention of those within the courtyard. Just as Yi Chun and the others were placing the children into a stroller, a middle-aged man donned in an administrative jacket and sporting rimless glasses emerged from the courtyard. "Uncle!" Jiang Baiwei exclaimed in surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and waved at her. While Jiang Baiwei was aware that her uncle might be present during this family visit, seeing him after more than half a year filled her with immense joy. This prompted a nervous Yi Chun to also call out, "Uncle." The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement of Yi Chun's greeting, but his gaze was soon captivated by the children. This left Yi Chun, who was retrieving gifts from the trunk, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Is this the terrifying aura of the administrative jacket? He pondered with exasperation. Chapter 62. The delight of the two elders upon meeting their great-grandchild Vivi. Please bring everyone inside, the uncle urged Jiang Baiwei after speaking to her, promptly stepping forward to assist Yi Chun in retrieving the gifts from the back of the car. Thank you, uncle, Yi Chun replied, swallowing nervously. Let us discuss inside. It's quite chilly out here. The middle-aged man merely smiled slightly and proceeded to lead Yi Chun and the others inside with the items in hand. Is Vivi back? Come here and let your grandparents see you. Even before they entered, a warm and affectionate voice resonated from the courtyard. Yi Chun peered inside, spotting two elderly figures with graying hair, joyfully standing at the center of the yard to welcome them. Grandpa and Grandma, I've missed you so much, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, placing the stroller down and dashing into the embrace of the two elders. Our little Vivi has grown up, the elders said gently, caressing Jiang Baiwei's back with a look of tenderness. Young man, come in and sit, Mr. Li then smiled and addressed Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun hurriedly, with his uncle's assistance, placed the gifts and children in the living room. Let me have a good look at my adorable great-granddaughters and great-grandsons. The elders' attention quickly shifted to the stroller Yi Chun was holding, and they walked over, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand. This made Yi Chun, whose palms were sweating profusely, promptly begin to call out under Jiang Baiwei's encouraging gaze. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. You must be Yi Chun, full of vitality. Very nice, Mr. Li remarked, nodding at Yi Chun. Then, Yi Chun opened the stroller and gently lifted out the most well-behaved firstborn, Yi Sairu, and the second child, Yi Zi, presenting them to the elders. My dear great-granddaughters. Smile for your great-grandparents. Mr. Li gazed at the firstborn in his arms, captivated by her sparkling eyes and sweet smile, instantly feeling his heart melt. Meanwhile, Grandma carefully cradled the child in her arms, tenderly bringing her face close to the little one. Noticing his uncle's eager desire to hold the child, Yi Chun swiftly lifted the third child, Yi Kahan, from the stroller. Upon witnessing this scene, his uncle's face lit up with joy as he excitedly accepted the child from Yi Chun, shooting a grateful glance at him. At that moment, Yi Chun finally exhaled, relieved that Jiang Ma had not yet returned. Otherwise, he could only imagine the trouble that would ensue if she caught him with the kids. Grandpa and Grandma, please don't just stand there. Take a seat and enjoy watching the children, Jiang Baiwei suggested, concerned that her grandparents might not be able to stand for long. Vivi is right. Let us sit down and watch, Mr. Li replied, completely absorbed in the little one in his arms, as he promptly followed Jiang Baiwei's suggestion. This great-granddaughter is truly adorable. She resembles Vivi so much when she was little. The gentle voice of my grandmother emanated from the side. At this moment, my uncle hastily remarked, Indeed, she is just like little Wei Wei, equally well-behaved. The children's joyous laughter mingled with the elders' delighted voices, soon filling the entire living room. Just then, a voice called out from the courtyard, Wei Wei, you're back. It was Jiang Ma, who then appeared in the living room. Hello, Auntie. Yi Chun stood up, feeling a bit awkward as he greeted her. Don't be nervous, Xiao Yi. Just think of it as coming home for a simple meal. Mainly, Wei Wei's grandparents wish to meet you and the children, Jiang Ma said with a smile. Before Yi Chun could respond, she directly lifted the remaining child, Yi Zhiqiu, from the stroller. Let me see my grandson, exclaimed Li Lao, his face lighting up as he looked at the baby in Jiang Ma's arms. Dad, we must not indulge in the old habit of favoring boys over girls, Jiang Ma retorted, exchanging the child she held with Li Lao's. I've yet to see my grandson. Am I biased towards one of the siblings? Li Lao immediately countered, a hint of defiance in his voice. This exchange elicited a shared smile of exasperation between Jiang Ma and my uncle, who then shook their heads in resignation. My dear great-grandson, I am your maternal great-grandfather. Li Lao joyfully cooed to the infant, who lay peacefully in his embrace. Yi Chun's concerns were unfounded, as the baby did not cry or fuss. With a chubby face, the little one giggled in response to Li Lao's playful antics, embodying the essence of a doting great-grandfather. Grandpa and Grandma, Yi Chun and I have prepared some gifts for you, she said, noticing that her grandparents were completely absorbed in the children, oblivious to her and Yi Chen's presence. My apologies, Xiao Yi. Upon seeing my 4 great-grandchildren, I couldn't help myself, Li Lao said, casting an apologetic glance at Yi Chen. From Grandpa's perspective, the children are eager to meet you as well. Yi Chen quickly waved his hands, not daring to express any objections. Subsequently, Yi Chen laid out an assortment of exquisite goods purchased from the market. He also presented the pastries he had baked himself. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie. These are some pastries I made this morning. Please enjoy them while they are warm. Yi Chen said as he arranged 5 different types of pastries on the table with Jiang Baiwei's assistance. These pastries look intriguing. Let us sample Xiao Yi's craftsmanship. Li Lao remarked with mild surprise, eyeing the delicately crafted treats. He was the first to take a piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth, nodding appreciatively at Yi Chen. Quite impressive, he exclaimed, one hand cradling the baby while the other savored the melt-in-your-mouth cake. Despite having tasted numerous delicacies at state banquets, he was utterly astonished by Yi Chen's culinary skills. Beside them, the grandmother and others began to savor the pastries crafted by Yi Chen. The grandmother gently set down the osmanthus cake in her hand, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as she gazed at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "Little Yi, your skills are truly remarkable. It has been ages since I have tasted such exquisite osmanthus cake. Indeed, this cake evoked the essence of my mother's flavors." As they savored a bite, both the uncle and Aunt Jiang were equally moved, turning to Yi Chen with admiration. "Such delightful confections deserve the finest tea," declared old Li. Addressing Li Jing. Observing his uncle, Li Jing promptly fetched the tea set. Yi Chen then smiled and remarked, "Grandmother, your previous culinary prowess must have been unparalleled." Jiang Baiwei proudly interjected, "Absolutely. Grandmother was once a renowned pastry chef in the capital, with this osmanthus cake being her signature creation." However, her tone shifted to one of melancholy as she continued, "Yet, due to the early mornings and late nights spent crafting pastries, her health couldn't withstand it. And now she relies on pain medication daily." Yi Chen gently grasped Jiang Baiwei's hand, his gaze shifting to the serene visage of his grandmother. "Grandmother, I am fine. And I must thank little Yi for allowing me to savor this flavor once more," she softly reassured Jiang Baiwei. At that moment, a notification chimed, detecting Jiang Baiwei's suffering due to illness. Side quest initiated. Healer. Quest requirement. Ensure the grandmother wholeheartedly agrees to the host's treatment. Quest reward. Nanyang acupuncture technique. Chapter 63. The sudden quest from the system. "What?" Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment, absorbing the system's announcement. This drew puzzled glances from the others, who turned their attention to him. "I feel deeply for my grandmother's plight." Yi Chen quickly altered his tone and spoke softly. "Little Yi, that is all in the past. I am doing quite well now," the grandmother kindly reassured him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen pondered how to convince everyone of his medical skills. If he brought it up now, they might only feign agreement, failing to meet the system's demands. Just as he was deep in thought, Li Jing returned to the living room, carrying an entire tea set. Shortly thereafter, under Li Jing's seamless tea brewing technique, steaming cups of tea were soon placed before everyone. "Little Yi, do try my dragon well tea, aged for decades," old Li said, savoring a sip before smiling at Yi Chen. Yi Chen hastily lifted the teacup and, with a perplexed expression, took a sip of the dragon well tea. "Little Yi, how does it taste?" Old Li's sudden question left Yi Chen in a cold sweat. How would I, a university student, know how to evaluate tea? Alas, what shall I say next? At that moment, Jiang Baiwei drained her cup of Longjing tea in one gulp and then, with a smile, remarked, "Grandfather, this Longjing possesses a delicate aroma, rich and full-bodied, truly a rare treasure." "Grandfather, Baiwei has articulated everything I wish to express," Yi Chen said, scratching his head and glancing at Jiang Baiwei, feeling rather bashful. "Haha, if you enjoy it, feel free to take some home with you, old Li." A man of vast experience instantly perceived Yi Chen's awkwardness and laughed heartily, choosing not to expose it. "By the way, grandfather and grandmother, Yi Chen has also carved some items for you out of agarwood." Jiang Baiwei, gently setting down her teacup, excitedly addressed the elderly couple. "Oh, Xiao Yi, how thoughtful of you." Old Li and the others immediately elevated their opinion of Yi Chen. Subsequently, Yi Chen retrieved a delicate wooden box from the array of gifts and carefully placed it on the table. He then slowly opened the box, releasing a subtle yet profound fragrance, imbued with a hint of coolness and a trace of sweetness that wafted into the nostrils of those present. "Oh, this scent is indeed among the finest selections of agarwood," Old Li merely sniffed the aroma and surmised its quality. The gazes directed at Yi Chen softened considerably. "Grandfather, I heard you appreciate calligraphy and paintings, so I specially crafted an inkstone and a brush holder for you." Yi Chen produced two sizable items from the wooden box, their surfaces adorned with breathtaking landscapes. What Old Li initially thought to be mere trinkets caused his steady hand to tremble upon seeing the entirety of Yi Chen's gifts. "Is this Lushan? Unbelievable. Xiao Yi, you have truly opened my eyes." Even the well-traveled Li family could not help but express their admiration. The most excited among them, Old Li, took the inkstone in his hands for a closer inspection, noticing the slight wood shavings that indicated it had been crafted not long ago. Yet, the landscapes etched upon its surface exuded an aura steeped in time, a remarkable fusion of seemingly contradictory qualities that left the seasoned Old Li in awe. "Incredible. This inkstone is truly extraordinary," Old Li remarked, growing increasingly fond of it, even beginning to play with it in his hands. "Grandfather, would you like to take a look at this brush holder as well?" Yi Chen smiled as he presented an elegantly carved crane brush holder before Old Li. "This brush holder is also a masterpiece. Xiao Yi, you have truly put thought into this." Old Li promptly entrusted the treasures he held to Li Jing. With a sense of wonder, he frequently examined two objects in his hands. "Grandmother, I have heard of your fondness for nurturing flowers and plants, so I made you a small flower pot." Yi Chen then retrieved a wooden pot, modest in size, from a wooden box, its surface intricately carved with a lush natural landscape. "Little Yi, you are truly thoughtful. I adore it," Grandmother exclaimed, her delight evident as she nodded repeatedly in approval. "Uncle, Aunt, I have prepared two statues of the god of literature for you, symbolizing a prosperous career." Yi Chen smiled as he placed the two identical wooden figures upon the table. Jiang Ma and Li Jing gazed at Yi Chen in surprise. "Little Yi, I did not expect you to know about this. You are indeed considerate," Li Jing, who had been quiet until now, praised him warmly. "Today is a joyous occasion. Jinger, please inform the private chef to bring out the national liquor I have stored away and let it breathe." Li Lao laughed as he spoke to Li Jing. The group then immersed themselves in the children's laughter and the gifts prepared by Yi Chen. At that moment, however, Yi Chen was deep in thought, contemplating how to persuade his grandmother to wholeheartedly accept his treatment. Noticing Yi Chen's subtle frown, Jiang Baiwei quickly approached him. "Yi Chen, is something troubling you?" Upon hearing her words, he swiftly pulled her aside to inquire. "Baiwei, how long has grandmother's illness persisted? Has she consulted any professional doctors?" After listening, Jiang Baiwei helplessly shook her head. "It's been 5 or 6 years. We have consulted doctors both domestically and internationally, but none have found a cure." Yi Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. Is there truly no other solution? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and a glimmer of hope illuminated his expression. Although this potential approach might reveal certain secrets, he was resolute in his determination to heal his grandmother. "All right, Baiwei, do not worry. I will inquire with that elderly gentleman to see if he possesses any ancestral remedies for this condition." Yi Chen promptly reassured Jiang Baiwei. Stunned by his words, she soon transformed her surprise into exhilaration. "Yes, if that elderly gentleman has such potent ointments, he must certainly have other remedies for grandmother. I will handle everything." Yi Chen gently embraced Jiang Baiwei, conveying his support. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday. The children, having played exhaustively under the adults' care, lay back in their strollers. "Little Yi, let us go for a meal," Li Lao, with his hands clasped behind his back, led the way, while Li Jing assisted the elderly grandmother, who had some difficulty walking. The group made their way towards the opposite side of the courtyard path. Yi Chen looked on in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary courtyard, which concealed remarkable treasures within. "Li Lao, welcome. The dishes and wine have already been placed in the private room," came the warm greeting. A middle-aged man, dressed as a chef, respectfully addressed Old Li, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Xia," Old Li replied with a nod. He then beckoned Yi Chen and the others to a private room. As they walked through the courtyard, Yi Chen observed the arrangement of several rooms, large and small. Jiang Baiwei whispered to him, "This courtyard serves as the dining hall for my grandfather's group of retired officials, each of whom has a designated private room." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's understanding deepened. Once everyone entered the private room and took their seats, Old Li stood first. "Let us celebrate the return of Wei Wei, Xiao Yi, and our beloved great-grandchildren." Chapter 64. Yi Chen, completely acknowledged by the Li family. After finishing his first drink, Old Li was gently restrained by his grandmother from pouring another. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, Yi Chun and Li Jing began to drink. Xiao Yi, my father usually hesitates to share this wine. It is only due to your and Wei Wei's presence that I have the pleasure of indulging, Li Jing remarked as he quickly settled into the atmosphere. Feeling at ease among familiar faces. Grandfather, this wine is indeed delightful. It is smooth on the palate and leaves a lingering fragrance. Yi Chun, not particularly skilled in wine tasting, could still discern its exceptional quality. This clearly indicated the wine's extraordinary value. Haha, this wine has a history of 100 years. And it is truly scarce. Once a barrel is opened, it is one less to drink, Old Li proudly introduced as he encouraged everyone to begin their meal. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. The fact that something from a century ago could be preserved, especially a consumable like wine, was indeed a rare treasure. Xiao Yi, don't just focus on drinking with your uncle. Come and try this authentic specialty dish from the capital, his grandmother, with a beaming smile, served Yi Chun a piece of braised shark fin. Alarmed, Yi Chun quickly rose, extending his hands to receive the dish. Grandmother, how can I allow you to serve me? It is my duty to attend to you both, he insisted, placing down his bowl and chopsticks to refill everyone's tea and wine. Zhang Baiwei and Zhang Ma watched with expressions of deep satisfaction as Yi Chun demonstrated his thoughtfulness. Xiao Yi, please taste this dish and let us know if it suits your palate, Old Li said with a smile after Yi Chun finished serving everyone. This shark fin is exquisitely flavorful, leaving a delightful aftertaste, Yi Chun remarked after savoring a piece. Father, you may not know, but Xiao Yi's culinary skills are on par with those of this private chef's master, Jiang Ma interjected, a knowing smile on her face. Oh, Xiao Yi, you possess such talent? Curiosity sparked among the group as they turned their attention to Yi Chun. Feeling a bit bashful, Yi Chun scratched his head and said, I usually prepare simple home-cooked dishes. Seizing this opportunity, I shall prepare a few for everyone, delicacies from our southern region that pair well with drinks. Upon receiving a nod from Old Li, the staff escorted Yi Chun to the kitchen. The guests, filled with curiosity, eagerly awaited the culinary delights he would present. Before long, Yi Chun returned to the private room, carrying 2 plates adorned with distinctly southern dishes, spicy beef and stir-fried kidney. With enthusiasm, he introduced the steaming dishes, urging everyone to savor them while hot. Old Li was the first to take a piece of the spicy beef, slowly placing it in his mouth, then closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Excellent. Little Yi, your skills are remarkable. Even as someone accustomed to lighter fare, I cannot help but be captivated by this flavor, he praised generously. Nearby, the grandmother and uncle, equally intrigued, took their turns sampling the dish. Delicious. With little Ye's culinary prowess, I have no doubt that Wei Wei will have no trouble eating, the grandmother remarked, her eyes shining with satisfaction as she looked at Yi Chun. After relishing a piece of spicy beef, the uncle reached for some stir-fried kidney and downed his drink in one go. Haha, with your delightful dishes, little Yi, I could easily drink another 2 cups, he exclaimed, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder. If everyone enjoys it, Wei Wei and I will frequently come by to have you prepare meals for us. Yi Chun, relieved by the guests' reactions, felt a wave of ease wash over him. Earlier, he had worried that the elders and his uncle might find the distinctive dishes unpalatable. As the drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, Yi Chun noticed his cheeks growing slightly flushed. He took Jiang Baiwei's hand and earnestly looked towards Jiang Ma and Old Li. Grandfather, Auntie, we are here to discuss something important regarding Baiwei and me. Old Li, observing Yi Chun's serious demeanor, chuckled. Little Yi, we already guessed what it is. After this morning's observations, we feel assured with you by Baiwei's side. He then turned his attention to Jiang Ma, who smiled warmly at the couple. As long as you both are happy, I fully support your decision. Upon receiving Jiang Ma's encouraging response, Yi Chun's face lit up with joy as he grasped Jiang Baiwei's hand tightly. Silly, I told you not to drink so much. Now you're struggling to articulate. The room erupted in laughter at his words. Soon after, they concluded this rare and delightful lunch. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, Old Li arranged for them to rest in the guest room of the courtyard. Back in the room, as Yi Chun prepared milk for the children, he pondered how to address his grandmother's health concerns. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei walked in from outside, still somewhat dazed from the wine. Just lie down and rest, she murmured. Gradually, she took the milk bottle from Yi Chun's hands, carefully feeding the children. Baiwei, please attend to the children. I will reach out to that esteemed gentleman, Yi Chun said, freeing his hands. In a hurry, he pulled out his phone to delve into various traditional Chinese medicine resources. Leave the children to me. You should take a moment to rest, he added. Jiang Baiwei, with a heart full of concern, gazed at Yi Chun, who had just returned from his grandfather's house and hadn't paused even for a moment. Yet Yi Chun felt he could not afford to waste a second. His capacity for learning was in full swing. He split his phone screen to watch videos, rapidly constructing a framework of knowledge on traditional Chinese medicine in his mind. Finally, the babies were satiated, and Jiang Baiwei gently wiped the corners of the mouth of the last one to finish. Turning around, she found Yi Chun sprawled on the bed, phone in hand, fast asleep. She carefully took the phone from his grasp and tucked him in. Then she pushed the still-awake children toward Jiang Ma's room. As the sun once again illuminated Yi Chun's face, he slowly sat up, feeling drowsy. Traditional Chinese medicine is truly challenging to learn, he lamented. I've never experienced such an overload of learning capacity before. He rubbed his head. I can't push myself too hard. It has triggered my brain's protective mechanism, sleep. Observing the empty guest room, he swiftly made his way to the restroom to splash some water on his face. Upon exiting, he saw Jiang Baiwei entertaining the children alongside his grandmother and Jiang Ma in the living room. Yi Chun, you're awake, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed with a smile, rising to greet him. Please forgive my grandmother and aunt for any trouble. Yi Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. It's nothing. You are far better than Jinger, who is still asleep. His grandmother chimed in with a laugh. With that, she attempted to carry the second child and stroll around the living room. Suddenly, she stumbled, losing her balance and leaning forward. Sensing the impending danger, she instinctively shielded the child in her arms. Jiang Baiwei and Jiang Ma were startled by this unforeseen incident. In that critical moment, Yi Chun rushed to his grandmother's side, safely supporting her. Is the child all right? It's all my fault, his grandmother exclaimed, now steadied, as she anxiously checked on the little one. The second child looked up at her with a cheerful grin, emitting a sweet giggle, as if the earlier moment was merely a playful game between adults. Are you all right, Grandma? The others quickly urged her to sit down. Hearing the commotion, Oldly hurriedly emerged from his study. It's all my fault for my unsteady legs. I nearly harmed the child, his grandmother lamented, patting her slightly trembling calf. Grandma, I recently learned some techniques for acupressure. Perhaps I can alleviate your discomfort, Yi Chun offered. With sincerity etched upon his face, Yi Chun turned to his grandmother and spoke. Such a splendid opportunity for demonstration must not be missed. Without hesitation, he commenced his performance amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 65. The peculiar reward of the system. Yi Chun approached his grandmother, gently rolling up her pant leg. He turned to Aunt Jiang and inquired, Do you have any medicinal liquor or blood circulation remedies at home? Yes, I'll fetch it right away, Aunt Jiang replied. Her expression filled with concern for the grandmother as she walked towards the room. At that moment, Mr. Li hurried forward, grasping his wife's hand with urgency. My dear, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just an old ailment resurfacing. Thankfully, it hasn't frightened the child, the grandmother replied, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at those around her who cared for her. It's all my fault for burdening you when we were young. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many ailments now, Mr. Li lamented with a sigh. Just then, Aunt Jiang emerged, carrying a jar of ceramic medicinal liquor. Xiaoyi, this is the medicinal liquor prepared by the doctors at Xia. See if it can be of use. She placed the jar at Yi Chun's feet and then took the grandmother's hand, continuing to offer gentle reassurances. Yi Chun's face lit up with delight as he gazed at the ceramic liquor. Aunt, this medicinal liquor is truly perfect. He then turned to his grandmother, saying, You may experience some discomfort shortly, please bear with it. The grandmother and Mr. Li nodded with smiles. Yi Chun poured a small amount of the medicinal liquor into his palm and began a series of techniques on his grandmother's calf. As he started to massage her leg, both elders believed this act was a testament to Yi Chun's filial piety, not expecting any specific results. Yet, Yi Chun's actions warmed their hearts. As time passed, Yi Chun's techniques transitioned from clumsiness to finesse, and the grandmother clearly felt her numb leg responding once more. Xiaoyi, your technique is truly remarkable, she exclaimed in astonishment as she observed him diligently at work. Hearing her words, Mr. Li asked in surprise, My dear, is your calf feeling any better? Jiang Baiwei and Aunt Jiang, too, turned their curious gazes from Yi Chun to the grandmother. Xiaoye's technique is quite professional. I can already feel my calf warming slightly, the grandmother said, her face glowing with satisfaction as she looked at Yi Chun. Still focused on his massage, Yi Chun lifted his head slightly and remarked, As long as it's effective, it seems my learning has paid off. Upon hearing the grandmother affirm that there was improvement, Yichen finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He had feared that the extravagant massage techniques he had seen online were mere theatrics. It appeared that one could indeed glean genuine knowledge from the internet. With renewed vigor, Yichun completed the massage on both of his grandmother's calves. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, swiftly making his way to the restroom to cleanse himself. He subsequently accepted a large cup of cool boiled water from Jiang Baiwei and downed it in one gulp. Baiwei truly understands the anguish of Xiao Yi, remarked Jiang Ma with a smile, causing both Yichun and Jiang Baiwei to feel somewhat awkward in front of the gathering. Baiwei, your mother is envious of you, teased Grandma, who was seated comfortably. Grandma, please avoid excessive movement for the time being. Let your calf recover before resuming activities, Yichun said, scratching his head bashfully. I am sincerely grateful to you, Xiao Yi. Without your timely intervention earlier, we would have been left in a state of helpless anxiety, Li Lao expressed, patting Yichun's shoulder with a look of admiration that shone brightly in his eyes. It is my duty to assist my grandparents in any way I can, Yichun replied, pursing his lips before changing the subject. Grandpa, Grandma, I have an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in my hometown, a master with 5 generations of experience. I learned my techniques from him. He once taught me a unique acupuncture method that might be able to alleviate Grandma's condition. Li Lao, upon hearing this, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and grasped Yichun's hands, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, Xiao Yi, is what you say truly genuine? Grandma, seated in her chair, regarded Yichun with a serene expression. She had already consulted the finest doctors both domestically and internationally, fully aware of her bleak prognosis, and had grown immune to any claims of potential healing. Grandma, may I have the opportunity to try? Yichun asked, his gaze resolute as he looked at her. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei stepped forward, asserting, Grandma, the elder Yichun mentioned is indeed remarkable. After applying some medicine for just a few days, my cesarean scar has healed beautifully. To validate her statement, she lifted the edge of her shirt, revealing a portion of her smooth abdomen. The astonished onlookers gasped at the sight, while Yichun hurriedly adjusted Jiang Baiwei's clothing, concerned for her well-being. This renewed a glimmer of hope in Grandma, who had nearly given up. Xiao Yi, whatever you need, we will fully support you, Li Lao declared emphatically, not waiting for Grandma to respond. Grandma, with a determined gaze, slowly nodded in agreement, stating, regardless of the outcome, this is Xiao Yi's heartfelt devotion, and I am willing to cooperate. After receiving Grandma's affirmative response, Yichun was notified of the completion of the side quest, Healer. Reward, 9-yang acupuncture technique. Suddenly, Yichun felt as though his head might explode. Ah, he exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. Xiao Yi, what is the matter? The concerned crowd inquired. Jiang Baiwei cautiously supported Yichun, gently waving her hand and saying, perhaps the effects of the alcohol have yet to subside, and the sudden movement earlier has left me a bit dizzy. Yichun, still absorbing knowledge transmitted by the system, grimaced against the sharp pain in his head but managed to smile. Let me take you back to your room so you can rest, he offered. With a heart full of concern, Jiang Baiwei assisted Yichun as they departed. Once Yichun lay back on the bed, his complexion turned ashen, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Jiang Baiwei, at a loss, covered him with a blanket before heading to the bathroom to moisten a towel with warm water, carefully wiping his forehead. After a considerable amount of time, Yichun, feeling a numbing pain, finally gasped for breath. The rewards from this system were utterly outrageous, far surpassing any previous knowledge transfer. The 9-yang acupuncture technique contained hundreds of different medical texts, and among them was a peculiar cultivation method, the 9-yang formula. This revelation plunged Yichun into deep contemplation. Could it be that this so-called system was the remnant soul of a failed ascendant who had attempted to transcend? Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the fog, Yichun sat up dizzily. Jiang Baiwei, who had been vigilantly watching over him, quickly touched his forehead. Your temperature has gone down. You had me worried sick, she said, pouting slightly in exasperation. Due to the immense knowledge imparted by the system, Yichun's brain capacity had been overwhelmed, causing his body temperature to rise significantly. I'm fine now. Perhaps I just caught a chill from wearing too few clothes these days. Yichun gently tucked a stray lock of Jiang Baiwei's hair behind her ear, smiling. I'll jot down the things needed for treating Grandma, so it won't delay anything. Accompanied by Jiang Baiwei, he approached the coffee table in the guest room and began to handwrite a list. These are the items, he said, handing the list to Jiang Baiwei. Holding his still slightly foggy head, he returned to the bed. By the way, remember to get 5 sets of gold and silver needles, he reminded her. Got it. Jiang Baiwei exclaimed cheerfully as she headed towards the living room. Yi Chun, feeling deeply fatigued, soon succumbed to slumber. Drowsily, Yi Chun was roused by the ringing of his phone. With his eyes still closed, he fished his phone from beneath the pillow to answer. It was his mother. Her voice filled with concern. Xiao Chun, are you still at Baiwei's house? Is everything all right? Yi Chun shook his head and replied, I'm still here. I had a bit of wine with Baiwei's uncle at noon and decided to rest for a while. Hearing this, Yi Chun's mother let out a sigh of relief. He then softly remarked, It's a relief that there's no news. I was worried something might have happened to you. Please, take a moment to rest. Ye's father took the phone and instructed, Make sure the grandchildren aren't left hungry. Remember to prepare the formula. Yi Chun hurriedly assured him that everything was under control and the children would not go hungry. This allowed Ye's parents to feel reassured enough to end the call. Yi Chun shook his head, helplessly setting down the phone. He slowly rose and exited the guest room, noticing that Jiang Baiwei and the others were absent from the living room. Thus, he began to wander through the quaint, antique courtyard. In a corner study, Yi Chun observed old Li, who was leisurely writing something with a brush. Seeing this, Yi Chun knocked on the large door of the study. Come in. With old Li's robust voice echoing, Yi Chun cautiously pushed the door open. Ah, little Yi has risen. Just in time to visit my study, old Li said, gently placing down the brush, his face radiating warmth. Grandfather, your calligraphy is truly remarkable, Yi Chun exclaimed, gazing at the unfinished calligraphy piece on the table in astonishment. I must thank you, little Yi. It was your presence that inspired me to create this piece, old Li replied, nodding silently at the phrase, to thrive towards the sun. On the table, Grandfather, you overstate. This is merely my duty, Yi Chun humbly responded as he stepped forward. How about you let little Yi add the final character? Old Li suggested with keen interest. Grandfather, my skills are quite rudimentary. I fear I might ruin such a fine piece. I can manage with a ballpoint pen, but I have never practiced with a brush, Yi Chun quickly protested. Not to worry. Writing with a brush is a reflection of one's heart. Write boldly. Old Li encouraged with ease. How about this? You complete the calligraphy first while I observe, and then I will write a complete piece myself. Yi Chun proposed with a smile, struck by inspiration. Now it's time for you to demonstrate your learning ability. Don't let me down. Very well. I shall continue writing then. Old Li laughed heartily, picking up the brush, holding it poised in the air, hesitating before making a mark. The essence of brush writing lies in the state of mind and the fleeting sensation of the moment. Yi Chun stood by, not daring to interrupt. After a moment of contemplation, Old Li ceased his hesitation and added a character with a flourish at the end of the piece. Haha, little Yi. Your presence has deepened my understanding of this phrase, Old Li said, satisfied as he gazed at the work before him. The initial 3 characters contrasted with the lively character he had just added. They were rigid and precise, reminiscent of calligraphy emerging from ancient texts. As the final stroke of the brush fell, the once lifeless calligraphy scroll was imbued with a renewed vitality. How splendid! The essence of my grandfather's calligraphy is profound enough to occupy my thoughts for an extended period. Yi Chun stared vacantly at the scroll before him, and under the influence of his learning ability, he felt as though he had entered the very essence of the artwork, perceiving the radiant light emanating from within. Xiao Yi, I have instructed Jing to collect the items you mentioned. I entrust your grandmother's recovery to you. Li Lao, his expression grave, directed his gaze toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun understood well the source of the brilliance within the scroll and nodded solemnly. Grandfather, allow me to compose a calligraphy scroll for grandmother as well. Inspired, Yi Chun approached the writing desk. Seeing this, Li Lao produced a fresh sheet of rice paper and placed it before him. With great seriousness, Yi Chun took up the brush and began to write. Before long, a complete scroll emerged before Li Lao's eyes, inscribed with the phrase mutual support in adversity. Excellent. Xiao Yi, you remain too modest. As Li Lao beheld the scroll, which seemed to narrate a tale, his heart surged with emotions. Forgive me for any embarrassment, but it is the bond between you and grandmother that inspired this work, Yi Chun humbly remarked as he set the scroll aside. It is indeed our fortune that Wei Wei and you have united in matrimony. After witnessing Yi Chun's unfathomable prowess, Li Lao sighed deeply. Upon learning that Jiang Baiwei and Yi Chun had welcomed a child, every detail of Yi Chun's life and the perceptions of those around him unfolded before Li Lao. It was hard to fathom how an ordinary student from Tsinghua could achieve such extraordinary feats. And you are not mistaken. In the eyes of someone like Li Lao, the only identity worthy of his regard was Jiang Baiwei's boyfriend. Yet, none of that mattered now. He had wholly embraced Yi Chun as his grandson-in-law. Let us keep this scroll here. Wei Wei and the others are in the garden, soaking up the sun. Li Lao took the scroll Yi Chun offered, placing it alongside his own before securing them both. Together, they proceeded toward the garden. Zero, look at grandmother. Aren't the flowers beautiful? Jiang Ma, holding a lily, smiled warmly at the sleeping baby in her arms. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei was gently assisting grandmother in her wheelchair. Grandmother cradled the already slumbering second child. Grandfather, Yi Chun, you have arrived. Jiang Baiwei carefully pushed grandmother's wheelchair closer to Yi Chun. Yi Chun attentively plucked a fallen petal from Jiang Baiwei's hair. Just then, Jiang Ma received a phone call, her expression gradually turning serious as she glanced at Yi Chun and the others. Afterward, she approached while cradling the baby. Mom, Dad, my brother just called me. Some of the items Xiao Yi mentioned are currently out of stock and may take a day or two to arrive. A hint of resignation tinged Jiang Ma's voice from the side. It's no trouble. My old ailments can certainly wait a day or two, grandmother reassured her, grasping Jiang Ma's hand. It's all right. I can take this opportunity to help grandmother stretch her legs, which will facilitate her subsequent treatments, Yi Chun added, stepping forward to offer comfort. He sighed inwardly, for he had yet to experiment with the Jiuyang acupuncture method and felt uncertain. Thus, the extra time would be beneficial for trials, just to be on the safe side. Grandparents, we might need to head back for a bit and return tomorrow afternoon. The renovation of the children's milk powder farm is set to be completed, and we need to inspect it, Yi Chun said, scratching his head, casting an apologetic glance toward the elderly couple. Go ahead. After all, you are in the capital, and there will be plenty of time to spend together in the future. A day or two doesn't matter, Old Li said, patting Yi Chun's shoulder. Subsequently, with Jiang Ma and the elderly couple's reluctant gazes upon them, Yi Chun and his family embarked on their journey home. Chapter 67. The Chun Wei Farm. Slow down, Baiwei, there's no need to rush. Yi Chun cautioned from the passenger seat, carefully guiding Jiang Baiwei as she drove. After departing from Old Li's residence, despite Yi Chun's repeated assurances that he was sober, an apprehensive Jiang Baiwei insisted on driving them home herself. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes darting around, reminiscent of Yi Chun's first driving experience. Observing this scene, Yi Chun instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Jiang Baiwei finally arrived at the villa before dinner. Phew, how was my driving? She exclaimed, unbuckling her seatbelt, her face alight with excitement. Yi Chun, equally delighted, affectionately tousled her hair and replied, My Baiwei, you were amazing. He quickly took the children, who were in a disheveled state from the ride, and placed them into the stroller. Then, noticing several scratches on the sides of the nanny car, he hurriedly took Jiang Baiwei's hand and led her and the children into the villa. Lost in the joy of having successfully driven back, Jiang Baiwei was oblivious to the minor damages. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion of their return, Yi Chun's father swiftly grabbed the spare keys to the vehicle and parked it aside. Baiwei, you're back. How was it at Annie's? Asked Su Mu Yu and others, who were resting in the living room on the first floor, their faces filled with curiosity. The process unfolded quite smoothly. Have you all had dinner? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. We ordered takeout. We were just waiting for you to return so we could eat together, Ma Qingye replied, cradling the child. Then let us dine. We are positively famished, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed joyfully as she led everyone towards the dining area on the second floor. At that moment, Yi Chun's father, who had parked the car, approached. Xiao Chun, I shall take the car for repairs tomorrow. In the future, it would be prudent to avoid letting Baiwei drive, he advised earnestly. Dad, this was a special circumstance. It won't happen again, Yi Chun said, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he retrieved his phone to view the 5 traffic violations recorded. With a resigned sigh, he submitted the fines. Yi Chun, hurry up and join us for dinner. Jiang Baiwei's excited voice called from upstairs. Coming. Yi Chun signaled the caregivers to carefully take the children back to their rooms before ascending the stairs with a smile. Fortunately, the children were of a tender age and did not suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, they would not be lying peacefully in their strollers as they were now. Xiao Yi, we will head to the ranch for the inspection first thing in the morning, Ma Qingye stated with a grin once Yi Chun was seated. No problem, brother Ma. However, with so many of us going to the ranch tomorrow, we might need to take your car, Yi Chun responded cheerfully, to allow time for repairs on his own vehicle. He proposed that they travel in a single car. Absolutely. Let us depart at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ma Qingye agreed as the group eagerly commenced their culinary adventure. Back in her room, Jiang Baiwei continued to savor her recent driving experience. Yi Chun, I've discovered that driving is quite enjoyable. It seems I should take the car out for a spin every now and then, or else your generous gift will go to waste, she said, beaming as she hugged her blanket. Yi Chen's smile faltered momentarily. All right then, we can take turns driving in the future, he said half-jokingly. Silently mourning for the brand-new BMW for 3 seconds. The following morning, everyone at the villa rose early. Gu Lingyu even donned a professional outfit, as today marked the occasion of inspecting her workplace. Consequently, the spacious Mercedes-Benz van was filled to capacity, necessitating Yi Chun to assume the role of driver. With everyone holding the freshly steamed meat buns Yi Chun had prepared, they excitedly headed towards the brand-new ranch. Since this was an inspection, they did not bring the children along, allowing the group to relish their rare moment of leisure. Yi arrived, Yi Chun announced as he smoothly parked the vehicle in front of the grand new entrance. Wow, Chumwei Ranch. Xiao Yi, when will you finish the sign? Su Mu Yu and the others looked at Yi Chun with astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, covering her mouth and filled with emotion, suddenly leaped into Yi Chun's embrace. This is still Xiao Yi, so thoughtful. Ma Chengyi, observing the sweet couple, said enviously. All right, Baiwei, others are still watching. Yi Chun gently murmured to Jiang Baiwei in his arms. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei came to her senses. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she took Yi Chun's hand and stood to the side. Just then, representatives from the construction team and the ranch team arrived at the ranch entrance. Boss, shall we begin the acceptance work? The project manager appeared, bringing a box of brand new safety helmets and masks to distribute to everyone. Standing humbly behind Yi Chun, he spoke. As everyone gradually entered the ranch, they admired the tidy grounds and the decor that exuded a sense of technology. Yi Chun and the others nodded in satisfaction. Boss, we strictly followed the on-site construction drawings and renderings. The building materials used are all top-tier brands. The project manager confidently introduced everything about the ranch. After a brief tour around the ranch, everyone arrived at the central grassy area. At this moment, the representative of the ranch team stepped forward and said, according to the boss's wishes, we have added greenhouses in the pasture planting area. The grassland has been constructed to the highest specifications, and the current batch of 20 dairy cows are in excellent condition. After briefly reporting this to Yi Chun, he fell silent. Very good. I came here not only to inspect the site, but also to appoint a manager for your team. Yi Chun nodded slowly. He then signaled for Gu Lingyu to come over. Turning to the ranch team, he said, this is Manager Gu Lingyu, who will represent me in all decisions regarding the ranch from now on. Please get to know each other. After giving a slight nod to Gu Lingyu, he entrusted the site to them. While Gu Lingyu acquainted herself with the team, Yi Chun and the others ventured into the newly renovated cow shed. Wow, these cows look so adorable. Chen Hong quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, seeing the milking tools placed in the cow shed, eagerly asked the ranch team staff, excuse me, are these tools fully sanitized? Upon receiving a positive response from the staff, Jiang Baiwei immediately put on gloves. I'll squeeze some milk for everyone to drink. Hearing this, Su Muyu and Chun Hong quickly joined in. Under the demonstration of the staff, the three excitedly embarked on their milking adventure. Chapter 68. Preparations for the bonfire party. I did it. I also succeeded. As Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu gradually squeezed out a portion of milk, they expressed their excitement. This left Chen Hong, who had yet to extract any milk, in a state of confusion, prompting her to inquire about the milking technique. At that moment, Yi Chun donned his gloves and approached a cow, employing his adept skills to swiftly extract a small bucket of milk. This made Jiang Baiwei and the others, who had struggled for half the day to yield less than 100 milliliters, feel utterly embarrassed. Perhaps we should drink what I have managed to squeeze out, Yi Chun suggested, observing the milking progress of Jiang Baiwei and the others. Yi Chun, have you secretly learned how to milk? Jiang Baiwei, unwilling to admit defeat, shot a glance at him. I watched a few videos online, and with the demonstration from the staff earlier, I managed to figure it out. Yi Chun quickly offered as an explanation. He then produced disposable cups and distributed the fresh milk among the group. Chen Hong, being the first to taste the fresh milk, immediately spat it out, causing the others to hesitate. This milk is far too pungent. It's completely different from what we find in the supermarket, she exclaimed, rushing to grab a bottle of mineral water to rinse her mouth. Undeterred, Su Muyu and Jiang Baiwei still poured the milk into their mouths, forcing themselves to swallow despite the overwhelming urge to retch. This fresh milk is remarkably unpalatable, Su Muyu remarked, frowning as she took another sip of mineral water. I think I'll stick to the supermarket milk, Jiang Baiwei quickly declared, shaking her head in dismay. Admittedly, it is quite challenging to consume at the moment. I plan to process this milk later, and you can taste it then, Yi Chun said, chuckling at their reactions in an attempt to comfort them. Let us head to the pasture planting area, he suggested, noticing the group's waning interest in the fresh milk, leading them to a space covered by a large plastic sheet. Yi Chun noted the notably high temperature inside the pasture planting area. Upon entering, the group immediately felt the warmth enveloping them, and their attention was drawn to the neatly arranged sprouts of pasture before them. I can already smell the fragrance of the grassland, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, closing her eyes and taking deep breaths. With such tender pasture, not only would the cows relish it, but I find myself wanting to take a bite as well, Chen Hong remarked, bending down for a closer look. I can only imagine how delightful the milk extracted from this pasture would taste, Gu Lingyu said as she walked in after completing her tasks. From now on, this area will be under your management, she added. Rest assured, I will ensure the children receive the finest milk powder, Jiang Baiwei said, playfully grasping Gu Lingyu's hand. Since we have nearly completed the inspection, let us return for now, Gu Lingyu suggested. Yi Chun, contemplating the hungry little ones at home, addressed the gathered crowd as they returned to the entrance of the ranch. The project manager, rubbing his hands together, approached Yi Chun and inquired, Boss, are you satisfied with the quality? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately understood the implications and produced the electronic contract. There remains an outstanding payment of 1,300,000, correct? As stipulated in the contract. 30,000 is designated as a maintenance fund for the first year. I will transfer the remaining 1 million to you now, Yi Chun stated meticulously while holding the contract. The project manager, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. His initial expectation had been to receive 50,000. So he was pleasantly surprised that Yi Chun adhered completely to the contractual process. Thank you, boss. How about this? I'll arrange for lunch today at a restaurant, and we can celebrate together. The project manager promptly took out his phone to book a private room, only to be interrupted by Yi Chun. Let us forego the meal. Your excellent completion of the project is reward enough. The project manager, however, reminded Yi Chun that such a joyous occasion indeed warranted celebration. Subsequently, in front of the project manager, Yi Chun transferred the 1 million project payment, after repeatedly declining the project manager's invitation for a celebratory meal. The latter left the ranch with a beaming face. Lingyu, in the coming days, I will arrange for some production lines to be set up. Please notify the ranch team to grant them 4 days off. With the renovations of the ranch fully completed, Yi Chun eagerly anticipated experiencing the cutting-edge technology products gifted by the system. The product modifications would take 3 days, with an additional day reserved for his personal inspection. Understood. Gu Lingyu did not question the reasoning behind this decision, but swiftly issued the holiday notice to the team. The workers erupted in joyful laughter. Having worked continuously for over 10 days since the renovations began, a break was indeed well-deserved. Gu Lingyu handed the keys of the ranch to Yi Chun, watching as the entire team departed before he returned to the villa with his companions. While in the business vehicle, Yi Chun accessed the item collection in his mind. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Countdown. 3 days. Observing the countdown screen, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to his companions through the rearview mirror and inquired, should we find a nice place to celebrate tonight? Upon hearing this, Jiang Baiwei, seated in the passenger seat, eagerly responded, we certainly must celebrate. How about we have a bonfire party in the courtyard? Su Muyu, inspired by this suggestion, chimed in. I adore bonfire parties. A bit of barbecue and some beer would make it perfect. The others joined in, each enthusiastically proposing their ideas. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yi Chun finalized the arrangements. Ma Gu, I'll trouble you once again to procure some items, he said apologetically to Ma Qingye. It's a trivial matter. We are eagerly anticipating your grand dinner this evening, Ma Qingye replied, promptly retrieving his phone to coordinate the necessary personnel. In a short while, everyone returned to the villa. Yi Chun's parents, eager and impatient, swiftly took the children from the caregiver's arms into their own. The group then began to attend to their respective tasks. Yi Chun leisurely made his way to a recliner in the courtyard, finally affording himself the time to delve into the complexities of the Jiuyang acupuncture method and its accompanying Jiuyang scripture. As he gazed at the intricate and perplexing characters inscribed in the scripture, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Could it be that the translation into Chinese had distorted the content? Thus, he set aside his confusion over the text and turned his attention to the diagrams illustrating the meridian pathways. Following the trajectories depicted in the diagrams, Yi Chun felt a sense of clarity. Yet, with only the paths laid out before him, he pondered what he could do without the necessary means to traverse them. Was he truly destined to be forever disconnected from the legendary cultivators? Yi Chun shook his head vigorously. If he could not master the Jiang scripture, surely he could at least succeed with the Jiang acupuncture method. He then retrieved a bag of medical acupuncture needles from his medical kit and commenced an experiment on the lawn, guided by the Jiang acupuncture method etched in his mind. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Surprise of the Bonfire Party. Xiao Yi, come lend a hand, called Ma Qingye, his cheerful voice reaching Yi Chun, who was immersed in his practice on the lawn. I'm coming, Yi Chun replied, quickly stowing away the acupuncture kit before rising and stretching languidly. He observed Ma Qingye and the kitchen assistants unloading 3 enormous boxes from the commercial vehicle. Xiao Yi, the chefs will take care of the ingredients. Our main task is to set up the courtyard. Ma Qingye indicated the abundant decorative items within the trunk. Ma Ge certainly knows how to create an atmosphere. Let us begin, Yi Chun exclaimed, astonished at Ma Qingye's foresight. Before Yi Chun could retrieve the items from the trunk, Ma Qingye pulled him aside and whispered, Xiao Yi, I hope you can assist me with a favor during the party. No problem, Ma Ge, you can count on me, Yi Chun responded earnestly after listening attentively. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Baiwei and others, engaged in a game of King's Glory, heard the commotion outside and came to investigate. Wow, I haven't had the chance to personally arrange the venue yet. I must make the most of this experience, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, excitedly taking the colorful ribbons from Yi Chun's hands. The others, equally exhilarated, began to gather various decorations to adorn the courtyard. You all go ahead and set up the space. I'll prepare a light lunch to fill our stomachs first. As the crowd finished distributing their adornments, Yi Chun smiled and made his way to the kitchen, mentally preparing for the evening's bonfire party. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard. Wiping the moisture from his hands with a tissue, observing the courtyard, which was already adorned quite nicely, he nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, let's gather for a meal, he called out, prompting the others to emerge from their excitement over the venue preparations. The little ones must be hungry. My mother and I will take you to eat, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu said, noticing the pitifully hungry expressions on the children. It dawned on them that they had not fed the kids, and with apologetic expressions, they took the children and began to feed them. Once Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu entered the nursery, Ma Qingye quickly summoned everyone. For tonight's bonfire party, I need your assistance. Sister Chun, please don't inform Muyu just yet, he implored, looking at the crowd. While others appeared puzzled, Yi Chun smiled knowingly at him. Upon hearing the details, the crowd was struck with realization, each one patting their chests in assurance that they would not mess up. Shortly thereafter, they moved to the second-floor dining area, and once Jiang Baiwei and the others finished feeding, they swiftly tackled their lunch as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Ma Qingye said, Xiao Yi, you will be in charge of arranging the bonfire in the center of the courtyard. We will assist you. Let us all do it together. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, Yi Chun replied, waving his hands in modesty. The group readily accepted this suggestion and hurried back to the courtyard to continue their arrangements. Seeing the neatly stacked applewood in the courtyard, Yi Chun took the lead in positioning the base of the bonfire. The others happily filled in the structure according to Yi Chun's framework. With excitement, everyone busied themselves around the bonfire. Yi Chun seized the opportunity to head to the tool room, starting to tinker with something. After a while, he returned to the courtyard carrying a ladder. I will take charge of constructing the upper part of the bonfire, he declared confidently. Gazing at the bonfire that was already mostly completed, I want to try building the upper part of the bonfire too, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, pulling Yi Chun's hand and pouting playfully. Yi Chun gently brushed off the wood shavings from her, responding affectionately, then you shall place the final piece of the bonfire. Yay! Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, her enthusiasm renewed as she diligently worked on the lower half of the bonfire. Just then, the scene continued to unfold. The kitchen helpers lifted 2 long tables and joined them together, subsequently arranging the prepared barbecue and beverages in the courtyard. Ma Ge, let us begin with the charcoal, Yi Chun suggested to Ma Qingye, as he noticed that the various preparations were nearly complete. I have never played with charcoal before. I want to try, Su Muyu remarked, observing Yi Chun and the others working with charcoal downwind. She promptly placed the applewood she held onto the bonfire and, filled with curiosity, approached Ma Qingye to take the alcohol blocks and the blowtorch from him. This looks fun as well. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei and others appeared as if they had discovered a new world, rushing over to Yi Chun and the others. After witnessing their work being eagerly snatched away, Yi Chun and Ma Qingye exchanged a knowing smile and shrugged helplessly. They then made their way to the bonfire to address the unfinished tasks. Baiwei, you can complete the last piece, Yi Chun said, slowly descending from the ladder. Oh, I'm coming, Jiang Baiwei replied, handing the blowtorch to Gu Lingyu. Disregarding the soot on her forehead, and hurriedly approached Yi Chun. He passed her a wooden piece adorned with a red ribbon. Baiwei, I'll support the ladder from below. Please carefully place this wood on top. Gently wiping the smudge from her forehead with his sleeve, Yi Chun spoke softly. Don't worry, I will accomplish the task, Jiang Baiwei declared earnestly, then, somewhat nervously, climbed the ladder with the wood in hand. Done, she announced, smoothly placing the final piece atop the bonfire. While still on the ladder, she wiped her brow, which bore no sweat, and soon after, everyone present erupted into applause. Jiang Baiwei, blushing, quickly descended the ladder. My Baiwei, you did wonderfully. Yi Chun encouraged her as he carefully assisted her down. The sky was also darkening, prompting Yi Chun to say, I will prepare some hot dishes for you all. A bonfire gathering cannot consist solely of barbecued food. Satisfied with the preparations in the venue, he nodded approvingly. The kitchen helpers then began setting up the charcoal in the barbecue area. The children, having napped all afternoon, were brought into the courtyard by the caregivers. Even the other owners in the villa, intrigued, gazed from a distance. Chapter 70. Will you marry me? Hot dishes are ready, Yi Chun announced, slowly wheeling in a cart into the vibrant courtyard. Xiao Yi, come quickly. Let us ignite this bonfire together, Ma Qingye urged, handing Yi Chun one of the unlit torches. Coming right away, Yi Chun replied, removing his apron and taking one of the two children from Yi Ba. With the assistance of Ma Qingye, the torches held by the crowd were gradually ignited, illuminating the faces of the children cradled in the arms of Yi Chun and others. A joyous atmosphere enveloped the gathering as everyone tossed their torches into the bonfire. In that instant, as the flames surged to life, the children erupted into a chorus of laughter. Let us commence the bonfire party this evening. Yi Chun produced a bottle of champagne, shaking it vigorously before spraying it into the sky. This is the essence of life. With one hand clasping Jiang Baiwei and the other holding a champagne flute, Yi Chun remarked, such a splendid gathering must feature performances. Su Muyu, holding a glass of red wine, excitedly declared, I shall sing a song for everyone. Courage. She made her way to the center of the courtyard, her beauty enhanced by the glow of the bonfire behind her. Hooray! At last, we can hear Sister Muyu sing. Jiang Baiwei and Gu Lingyu, fervent admirers, clasped each other's hands in exhilaration. Love indeed requires courage to face the whispers of gossip. As long as you affirm my love with a glance, my affection becomes meaningful. We all need courage. Su Muyu's melodious voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Yi Chun, with a mischievous grin, took out his phone and made a video call to Chu He. Hey, Lao Yi, we're stuck in traffic. Don't wait for us. Go ahead and eat. Chu He and his companions were seen swaying in a taxi, making their way to Yi Chun's villa. Earlier that afternoon, Yi Chun had informed his roommates about the bonfire party, but due to their respective training sessions, they were still en route. At that moment, Yi Chun refrained from speaking. Instead, he mischievously turned the camera towards Su Muyu in the courtyard center. Wow, master. I'll pay extra. Get us there as fast as possible. Lin Fan, seated in the back, finally recognized his goddess, Su Muyu, performing, and felt invigorated, as if he had been recharged after an exhausting afternoon of training. Yi Chun, still grinning, ended the call. You're quite the rascal, Jiang Baiwei remarked, having witnessed the entire scene with a look of disdain towards Yi Chun. They were late. I was merely urging them on, Yi Chun replied cheekily. That was lovely. Another song. As Yi Chun chatted, Su Muyu had finished her performance. At this moment, Gu Lingyu, along with others in the courtyard, began to chant. Let us take turns singing, that would be fair. Su Muyu, unfazed by the ruckus, remained composed. With a triumphant expression, she declared, allow me to go first. The eager Jiang Baiwei was the first to raise her hand. Consequently, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, welcoming her onto the stage. I will sing a song titled A Bit Sweet. Although slightly nervous, Jiang Baiwei's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yi Chun. Baiwei is the best. Just think of us as large radishes. There's no need to feel anxious. Yi Chun swiftly picked up a prepared light stick from the side and encouraged her vocally, which instantly calmed her previously restless heart. In her eyes, the world consisted solely of Yi Chun's figure. As Jiang Baiwei's gentle voice resonated, the audience became entranced. It is you who made me see a flower bloom in the arid desert. It is you who inspires me to write a love song for you each day. With the most romantic chorus, as you softly echo our steadfast choice. Without waiting for the final notes of the accompaniment to fade, Jiang Baiwei dashed into Yi Chun's embrace. A kiss. A kiss. At this moment, the others in the courtyard began to cheer once more. Yi Chun, gazing at Jiang Baiwei, whose eyes glistened with tears, closed his eyes and cautiously pressed his lips against hers, igniting an exhilarating flutter in both their hearts for the first time since becoming parents. The kiss was swift, yet fleeting. Just as Yi Chun held the delicate Jiang Baiwei in his arms, a howl erupted from Chu He and the others who had just alighted from a taxi. "Oh, what perfect timing we have!" they exclaimed. Although we missed Goddess Su's performance, witnessing this moment makes it worthwhile. Chu He and his companions approached Yi Chun with mischievous grins, patting each other's shoulders. "Hurry and eat some barbecue to silence you." After rolling his eyes again at Chu He and the others, Yi Chun, filled with indignation, declared, "Next up, it's my turn." With that, Chun Hong seized another microphone and confidently strode to the center of the courtyard, showcasing her soprano voice. After nibbling on some barbecue, Chu He and the others came over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that everyone was to perform, they displayed not a hint of trepidation, but rather an unusual excitement. "I will be next. Let me show you what true talent sounds like," Chu He declared, preparing to take the stage once more. Beside him, Chun Fangyu grasped his clothing and tugged him back forcefully. "Don't embarrass yourself here. Don't make me slap you in this joyous moment." Observing the disapproving look from Chun Fangyu, Chu He quickly subdued his enthusiasm. Gradually, everyone began to perform their acts. Finally, it was the turn of the last performer, Ma Qingye, who slowly took the microphone and walked to the center of the courtyard. Among those present, apart from Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, everyone else intentionally or unintentionally closed the distance until they drew within less than a meter. Although Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were puzzled by why everyone was gravitating towards the bonfire, they cooperatively moved forward. Before long, Ma Qingye's unrefined yet heartfelt singing had the crowd in fits of laughter. Just as the final notes of his song faded, Ma Qingye slowly approached Su Muyu. With Xiaoyi still waiting for his turn, I assumed Ma Qingye was passing the topic to Su Muyu, and I quickly waved my hand to interject. Then, Ma Qingye, slightly nervous, knelt on one knee and slowly retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket. The crowd, in unison, produced the flowers and confetti they had prepared in advance. "Muyu, will you marry me?" Su Muyu, taken aback by this sudden scene, trembled as she covered her mouth in disbelief. "Marry him," Chun Hong shouted excitedly after handing her bouquet to Ma Qingye. The others echoed her enthusiasm. "I do." Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Muyu extended her trembling right hand. In a flurry, Ma Qingye finally managed to place the grand diamond ring on her finger after 3 failed attempts, and the two embraced joyfully. "Kiss, kiss," the crowd urged, as the two, lost in each other's eyes, shared a passionate kiss. "Oh, how touching. Ma Gu is so talented." Jiang Baiwei, leaning against Yi Chun's embrace with her hand over her mouth, remarked as she watched the couple. "Baiwei, will you marry me?" Yi Chun took a step back, then knelt sincerely on one knee. The onlookers, still in shock, widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Yi Chun. This had not been part of the afternoon's plans. Yi Chun then pulled out a delicate wooden box from his pocket, revealing a meticulously carved 24K gold phoenix ring. Jiang Baiwei, already reeling from the earlier surprise, felt her heart race as she gazed at the ring. Noticing her slight sway, Gu Lingyu quickly stepped forward to support her. As the crowd finally regained their composure, they eagerly handed Yi Chun another bouquet of flowers. With tears streaming down her face, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chun and declared with unwavering resolve, "I do." Chapter 71. A storm approaches. Seeing the elated Jiang Baiwei accept his proposal, Yi Chun beamed with joy as he gently placed the phoenix ring on her left hand. With a resounding cheer, the crowd finally reacted, releasing a cascade of fireworks into the sky. Amidst the dazzling display, the two newlyweds embraced once more, sharing a kiss under the watchful gaze of all present. The sweet and romantic bonfire evening, aided by the collective efforts of everyone, came to a splendid conclusion. As each person returned to their respective rooms, they remained unfulfilled, still basking in the warmth of the night. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were completely immersed in happiness, their smiles never fading. On the following morning, even before rising from their slumber, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu would glance at the enchanting rings adorning their fingers, still in disbelief. Wei Wei, it's time to get up for breakfast, called Yi Chun, who had risen early and now stood by their bedside. Observing Jiang Baiwei's blissful expression as she gazed at her ring, he added, I'm here. Feeling a rush of warmth at being called Wei Wei for the first time, a term reserved for those closest to her, Jiang Baiwei quickly got out of bed to freshen up, her heart blooming with joy. Hand in hand, Yi Chun led Jiang Baiwei to the dining room, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the table. Curiosity piqued, he turned to Chun Hong and inquired, Sister Chun, has something happened? With a furrowed brow, Chun Hong sighed and replied, last night's bonfire gathering was captured by other owners of this estate. Your proposal to Cheng Yi was also recorded. She then produced her phone, handing it to Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei as she continued, this morning, several who heard the news have inquired about it. Some are even demanding hush money. Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei exchanged glances at the chat records on the phone, their expressions mirroring Chun Hong's indignation as they remained silent. Just then, Ma Chengyi entered the dining room, arm in arm with Su Muyu, and immediately sensed something was amiss. Playfully, he remarked, is it that little Ye's breakfast doesn't suit your tastes? As he pulled out a chair for Su Muyu, he added with a smile, why does everyone look so glum? At that moment, Chun Hong approached Su Muyu, her teeth clenched as she recounted the situation once more. Ma Chengyi and Su Muyu exchanged knowing smiles before inviting Chun Hong to sit and discuss. Sister Chun, didn't Tiwi mention that I would proactively disclose my relationship with Muyu? This incident provides the perfect opportunity to settle scores with those small-minded individuals, Ma Chengyi declared with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Lin Fan expressed his concerns. Could the sudden announcement of your relationship with Sister Muyu, without any prior warning, tarnish her reputation? As a true fan, Lin Fan was acutely aware of the sentiments of the audience. It's all right. What storms has Sister Muyu not weathered? Su Muyu immediately spoke up to reassure Lin Fan. If a relationship announcement could lead to their downfall, she would not have survived in the entertainment industry for so many years. Let us preemptively disclose this information, disregarding the entertainment company's stance. If necessary, I shall simply acquire it, Ma Chengye declared with authority. Today, the internet shall certainly be abuzz, Jiang Baiwei remarked with interest while holding a piece of bread. Let us have breakfast first, and let the situation unfold. Ma Chengye confidently smiled, and then leisurely brought a slice of bread to Su Muyu, meticulously spreading jam on it. Once everyone realized that the issues at hand were manageable, the previous tension dissipated, and they began to enjoy their breakfast. They also started speculating on the forthcoming reactions from netizens. As a devoted fan, I am likely to support all of Sister Muyu's decisions. With so many trolls online, some will undoubtedly take the opportunity to strike. Chu-hee mused at the table, provoking laughter among the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Muyu, the protagonist of the unfolding events, calmly sent out a teaser post on Weibo, presenting everyone with a fresh scoop. As a national idol, Su Muyu rarely shares personal updates, apart from standard business-related posts. Within 5 minutes of this Weibo post's release, it garnered over 1 million shares and comments, prompting everyone at the table to pull out their phones to check the latest developments. Love transfer, what is happening? Is Goddess Su about to reveal a major scoop? Storming the heavens. By the way, Goddess Su hasn't attended any events in the past 6 months. Could she be holding back something big? Life is a play. I will always support Su and eagerly await the revelation. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus. When will Sister Su star in another period drama? I'm anxious. A Sword from the West. I boldly predict that it may relate to her absence from the screen these past 6 months. Jiang Baiwei, observing the myriad of comments online, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It was a rare occasion to sit at the forefront of the entertainment industry and witness the unfolding drama. She could already envision the astonished expressions on the faces of these netizens upon learning the truth. Should we mention the child as well, Muyu? Gu Lingyu, sitting nearby, inquired, closing her phone in confusion. I'll touch upon it, but the child will not be involved in the subsequent events, Su Muyu replied with a smile. I want to provide the child with a happy and fulfilling childhood. Meanwhile, Ma Chengye had already picked up his phone to prepare the legal and digital departments of their group for what was to come. A case concerning online extortion and public opinion will soon unfold, the specifics of which can be found online. Ma Qingye has refrained from clarifying the situation, leaving the group members bewildered as they prepare. Shortly thereafter, he called his father. "Hello, Dad. The matter regarding Mu Yu and me will be made public tonight. You might be affected, so I wanted to give you a heads up." On the other end, Ma Dad replied with a smile, "Do it boldly. My legal and online teams are ready to support you." Upon receiving his father's unwavering support, Ma Qingye and Su Muyu exchanged knowing smiles. "I should also inform my parents in advance. I fear the news might shock them." Su Muyu then relaxedly dialed her home. "Muyu, is everything going well in the capital? Do you miss us?" A warm voice came through the phone. "Mom, I'm doing quite well in the capital. When will you and Dad come to stay for a few days?" Hearing her mother's voice instantly transported Su Muyu back to her childhood, listening attentively. "I have something very important to share with you." Glancing at Ma Qingye, who held her hand, she feigned calmness and continued. Chapter 72. A morning that ignites the internet. "What is it? Have you found your soulmate?" In a modest town over 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, two simple elderly individuals were at the local community center, conversing on their phones. "Mom, you guessed correctly, but there's also good news." Su Muyu bit her lip, stifling a smile. "That's wonderful. We were just saying how you're not getting any younger and haven't brought anyone home." Su Mom, filled with delight, tugged at Su Dad, urging him to join the call and listen to their daughter. "When will you bring someone home for us to meet? Is there more good news you haven't shared?" After hearing Su Muyu's words, Su Dad immediately pressed her for details. Sensing the warmth radiating from Ma Qingye's hand, Su Muyu joyfully replied, "We'll come to visit you soon, and the good news is, you will be grandparents." "What?" Su Dad and Su Mom, who were previously munching on sunflower seeds, immediately stood up. Ignoring the inquiries from others, they anxiously addressed the phone. "When did this happen? Such a significant event. And you didn't tell us. Is someone taking care of you in the capital? Your mother and I are coming over right now." With resolute urgency, Su Dad pulled Su Mom along as they hastily made their way home, leaving a group of curious onlookers behind. Eventually, under the persistent requests of the elderly couple, Su Muyu disclosed their current whereabouts, reluctantly ending the call. Then, looking at Yi Chun, she said, "Xiao Yi, I might need to borrow a room for my parents to stay for a while." "No problem. This way my parents will have some company." Yi Chun readily agreed to the request. After everyone had eaten and drunk to their fill, they all gathered in the living room. Su Muyu, half reclining in Ma Qingye's embrace, took out her phone, casually snapped a photo, and began editing the message she intended to send. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei and the others, brimming with excitement, eagerly participated in the editing process. Before long, Su Muyu lifted her head to look at the people surrounding her and confidently declared, "Let the internet ignite with fervor." Lin Fan, beside her, clenched his fist and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Let me introduce everyone. This is the father of the child, photo of Ma Qingye." Su Muyu quietly clicked publish. After a few seconds, watching the stillness of the back end, the group scratched their heads in confusion as the anticipated internet frenzy failed to materialize. "Let the bullets fly a little longer," Ma Qingye said with a smile. Soon after, Su Muyu's back end was flooded with hundreds, if not thousands, of notifications, and the entertainment company's calls came pouring in as promised. "Su Muyu, do you realize how much loss your selfish actions will bring to you and the company?" Su Muyu calmly answered the call from the entertainment company's president, promptly hung up and blocked the number, as if the call had never happened, continuing to observe the comments from numerous netizens. Chen Hong, as Su Muyu's manager, how dare you assist in this wrongdoing? You must issue a statement to refute this immediately, or you can consider your job over. The entertainment company's furious president called Su Muyu again after being hung up on, but the outcome was as expected. He was blocked. Thus, he redirected his ire towards Su Muyu's manager, Chen Hong. "If you don't want to work, then I certainly don't wish to be under someone's thumb." Chen Hong was equally unyielding, hanging up and blocking him in one swift motion. She then exchanged a knowing smile with Su Muyu. Initially, she became a manager out of friendship with Su Muyu. This troublesome team was hardly worth her time. "Don't worry, Sister Chun, I'll handle the subsequent matters," Ma Qingye softly reassured. He then slowly rose, calmly pulled out his phone, and made a call to the company. "Get to work." These two simple words sent the previously leisurely legal and network departments into a frenzy. "Now, let us see how the netizens react." Su Muyu laughed heartily, inviting everyone to partake in this spectacle. The scene was reminiscent of a divine confrontation. "My goddess, no. Is it a blessing or a curse? I must still be half asleep this early in the morning." I need to wash my face. Free as a bird. I knew it. Goddess Su has not appeared on screen for the past 6 months. Surely, there is something amiss. Witty face. Life is but a dream. Regardless of the decisions made by Goddess Su, we, her true fans, will support her unwaveringly. A swift waterfall cascades down 3,000 feet. Who is that man? On what grounds does he have a child with the goddess? Happy every day. The results have been checked. Though I hesitate to admit it, they truly are a match made in heaven. Navigating the vast ocean requires a skilled helmsman. Then do enlighten us. Who is this man? Happy every day. Let us put it this way. His father is named Ma Huateng. Witty face. Numerous netizens wow. 10086. These netizens are quite amusing. Is this what it feels like to be in the front row witnessing the drama unfold? Zhang Baiwei glanced at the comments, instantly bursting into laughter. Others were also amused by the netizens' remarks, laughing heartily. Just then, my newly purchased phone froze. I vow never to buy an Apple product again. Originally intending to continue checking comments, Zhang Baiwei found her phone stuck on a previous screen. This shouldn't be happening. One by one, everyone's phones began to lag, and they exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Baiwei's phone was the first to respond. A large red exclamation mark appeared on her Weibo homepage, accompanied by a message stating, due to a surge in user traffic today, the server is overwhelmed and is currently undergoing urgent expansion. Goodness, it turns out the server crashed. I thought my phone was faulty. But wait, why is it still unresponsive when I return to the home screen? Zhang Baiwei, who had initially sighed in relief, stared at her phone, now lagging again, and asked in confusion. Shortly after, Yichen slowly raised his phone. The screen was inundated with colorful software notifications, all bearing the same shocking headline. Su Muyu reveals a secret with a mysterious man, welcoming a child. Goodness, these platforms are indeed swift to keep up with current events. Yichun promptly closed all notifications, exclaiming in exasperation, from now on, we can confidently acknowledge each other in public. Su Muyu, held by Ma Qingye, gazed at him tenderly and said, I will ensure that you and our child live without a care. Ma Qingye embraced Su Muyu and solemnly promised. This made everyone else look at them with envy. Only Yichun and Zhang Baiwei remained in each other's arms, sharing a sweet smile. Chapter 73. Taking our partners and children to school. It seems this entertainment company intends to sever ties with me completely. Su Muyu observed an article released by the entertainment company on her phone, which also included a lawyer's letter that had been posted online. The main content is as follows. Su Muyu has severely impacted the company's image and revenue, and now demands compensation for the company's losses amounting to 500 million. The individuals behind this, mere clowns, have a company valuation of less than 1 billion. How dare they propose such a compensation figure? Ma Qingye gently patted Su Muyu's hand, reassuring her that everything would be all right. Yichun and the others gazed wide-eyed at the lawyer's letter, realizing that Su Muyu had become, in essence, a living embodiment of 500 million. Wow. Sister Muyu, you represent half of their company's valuation, Zhang Baiwei exclaimed, her face alight with admiration as she looked at Su Muyu. This matter has reached a conclusion. There are plenty of ways for me to sever ties with this company, Su Muyu said with a calm smile, addressing the group. With that, everyone gradually exited their state of excitement, each pulling out their phones to observe discussions about the incident in their respective chat groups. Yichun, my grandfather asked if we have time to visit them this afternoon. My uncle has gathered everything. Zhang Baiwei received a message from her grandfather. She promptly inquired of Yichun. I have an elective class this afternoon. How about you take the children along? We can spend the afternoon at school, Yichun said, looking expectantly at Zhang Baiwei. Sister-in-law, come play at our school. We can help take care of the children. Chu He and the others chimed in, immediately understanding the implication. Seeing the sincerity in their invitation, Zhang Baiwei slowly nodded and said, all right then, after we finish eating, I'll return to school with you. Hooray! Upon hearing Zhang Baiwei's enthusiastic agreement, Yichun and Chu He raised their arms in triumph. I'll head to the kitchen then. After a morning of gossip, let's change up the menu, Yichun said contentedly to the group. Before long, they were seated at the dining table, laden with the delectable dishes meticulously prepared by Yichun. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate the love between Brother Ma and Sister Muyu, Yichun declared, holding a cup of tea in front of the others due to his need to drive. Ma Qingye and Su Muyu beamed even brighter, smiling as they clinked glasses with everyone. The joyful lunch atmosphere soon came to a close. Seizing the remaining time, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu fed the children once more. Shortly thereafter, to the astonishment of those present, Jiang Baiwei emerged from the room after tidying up for over half an hour. Dressed in a light-colored sweater paired with a matching woolen skirt, her face adorned with delicate makeup, her flat abdomen bore no trace of childbirth. Complemented by a light yellow coat and a pair of exquisite leather shoes, she radiated elegance. With a hint of playfulness, she exuded an air of mature charm. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Su Muyu excitedly exclaimed, "Baiwei, it would be a shame if you didn't venture into the entertainment industry." Jiang Baiwei immediately blushed, shyly replying, "Sister Muyu, please don't tease me." At that moment, Yi Chun, feeling somewhat anxious, stepped forward to support Jiang Baiwei. It was his first time seeing her so elegantly dressed, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he had acquired a new girlfriend. He even felt a slight flush creep onto his cheeks. "Shall we set off?" Jiang Baiwei, showcasing her most exquisite self, instantly radiated confidence as she pushed the children's stroller, leading the way towards the van. Earlier that morning, Ye's father had taken the van for repairs, which Jiang Baiwei had not found suspicious. "Old Chu, makeup and attire are indeed a girl's finest beauty secrets," Lin Fan jested as he patted Chu He on the shoulder. "That's because my sister-in-law is inherently beautiful. If your sister Fang Yu dressed like that, it wouldn't have the same effect," Chu He replied, shaking his head, oblivious to the large hand reaching for his ear. "Ouch!" Chu He winced in pain as Chun Fang Yu yanked him like a chick. "If your mouth can't speak, then don't use it anymore." Chun Fang Yu shot him a fierce look. "Fang Yu, I was just joking. You would look stunning in that too. I'll ask sister-in-law for the link to arrange something for you," Chu He cautiously suggested, standing at a towering height of 1.8 meters, resembling a bullied child. "Humph, I'll spare you this time, but I'll deal with you later." Chun Fang Yu gradually released her grip, allowing Chu He to rub his sore ear. "We are about to leave." Sensing the situation was amiss, Yi Chen quickly came to Chu He's defense. "They're coming." Chu He hastily ran toward the van as if fleeing from danger. Nearby, Chen Bin teased, "Chuzi, if you can't handle this, come practice running with me. You have far more talent for it than lifting weights," eliciting laughter from the group. Once everyone had securely embraced a child, Yi Chun gradually started the vehicle, heading towards the school. "Dear instructor, I have another favor to ask of you," he recalled midway. Realizing that while his sedan had been granted access to the school, this van had not. Utilizing his exceptional driving skills, he deftly maneuvered the vehicle while placing a call to the instructor. "Wasn't it taken care of before?" came the instructor's voice, tinged with confusion through the phone. "Is it possible that I brought another vehicle to school?" Yi Chen bit his lip and exchanged a glance with Jiang Baiwei, before timidly saying, "You really know how to create trouble for me. This time, I can't help at all." The instructor resolutely declined. Yi Chen quickly signaled Jiang Baiwei with his eyes, and she understood, taking the phone. "Instructor, it's Jiang Baiwei. I wanted to visit you at school. I didn't expect the entry restrictions to be such a hassle. So I suppose I'll take a taxi with the children instead." Upon recognizing Jiang Baiwei's voice, the instructor immediately responded with a smile. "Ah, it's Baiwei. I knew that Yi Chen wouldn't do something so outlandish. Send me the license plate. I'll take care of it." After chatting for a moment longer, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chun with a triumphant expression, leaving the others in the back seat, including Chu He, astonished. They knew that getting the instructor's assistance without a valid reason was nearly impossible. Witnessing such ease in securing help was truly a rare sight. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Perhaps this is the bond that exists between women," Jiang Baiwei said with pride, glancing at the little treasure in her arms. Before long, the vehicle driven by Yi Chen smoothly passed through the school gate and headed toward the instructor's office building. Chapter 74. Jiang Baiwei returns to campus instructor. "These are some fruits that Baiwei brought for you," Yi Chen said, pushing several bags of fruit he had bought at the school entrance, standing before the office door with a smile. "Baiwei is here. Come in and take a seat," the instructor exclaimed, pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand as she stepped past Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment and scratched his head, wishing he had stayed in the car with Chu He and the others. "How is your recovery? The little ones are truly adorable," the instructor said, offering Jiang Baiwei a chair while her gaze was entirely captivated by the 4 charming little ones. "I'm recovering quite well. It seems you have also fully recovered, instructor," Jiang Baiwei replied, glancing at Yi Chen, who stood awkwardly to the side. She quickly covered her mouth and said, "After so many visits, you still don't know to find a chair to sit on?" As it was still before class time, the office was empty, and the instructor said to Yi Chen with slight irritation, "Sometimes, This child is just too stubborn. You need to be more understanding of him in the future. The instructor, holding Jiang Baiwei's hand, spoke earnestly. Don't worry, instructor, Jiang Baiwei said, understanding that the instructor regarded Yi Chun as family. As Lin Jinhua's class time approached, teachers began to arrive at the office one after another, all casting curious glances at the star-like Jiang Baiwei. Amidst the morning's laughter, as they indulged in the amusing antics of Su Muyu, Yi Chun and his companion stifled their chuckles. Time was of the essence. Yi Chun had a crucial afternoon lecture, and the instructor, after escorting him and his peers from the office building, emphasized the importance of punctuality. Allow me to escort you back to campus, he offered after bidding farewell to the instructor. With a group of friends in tow, Yi Chun arrived at the teaching building, descending slowly from the minibus. Chu He and others instinctively positioned themselves at the rear. In a moment that captured the attention of countless students, Jiang Baiwei linked arms with Yi Chun, confidently striding toward the lecture hall. What was unfolding here? Could it be that the esteemed Yi Chun had found yet another goddess? Did no one notice the two baby strollers being pushed by the individuals behind them? It seemed we were witnessing something extraordinary. As Yi Chun and his companions navigated through the crowd of students, Jiang Baiwei's angelic visage stood out even amidst the higher-than-average beauty of Tsinghua University, solidifying her status as an undeniable goddess. Those passing by Jiang Baiwei dared not even breathe audibly. At that moment, Wang Xiyu, holding the recently discharged Huang instructor's hand, was playfully coaxing him to accompany her to class. Please, dear brother, just join me for one class, she implored sweetly. Upon seeing her earnest plea, Huang instructor readily acquiesced. Delighted by his consent, Wang Xiyu proudly clutched the latest designer bag he had gifted her, striding confidently toward the teaching building. What is happening ahead? Why are there so many people gathered? Huang instructor was the first to notice the unusual scene at the entrance of the teaching building and inquired curiously. Perhaps someone fell during the peak class hours, Wang Xiyu dismissed nonchalantly, continuing to lead Huang instructor forward. Soon, students lining the path began to regard Wang Xiyu with astonished expressions. In her mind, she secretly reveled, thinking how they had likely never encountered such an array of luxury items. Huang instructor, too, seemed to believe that the students were captivated by Wang Xiyu's presence. Thus, he stood tall, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyu held her head high like a proud peacock, exuding an air of superiority. Xiyu, did you catch that just now? A fellow classmate from the accounting department asked with an inquisitive expression. Is there some news at school that I missed? Wang Xiyu replied with genuine curiosity. No matter. Be prepared for the upcoming large lecture, the classmate said with a smirk of amusement before heading toward the teaching building. Confused, Wang Xiyu dismissed the comment, not giving it much thought. She made her way to the teaching building, lost in her own thoughts. At that moment, the previously congested entrance had returned to normalcy. However, Wang Xiyu noticed from a distance a man strikingly resembling Yi Chun, leading a lady up to the second floor. Such a destitute individual like Yi Chun was merely a fleeting fancy of mine, a lapse in judgment on my part. It was implausible to find a partner in such a short span. Wang Xiyu promptly shook her head, dismissing the notion. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Ah?" At that moment, Instructor Huang, upon hearing Yi Chun's name, exhibited an involuntary response, gripping Wang Xiyu's hand tightly in a moment of tension, only to quickly ease his demeanor. "Xiyu, I apologize for my earlier distraction. Are you all right?" Observing the concern etched on Instructor Huang's face, the furrowed brow of Wang Xiyu softened, and she smiled, replying, "I'm fine." Yet, internally, she had already berated him thoroughly. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xiyu took Instructor Huang's hand and led him to the large classroom. Curiously, she noticed students in the corridor occasionally peering in. She gently tapped a male classmate on the shoulder and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me what is happening inside?" The boy turned around, visibly impatient, but upon recognizing Wang Xiyu, his expression transformed into one of intrigue. Without uttering a word, he offered her a mysterious smile before departing. "What a peculiar individual. Please, make way. I need to enter for class," she said, pulling Instructor Huang as they entered through the back door of the large classroom. Taking a seat in the last row, the remaining classmates, aware of the situation, shifted forward a few rows with their books, as if anticipating some dreadful occurrence. Ignoring the odd behaviors of her peers, Wang Xiyu focused on the figure before her, someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Chun. Her brow knitted tighter as she recalled that it was in this very class that she had first taken notice of Yi Chun. Bringing instructor Huang along to accompany her to class was a decision rooted in her desire to confront Yi Chun. Yet, gazing at the exquisite silhouette beside him made it hard for her to believe he could be Yi Chun. As the bell rang, pulling Wang Xiyu back to reality, the professor, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, leisurely opened his laptop, announcing, "Today, we will discuss the definition of human society." Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, seated in the front row, exhibited signs of anxiety. Having been away from campus for a year, returning to this familiar setting left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "I will ask a student to answer this question," the old professor declared, scanning the classroom before his gaze was drawn to the stunning Jiang Baiwei. "Let this young lady in the second row come up to respond." Jiang Baiwei found herself suddenly called upon. A wave of panic washing over her as she glanced at Yi Chun beside her. "Teacher, may I go up with her to answer?" Yi Chun asked, holding Jiang Baiwei's hand and smiling at the elderly professor. "Of course, that's perfectly fine," the professor replied, understanding and accommodating. Chuha and others silently stood up, creating space for Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei. With utmost care, Yi Chun guided Jiang Baiwei onto the stage. Meanwhile, their classmates had already been astonished by those Yi Chun had brought along before the class began. Consequently, their gazes inadvertently drifted toward Wang Xiyu, who sat at the back of the classroom. As Yi Chun inquired of the professor, Wang Xiyu felt her hair stand on end. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she focused on the figure carefully holding another's hand. Upon recognizing the faces of Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei, her excitement surged, prompting her to stand abruptly. How is this possible? Beside her, Instructor Huang instinctively leaned back, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. At this moment, the professor and the other students became aware of the commotion in the back row, their expressions transforming into that of curious onlookers. "Excuse me, do you wish to come up and answer as well?" the puzzled professor inquired. "No, teacher, I'm just a bit tired of sitting and wanted to stretch," Wang Xiyu hastily replied. Jiang Baiwei, noticing the apparent discontent from the girl at the back, looked questioningly at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, with a smile, answered the professor's questions one by one, casting a look at Jiang Baiwei that suggested he would explain later. He then escorted her back to their seats. These two students performed admirably. The reason humanity. The professor nodded approvingly at Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei before continuing with his lecture. "Baiwei, that girl in the back is my ex-girlfriend," Yi Chun admitted nervously to Jiang Baiwei. "I could sense it without guessing," Jiang Baiwei replied, her expression reflecting realization. She then comforted Yi Chun, saying, "What's in the past is in the past. I must thank that classmate. Or how could I have met someone as wonderful as you?" Hearing Jiang Baiwei's lack of anger, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief, promptly praising her understanding nature, while Chuha and the others remained silent, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyu, standing at the back, watched Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei whispering to each other in the front, her eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a child who, though tired of a toy, cannot bear the thought of anyone else touching it. She could feel her classmates' curious stares around her. This left the proud Wang Xiyu as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Xiyu, I don't understand this class either. Why don't we leave for now?" The instructor, Huang, had already been deeply marked by the kick from Yi Chun and now desperately wished to escape the atmosphere he had created. "Brother, please stay and accompany me through this class," Wang Xiyu implored, her irritation boiling beneath the surface as she glanced at the timid Huang. Despite her frustration, she maintained her composure and made her plea. "Very well," Huang replied, his gaze shifting nervously towards Yi Chun, swallowing hard as he reluctantly agreed. The bell for the end of class soon rang. Wang Xiyu, having absorbed nothing from the lesson, was fully immersed in her tumultuous thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei slowly rose from her seat, her shoes echoing on the classroom floor as she approached Wang Xiyu. "Hello, classmate. I am here to sincerely thank you." Jiang Baiwei's melodious voice cut through Wang Xiyu's internal chaos, pulling her back to reality. "Oh, there's no need for thanks. It's merely the refuse I discarded," Wang Xiyu retorted, her jealousy spiking as she beheld Jiang Baiwei's exquisite features. Jiang Baiwei merely smiled, unfazed by the cutting remark. At that moment, Yi Chun, with a furrowed brow and a look of disdain, turned to Wang Xiyu and declared, "I am not refuse. The feelings I held for you were the true detritus." Wang Xiyu, stirred by his words, stood up and slammed her hands on the table. "You, a penniless loser, know nothing of luxury. Do you understand that material wealth defines life?" Witnessing Wang Xiyu's hysterical outburst, both Yi Chun and Jiang Baiwei shook their heads in disappointment. They had once believed there was genuine emotion between them, only to realize she had merely viewed him as a tool in her life. Say something. Wang Xiyu, now completely unhinged, glared at the submissive Huang. Xiyu, let's not stoop to their level. Huang, too intimidated to meet Yi Chen's gaze, grasped Wang Xiyu's hand, attempting to lead her away. Why are you so spineless? He is just a loser you can manipulate at will. What are you afraid of? Wang Xiyu angrily shook off Huang's grip and strode directly towards Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen quickly positioned himself between them, but Jiang Baiwei held onto his hand, signaling that she could handle the situation herself. Stepping past Yi Chen, she faced Wang Xiyu directly and said, "You claim that Yi Chen is a mere plaything. But do you have any idea how astute he is economically and how hard he works for his livelihood? Are you aware of his boldness and meticulousness, of his boundless capabilities?" In stark contrast to the frenzied Wang Xiyu, Jiang Baiwei remained remarkably composed. Every utterance pierced Wang Xiyu's heart profoundly. It was inconceivable. He was merely a loser, a destitute wretch devoid of anything. In a flurry of panic, Wang Xiyu glanced at Yi Chen, desperately seeking a point of contention. Yet, reflecting on the myriad moments they had shared, she realized that Yi Chen had indeed fulfilled the role of a perfect boyfriend in every conceivable way. At that moment, she felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Instructor Huang, noticing her despondent state, swiftly scooped up the listless Wang Xiyu and, under the watchful eyes of Jiang Baiwei and their classmates, fled the scene at lightning speed. Who says Yi Chen is lacking? My Yi Chen is the best. Jiang Baiwei gazed at Yi Chen with a gentle expression, whispering softly. Yi Chen, in return, affectionately ruffled Jiang Baiwei's hair. Since everyone is here, I shall distribute the wedding candies that Baiwei and I have prepared in advance. Class monitor, I must trouble you again for assistance. With a glance, Yi Chen signaled to Chu He, who retrieved the wedding candies that had been meticulously prepared. Instantly, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yi Chen, one ought to retaliate fiercely against such a scheming femme fatale. Yi Chen, I intend to indulge in a few more of your wedding candies. Isn't this better than Bo Ran? I told you. Maida Xiaoqiao was merely momentarily deceived by a green tea BTCH, and now he has awakened. The classmates began to vocally discuss the matter, unreservedly applauding Yi Chen. At that moment, the class monitor, holding the wedding candies, patted Yi Chen's shoulder, saying, "You truly are impressive, managing to win over the school beauty from the adjacent institution." Before class commenced, someone had unveiled Jiang Baiwei's status as the school beauty of Capital University, prompting the single students in the class to fervently request advice on how to achieve similar success. Chapter 76. The Initial Efficacy of the Jiuyang Acupuncture Technique. Thank you for your hard work, Fang Yu. I shall express my gratitude properly another day. Amidst the classmates' well-wishing gazes, Yi Chen and his companions returned to the parking lot. Addressing the children accompanying Chen Fang Yu in the car, he remarked, "It's all good. I could hardly wait to spend every day with such delightful little ones." Chen Fangyu waved her hand dismissively. As the vehicle gradually departed from the school under the watchful eyes of Chu He and others, Yi Chen turned to Jiang Baiwei with a face full of gratitude. "Thank you." In the words she exchanged with Wang Xiyu, Yi Chen profoundly comprehended how significant and exceptional he was in her heart. "Silly, you have always been the best." Jiang Baiwei encouraged softly, understanding Yi Chen's sentiments. "I will continue to strive for excellence for your sake." Observing the blissful family within the car, Yi Chen resolutely steeled himself. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyu, lost in her thoughts at Jiang Baiwei's words, had long been cast aside from his mind. "Let us visit Grandma," said Jiang Baiwei, looking at Yi Chen's hand with a cheerful expression. Before long, the nanny car driven by Yi Chen reappeared at the checkpoint in front of the courtyard. "Welcome back, Miss Jiang." To their surprise, the guard on duty was the same as last time. Yi Chen immediately rolled down the window and greeted him warmly. On his second visit to Elder Li's courtyard, Yi Chen shed his previous timidity. After placing the children in the stroller, he called out loudly to the courtyard, "Grandpa and Grandma, we have come to see you." This prompted a look of satisfaction from Jiang Baiwei. "Little Yi and Wei Wei have arrived. Your aunt and uncle are not at home. Please come in," boomed Elder Li's robust voice from within the courtyard. As Yi Chen and the others entered, they saw Elder Li pushing Grandma, who was seated in a wheelchair, towards the living room. "Grandma, is your condition any better?" After settling the children, Yi Chen kindly squatted down to inquire. "Little Yi, my leg has improved significantly. I must trouble you again today," Grandma replied affectionately, patting Yi Chen's head. "Your uncle has gathered everything. Let us see what we need to do next. Elder Li, with his decisive demeanor, directly inquired about the treatment. Everything is in order. First, I will prepare some external applications and internal medicines for Grandma. Finally, I will administer acupuncture, and that will complete the process. Yi-chun, having confirmed that all the items in the living room were satisfactory, joyfully replied to Elder Li. Then let us proceed as you suggested. If you need assistance, just let me know. Hearing this, Elder Li was overjoyed. By the way, please keep Grandpa and Grandma company, Yi-chun said before heading to the pharmacy with the items in hand. As he looked at the precious medicinal materials wrapped in the bag, Yi-chun felt a tinge of nervousness begin to creep in. After all, this was his first attempt at traditional Chinese medicine. To be cautious, he had even prepared 2 sets of materials to increase his margin for error. All right, let us begin, Yi-chun said, taking several deep breaths before meticulously starting his preparations. The intricate processes of extraction and proportioning danced in his mind as they were realized through Yi-chun's skilled hands. He was unaware of when sweat began to bead on his forehead. After more than an hour of intense work, Yi-chun hurriedly gathered the 5 special plasters and medicinal powders with great care. This traditional Chinese medicine is indeed challenging. Despite my cautiousness, I still wasted 1 set of materials. Sitting on a stool, Yi-chun took large sips of the tea that Jiang Baiwei had brought him earlier. He then glanced at the finished products on the table, allowing a smile of satisfaction to grace his face. Next came the main event. Yi-chun slowly retrieved a pouch containing gold needles crafted from 24-karat gold, delicately manipulating them in his hands. The set comprised 9 needles, totaling 5 sets, with the remainder dependent on his mastery of the art. After a brief adjustment, Yi-chun eagerly made his way to the living room. Grandma, everything is prepared. Shall we begin? He stated, arranging the items meticulously on the living room table. He looked earnestly at Mr. Li and his grandmother, saying, Young Yi, proceed with confidence. Mr. Li patted Yi-chun's shoulder, his face alight with anticipation. Grandma, there may be some discomfort. Please bear with it. By the way, I will need your assistance in retrieving some items shortly. After carefully inspecting the gold needles once more, Yi-chun spoke with utmost seriousness. He then rolled up his grandmother's pant leg above her knee and swiftly inserted the first needle into the initial acupoint with precision. He proceeded to the second and third. By the way, please hand me a piece of ointment. After employing 12 gold needles, Yi-chun observed a dark red fluid seeping from the acupoints. He promptly withdrew the needles, while Jiang Baiwei hurriedly brought forth the ointment. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, she swiftly applied it to the acupoints. The first phase was deemed complete. The dark red fluid was the root cause of his grandmother's ailment. By expelling it and applying this specially formulated ointment, he was confident that she would soon be cured. Yi-chun finally paused, taking a breath of relief. Upon hearing his words, the others also exhaled deeply. Dear lady, do you feel any discomfort in your legs? Mr. Li inquired with a smile, nodding approvingly at Yi-chun before turning to his grandmother with concern. Initially, there was some pain, but now my calf feels pleasantly numb. His grandmother replied, reveling in the changes she felt in her legs. As long as it's effective, Yi-chun, you truly are our blessing, Mr. Li exclaimed, his excitement evident as he grasped Yi-chun's hand. It's good that it's working. It indicates that my learning is quite proficient, Yi-chun modestly remarked, scratching his head. Grandma, there are still 2 more phases to go. It will be over soon. With renewed determination, Yi-chun continued his meticulous work, ultimately covering his grandmother's legs with the specially formulated ointment. It was only then that he stood up slowly, his back stiff from the exertion. Grandma, this ointment should be removed in 3 days. We will return that day. The medicinal powder must also be taken daily, and she will need to remain in her wheelchair during this period. Yi-chun patiently outlined the subsequent steps. Rest assured, Young Yi, we will follow your instructions, Mr. Li said, joy radiating from him as he held his grandmother's hand. He had already heard from her that her legs were showing significant improvement. Young Yi, we cannot thank you enough. Stay the night. Let us dine together before you depart, the grandmother said, her face brimming with gratitude as she clasped Yi-chun's hand. Then we shall comply with your wishes, Yi-chun replied with a smile, delighted by his grandmother's request. What further elated him was the sound of the system resonating in his mind. Ding. The ranch renovation has been completed. Please check promptly. Chapter 77. Successfully treating grandmother and tormenting the game streamer. Let us raise a glass to this successful treatment, Mr. Li proclaimed, his face radiant, as he lifted his teacup in the private dining room. This was a gesture that Yi Chun had to insist upon, substituting tea for wine, fearing that the family van might require another trip to the repair shop. Xiao Yi, have your parents set a date for their visit? The grandmother inquired kindly, gazing at Yi Chun. Grandmother, we have tentatively scheduled it for the day of the little new year, he replied, glancing at Jiang Baiwei, who was slightly blushing. That is wonderful. Let us enjoy our meal. Under the warm hospitality of their grandparents, Yi Chun and his companion concluded their dinner. The family van cruised steadily along the rural roads, as the two discussed plans to travel during the winter break. Baiwei, how about we explore abroad? Yi Chun suggested, his face alight with excitement, for he had never ventured outside the country and was filled with curiosity about foreign landscapes. That may be challenging, due to my parents' circumstances. The paperwork for traveling abroad can be rather cumbersome, Jiang Baiwei replied with a resigned shake of her head. No worries. Then let us journey to the warm and perpetual spring of Cheong Island to relish the freedom of fruit, Yi Chun reassured her. Let our first destination be Cheong Island. Jiang Baiwei responded with equal enthusiasm, having never been to the southern regions despite spending her entire life in the capital. She was eager to witness how the southern sea differed from the northern waters. Before long, Yi Chun expertly parked the vehicle beside the villa. As autumn enveloped the capital, the nighttime temperatures plummeted, prompting everyone to huddle in the living room on the first floor. The online buzz surrounding Su Muyu continued unabated. We are back, Yi Chun announced cheerfully, standing behind Jiang Baiwei with the children. Baiwei, come here. I have something impressive to show you. Su Muyu beckoned, encouraging her to sit beside her. With a curious gaze, Jiang Baiwei approached. Ding ding ding. I've reached the rank of king, Su Muyu boasted, waving her phone in front of Jiang Baiwei. Oh, so you have been secretly leveling up without me. I want to play too, Jiang Baiwei exclaimed in mock dismay, promptly pulling out her phone to send a group invitation to Su Muyu and the others. You all go ahead and play. I will first see to the children. Yi Chun gazed affectionately at the childlike Jiang Baiwei and tenderly remarked, Little Chun, allow the children to handle things. You've just returned and deserve a good rest. Yi father and Yi mother took the baby stroller from his hands and spoke. Where's Ma Gu? Observing Jiang Baiwei and the others already engrossed in their game, Yi Chun inquired curiously. Your Ma Gu has gone back to the company to deal with some matters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to play this afternoon. Su Muyu replied with a sigh of resignation. By the way, little Yi, my parents will return early tomorrow morning. Could you please prepare a couple of extra breakfasts? Su Muyu smiled at Yi Chun, then quickly immersed herself back into the game. Yi Chun replied softly and then relished this rare moment of leisure. Soon after, Jiang Baiwei and the others began an intense exchange during the game, indicating the high stakes of the encounter. Sister Muyu, be careful. The opponents are formidable. Who's our jungler? Why aren't they using their mic? That would be your Ma Ji's Prot G, a professional player from the next gaming club. Otherwise, do you think I could reach the rank of king? Su Muyu said with a relaxed demeanor. However, the once invincible professional player found himself utterly silenced in this match, defeated within 8 minutes. What a pity. Little Yi, would you like to join us for a game? After the setback, Su Muyu and her companions, undeterred, turned to the leisurely Yi Chun. Of course, Yi Chun readily agreed, resuming his role as the jungler, following the familiar lane division from their previous encounters. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, as he joyfully clicked to match, a team composed entirely of streamers also queued for ranked play. Dear viewers, keep your eyes peeled and witness how we effortlessly ascend to the rank of king, El Dehua declared confidently to the camera. Shifting from their earlier disappointment, he gathered several streamer friends to embark on a whimsical winning streak challenge. As per our usual rule, we cannot select our familiar positions. El Dehua spoke animatedly in the live stream, unhesitatingly choosing the support role of Kai Wenji. What followed was yet another massacre. In the team voice chat, the player assigned to the jungler position proclaimed with unwavering confidence, though it may seem a bit unfair to the locals, they can only blame their misfortune. Engrossed in their domination, the streamers remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. As the team composition was finalized and they entered the loading screen, comments began to roll in. Streamers, why not take on the challenge of the Elite Star King match? Defeating low-tier kings is hardly impressive. Exactly. If you encounter the same opponents as last time, let's see how you manage to keep smiling, someone chimed in. Is it possible that the opponents here are the ones who caused your previous downfall? Initially nonchalant, El Dehua's demeanor shifted upon seeing this comment. Conditioned reflexively, he straightened his posture. How could this be possible? On the loading screen appeared a player named Wei Wei, and Lu Dehua was immediately overwhelmed. Brothers, we are up against a formidable opponent. Everyone, stay focused. The teammates in the voice chat, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What's the situation? Wasn't this the same setup we struggled against before?" Previously, they had 3 female players, but the opposing jungler exerted substantial pressure. Lu Dehua vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to remain calm as he replied, "No worries. With our configuration, even professional players would falter." Hearing the teammates' confident remarks eased Lu Dehua's excessive tension somewhat. Since the streamers had switched their game accounts, Yi Chun and the others remained oblivious to the identity of their opponents. The group, filled with laughter and joy, engaged in the game. However, as the opposing team showcased their uneven yet advanced maneuvers, Su Muyu furrowed her brow. The opponents might be exceptionally skilled. This match will be tough. Sister Muyu, have faith in Yi Chun's jungling, Jiang Baiwei encouraged. Fortunately, Yi Chun had selected Han Xian as his jungler. Otherwise, their hopes would have been dim. As one professional player remarked, Yi Chun's strategy is simple. I will seize all the resources. With the victory seemingly assured, Yi Chun confidently declared to the group after decisively claiming the dragon from the enemy. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei and the others, who were diligently defending their crystal, began to see a glimmer of hope for victory. Stay calm. The opponent's jungler may be skilled, but will go straight for their crystal. Without allowing the streamers too much time for regret, they swiftly decided to push for the high ground, leveraging their understanding of the game. Just as the streamers committed to an all-out assault on the high ground, the scene abruptly shifted to their own crystal. Yi Chun's Han Xian stood triumphantly atop the ruins of their crystal. "Oh no, there's Menglei!" Lu Dehua shouted in despair. Chapter 78, The Ready Chinwei Ranch. The defeated Lu Dehua and the others sat dazedly on their chairs. "I now understand why you lost before. That jungler was incredibly strong. A single oversight allowed them to exploit our weaknesses. In the next match, we'll play in our optimal positions. The enemy won't stand a chance." Listening to the various analyses from his teammates in the voice chat, Lu Dehua, however, remained in a state of stupor, pulling out a cigarette and igniting it without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, the live stream was abruptly shut down by the moderator. Ignoring the moderator's warnings, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Tisa Adissa, I had a feeling the streamer would falter. And it turned out to be true. Let you truck, someone upstairs, go buy a lottery ticket. You might actually win." In the magnificent Sui Fu Hua building, I witnessed a scene just a few days prior, where the hostess' spirit was utterly shattered. "Please, don't stop streaming. What shall we watch if you no longer broadcast?" The atmosphere turned somber as Lu Dehua silently set down his phone, feeling as though the world had lost its luster. The scene shifts. "Hooray! We've secured another victory." Su Muyu exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Yi Chun patted his chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. "By the way, I plan to inspect the equipment at the ranch shortly, so you all enjoy yourselves for now," he stated, gently placing his phone down. "I shall accompany you. Understanding the ranch sooner will facilitate my work," Guling Yu asserted as she rose to her feet. "I just need to check the equipment. We will conduct a trial run together later," Yi Chun explained with a smile. With a basketball match scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, he decided to head over to examine the ranch's system configuration, anxious to uncover any advanced technology that modern science could not elucidate, prompting his solitary visit. Very well then. Jiang Baiwei and the others acquiesced to Yi Chun's reasoning, returning to their joyful gaming. As Yi Chun rolled down the car window, he savored the coolness of the capital's night. "Let me see just how sophisticated this system's advanced technology is." He parked his sleek black sedan steadily before the entrance, choosing to walk inside and inhaling the fragrant air intermingled with the scent of grass. Step by step, he approached a darkened production facility. As he activated the power, soft, milky lights flickered to life, revealing a gleaming silver production assembly line before him. "This assembly line is remarkably advanced," Yi Chun mused, unable to resist running his fingers along the machine's smooth surface. Observing the seamless construction of the line and its exceptionally minimalist control panel, he felt a sense of admiration. Although it differed from his preconceived notions of cutting-edge technology, the design, which was visually pleasing at first glance, evoked deep appreciation. "Let me see how to operate this machine." Yi Chun picked up the instruction manual placed before the control panel. Goodness, there are only 5 buttons. How delightfully simple. After confirming the functions one by one against the manual, he silently commended the system. The production line was designed for foolproof operation, with the only manual task being the addition of raw materials. It seemed the system had taken into account the secrecy surrounding this advanced technology, ensuring everything was securely enclosed. Yichun gazed contentedly at the enigmatic assembly line. However, as the first batch of raw materials had yet to be produced, he could not proceed to the experimental phase. Thus, he turned off the power and strolled leisurely toward the pasture planting area. Upon opening the door, he beheld the grass that had already grown to 1/2 meter in height. Indeed, it is the specially cultivated forage provided by the system. Ready for harvest in less than a week, Yichun gently plucked a lush blade of grass, eagerly placing it in his mouth. A rich sweetness, intertwined with the fragrant aroma of the grass, burst forth in his mouth. It was not just the cows that would relish this forage. Even humans could produce high-quality milk from it. Yichun's admiration for the system's capabilities soared to new heights. Now, let us see what distinctions the genetically modified cows possess. Overwhelmed by the other rewards, Yichun hurried to the barn. Observing the cows within, he noted a remarkable transformation from their previously frail appearance. The cows now exhibited well-defined muscles, their coats shimmering with vitality. Picking up a nearby milking tool, Yichun eagerly extracted a bucket of fresh milk. As the milk flowed, the cows let out contented sounds, standing placidly beside him. Truly splendid creatures. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to fresh forage. Yichun affectionately patted one cow on the head before carefully pouring the fresh milk into a cup. After savoring a sip, he marveled at the quality of the milk. It bore no hint of the usual gaminess. Instead, it carried a delicate scent of grass. Yichun had anticipated a somewhat off-putting flavor in the fresh milk. Yet the system's modifications had once again reshaped his worldview. Poor things, having gone 3 days without food or milking, he murmured softly while stroking the cow's head. Thankfully, the system's operations were conducted discreetly, otherwise, I would struggle to explain all of this to others. He sighed with relief. After packaging the remaining fresh milk, Yichun set off on his journey home. The preparations at the ranch were complete, and the special milk powder for the children was secured. "By way, I'm back," Yichun announced as he entered the villa, noticing everyone still engrossed in their games in the living room. "Xiaoyi, without your leadership, we would never have one," Su Muyu exclaimed, her face a picture of dismay. "Don't be disheartened, Muyu. Winning and losing is part of the game. Relax," Yichun reassured her with a smile. "By way, I brought some fresh milk and I'll add a bit of sugar for you," he said, gesturing towards the packaged milk. "Xiaoyi, you are so thoughtful, inspecting the ranch and bringing back milk for Bai Wei," Su Muyu and the others remarked enviously. Glancing at Zhang Bai Wei, "Muyu, if you wish to share, just say so." "I'm well aware of your little intentions," Zhang Bai Wei replied dismissively. Rolling her eyes, "I didn't bring much milk, so let us share it," Yichun suggested before heading to the kitchen. After a simple preparation, he presented the drinks to everyone. "I shall not hold back then." Gu Lingyu was the first to raise her cup and down its contents in one gulp. "This milk, is it truly freshly squeezed from the ranch? How is it devoid of any gamey taste, instead exuding a subtle fragrance of pasture?" Gu Lingyu, astonished, turned to Yichun and inquired. Yichun, upon hearing her words, smiled enigmatically without replying. The curiosity of the others was piqued by Gu Lingyu's remarks, prompting them to finish their milk in quick succession. "Indeed, this milk is the finest I have ever tasted," Su Muyu remarked, gazing longingly at her cup. "It is truly delicious, but is this really milk just squeezed from our ranch?" Zhang Baiwei licked her lips, casting a curious glance at Yichun. "You will understand once you see the current state of the ranch," Yichun replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 79. The arrival of Su's parents. As the group failed to elicit any further information, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. In the early morning, while Yichun and his companion were still freshening up, they heard a business vehicle approach the villa. Yichun focused his gaze and recognized it as Ma Ji's. With Jiang Baiwei's watchful eyes upon him, they saw Ma Qingya, beaming with joy, escorting a middle-aged couple out of the vehicle. Realizing what was happening, the two hurried downstairs. At that moment, Su Muyu was already waiting in the courtyard. "Mom and Dad, you must be exhausted from your journey," she exclaimed after exchanging glances with Ma Qingya. Quickly moving toward them. "You child, you didn't tell us such significant news," Su's father reproached her, his tone half serious. "I was just afraid you would worry," Su Muyu replied, sticking out her tongue. "Dad, Mom, this is Ma Qingya, the father of my child." She quickly took Ma Qingya's hand and introduced him. "We got acquainted on the road. And thankfully, Xiao Ma is a good person. Otherwise, you might have been deceived without knowing. Sue's father continued to look at Su Muyu with a hint of discontent. All right, we are here to see our child, so let's not have long faces. Sue's mother chimed in to ease the tension. Uncle and Auntie, let us go inside and chat. It's rather chilly this early in the morning, Ma Qingye said with a beaming smile, standing awkwardly to the side. Seeing this, Sue's father took the opportunity to descend the metaphorical steps, grasping Sue's mother's hand as they headed toward the villa. Xiaoma, this villa must be quite expensive, huh? Sue's father marveled at the picturesque abode, astonished. Uncle, this villa belongs to our friend. We are merely staying here temporarily, Ma Qingye replied with a smile. Before Sue's father could respond, Yi Chun and his companion, who had arrived fashionably late, also approached with warm smiles. Are you uncle and auntie? I've heard from Sister Muyu about your loving relationship. It appears she was not exaggerating in the slightest. Jiang Baiwei warmly complimented Sue's parents, causing the couple to beam with joy. The girl possesses a truly sweet tongue. Muyu's judgment of character is indeed accurate. Suma immediately, with warmth, took Jiang Baiwei's hand and said, Uncle and Auntie have just disembarked from the plane. You must not have had breakfast yet. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Upon witnessing Jiang Baiwei's successful alleviation of the atmosphere, Yichen promptly retreated to the kitchen. Frankly speaking, he was not particularly adept at social interactions. It was thanks to Jiang Baiwei that he was spared the embarrassment of fidgeting awkwardly in silence. Mom and Dad, I shall fetch your grandson. Su Muyu announced as she, along with others, entered the living room and hurried upstairs. We will accompany you, said Su Ba and Su Ma, eager to see their grandson, not willing to delay even a moment. Hardly had they settled when they rushed to follow Su Muyu. Thus, the entire family made their way to the nursery. The caregivers, who were in the midst of changing the children's diapers, paused their tasks abruptly. We shall handle the diapers ourselves, Ma Qingye quickly asserted, taking the diaper from the caregiver's hands. Oh, my dear grandson, Suma exclaimed, gazing at the awakened Ma Xinghui in the crib, her eyes sparkling with delight. Beside her, Su Ba was equally thrilled, promptly lifting the child into his arms. This darling resembles Muyu so much. He smiles at his grandfather. Su Ba joyfully remarked while holding the diaper-clad Ma Xinghui. Be careful. Dress the child in his diaper and pants first. If he catches a cold, I shall have words with you. Suma warned sternly, taking the child into her embrace and glaring at Su Ba. Muyu, how come there are 4 children here? Su Ba, noticing the absence of the child he had been holding, finally realized that there were actually 5 infants in the nursery. Mom and Dad, these 4 are Baiwei's children. I am also their godmother, Su Muyu said proudly, as if she were the one who had given birth to quadruplets. My daughter, you are truly remarkable. Upon discovering the truth, Su Ba and Su Ma were left speechless with astonishment. The idea of having 4 grandchildren simultaneously was beyond their imagination, and they could hardly fathom the joy it would bring. These little ones were not easy to care for, as everything had to be purchased in quadruples. Jiang Baiwei gazed tenderly at the children, expressing, how I wish we could have such troubles. Even if it depleted our retirement funds, we would not complain. Su Ba and Su Ma looked at Jiang Baiwei with envious admiration, suddenly feeling that the single grandchild in their arms was not as delightful. Auntie, allow me to put the diaper on the child, lest he catch a chill, Ma Qingye eagerly volunteered, mimicking the caregiver who was changing Yi Chen's eldest child beside him. As Jiang Baiwei hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing she might burst into laughter, she observed the nurse changing the diaper of the second child, while Mr. Ma was still fidgeting with the diaper in his hands. Mr. Ma, perhaps I should take over, suggested the nurse, who promptly took the child and efficiently completed the change, ensuring the little one was dressed with care. Feeling awkward, Mr. Ma scratched his head, while Sue's father and mother, wholly focused on the child, remained oblivious to the situation. Eagerly, they intended to take the child to the living room. Mom and Dad, you haven't had breakfast, and neither have the kids. Let Baiwei and me feed them first before bringing them down, Su Muyu explained softly. Oh dear, then you and Baiwei go ahead and feed them. We'll just wait downstairs, Sue's parents said, reluctantly casting glances at the smiling Ma Xinghui in Su Muyu's arms as they exited the room, turning back every few steps. Meanwhile, Ma Qingye, usually unfazed by billion-dollar business deals, now stood in the living room like a novice, nervously observing from the side. Breakfast is ready. Fortunately, Yi Chen wheeled in the food cart, prompting Ma Qingye to look at him with gratitude. Yi Chen merely waved his hand in acknowledgement and headed towards the courtyard, signifying that no words were necessary between brothers. Mom and Dad, it's time to eat. Yichen called out to his parents, who were still strolling outside, reminiscent of their earlier days calling him home. Upon their arrival in the living room, Yi Dad and Yi Mom saw the two middle-aged individuals seated on the sofa, and then noticed Ma Qingye diligently distributing bowls and chopsticks. In an instant, it dawned on them. So, the elder brother is Mu Yu's father. I am little Chen's dad. Cheerful Yi Dad approached, warmly shaking hands with Su Dad. The four elderly gentlemen, of similar age, quickly fell into conversation. Brother, I truly envy you. Your son is successful, and you have four such delightful grandchildren, Su Dad remarked, patting his thigh in admiration. Brother, Mu Yu and Qingye are no less remarkable. We are all fortunate to have such wonderful children, Yi Dad replied with a hearty laugh. At this moment, the children, having been sufficiently fed, were carried downstairs by Jiang Baiwei and others. The four elders, as if queuing for a turn, instinctively positioned themselves at the staircase. Be careful. Even the children are turning their noses up at you, Su Mom admonished, provoking a fit of laughter from Su Mu Yu, who found the intergenerational affection amusingly excessive. Brother, let us enjoy this breakfast first, said Yi Dad, contentedly holding the fourth child. As he hurriedly invited everyone to take a seat, Father Su was reluctant to part with the child for even a moment, savoring the noodles prepared by Yi Chun. The noodles were truly springy, and the flavor was exquisite. Father Su, after taking a bite, praised the bowl of noodles profusely. The others, well aware of Yi Chun's culinary skills, eagerly began their breakfast. At that moment, Gu Lingyu and Chun Hong also descended the stairs. Lingyu, let us review the equipment usage and precautions at the ranch later, Yi Chun said, swiftly finishing his noodles and looking up at Gu Lingyu. Absolutely. I need to familiarize myself with the ranch as soon as possible, she replied, dressed in professional attire. Gu Lingyu extracted a thick stack of documents from a nearby folder and handed them to Yi Chun. Let us proceed with your plan for now. We can make adjustments as needed. After a brief glance at the papers, Yi Chun addressed Father and Mother Su with an apologetic expression, Uncle and Aunt. We may need to excuse ourselves for a while this morning. Not at all. We feel quite embarrassed to have disturbed you. Father Su quickly waved his hand. Then let us set off for the ranch, Yi Chun declared, while Su Mu Yu and the others remained at the villa to keep Father and Mother Su company. After handing the children over to the caregiver, Yi Chun drove the entire family to the ranch. In a short while, Yi Chun parked the nanny car steadily in front of the ranch's grand entrance. The ranch team, having awaited their arrival for some time, hurried over. It seems everyone has been resting well these past few days, Yi Chun remarked, observing the radiant faces of the team members. It's all thanks to the generous benefits arranged by the boss that we feel so invigorated, the amiable team leader replied with a smile. I'll take you to see your future workplace, Yi Chun said, as he took out the keys and gently opened the ranch's doors. Leading them to the entrance of the production workshop, he swung open the grand doors, revealing an immaculate production line gleaming in white. Wow! This is the most splendid production line I have ever seen. Clean and hygienic. The employees exclaimed in awe, noting the high-end appearance of the facility. Hearing their astonishment, Yi Chun slowly flipped the electrical switch. Beside him, Jiang Baiwei gazed at the production workshop in disbelief. Yi Chun, this production line is exceedingly advanced. After careful observation, she noted that only one conveyor belt was equipped with manual stations, while the rest were fully automated, highlighting the technological sophistication of the line. Only such a production line can produce milk powder worthy of our children, Yi Chun declared proudly. Lingyu, let me briefly explain the operational procedures to you. Feel free to refer to the manual for further clarification. Yi Chun guided Gu Lingyu to a corner workstation, providing a meticulous explanation. The operations are quite straightforward, emphasizing the production of raw materials. Yi Chun shifted his tone, speaking with gravity. Since the ranch could only produce milk and pasture, all other supplementary materials needed to be procured from the market. Therefore, ensuring quality control became paramount. Rest assured, each batch of raw materials, from selection to acceptance, is rigorously scrutinized, Gu Lingyu affirmed, fully aware of the importance of food safety. Now, let us proceed to the pasture cultivation area. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and led everyone to the significantly transformed pasture zone. My goodness, how has the pasture grown so quickly? Exclaimed an employee, astonished by the grass that had already reached half a meter in height. Even Yi Chun's parents hurried over to assess the situation. Xiao Chun, these pasture seeds are growing at an alarming rate. Could there be an issue? Yi Ba inquired anxiously, glancing at Yi Chun. The pasture had been planted right under their noses, and logically, It shouldn't have grown so rapidly. After all, this was to be consumed by their precious grandchildren. So they needed to clarify the situation. Father, this is raw material for the children's formula. How could I possibly use anything problematic? Yichen quickly clarified. After considering his words, Yi Ba and the others felt reassured. This is a newly developed special pasture seed that has yet to hit the market, with an expected maturation period of 1 week. Your important task now is to cultivate the pasture, Yichen declared loudly to the employees, having prepared his remarks in advance. Beside him, Gulingyu took out her notebook, swiftly jotting down notes. Our ranch is not profit-driven, so you need not worry about your salaries, Yichen explained. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the employees' faces, let us head to the barn. Yichen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and walked towards the barn, leaving the employees still reeling from the surprise, standing dazed in the pasture area. The number of dairy cows remains at 20. Your task is simply to manage their daily feeding and milking. Yichen addressed the group of employees who had arrived a bit late. The production line also includes a fresh milk line, where 20% of the milk will be processed into fresh milk and preserved. He outlined the general production plan to the team. Turning to Gu Lingyu, who was still taking notes, he added, I leave the remaining work arrangements to you. He patted her shoulder with a smile. Boss, we will ensure the tasks are completed. Gu Lingyu stated earnestly, addressing Yi Chun and the others, which elicited a laugh from Jiang Baiwei. Lingyu, work hard. Promotions and raises await you in the future. Jiang Baiwei playfully teased, Mom and Dad, all you need to focus on is the yield of the pasture and the milk production. The rest will be managed adeptly by Lingyu. Yichen observed his slightly bewildered parents and softly reassured them, rest assured, everything will go smoothly. Yi Dad confidently patted his chest in agreement. Having arranged everything, Yichen took Jiang Baiwei by the hand and led her to the expansive center of the pasture. Oui, our children will now enjoy milk powder produced from our own efforts, Yichen declared with his eyes closed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the grass. With such a versatile father like you, our children are truly fortunate, Jiang Baiwei said, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Chun. Indeed, the omnipotent Yi Chun had never disappointed her. Oui, I have a match against Capital University this afternoon. Would you do me the honor of being there to cheer for me? Yi Chun asked sincerely, looking at Jiang Baiwei. Of course, I will bring the children along to support you. Chapter 81. The first match of the school basketball team. That's wonderful, Yi Chun exclaimed, lifting Jiang Baiwei in excitement. Surely, no one could resist the allure of watching the match in person. How are the arrangements coming along, Lingyu? Yi Chun inquired as they walked back to the barn hand in hand. Everything is sorted out, and we are ready to commence work. Gu Lingyu replied happily after finalizing the last group of staff. Then let us get moving, Yi Chun said, feeling gratified as he and Jiang Baiwei left, while Yi Dad, Yi Mom, and Gu Lingyu remained at the ranch to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As some raw materials had yet to be procured, they were unable to produce the first batch of products today. Therefore, Yi Chun returned to the villa with Jiang Baiwei alone. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the absence of Su Muyu and the others. After inquiring with the caretaker, he learned that Mr. Ma had invited Su Muyu's family over for a visit. Looks like it's just the two of us for lunch, Yi Chun said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Baiwei's hair. He then guided the children on a tour of the villa. Since moving in, Yi Chun had yet to thoroughly explore the estate. They came across Villa Number 1, where it was rare to see others. As they arrived at a park, a friendly middle-aged couple nodded in their direction. Since neither party was acquainted, they refrained from approaching to converse. As they continued their walk, everyone they encountered greeted them amicably, though there was little further exchange. This reflected the high caliber of the residents living in the estate. Indeed, the estate was quite expansive, with each villa spaced several hundred meters apart, featuring uniquely styled parks, making it impossible to remain indoors all day. After walking for over an hour, yet still not returning home, Yi Chun remarked, the children and I have made this journey several times, while you have been shuttling between school and home. It is high time you allowed yourself a respite. Jiang Baiwei, with a look of concern, turned to Yi Chun and said, then let us truly relax during the winter break. As Yi Chun noticed Jiang Baiwei's forehead glistening with perspiration, he waved to signal the property's shuttle to come over. With a gentle breeze at their backs, they returned to the villa. Vivi, you should go take a shower first, lest you catch a chill. I will prepare lunch, Yi Chun said, as he entrusted the excited children to the care of the nannies. Perfect. I'll change and come cheer you on, Jiang Baiwei replied, bouncing up the stairs. filled with anticipation for the afternoon's basketball game. Upon the return of Ye's parents and others to the villa, the group quickly finished their lunch before dispersing once more. Xiao Chun, be sure to keep an eye on the kids so they don't catch a cold, Ye's father advised patiently. Rest assured, the basketball game is indoors. Yi Chen responded, carefully securing the children in their car seats in the back. Now let us set off. Excitedly, Yi Chen drove toward the school with a large bag of game equipment. Waiting anxiously at the sports field, Chu He and the others gazed longingly at the vehicles entering the campus. After a day apart from the children, they felt a longing. I've missed the kids so much, Chen Fangyu pouted. Chu Zi, your girlfriend is signaling you. Why not hurry and start a family? Lin Fan nudged Chu He playfully. Chu He, scratching his head in a humble manner, cautiously approached Chen Fangyu, who promptly rolled her eyes and stepped aside, clearly uninterested in engaging. Old Yi has arrived. Chen Bin was the first to spot Yi Chen's vehicle, waving his hands joyfully. You all are quite punctual, Yi Chen teased as he parked the car. This isn't your first time playing in a school basketball match, after all. As your loyal friends, we must show our support, Chu He affirmed with great camaraderie. The kids are all napping. How adorable. Chen Fangyu immediately went to check on the children in the back seat, clearly fond of them. Fangyu, since you adore the children so much, I'll leave the task of caring for them in your capable hands, Yi Chen said half-jokingly. No problem at all. Chen Fangyu readily agreed. At that moment, Yi Chen, it's time for warm-up before the match, called Li Chen, the team captain, as he stepped out of the gymnasium, beckoning Yi Chen to prepare for the warm-up. And this must be your sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Li Chen remarked, noticing Jiang Baiwei, who had taken great care in her appearance and was approaching swiftly. Early on, Yi Chen mentioned that his sister-in-law possessed the beauty reminiscent of the contemporary Jiao Chan. Now, it seems the praise was an understatement. Upon hearing the compliment, Jiang Baiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She thought to herself, Yi Chen, this big oaf, has finally learned to utter such words. Hello. They exchanged amicable greetings, shaking hands. Li Chen's gaze was soon captivated by the children nestled in the stroller. Yi Chen, are these all your children? He asked incredulously, staring at Yi Chen. Although he was aware of the presence of children during the last candy distribution, he had no idea there were 4. Hee. If the entire team knew I had quadruplets, they'd be consumed with jealousy, Yi Chen cheekily replied. I'm already envious. Senior, I don't even have a partner, and here you are with 4 children, Li Chen lamented dramatically. Captain, let us focus on warming up first. After the match, we can indulge in envy, Yi Chen said, leading Li Chen toward the locker room as Jiang Baiwei and the others entered the stadium, eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's debut. Yi Chen, in this match, your primary goal is to learn. After all, it's your first time participating in such an intense competition. Just aim to defend well, without worrying about scoring, the coaching staff advised Yi Chen, who had changed into his jersey. Understood, Yi Chen replied, opting to let his abilities speak for themselves. The coaching staff continued. Everything else remains the same. Notably, the captain of the Capital University's forward team has participated in the National College Basketball Championship for 3 consecutive years and possesses considerable experience. The head coach turned to Yi Chen and cautioned, remember, do not let the opponent lead you astray. Understood, Yi Chen affirmed. Although this match was not an official one, it served as a traditional event to kick off the National College Basketball Championship, a technical assessment. Yet, for Yi Chen, who was stepping onto the court for the first time, these concerns were secondary. He was determined to grow stronger, much like an unfathomable abyss. His sole objective now was to showcase his talents to secure a starting position in this national tournament. Let us commence our warm-up and prepare for the match. The head coach, brimming with confidence, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. The team, equally exhilarated, began their warm-up routine. Chapter 82. The annoying junior, just do as the coach said during the match, and don't be nervous, Li Chen reassured Yi Chen as they awaited their turn. Rest assured. Captain, we will secure victory today. At that moment, Yi Chen felt not a trace of anxiety, but rather an exhilarating thrill. This was basketball, his pride, enhanced by the presence of System Brother and Jiang Baiwei in the audience. The advantage was undeniably his. Time to take the court. With the coach's command, Yi Chen and his companions traversed a narrow passage, enveloped by the synchronized roars echoing from the stadium. Victory for Tsinghua University. Victory for Capital University. The spectators from both institutions congregated within the arena. As the athletes from both sides made their entrance, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Yi Chun turned to glance at Jiang Baiwei, seated in the front row, and excitedly waved in her direction. "Look, darling, Daddy is waving at us." Jiang Baiwei, cradling her baby, reciprocated with an enthusiastic wave. "Brothers, send your regards to our sister." Li Chun, noticing Yi Chun's gesture, called upon his teammates, who collectively waved towards Jiang Baiwei. "Old Yi is really making a spectacle for us," remarked Chu He and others, equally exhilarated. At that moment, a teammate from Capital University noticed the commotion. One exclaimed, "How go? Is that Senior Baiwei over there?" This prompted Wang Hao, who was still stretching, to halt abruptly. "It truly is Senior Baiwei. You all warm up. I'll go say hello." Wang Hao dashed towards Jiang Baiwei, wearing his signature smile. "Senior Baiwei, I never expected to see you here. Why haven't you been at school this past semester? I was quite worried about you." His gaze fixated on Jiang Baiwei, who wore a light touch of makeup. "Wang Hao, I didn't realize you were still on the school basketball team. I look forward to your performance today." Jiang Baiwei responded with a calm demeanor, tending to her child. "Senior Baiwei, this child is adorable. Is she your sister?" Wang Hao inquired with enthusiastic fervor. "This is my child." "Wang Hao, you should be preparing for your game," Jiang Baiwei replied, her tone growing cold as she sensed his obliviousness. "Senior Baiwei, you clearly don't even have a partner. This cannot possibly be your child. Stop joking with me," Wang Hao exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. Undeterred, he stood before Jiang Baiwei, insisting, "What does it matter to you? I'm just chatting with Senior Baiwei. Children call me daddy. How does that not concern you?" Yi Chun interjected, stepping forward and confronting Wang Hao with a steely glare. "If you do not remove yourself, I might interpret this as an act of provocation." Yi Chun's expression darkened. "What is it to you? I'm merely having a conversation with the senior," Wang Hao retorted defiantly, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Chun. Jiang Baiwei, sensing the escalating tension, attempted to rise and intervene. Just then the athletes took their positions, with the referee's whistle echoing. And as teammates separated Yi Chun and his opponent, the basketball game, though yet to commence, was already charged with tension. "Go, Yi Chun!" Jiang Baiwei exclaimed, holding her child, her voice filled with encouragement. In that moment, she seemed to be transported back to her carefree university days. "So, you're the new forward from Tsinghua. Let's settle our old and new grudges together." Wang Hao sneered at Yi Chun after the players were in place. Yi Chun, however, dismissed the provocation, for he believed his opponent stood no chance against him. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball soared into the air. Wang Hao, leveraging his towering height of nearly 6'3", leaped first, a smirk already forming on his lips as he envisioned victory in their initial clash. Suddenly, Yi Chun's athletic form shot upward, snatching the ball that had seemed within Wang Hao's grasp just moments before, and swiftly passed it back to his teammates to initiate a fierce offensive. Wang Hao, momentarily stunned, was left rooted to the spot. "Yi Chun is incredible." Jiang Baiwei and others cheered excitedly. "How can his jumping ability be so remarkable? This newcomer is impressive, not only handsome but also skilled at basketball. I wonder if he can sing or dance too. Hey, little chick, it's time to show your prowess against Capital University." The match was hosted at Tsinghua University, which rendered the normally subdued support from Capital University suddenly silent. "What are you waiting for? Move." The head coach of Capital University bellowed at the still-dazed Wang Hao. Finally regaining his composure, Wang Hao hurried back to defend. With precision, Li Chun launched the first three-pointer, breaking the ice of the game. "Captain, don't worry. It's just 3 points," his teammates encouraged, sensing Wang Hao's uncharacteristic state. "I'll make sure you enter the court standing and leave lying down." "Yi Chun," Wang Hao seethed, his composure fracturing as he pulled aside his closest ally to whisper a plan. "This isn't right." His teammate shook his head after hearing the scheme. 200,000. I want him on one leg." Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly declared, signaling for a pass to confront Yi Chun once more. As Yi Chun jogged back to the half-court, a look of disdain on his face, he positioned himself to guard Wang Hao. Though no words were exchanged, the intensity of their gazes locked onto one another, each silently challenging the other. "Originally, I believed that my exceptional ball skills would allow me to effortlessly penetrate Yi Chun's defense. However, aided by his remarkable learning ability, Yi Chun has mastered the techniques of numerous top players. Rather than being merely a forward, he has evolved into a veritable jack-of-all-trades." Finding no discernible flaws in Wang Hao, he disregarded his teammates' signals for a pass. With determination, Wang Hao boldly took the ball and engaged in a physical confrontation with Yi Chun. "How intriguing. A subtle smile played on Yichen's lips as he calmly withstood Wang Hao's onslaught. I refuse to believe that you are without weaknesses. With gritted teeth, Wang Hao launched a frenzied attack, his gaze burning with intensity as it fixed upon Yichen. Beep. The attack time expired. At the sound of the referee's whistle, both teams halted their actions. Captain, perhaps we should follow the strategy the coach suggested and play cooperatively. Solo efforts, in truth, cannot breach the opponent's defenses. One slightly frustrated teammate advised Wang Hao diplomatically. Silence. I don't need your guidance. Wang Hao retorted, his eyes ablaze with defiance.